It was only that, until a few days ago, Alexander had made me feel like one. Now I felt like nothing. That night, the investigators came to my house, just as I'd suggested. 2 legislators I knew by name only, a Treasury official and James Monroe. While my girls played by the fireplace with their new toys, brought by Sinterklaas in burlap sacks days before, I welcomed the men into the house with a plate of rye flour peppernoot cookies, fragrant with cinnamon, anise, and clove. "Compliments of the season," Monroe drawled, with a very formal bow that seemed somehow at odds with his brown hunting boots and the black tricorn beaver felt hat that was swiftly going out of style. Meanwhile, my boys ran about like rowdies, led by a laughing, taunting 10-year-old Philip, pelting one another with extra peppernoot they'd stolen from the kitchen, which was not strictly the custom. But I was too weary to take a firm hand with them, especially when I had grown men to manage. "Coffee?" I asked Monroe, forcing a smile. "What else?" Monroe chuckled softly, as if a little abashed to be upon this errand, and as if perhaps he thought I didn't know why he'd come. Clearing his throat, he said, "Mrs. Monroe sends her warm regards." And I return mine. "I hope to see your wife and your darling little daughter at a holiday tea after church this Sunday." Monroe's smile warmed, so I added, "We've come such a long way from an army campfire, haven't we, Senator Monroe?" "Indeed we have. How young, hopeful, and idealistic we were." "I am still hopeful," I said, filling his cup to the brim just as bitterness filled me up inside. Once I'd finished serving refreshments, Alexander stood, ready to furnish all the information they could require to acquit him of a crime, receipts of his blackmail payments, I assumed. So I retired from the room and kept the children quiet upstairs. It was quiet downstairs, too, maddeningly so. I didn't know what to make of it, especially when the men remained closeted together much longer than I thought necessary. Indeed, the interview seemed to go on until I grew weary watching the hands on our grandfather clock move. When, at last, I heard the scrape of chair legs on wood, the sound of a meeting reaching its end, I hastened downstairs again. Alexander should have seen the man off, but I'd persuaded him that I should be the one to do it. And so I forced myself to say a kindly and proper farewell. Given what my husband had just told them, I wasn't surprised that the investigators whom I didn't know well couldn't meet my eyes. But James Monroe's face burned scarlet at the sight of me, and he lingered in the doorway long after the others departed, a sheaf of papers under his arm. With a shake of his head, he began to stammer, Mrs. Hamilton, Betsy." It had been a long time since he used my name with that soft southern drawl. The intimacy of it seemed somehow improper, but the sound of it carried genuine sympathy. Oh, why had I feared the men's laughter instead of their pity? Pity was worse, far worse, especially from him. Though I wanted to flee, I somehow made myself stand there and say, "I trust you're satisfied with my husband's innocence on the charge of corruption." Monroe's color deepened, if that was possible, at the word innocence. In fact, he cast such a bloody-minded look in the direction of the study that I feared it had all gone badly. "Secretary Hamilton has provided me with exculpatory documentation, and we will not make any report to the President at this time. I believe your husband will acknowledge that our conduct toward him has been fair and liberal, and that he could not complain of it." Oh, Alexander would complain of it, but he should be grateful for Monroe, who actually cared whether or not he complained. And I could see that Monroe cared very much. "Mrs. Hamilton, please believe that I wish you every happiness." Monroe had flushed at the word innocence, but now I blanched at the word happiness. He noticed, and all pretense fell away. Either I was no good at pretense, or he knew me well enough to realize that I was aware of my husband's infidelity. "You are a kind, lovely, and charming woman, and you deserve much better than—" "Pray don't say another word," I whispered, wilting with humiliation. Why did I think I could do this? Why did I think I was strong enough? To my horror, tears welled before I could blink them away. "I should plead for your discretion as a gentleman on behalf of my husband, but in truth, I beg of you, for myself—" "Dear God, to see you cry," Monroe said, setting down the papers and reaching inside his sleeve for an embroidered kerchief, which he offered me at once. "Insofar as is in keeping with my duty, the papers will remain sealed, as will my lips for your sake. You have my word of honor." His kerchief smelled faintly of tobacco and pine, and I let out a tiny sob into it, full of relief and sorrow. It would be better if no one knew what Hamilton had done. No one. Not my friends, not my parents, not even Angelica, for such things could never be entrusted to a letter across the ocean. So the only person to whom I could confide was James Monroe. "The tears will pass," I said, trying for bravery. "It's only the lingering shame." "Not your shame," Monroe said, his fists tightening, as if he meant to turn, march back into my husband's study, and beat him. "Nevertheless, I don't know how I can bear it." Monroe didn't have to be told how society looked upon a wife who wasn't enough to satisfy her husband. Not enough, not enough, not enough. As these words battered my insides, I felt undone, quite low, indescribably miserable, vulnerable in every way. And so I was grateful when, with exquisite chivalry, Monroe drew my hand to his lips for a gentlemanly kiss. The girl I met in Albany who could gamely drink some poison concoction without complaint, play a ruthless game of backgammon, and set off into the wilds in a sleigh, that girl could bear anything. That girl is long gone. She's still here, Monroe said, offering a tender smile and pressing my hand for just a moment to his heart, where she will always reside. My dear friend, I've held on to those memories, and I urge you to hold on to them too. My breath evened at the unexpected intimacy, at the strong pulse beneath my palm, at the knowledge that there were paths in my life I had not taken, and the glimmer of hope that even if I couldn't see past my own sadness now, there might still be new paths to discover. "Thank you," I whispered. Monroe nodded gravely. "Your husband is the luckiest of men, and I hope at long last he realizes it." He didn't need to give me that one small bit of flattery. Perhaps he shouldn't have. But it was a mercy, and it gave me the strength to dry my tears. When I was composed again, I found a plate for him, covered in a white linen napkin. "Pastries for Mrs. Monroe." He smiled when our fingers brushed lightly as he took the plate. "Perhaps we can all share them together in more sociable circumstances." Alas, there would never be more sociable circumstances for us. Not ever again. April, 1793, Philadelphia. Vive la République! While I made my way through the crowds, church bells rang, cannons blasted, and Philadelphians sang in honor of the French, who had outlawed the monarchy, beheaded their king, and now found themselves at war with Great Britain. In spite of our old treaty with France, President Washington had declared American neutrality in this war, but everywhere I went, my countrymen took up the cry of our old allies, "Vive la République!" On this day, the celebration was for the arrival of a frigate the French had taken from the British. Upon her coming into sight, thousands and thousands of the yeomanry of the city crowded the wharves, and when the British colors appeared reversed, the French flying above them, people burst into peals of exultation. But I wasn't in this squalid part of Philadelphia to celebrate. I'd come for a less dignified reason, one that wisdom should have cautioned me against. In the aftermath of my husband's betrayal, I'd spent a dark, miserable winter on my knees in prayer. Now springtime had stolen upon me, insulting me with its showy, colorful, perfumed glory. And I had to see her. I had to see Maria Reynolds. "Men stray," my sister Angelica would have told me. I could hear her words as if she were standing beside me, warning me to leave off this nonsense. "It's in their nature. You're making too much of it. Your husband still loves you, and you're lucky to have him." Certainly, since Hamilton's midnight confession, he'd been solicitous, sharing in the care of the children, staying home at night, and sheepishly turning down meetings with colleagues in deference, he said, to his growing and hitherto too much neglected family. But in recent weeks, more confessions had spilled from his lips. It was not, as he'd first intimated, just one night with this woman. For nearly a year he'd gone to her bed, and I, the trusting fool, had never suspected. And when I demanded to know why he'd not simply told me everything all at once, he said, "I thought you might take easier to a thing if it was gradually broken to you, my angel." Which left me to wonder what other painful revelations remained. I knew my husband regretted this woman. I also knew most wives overlooked infidelity. Only a select few divorced. But in New York State, adultery was the only grounds upon which a woman could seek a divorce. And I will not say I didn't flirt with the thought at night, in our now very cold bed. But to what end? It wouldn't undo the pain. And who would I be if I wasn't Alexander Hamilton's wife? Weeping into the kerchief Monroe had pressed into my hand, while offering comfort and strength, I felt as much a stranger to myself as Hamilton was now to me. I scarcely spoke to my husband, beyond that which was necessary for the children's sake, and I felt too exhausted to care for my own dignity. The need to see Maria Reynolds became a compulsion, perhaps as powerful as the one that led my husband to her in the first place. Which was how, after a few discreet inquiries, I found myself at the corner near the public square, staring up at Maria's window in the house she shared with men it would be too kind to characterize as genteel boarders. Her curtains had been thrown back, allowing me to watch her brush her long hair. Fair hair. Would it have been better if she'd been a brunette? Maria was beautiful, young, and overtaken with some sort of madness, I meant to confront her. I would shame her, make her feel the shame I felt. I would demand to know why she'd hurt my family and wrecked my happiness. Pushing through the crowds, I marched up the stairs to her weathered, red-painted door. But as I reached for the knocker, the dark spell was broken by the laughter of a little girl coming from her window. Her daughter. A poor, innocent child with an unfeeling father, a harlot for a mother and no future whatsoever. Oh, the folly in coming here. It crashed over me in another wave of shame. To stoop to converse with a prostitute, to demean myself. If I couldn't forgive this, then I must forget it. Forget her, and be gone from this place before someone wondered what the wife of the Treasury Secretary was doing lingering near what must have been known as a bawdy house. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to leave. Not with the parading crowds. I was forced to combat the press of bodies, the scent of sweat, the indifferent shuffling of so many feet. Vivid memories of the doctors' riots making me anxious. To break free of the crowd, I'm afraid I wielded my parasol with unladylike force, but there was no fighting the rush of so many. Vive la République! Vive la République! Vive la République! I was swept along the streets of Philadelphia for half a block before I was rescued, veritably plucked from a churning sea of people by a very tall, freckled man in an exquisite French suit with fine lace cuffs. "Why, Mrs. Hamilton," Jefferson drawled, gently pulling me to the relative calm of the corner curbside, where he stood with James Madison. "What a surprise to see you here." My heart sank. I could think of no two persons I should least like to have discovered me so near to Maria Reynolds. And my mind spun with a persecuted turn, not unlike my husband's. Hamilton had said that his political enemies lured him into the scandal, and I'd dismissed it as a paranoid and egotistical excuse. But if his foes learned of the affair, they might use it. I wanted to trust that these Virginians were gentlemen, that they'd never serve us up to the public. But if my own husband couldn't be trusted, why should I trust anything? Or anyone? I was on my way home, I said, trying to catch my breath, hating the edge of fear in my voice, and unable to think of an able lie that would avert their suspicions, if they had suspicions. By God, what a misery to think like Hamilton, wondering at some poison in every person's smile. I felt guilty for it when Madison offered me an arm with genuine concern. "Are you quite all right, Mrs. Hamilton?" "Just alarmed by the crowds," I said. The cultured Secretary Jefferson casually pressed his back against the bricks, as if he cared little for keeping his satin coat clean. From his lofty height, he surveyed the vista with his eyes he shielded from the sun and pronounced, "There is no need for alarm, madam. Why, I think I spy your boy just across the way, having hoisted himself onto a barrel for a better view." "My boy?" I asked, sure he was mistaken. "Young Philip," he said, pointing. "There with my youngest daughter, Polly. Perhaps we may make a match of them." It was meant in jest, and yet I didn't laugh. "My son should be at home." Jefferson gave a sunny smile. "Ah, but it's too marvelous a day to be inside. The spirit of '76 is in the air." The spirit of revolution, he meant. And I was struck with the impression that Jefferson still fancied himself a revolutionary in search of a tyrant to tear down, instead of a statesman charged with a new government to build. Thus, with a meaningful look at Madison, I couldn't help retorting, "I prefer the spirit of '87. That was the year we forged a constitution. And I doubted Madison missed my meaning. "Either way," Jemmy replied, "a marvelous celebratory day for the Revolution." He spoke of it as if it were ongoing, as if the French Revolution was a part of our own. And I knew I should have nodded politely and made chit-chat about the weather, but nearly confronting Maria had left me agitated enough to say instead, "I'm afraid I cannot celebrate violence." "Oh?" Madison asked, because inside that owlish head was a whirling brain that missed nothing. He knew that I had celebrated our soldiers, our war, our victories, and he probably thought me a rank hypocrite. "Despite the follies and barbarities in Paris, the French Revolution has been wonderful in its progress and stupendous in its consequences." He was wrong. The French Revolution was devolving into anarchy. I knew. Certainly I knew not to argue with these men, especially here and now. How often had I counseled my husband to govern his tongue? And yet now, unmoored by my anger at my husband, mine flew free. It certainly is stupefying that a revolution inspired by our own should turn upon those who fought heroically in the cause of our freedom, Rochambeau and Lafayette both in prison. At the mention of Lafayette, Jefferson's voice gentled, and his clear blue eyes filled with sympathy. "Mrs. Hamilton, my own affections have also been deeply wounded by some of the martyrs to this cause, but the liberty of the whole earth depends on this contest, and rather than it should fail, I would see half the earth desolated. An Adam and an Eve left in every country and left free. It would be better than it now is." Though the season was not cold, gooseflesh rose on my arms. What a strange man to be so courtly, so charming, and so blithely condemn half the earth in pursuit of a philosophical ideal. Chilled to the bone by this remark, I glanced, disbelieving, at Jemmy Madison, who had the grace to wince. As the crowds celebrated a new sister republic with a cannonade, all I could think of was the French king's downfall. This same king who'd come to our aid in the cause of independence. A king who'd put his fate into the hands of his people, the people who claimed to love him. And he'd been cruelly betrayed. I'd read in the papers that the French thronged to watch King Louis die, and cheered when the blade fell and severed his head. They stuffed the king head and all into a box, and afterward the peasants wanted cuttings of his hair, scraps of his shirt, anything to mount upon a mantelpiece as a trinket. The public wanted to consume him. Like the hounds of hell, they even knelt and lapped up the king's blood. Here in America, some called that justice, and I couldn't help but shudder because I wore round my neck a pendant with a trinket of George Washington's hair, a man who'd just been unanimously re-elected to the presidency and sworn in for his second term, but was now derided as a tyrant in the making. Perhaps even by these very gentlemen standing beside me on the street corner, who I wanted to trust would never serve us up to a slavering public. What a high-minded thing revolution had seemed when it started. But now I wondered if, in trying to bring about liberty, we'd instead opened the gates of endless war, bloodshed, and immorality. "They're throwing a ball for the French ambassador, Citizen Genet," Lucy Knox huffed, perusing the lemon cake on Martha Washington's table before returning to her knitting. We Federalist ladies were always knitting, though I worried how easily it could all unravel. A country, a reputation, a marriage. We were discussing the French ambassador, who was recruiting troops to fight for France in defiance of President Washington's proclamation of neutrality, and radical Francophiles in our country encouraged it. "Surely you're mistaken, Mrs. General Knox," Abigail Adams replied, peering over the length of her sharp nose. "These Democrats wouldn't host a ball. A ball is too aristocratic. It's to be an elegant civic repast that just happens to be held in the city's largest ballroom, where they're going to hand out liberty caps and sing La Marseillaise." The ladies laughed, except for Lady Washington and me, because all I could think was that if French revolutionaries could kill a king and his ministers, Americans could kill a president and his Treasury Secretary. Shrewdly eyeing the way my hands had stopped working my knitting needles, Abigail said, "Mr. Adams tells me we have our own Robespierres, but fortunately for us, they cannot persuade the people to follow them." Thin-lipped, Lady Washington replied, "I'd never have guessed Vice President Adams to be such an optimist." This did make me sputter with a laugh, a bitter one, because the people seemed entirely persuadable, especially as so-called democratic clubs sprang up around Philadelphia, based on the French Jacobin model. And I began to think nearly treasonous thoughts about this experiment with self-government. My husband couldn't even govern himself, not when passion took him. What hope did the common citizenry have of making wise decisions for themselves? My fears seemed justified when a few weeks later, 10,000 people were in the streets of Philadelphia threatening to drag Washington from his house and force us to join France's war against England. Outside our door, men shouted, "Down with Washington!" They seemed to believe that by keeping America out of a costly foreign war, we were betraying our sister republic in France, that President Washington had turned his back on the values of the Revolution. And I dared not go out, not even for church. Not when, clutching broadsheets depicting our president being sent to the guillotine, the mob screamed, "Enemies of equality, reform or tremble." Instead, I kept the curtains closed and read the Bible to the children upstairs where we'd gathered them, afraid and trembling, into our bed. Nearly 9 years old, our daughter Anna was close to hysterical. Fanny, only a few months younger, sucked her thumb, as was her wont when she'd been a babe. While I rocked the littlest ones in my arms amongst a mountain of blankets Alexander had made for the boys, Anna cried, "Will they behead the president?" "I will never let such a thing happen," Alexander reassured us, very gravely. "Not while I draw breath." I knew that was true, but so too did anyone who wished to drag George Washington to the scaffold. Which was why they would come for my husband first. Having finally coaxed the children to sleep in our bed with their favorite Dutch stories of elves and river Nixie, Alexander and I retreated to the divan in the back parlor, where a few candles still sputtered in the braziers on the wall. The protesters would return at dawn, but now, in the blessed quiet, I asked, "Are you not weary of all this?" "More than you can know. Truly this trade of a statesman is a sorry thing. But I cannot quit it. Otherwise, what's to become of our fame and glory?" He gave a wry grin, one of his most appealing. "How will the world go on without me? I am sometimes told very gravely that it could not." He wanted me to laugh with him, but I didn't. It had been his habit for months now to crawl into bed with one of the boys at night, claiming that their sleep was troubled or that he didn't want to wake me. This was the fiction, the polite lie that allowed us to go on as if all was well. There was no intimacy between us now, and so I wanted no more lies either. "All you do is fight," I whispered. "You fight Jefferson, you fight Madison and Burr, you fight the Jacobins, the Clintons, the Livingstons, the newspapers, the Congress, the French ambassador." "And I beat them," Alexander replied. "You mustn't fear, my love. I will defend you and the children to my last breath." He said this with fierce devotion, leaning over to kiss me. And I could hear my sister say, "Ah, Betsy, how lucky you were to get so clever and so good a companion." But I whispered, "I could leave you." I startled, as if the words had come from someone else's mouth. Hamilton startled too, his eyes ablaze. "What?" I straightened up, and this time I spoke clearly. "I could leave you." I'd scarcely allowed myself to acknowledge these thoughts, much less speak them aloud. But now the words mutinied upon my tongue, beyond my command. A divorce would be a scandal, but some society ladies quietly abandon their husbands if they have the means and inclination. Perhaps Alexander hadn't believed his sweet, docile wife could contemplate such a thing because he paled. "Betsy, of all times to even muse, Papa would take me back at the pastures," I said, idly twisting the interlocked gold bands of my wedding ring as my voice gained strength. "And his grandchildren, too. I am not without options. There's only one thing that compels me to live with you, to cook your meals, to tend your house, to warm your bed, to admire your brilliance, to stay with you at your side even against a mob. And that one thing is a love you have sorely abused." In a flash of temper, he snapped, "There is also the matter of marriage vows. Vows you failed to honor." I shot back. My shot must have hit its mark because he buried his guilty face in his hands. Still, I gave him no quarter. He was, after all, the one who taught me that if blood must be drawn, you must strike at the most vulnerable place. "You say you were lured to that woman's bed. Maybe you believe it, but I know better." His shoulders tensed, as if he would argue, but I stopped him with one word. "Reynolds." I spit the name, dragging in a few ragged breaths. I couldn't place it at first. It buzzed about like a gadfly, stinging me until at last I remembered, all those years ago, how you went to taverns seeking out the man who'd passed a slander about you. I stood up from the sofa, arms crossed over myself as I paced. "A nobody, you said at the time, a ne'er-do-well named James Reynolds, from whom you could have no satisfaction, and yet You wish me to believe it's only by happenstance that years later you fell into bed with that man's wife?" Alexander colored. "How can you believe otherwise? Because there's one thing I know about you." I whirled on him. "You never forget an offense. Maria Reynolds was the wife of a man upon whom you wished revenge, and a relation to the Livingstons, too. She was an opportunity to strike a blow against several enemies at once, so you took it. Never mind the blow you dealt me, as long as you had satisfaction." A long silence followed, one so long that I didn't know whether to fear the chasm between us or welcome it. In the end, he denied nothing. "Betsy, I can never cease to condemn myself for this folly, and can never recollect it without disgust, but you cannot wish to subject our children to a childhood of separation and insecurity." His childhood, he meant. The one that had left him with these dangerous vulnerabilities and destructive compulsions. But I wasn't the one to subject them to such a possibility, so I said, "I wouldn't wish that. Yet, in trying to cure you of your fear of abandonment, I've somehow convinced you that you may do and say anything, and your Betsy will stay loyally at your side. I convinced myself, too. But I think it better, in times like these, for us to acknowledge that marriage is a choice, one made every day anew. And trust me when I say I don't know which choice I shall make come morning." Chapter 24. August 1793, Philadelphia. "Bring out your dead!" In the high stink of summer, when Philadelphia's outhouses overflowed gutters and dammed-up alleys filled with trash, an outbreak of illness emptied the streets of rioters. An illness that may well have prevented the overthrow of the government. For now, instead of mobs shouting in front of our house, we heard only clacking carts carrying fly-bedeviled corpses. Yellow fever. The same horrible illness that had killed Jenny. The fever started, they said, amongst the dock workers. They suffered chills and tremors that eventually gave way to blackened, bloody vomit. The illness spread swiftly, with fatal effect and without known cure. People in good health one morning would drop dead the next day. In the hurry to stop the spread of the contagion by getting the victims into a grave, some were likely buried alive. And when vinegar-soaked handkerchiefs and garlic offered little safeguard against the disease, everyone who could flee the city did so. Everyone, it seemed, but us. As late summer turned to early autumn, Hamilton believed the business of keeping the government going in the face of anarchy was more vital than ever. "Jefferson will make much of my supposed cowardice if I leave now. I have to set an example. If I flee, it will only increase the panic, which is depopulating the city and suspending business. But you and the children should go." He looked away when he said this, his profile a study in agony. And I realized that he was giving me permission, acknowledging my power to abandon him, as I had so recently threatened to do. All of it under the face-saving cover of exigency. No one would blame me for leaving the capital at a time like this. And after the crisis had passed, we could say, "Mrs. Hamilton simply can't abide Philadelphia, but the secretary visits his children at the Schuyler home from time to time." That's how it was done in high circles. Perhaps I could make that choice. Perhaps I would make that choice. But I was not ready to make it today. "We can rent a summer house a few miles outside the city," I suggested, "close enough that you can return for work if need be." Encouraged by his nod of agreement, I added, "And I could ride with you some days. Except for the few free blacks in the city who volunteered, nurses in Philadelphia cannot be had for any price. I'll help tend to the sick." "I cannot allow that. You're a mother with small children, and there's no known immunity to the disease." Alas, he had no immunity to it either. The next day, returning from his office at the Treasury, He made it only 2 steps into the front door before falling to his knees and retching into a brass urn that normally held umbrellas. And at the head of the stairs, I nearly stumbled in an effort to get to him. "Alexander!" We left that night by carriage. The children piled atop one another like cordwood. Hamilton followed on horseback at a distance, fevered and sick, his back throbbing with pain. We made it only as far as our rented summer house, 2.5 miles from town, before he was in a near delirium. "Please, God, don't let him die," I prayed, a panic seizing me. Whatever our troubles, I couldn't bear for him to die, perhaps especially because of our troubles, and all that remained unresolved between us. I sent straight away for a physician who was, by happenstance, an old friend of my husband's from the West Indies. "Am I done for, Nettie?" Hamilton asked Dr. Stevens. Glowing with fever, my husband complained of aches in his swollen kidneys. "It's yellow fever," the doctor said, "which means you may seem to get better, but that is the crucial time." He didn't have to explain why. It was only after sufferers of this ailment seemed to recover that they would suddenly jaundice, spew blood and black vomit, and die. And so the doctor said to me, "Send the children far away, all of them, even the baby." I'd already sequestered the children in an adjoining house, bringing meals to the door and waving at the window, never letting them get close enough to spread the contagion. The mother in me refused the idea of sending my frightened children away in such perilous times, especially little Johnny, so recently weaned. Sending them away felt like asking me to amputate a limb. But I'd learned during the war that sometimes amputation was necessary. Alexander was in no condition to make the choice, so it fell to me to speak very frankly with my 11-year-old son, who would have to manage his siblings all on his own. "Philip, I need you to take your brothers and sisters to the pastures." My son's eyes went wide. "By myself?" The fear on his face nearly broke my heart, but I couldn't let him see that I shared it. "If you can drive the carriage as far as Germantown, you can stay with friends there. It's only a few miles, and your grandpapa will send a servant to fetch you the rest of the way. You can watch over the little ones and manage the horses just that far, can't you?" "Why can't you and Papa come with us?" he asked from the window. "Because your father is too ill, and I must care for him." "Father has a doctor to care for him." Because Philip had always been a boy who laughed more easily than he cried, it wounded me to see his eyes fill with tears. "If you stay, won't you get sick too?" "The doctor has many other patients to tend to," I said, "and you mustn't worry about me. You're a young man now. You must be the man of the family while your father is ill." If his father died, he'd become the man of the family, in fact, before the age of 12, and it would be the worst calamity of his life. Better a mother die than a father. It was a father who could provide for the children. Saving Hamilton was the best thing I could do for my babies. In Philadelphia, bodies had rotted in the streets. Husbands had abandoned wives in their sickbeds. Mothers abandoned sick children, and children forsook their doomed parents. That seemed to me a greater evil than death. And though I'd taught my eldest son many lessons at my knee, now was the time to teach him the most important of all. Semper fidelis. Always loyal, always faithful. "I'm not going to leave your father alone when he needs me. Get ready to go now. See your siblings to safety. Can we depend on you, Philip?" Manfully, our boy swiftly wiped tears away and nodded with determination. "Yes, Mother, I can do it. But you must come as soon as you can." "We will," I promised, watching gratefully from a distance as he coaxed the children into the carriage that would take them away. My heart ached that I couldn't hug or kiss them in farewell, that I couldn't inhale the baby scent of their hair. And as the carriage rolled away, I wept bitter tears, fearing that our separation might be of the eternal kind. For what I'd not told Philip, nor even wished to admit to myself, was that I, too, now felt aches and chills. Inside the house, I found Hamilton submerged in a bath of cold water, his teeth chattering. It wasn't the treatment recommended by the city's foremost physicians, like Dr. Rush, but Dr. Stevens refused to induce vomiting or bleed my husband with leeches. No, he said that he'd successfully treated this fever with baths and bark tonics, and so that's what he did. He cared for both of us, though I was barely aware of him because my head now throbbed intolerably and my eyes burned. Scorching heat stole my ability to think, as if I stood on the precipice of hell's fires. Then I was cold, so frightfully cold that not even the warmed Madeira wine the Washingtons sent us chased away the chill. My husband and I were put into bed together, as at this point it could do no harm. "My poor Betsy," Alexander whispered beneath the blankets, trying to warm me within the embrace of his own trembling arms. He was trying to give me the last of his warmth, though he couldn't spare it. "Now I've done this to you, in addition to everything else." It was this embrace, I think, that cracked the wall of anger I'd erected between us. It was our first truly intimate embrace in months, and I knew it might be the last. Together, we tossed and turned in sweat-soaked misery upon pillows that Dr. Stevens had stuffed with lavender, chamomile, and peppermint. Until, to our terror, we both awakened feeling better. No fever, no chills, no aches, not a trace of them. I'd gone to sleep so weak I couldn't walk, much less dress for breakfast. But now I had the appetite for a hearty meal and the energetic desire to cook it. Dr. Stevens forbade that we should exert ourselves in such a way, but he said that no harm could come of a gentle stroll to stretch our limbs. So I gingerly donned a muslin chemise, and Alexander pulled on only a shirt and breeches. And together, warily, we emerged blinking into the bright yellow sun, walking together to a quiet field where lingering wildflowers dotted the dried stalks, and where yellowing leaves rained gently down upon us from the trees. I couldn't remember a time walking anywhere with my husband when the world was so quiet and peaceful and beautiful, a portrait of nature painted by a divine hand. Perhaps we'd already died. Perhaps this was the quiet and peace of heaven. But then, where was God? Matching my husband's stride, I asked, "How do you feel?" "Much recovered," he said. "And you?" "Much recovered, too." And though I feared to speak the words aloud, I thought it best to face it bravely. "Which means we are soon to die." "Betsy," Alexander scolded, with enough sternness to tell me that he had his wits about him and knew the strange progress of the disease as well as I did. "Aren't you afraid?" I asked, knowing he hadn't made his peace with God. And yet my husband, who'd once seemed to crave oblivion, asked, "What have I to fear? A pleasing calm suspense? Let the earth rend. Let the planets forsake their course. Let the sun be extinguished and the heavens burst asunder, were it not for the dread of our children to be left alone." I crossed my arms at an answer that could only be made by a man who had given the matter some thought. "So you fear that we're dying too?" But I wouldn't have said it. This hardly seemed the time for him to finally learn to govern his tongue. I'd rather not waste time pretending all is well. His eyes squinted in vague amusement. "Do you know, that is the first thing I loved about you. You're entirely without guile." Now I felt vague amusement. Such flattery. His shoulders rounded defensively. "It's true. I didn't want to love you, Betsy. In truth, I tried not to love you. But your sincerity allowed me to trust you. And I've never completely trusted in anyone else." Surely that is to overstate it. In answer, he stared far away down the dusty road. I was too often the victim of bad characters in my childhood. Unscrupulous persons happy to make a dirty, hungry, begging bastard boy imperil his soul for a bit of supper. He never told stories about that childhood, never explained how he'd been made a victim of unscrupulous persons. Certainly, he'd never revealed anything he'd done to imperil his soul for a bit of supper. Will you tell me how? Hamilton's jaw tightened, released, then tightened again. Only if you insist, because it's deeply humiliating. It will also likely vanquish anything that remains of your love, and make me hate myself as an inveterate sinner besides. I didn't insist. I only walked beside him in silence. Finally, he cleared his throat. Poverty leaves a tarnish on a boy with no parent to guide him. An indelible stain. But when I met you, a pure angel without pretense, I was vain enough to hope that loving you would cleanse me instead of spatter you with the muck of my past. And I am sorry, Elizabeth. I am unworthy of you. I am a creature of a mud pit that I never can seem to climb out of, no matter how hard I try. Yet he did try. Everything he'd done had been a mad scramble to escape, to persuade the world that he was not that dirty, hungry, begging bastard boy, but a man of true stature. To persuade me of it. I'd watched him climb and claw his way back again when he slipped. And I loved him best when, in cold adversity, he'd find within himself the spark of his genius and stoke it to an inferno. But I didn't need him to blaze with glory. I only needed his love. Anger, after all, does not obliterate love, I thought. And I still loved him as strongly as the day I first consented to be his wife. Perhaps stronger now that I knew him better. In these moments, which might be my last, I had to honor that love or die bitter and alone. You were never unworthy of me, Alexander. If anything, I've been unworthy of you. I've not been the wife that you've needed. I hope you'll forgive it. You have been the best of wives and best of women, beyond what I deserve. Alexander, I broke in, belatedly realizing that though he'd failed me, I'd failed him too. I'd known how to be a soldier's wife. I'd grown up knowing. Be strong, be brave, be like my mother. But I'd had no inkling of how to be Alexander Hamilton's wife. And how could I? How could any woman know how to be the wife of a lightning rod, a man who electrified his enemies as well as his friends? He was not merely a soldier nor a statesman. He was a man who was, almost single-handedly, forging an economy, a government, and a nation. He didn't need the finest-tempered girl in the world. He was a lion who had needed a lioness, and I had been a lamb. I'd been too attached to our friendship with the Burrs to have foreseen or prevented that betrayal, too awed by Jefferson's reputation and eloquence to suspect him for the cold-blooded Jacobin that he was, and too fond of James Madison to suspect that he might be an enemy in truth. And now, when we were so soon to meet our Maker, I wished that I'd never threatened to abandon my husband. It had made me feel stronger to threaten it. It made me feel more valuable to put him in fear. But now I wanted our marriage to be a fortress against all fear in this world and the next. Please forgive me, Alexander, as I forgive you. In the midst of that peaceful country field, he stopped me with a hand upon my elbow. You forgive me? For everything, with all my heart. I reached for his hand, which he took and squeezed like a drowning man. And yet he didn't look convinced. You say this only because you want to die at peace with me. But what if we live? Can you live with... He shook his head and swallowed, as if remembering our last quarrel. "Can you choose each morning to live with me in forgiveness, despite what I've done?" What had he done, after all? He'd put his hands on another woman. He'd taken momentary pleasure in guttural breaths and animal spasms. Yes, Alexander had done violence to my feelings and to my pride and to our wedding vows. But it all seemed so transient, so temporal now. For whatever wrongs he'd done me, he'd also given me a happier life than I'd believed myself destined for. He'd opened my heart and my mind. He'd taught me to think and to see injustice where I'd not seen it before. He'd taught me to stand for righteous causes. I could do more, and if I lived, I would do more. But first, I forgave my husband. Because I was a Christian, because I loved him, and because I must never allow Maria Reynolds to define us. "I do so choose to live with you, Alexander Hamilton," I said, as if it were a wedding vow. "In forgiveness and grace and love, so long as we draw breath." I expected he would kiss me, but either the illness or the weight of my words forced his knees to go soft. He lowered himself onto the grass of that isolated field, where insects buzzed amongst wild flowers, and the coming harvest stood in a golden line in the distance. And I sat beside him in the waning sun as we leaned, shoulder to shoulder. "You mustn't think that what I did stems from some deficiency in you," he said. "The fault was mine, and I'll make of myself a better husband, Betsy. I promise you." "And I will be a different wife," I vowed. I wasn't entirely sure how yet, but I felt more like a woman and less of a girl than I'd ever before been. "I think I should prefer henceforth to be called Eliza or Elizabeth, not Betsy." He nodded, clearly moved, his eyes blazing from blue to violet in the late-day sun. "So be it, my Eliza." Of course, starting anew depended on our surviving, but for now, we had this moment. Perhaps, should we write our last wishes while we're still capable? After a moment's thought, he said, "Just letters for the children. After all, we own nothing outright but some furniture, clothing, and paintings." He gave an exceptionally wry grin. "At last, an advantage to marrying a man without means." We laughed. We actually laughed. It all seemed so trivial now. The trouble we went to in getting lights and upholstered divans and imported wallpaper with trellises and vines to impress our Federalist friends. We could take none of it with us to the grave, and little good it should do our children. When yellow fever took us, we knew it would be gruesome. We would, by tomorrow or the next day, bleed from every orifice and pore, which made me grateful that I'd sent the children away, so they might never witness the ghastly spectacle. But Alexander and I would not look away. I knew we'd hold one another through every agony until the last drop of blood. Fortunately, God had given us this one last beautiful day, and so we found each other's lips, until we found each other skin to skin as if for the first time, and there we made love beneath his blue sky, revealing ourselves in all our weaknesses to each other and to the Lord. Part 3. The War of Words. Chapter 25. Autumn, 1793, Albany. We were saved. Alexander was certain Dr. Stevenson's remedies had cured us and recommended it to others. But even medicine had become a political battleground. My husband's enemies had allegedly wished him dead, toasting to his speedy demise, and now that he'd survived, they refused to believe in the cure that had saved his life. I wasn't sure I believed it either. It wasn't the baths and the wine and the cinnamon and the Peruvian bark that saved our lives, I thought. It was a miracle of grace and love and forgiveness. And we were both changed by it. Our bodies were weaker. Alexander would suffer from kidney pain ever after, and it would be years before I regained my vigor. But our spirits were replenished. Having fallen in love anew, we found within ourselves a new sense of what we valued most. "Mama! Papa!" the children cried as we climbed the hill of the pastures with nothing but the clothes on our backs. Oh, my babies. We hugged and kissed every one of them until we were all laughing and crying at the sweetness of the reunion. And we were inexpressibly proud of our brave Philip, who had seen his siblings to safety. As we recovered at my father's house, Alexander decided to resign his position in the government. 6 months and the new government would be on stable footing, maybe less. Having come so close to leaving our children penniless, he intended to return to his law practice and rebuild his fortune. Swinging in a hammock overlooking the Hudson River, he said, "I want to leave my family with more than a memory of me sitting up all night at a desk while mobs shout outside our house. I want to sing duets with the girls at the piano and take the boys duck hunting and plant turnips with me," I mused, nestled against him. Alexander laughed. "What if I were to confess that having lived nearly all my life in a city, I haven't the faintest idea how to grow turnips or any other sort of crop?" Delighted in the way the dappled autumn sunlight illuminated pale freckles upon his face, I kissed him. "I would say you were fortunate to have married a woman who came of age on a farm." He smiled, closing his eyes to the music of our children playing hoops on Papa's lawn. "In this and all things I must now content myself to be guided by the wisdom of my wife." I was myself content, but our respite was short. A missionary friend of Papa's, wishing to establish a school to help the Oneida, wrote seeking my husband's endorsement and support, not to mention the use of his name. "They wish for me to become a trustee," Alexander said, "and to call it the Hamilton Oneida Academy." This was an honor, I thought, but also a risk to have his name, so often slandered, associated with yet another controversial cause. Yet my husband had championed an enlightened policy toward the Indians, even after the war, when so many others hadn't. "We've done too little to protect them from lawless frontiersmen," he said, as if to convince me. "But perhaps we can provide their children the means for a better life." "Which is why I hope you will accept." He beamed to find us in accord. "Then I will afford it all the aid in my power." I swelled with pride in him, with love for him, and renewed purpose. We returned to Philadelphia after winter's frost to find a city that had been entirely savaged by yellow fever. More than 5,000, amongst them doctors, clergymen, black freedmen, a former mayor, and members of my Quaker friend's family. Dolly Todd was now left widowed with a small son, forced to rent her stately 3-story brick home on Walnut Street and take up work as a hostess at a boarding house to make ends meet. Despite the slight whiff of scandal that attended Dolly's new situation, I saw to it that she was welcomed at Lady Washington's levees and took food to her whenever I could. 7 months after her husband's death, when the weather was hot again, I took some freshly made olykoeken to the garden entrance of her boarding house and asked, "How are you getting on?" "I trust in heaven that all will be right," Dolly said, ignoring the racket her son was making behind her with a copper pot with a wooden spoon. "Thou art kind to think of me when others are less fortunate." "You're my first stop," I said, motioning to a basket of parcels I intended to deliver to the needy. For in the wake of yellow fever, I'd become convinced that God had spared me for a purpose, not only to remake my marriage, but also to fulfill a calling. Long before I met Alexander Hamilton, standing by the grave of my dead baby brother, I'd felt driven to a vocation, if a woman could have such a thing. And so, just as my husband was seeking to disentangle himself from his public calling, I remembered my own and felt the pull of it, stronger than ever. "I should like to help thee," Dolly said, inviting me in and pouring us each a cup of coffee, while I told her of my charitable plans. "I'd welcome your help, Dolly, though I'm sensible that you're still in mourning." Glancing over her shoulder, as if for fear her mother might overhear, Dolly leaned in to confide, "In truth, I've had an ardent suitor already. 'Tis the custom for a widow to wait, but keen to be wed again, I crave the advice of a woman as sensible as thee." Remembering the trial of my own delayed marriage, I knew it was a difficult thing to wait. But still I advised, "You'll do yourself a great service in the eyes of society to observe the custom." "If I was to observe custom, the wait would be eternal," she said forlornly. "For my suitor is not of my faith, and I shall be shunned if I marry the fellow." "Oh, dear." The churches of my childhood had been Anglican and Dutch Reform. I'd baptized my children at the Episcopal Trinity Church. And having shared services with persons of different faiths, I did not trouble myself with differences of denomination. But the Quakers were much stricter about such things. I sipped at the strong brew as I debated how best to advise her. "Marriage already demands heavy sacrifice. Are you certain your suitor is worthy of it?" "Oh, he is worthy," Dolly said a little breathlessly. "I admire him above all other men. He says he dreams of me and burns with such passion for me that he yearns to relieve his flame." "My goodness," I said, half convinced she would, in her excitement, run off with this honey-tongued lover by night's end. Fanning myself against the heat of summer, or perhaps the heat of Dolly's words, I asked, "Just who is this charming young Romeo?" Dolly bit her pink lip. "An older gentleman, decidedly good-looking." Several dispossessed but distinguished nobles had recently fled to our shores, so I guessed, "A Frenchman." "A Virginian," Dolly whispered. "Mr. Madison." I nearly choked on my coffee. She couldn't have surprised me more if she'd named a Barbary pirate. "James Madison?" She nodded in answer, her smile incandescent. "James Madison, the congressman?" "The very same," she chirped. And truly, in that moment, I knew that love was no respecter of persons or explainable passions whatsoever. For I would scarcely have described little Jemmy Madison, professorial and pale as a parson, as decidedly good-looking, nor imagined him yearning for relief for his flame. And though I was wicked enough to take private amusement in this revelation, I knew I must never tell my husband this gossip, or he'd wield it in such merciless mockery that the whole city would be laughing. "Well," I said, trying to smother my merriment, "will you deprive Philadelphia of its last confirmed bachelor, then?" Dolly weighed the question, staring down at her noisy boy. "In Mr. Madison, my little child will have a generous and tender protector. But what a price, to give up one's faith!" It was a high price, but in the wake of yellow fever, I loved Alexander with such a terrifyingly renewed passion that I believed I might choose him even at the expense of my own soul. And I told her this. Whereupon she embraced me with gratitude and a tearful little laugh. "Perhaps I will agree to marry him. I fear I never had the soul of a Quaker anyway, or so Senator Burr tells me." Burr. I'd forgotten that he was boarding here. I was too much a Schuyler to have forgiven Burr for ousting my father from the Senate. But because word had recently reached us that Theodosia had died, the victim of a lingering cancer, I softened. "How is he bearing up?" Dolly shook her head. He's in a terrible grief. It would do the sorrowful man some good to hear kind words before he goes off to New York for her funeral. My friendship with Theodosia had once been close, so I mourned her loss. How much worse for her husband, now facing alone the care of their 11-year-old daughter. I couldn't think it disloyal to offer condolences. Politics be damned. I shall call on Senator Burr, if he's in. Pointing the way, Dolly said, "He sits on the balcony overlooking the street while reading. All day, sometimes." I mounted the stairs and found Burr, his boots propped up on a chair, his eyes shadowed by the brim of a hat. Always of a languid air, he looked up from his book with obvious reluctance and blinked. "Do my eyes deceive me, or do I see the wife of the Secretary of the Treasury?" Despite the playful words, Burr's tone was lifeless. "Your eyes do not deceive you, Senator Burr. I wanted to tell you how much I regret to hear of the passing of your wife. I remember Theodosia so fondly." When he didn't respond, I went on. "In those early days when I was a new mother, she offered me friendship, companionship, and advice. I remember how she watched over my children and helped at dinner parties and—" Burr said nothing to this litany, but instead stared down at the street, as if he couldn't look at me. And perhaps he couldn't. At the time, I thought that perhaps my condolences weren't welcome, because he couldn't see me as anything other than the wife of a rival. But now I know that Burr was already becoming an empty vessel, more able to separate politics from the personal than any man I'd ever known. Into the awkward silence, I added, "Theodosia was a very interesting conversationalist and had a very great spirit." Still he said nothing, and I wished I hadn't come on this errand. "Please take comfort in knowing that Theodosia loved you." Hoping that was enough to extricate myself, I turned to go. He stopped me with a chuckle. "And do you consider yourself an expert in love?" For a moment I knew not what to say. What an odd creature Burr was. I attributed it to his grief. But then he said, "Mrs. Hamilton, I know." Confused, I peered back at him, and the shrewd cast of his eyes turned my blood to ice. He wasn't responding to what I said. He knew. Somehow, Burr had learned of my husband's infidelity, and he was laughing. For a moment, I dared not move a muscle lest I betray my horror. Steadying myself, I looked to the street below. Horses cantered, wagon wheels clacked, men called to one another. But I heard not a sound but the beating of my own heart. Then Burr's cough. "That was ill done of me," he said, with what might have passed for chagrin in any other man. I realized now that he wasn't entirely capable of it. "My wife's death has apparently stolen my capacity for subtlety. I assumed you were aware of your husband's indiscretion, and because you're not an actress of any talent, I see that you are aware." For a moment I considered whether I could throw him from that balcony. Responses flashed through my mind, one more horrible than the next, until he forestalled any reply with his next revelation. "Mrs. Reynolds has retained me as a lawyer in filing for divorce." It was all I could do to blank my expression. To think that we'd convinced Monroe and the other investigators to keep quiet, only for my husband's harlot to tell tales. And because I was, more and more, learning to think like my husband, I worried it might become a matter of court record in a divorce proceeding. Burr seemed to read my mind. "I've advised Mrs. Reynolds to mention nothing of her connection to Hamilton. She will instead accuse her own husband of adultery, and the scoundrel doesn't dare contest it. So I think the matter that concerns you has a good chance to remain a private one, and I will do my best to keep it that way. I hope that gives you some peace of mind." That was unexpected. Burr didn't have to advise Maria Reynolds to keep quiet. Indeed, he had no motive to do so, so I was immediately suspicious. Why would you— Friendship, my dear lady, Burr said, as if it should be obvious. I've never seen a reason why a mere difference in politics should be a reason for personal discord. His words brought to mind the dinner table policy I'd once naively embraced. Perhaps this reassuring message is better delivered to my husband. By my reckoning, Hamilton has less of a right to reassurance than you do, Burr said, eyeing me levelly. You're the one I wish to comfort. My throat tightened, and yet I came to offer you comfort. I cannot be comforted. That's when the impenetrable armor of Burr's character, which made it so easy for him to slip from one political faction to another, amiable to all, sincere to none, fell away. My wife was the best woman and finest lady I ever knew, and now I go to attend her funeral knowing I never made enough time to attend her in life. He said this bitterly. Do you know, I offered to give up my ambitions and leave government for her. Theodosia wouldn't have it. Now she's gone and ambition is all that's left. I should have heard the threat in those words. But at the time, my heart filled with such pity for his agony that I took the liberty of squeezing his hand, never dreaming that same hand would one day inflict that same agony upon me. September, 1794, Philadelphia. It was a time for terror. For 2 years, the French Revolution had depended upon it. Now, a flood of refugees washed into our American capital, so many that the French language rang out on every street corner. Even the newspapers featured advertisements in that language for everything from wines and perfumes to fencing lessons and theater performances. And the refugees brought with them chilling tales of abuse and deprivation, horrifying stories of victims shortened by the national razor, their silently screaming heads held up for the jeers of the crowd, still dripping bloody red gore. Quelle horreur, said Mr. Moreau, the owner of the bookstore on the corner of Walnut Street. I'd come to replenish my husband's ever-dwindling supply of paper and ink, as well as to purchase a book of French for Anna, who was learning the language from a tutor. The store was also a meeting place for some of the most prominent French exiles, and Mr. Moreau knew them all. Pauvre Victime de Noailles, he said, rummaging amongst the clutter of maps, engravings, and scientific instruments for sale. He hasn't come out of his house for days. Noailles was Lafayette's brother-in-law, and he, too, had fought heroically for us at Yorktown. Now Noailles found himself persecuted, forced into flight, and grieving the murders of those he'd left behind in France. Women of Lafayette's family, too. Last I saw the victim, Moreau continued, he kept murmuring that his wife must have been spattered by her own mother's blood going up the stairs to the guillotine, that he should have divorced her when he fled so as to spare her this fate. Clutching Anna's book in my gloved hands, I said a silent prayer. He couldn't have known that the monsters would come for women and children. No, Moreau agreed, but maybe his wife could have renounced him. Maybe it would have saved her. Stand by him and die, renounce him and live. I wondered, in her place, what I would have done. My husband was determined that I should never find out. I must leave you, Alexander whispered softly the next morning, regretfully rising from my pillow as dawn glowed rosy in our window. There was an uprising in western Pennsylvania against the whiskey tax my husband had levied to pay the country's war debt. Tax collectors had been tarred and feathered. Whiskey rebels had blown up the stills of their neighbors who paid the tax. They'd kidnapped a federal marshal. They'd even threatened to build a guillotine, here, in America. President Washington had been forced to muster an army. He would lead it, personally, against these rebels to establish, once and for all, that the laws of this new nation must be obeyed. That terror here would not be countenanced. And Alexander meant to ride out at the president's side. My husband reassured our children that there'd be no real fighting, that a show of force would be enough. But I also heard him tell a friend that the game afoot was for no less than true liberty, property, order, and heads. I was no young bride any more, confronted for the first time with the terror of her union being torn asunder, of losing a man who'd become a part of her to the vagaries of war. I was older and wiser, wise enough to say, "But you're the Secretary of the Treasury, not the Secretary of War." Regardless, Jefferson is calling this Hamilton's insurrection, and in a government like ours, the proposer of a measure which involves dangers to his fellow citizens should partake in that danger. So now you admit there will be danger. I wanted to know the truth of what we faced, all of it. Is Jefferson our Robespierre? I asked, searching my husband's eyes, wondering how scared I should be. Would he cheerfully condemn us to the guillotine and lap up our blood? No, Alexander said, stroking my cheek. But lest I think he said it only to comfort me, he added, "That philosophical fool would be forced to mount the scaffold behind us, a victim of the same mob he's emboldened." Alexander wouldn't allow a repeat of the Citizen Genet affair, with mobs threatening us on our doorstep. He meant to take the fight to the rebels this time. But what if he doesn't return? I shook the thought away. If I was sick with worry, it was because I was with child again. Proof of our love and mutual desire, proof of forgiveness and grace. This baby represented something new and hopeful between Alexander and me, and it pained me to think that after such a long struggle, everything remained so fragile. But I was determined to be his lioness now, so I asked no more questions and said nothing more about my fears. Instead, I drew him back to our warm bed and, climbing astride, reminded him of that intimate day in a faraway field when we made love like a sacrament. At my boldness, Alexander's hands gripped my hips, his heated interest making me wish I'd been bolder in love before. A new start indeed, Eliza. Later that day, I saw him off on Market Street, where he prepared to ride out to war with the aging president. I didn't care what anyone else said. The sight of even an aging George Washington still inspired me and stiffened my spine, and so I teased my husband. At long last, it seems I have persuaded you to return to the side of your general. We'd come far enough that Hamilton smiled. It seems you shall always have your way. Then come back to me, I said, fighting my own battle against foreboding and kissing him farewell. Martha Washington and I clasped hands as we watched them go. Then I spent the next 2 months trying to keep the children from missing their father as much as I did. The boys had their schooling, but as my daughter was 10 years of age and Fanny only a few months younger, I took them for lessons from the French dance master, and while they danced, I collected donations and delivered them to the needy. "Voici le chapeau idéal pour Monsieur le Secrétaire, Madame," said Madame Legrand from behind the hatter's stall in the market. She held up a black felt riding hat with a black cockade. "Yes, I'll take the hat. Merci," I replied, fishing money from my purse, as Madame Legrand's 2 barefooted children wrestled in the cold street over a loaf of bread. Not old enough to help their mother look after their hatter's stall in the market, they were lean as wild dogs and dressed in rags that offered them no defense against the weather. And though I knew it shamed Madame Legrand and the other refugees to rely upon charity, they had little choice unless they would starve. "Take this as well," I said, pressing into her hand a pouch of donations I'd collected for her. "And if you come by the house on Sunday morning before church service, I'll have some warm clothes that my children have outgrown." "Merci," Madame Legrand said, clutching the pouch against her faded linen dress, worn without stays, her eyes lowered. She'd had a little cottage outside Paris, with a flower garden, a fine tea service. Now, without a husband, she had nothing. Alone and desperate, and I had cause to imagine myself in her miserable condition, as Madame Legrand thanked me again and again, boxing up a hat for my husband that he might never wear. "Mrs. Hamilton!" I turned to see Dolly in a swish of red cloak, a veritable rainbow of ribbons flowing from her fancy bonnet. Freed from Quaker restraint, she was never plain now. "Is that a surprise for the secretary?" "Oh, yes," I answered. "When my husband returns home, I should like to present him with a little gift." A basket of apples looped over one arm. Dolly glanced at my pregnant belly and chirped, "I should think a baby the very best gift of all, or so Mr. Madison tells me." She'd married him, even though it meant expulsion from her faith, even though it put a little distance between us because of the estrangement of our husbands. But I didn't blame her. In marrying Madison, she'd lifted her child from poverty to wealth in one stroke. And despite the strangeness of the pairing, the Madisons were a love match. "Well, then, do you mean to give Mr. Madison the gift he most desires?" "As soon as I can," Dolly replied. And then, with a twinkle that proved she really never did have the soul of a Quaker, she added, "I'm certainly making every effort to procure it all hours of the night." Halfway between scandalized and horrified by the image that conjured, I laughed too hard, and a sharp pain knifed through my abdomen. Doubling over, I gasped as the market suddenly spun, assaulting me with the sound of horse hooves on cobblestones, passing wagons, brooms being whacked free of dust in doorways. The roar of grocers in the market shouting the price of mustard, apples, and sugar. I dropped my purse. And Dolly Madison was at my elbow. "Let's get her home," she was saying to a black man who studied me. One of her husband's slaves, I suspected. And in a swirl of half-formed, absurd thoughts, I couldn't help but wonder, given the Quaker's strict anti-slavery position, what she thought of now owning slaves herself. Next I knew, I was jostling in the carriage beside her, shivering with cold. Then I was being put into bed. "Here, drink this," Dolly said, bringing hot chocolate that she'd stirred together in my kitchen. I nodded, starting to come back to myself, the pain easing. "Thank you, Dolly." "You poor thing. You must be worried for your husband." I blew out a breath, torn perhaps ridiculously between worry over my unborn child and worry over admitting to the wife of a political rival that I was concerned about my husband's expedition against the whiskey rebels. "I'm sure everything's all right," I said, trying to convince myself on both accounts. For I had now only the slightest of cramps. I wanted to say more. I wanted to confide my worries to her, and I nearly convinced myself that I should. After all, Dolly and I had been friends before she met Madison, and I did hold a glimmer of hope that she might be a good influence on him politically, especially now that Mr. Jefferson had retired into private life. Hamilton feared that this retirement from President Washington's cabinet was just a ruse, that Jefferson was biding his time until he could run for the presidency himself. But to me, the important thing was that Jefferson was gone. In Jefferson's absence, Madison had supported my husband's whiskey tax. Jemmy also denounced the insurrection as odious. So maybe there was reason for optimism that fences could be mended with our old friend. Still, I knew better than to confess anything that might be used against Alexander, even my own fears for his survival. "I think I've simply taken a chill," I added cautiously. "Well, then, I shall let you get your rest," Dolly replied, tucking a shawl around my shoulders. She seemed to sense my caution, and perhaps was as saddened by it as I was. Before she left, she pledged $10 to help French distressed persons, but I feared even charity was too feeble a bridge between us. In the days that followed, I was apt to burst into tears without warning or explanation at the slightest provocation, or no provocation at all. What's wrong with me? I worried that, like one of those pendulums with which Papa was so fascinated, swinging back and forth, there was a divine balance of happiness afforded to any one person. God had spared us. He had spared Alexander and me from death, divorce, and bitter acrimony. Will the price for that mercy now be the life of the baby inside me, or the life of my husband at war? If Angelica had been with me, she would have said I was ascribing altogether too much importance to myself in the plans of the deity, and I dared not confess my fears to anyone else lest they think me mad. Certainly, I couldn't confess it to Lady Washington, or Abigail Adams, or Lucy Knox, all of whom, in warm shawls and dowdy bonnets, mounted an assault upon my household in near military formation, even though I protested I was too sick to receive them. Determined to combat my malaise, Mrs. Knox hovered above my bed and huffed, "Parsley is just the thing. Strong tea is better," insisted Mrs. Adams, elbowing her way forward. "Dried figs," Lady Washington serenely stated, setting a basket of them at my bedside. "Figs ease everything for a pregnant woman." And though I could see they did not agree, the other Federalist ladies were forced out of deference to bend to the President's lady. "Don't trouble yourself about the children, my dear," Martha Washington insisted, patting my hand. "I will take little Fanny and Anna in my carriage to dancing school so you can get your rest. All will be well." But by the time Alexander returned, victorious over the rebels, having restored order to the country and banished the specter of the guillotine, I had delivered a tiny, misshapen, dead babe. It would have been a girl. A little girl. I'd hoped for another daughter, a third sister for Anna and Fanny to love. The two of them were already inseparable, but I'd imagined them, the three of them, piling into a bed together and laughing like Angelica, Peggy, and I used to do. And now I couldn't be consoled of the loss, not even when Alexander burst in the door, clasping me in his strong arms. "I'm sorry, so sorry." I wept violently against my husband's chest. "I lost her. I wasn't strong enough to keep her." Alexander rocked me, tears in his own eyes. "Blame your heartless husband for leaving you. My absence was the cause. It's my fault, my beloved, my angel, my Eliza." He was not heartless. He was a hero. He'd saved the country yet again. The rebellion was smashed, the primacy of federal laws firmly established, the government had passed its first test. And yet, when we put quietly into an unmarked grave my dead child who couldn't be baptized nor named, I couldn't find enough patriotism within myself to feel anything but grief. "She's cold," I whispered, awakened by the ghostly cry of an infant echoing in my ears. "In the ground. She must be so cold." I started to rise, as if to go to her, but Alexander pulled me back into his arms. "No, my love. She's with her Creator now." Icy tears trailed upon my face. "She never felt me hold her. She must have been frightened and alone." "You held her," he whispered. "You held her inside your body. She wasn't frightened, my angel. Not while she felt the strength of your love, and you must believe me, for who knows the strength of that love better than I do?" Having never lost a child before, I couldn't fathom the grief, or that I would feel anything other than grief ever again. "I feel shattered, broken in pieces." "I'll hold you together," he said, making a bed for me of his whole body. "For once, let me hold you together." I let him rock me as I whispered my most secret fears. I took this child for an embodiment of grace and love and forgiveness, and now she's gone. What if this is the end of us? This is not the end of us, Alexander said, taking my face in his hands. I have tendered my resignation to the president. I am yours forever, Eliza, and I will never leave you alone or desperate again. I will not let this be the end of us. This is the beginning. Chapter 26. You may judge how much Hamilton must be mortified at his loss of influence, such that he would descend to the language of a street bully. Edward Livingston to his mother. Summer 1795, New York City. Flowers. In the 5 months since he'd left the government, my husband filled my world with flowers. Cut hothouse hyacinths in winter, sunny daffodils from Mama's garden during our visits to the pastures, azaleas at the Pinkster Festival, and now the riot of purple aster, red roses, and orange lilies of New York's Vauxhall Gardens, where we strolled with our children. "Buy your sister's ice cream," Alexander called after Philip, while balancing 3-year-old Johnny on his shoulders. Running wild amongst the gravel paths between the flowers and sculpted shrubbery, our children were happy to have returned to New York. And I was, too. Some part of me would always long for the countryside, but my husband's legal trade was a city occupation, and there could be no better city than this one. To me, New York City was a more hopeful, energetic place than Philadelphia. Certainly I felt better here. The riverside walks and musical concerts and frenetic pace had been a balm for and a distraction from my grief over our lost child. I was not, of course, the first woman to lose a baby. My mother and my sisters had endured the same. But I'd lived so blessed an existence that it was, to that point, the worst pain of my life. And through it, Alexander had held me together, just as he promised. He'd let me rage, he'd let me cry, he'd let me question even the mercy of God. And it was through my husband's unfailing strength that I forgave myself for having ever worried that another child would be too much burden. "When I save enough money, I'll build you a country house with a flower garden all your own," he promised, "with room for all the children and more besides, if God should see fit to bless us with more." Meanwhile, I found contentment with what we had. And now, watching my husband spread a picnic blanket beneath the shade of a statue near the orchestra pit, I felt like a cat purring in a warm patch of sun. I unpacked our basket as the musicians tuned their instruments with Yankee Doodle, and I marveled at how well Alexander carried his 40 years. Though his auburn hair had gone silver at the temples, and his nose seemed a bit sharper, my husband was still handsome and distinguished. And mine, in a way he'd never been before. "Is there something wrong, my angel?" "Nothing at all," I answered, tearing off a chunk of bread for Johnny. "In this moment, I feel as if there is nothing whatsoever wrong in the world." "Then I'm doubly sorry to tell you that your boy is about to topple that wax figure of a Roman general," said a familiar voice, and we looked up to see the wryly amused visage of Aaron Burr. Sipping at a lemon ice, Burr accompanied his polite 12-year-old daughter, Theodosia, who took so much after her mother that it allayed some of the wariness her father's presence unleashed in me. "James!" my husband shouted after our 8-year-old troublemaker, while Burr and his daughter settled onto a blanket beside us to wait for the sun to set and the fireworks to begin. "Welcome home, Senator," I said, determined to keep the conversation friendly. Burr nodded in polite acknowledgement, having returned recently from a special session of Congress in Philadelphia, where he'd done his utmost to undermine President Washington and everything my husband had put into motion. At least Washington remained to defend the Federalist cause. When we'd said our farewells to the Washingtons, my husband with true respect and affectionate attachment, me with a teary and grateful embrace for Martha, and one of awe for the great man, I knew the president's continuance in office was the one thing that allowed Alexander to retire, the reason he could be here with us now. We remained on cordial terms with Burr, if only because he still worked with the Manumission Society to help free blacks from being snatched up on the streets and sold back into slavery in the southern states. Still, I couldn't keep myself from twitting him. "I'm afraid we missed you at the dinner in honor of my husband, hosted by the Chamber of Commerce."
"Ah, well, yes, I was sorry to miss it,"
Burr managed, clearly attempting to play nice as well, though we all knew he'd have been pilloried by his own political party if he'd attended. The merchants of the city had given Alexander a hero's welcome, celebrating us with champagne, a feast, and a ball. Well-wishers pressed into the overcrowded ballroom to listen to my husband's mercifully short remarks on the virtues of the city's businessmen. And they'd cheered 3 times for Washington, 3 times for Adams, and 9 times for Alexander Hamilton. However vilified my husband might have been in Philadelphia, he was still New York's favorite son, and I was quite sure Burr took my meaning. Clearing his throat, he changed the subject.
"I hear your law practice is thriving, Hamilton."
"I'm kept quite busy, thank you," Alexander replied, and he wasn't boasting. After a few months of riding and fishing and hunting with my father and our sons upstate, Alexander had decided that vacations disagreed with him entirely. In fact, he blamed this leisurely sojourn for the loss of his bank account book, which mortified him since he'd created the bank that issued it. He'd since become convinced that he might lose his faculties altogether if he let them rest. So he'd thrown himself into the enterprise of paying off our debts and rebuilding our fortune.
"It's a good strategy,"
Burr said, sipping the last of his lemon ice.
"What is?"
Alexander asked. Burr stretched upon his checkered blanket.
"Temporary retreat from the political arena. Retirement is very fashionable these days amongst men who wish to be president."
How relieved I was to hear Alexander laugh.
"That's Jefferson's game. As for me, I'm about the care of my family now. Congratulate me, friend, for I am no longer a public man." "Exactly what a man would say if he wanted to be president," Burr replied. "You're wise to let John Jay take the blame for this treaty of amity, commerce, and navigation he's forged with the British. Then sweep in after it passes in Congress and reap the benefits."
Almost in spite of himself, Alexander asked,
"You think the treaty will pass?" "Perhaps," Burr said, "but I can't vote for it. Not if I want to remain a senator. It's too unpopular."
Sensing a coming debate, I said, "Gentlemen, I beg you not to spoil the evening." Reluctantly, they obliged me, and a lovely time was had by all. Philip, Anna, Fanny, and Theodosia, all 4 of them close in age, shared ice cream upon a blanket and stared up in marvel at the fireworks overhead. And nestled against Alexander's side, I felt happy as I hadn't felt in years. Which was why I think I was so vexed the next evening to find Alexander pacing in the airy entryway of our rented townhouse on Broadway. There's a French flag flying atop the Tontine Coffee House. "A French flag over the Tontine?" I asked in mock outrage. "Well, then, henceforth we shall take our coffee elsewhere." Which would be a trial, since I loved the Tontine. Alexander, however, was not to be mollified.
"A French flag hoisted blocks from my door. Next, I suppose, it will fly over the city instead of our stars and stripes."
"I'm sure it is only a protest against Great Britain. If we must choose a side in the European war, the people would choose our first ally, France."
"We mustn't choose any side," Alexander said, wearing a hole in the floor by the window, It's not our war. Even if it was, we can't win another war. We can't afford it. And war would prevent the tontine from selling their coffee, the fools."
Giving him a peck upon the cheek, I said, "Fortunately, it's no longer your worry." We had plans for the theater, after all, and it was time to dress. Now that he'd returned to private practice, we could afford new clothes, and I was eager to see him in his new double-breasted white waistcoat and dark breeches, worn loosely as was now the fashion. But he continued to pace like an angry lion. "To see the character of our government sported with tortures my heart."
"I know, my love," I said, patiently guiding him toward the stairs. He took 2 steps before stopping again. "Am I more of an American than those who drew their first breath on American ground? How can everyone else view this so calmly?" As someone who drew first breath upon American ground, I defended myself. "I don't view it calmly, but you cannot keep writing treatises for the president as if he were still in the cabinet." He scowled, but since our marriage was now on a more equal footing, I dared to scowl back. "Oh, did you think you fooled me into believing the scribbling you've been doing late at night was for some legal case?" For a moment, his eyes blazed with indignation, as if he meant to deny it. Then his bravado gave out. "You think I'm a fool. A romantic Don Quixote tilting at windmills." "I think you've already accomplished everything you set out to do." It was not flattery. He'd fought and won a war and built a federal government. He'd created a Coast Guard, a national bank, and invented a scheme of taxation that held the states together. He'd founded a political party, smashed a rebellion, and put in motion a financial system that was providing prosperity for nearly everyone. In short, Alexander Hamilton was a greater man than the country deserved, and I wasn't enough of a patriot to willingly give him back. Especially not when I saw what my countrymen were doing to poor John Jay. There was not a street corner one could pass without hearing some raving Jacobin denouncing the man for his controversial treaty, which anti-federalists feared prioritized closer economic and political ties with the British monarchy over support for French republicanism and therefore repudiated American values. Damn John Jay. Damn everyone that won't damn John Jay. Damn everyone that won't put up lights in the windows and sit up all night damning John Jay. After the treaty was signed, Jay was, as he told us himself, burned in effigy in so many cities that he could have traveled the country at night with nothing to guide him but the light of his own flaming form. My poor cousin Sarah Livingston Jay had reason to fear leaving the house. And this could have been our fate, I knew. My husband had narrowly missed being sent to negotiate in Jay's place, had already resisted an attempt to make him a Chief Justice, and was daily forced to dismiss rumors that he should be thrown in to be the next President of the United States. So I was unspeakably grateful that my husband no longer held any office. And yet he was still giving speeches, which was how, while I sat trying to mend a pair of Philip's shoes he'd outgrown, my now nearly 14-year-old son came to ask, "Can I go watch Father speak in favor of the Jay Treaty?" Quite against the idea, I said, "Your father isn't likely to say anything that you haven't already heard at the supper table, and I dislike for you to be by yourself in a crowd." Philip made a sound of exasperation. "At my age, my father was his own man, in command of a trading firm." "Your father was an abandoned boy trying to make his way in the world with any job he could get." This is what I wanted to say. But Alexander never wanted his children to know the scars of his youth. He only ever wanted them to see him as heroic. And I wanted them to see him that way too. Especially Philip. So, if my son wanted to see his father give a speech, I could scarcely deny him. Besides, it was only a 5-minute walk to Federal Hall from our new lodgings. "We'll go together. There's a new shoemaker near Wall Street,"
I said, giving up on mending the old leather. "If we leave now, we'll be in time to see your father's speech on the way back." When Philip grinned beneath the down of a burgeoning mustache upon his lip, I added, "Now change clothes so you look like the fine young gentleman you're becoming instead of an urchin." While my eldest donned his best shirt, I found my straw bonnet with its white ribbon, and leaving the younger children with our newly hired governess, we were off. It was a fine, clear summer day, and I was astonished at the size of the crowd. Thousands packed into the square. Not just dock workers in knit caps and young toughs in homespun jackets, but the better sort of people, too, including ladies with colorful lace parasols and gentlemen in top hats from the finest families. There, too, upon a stoop near our old house, stood my husband, surrounded by half a dozen impeccably dressed Federalist lawyers like Robert Troup and Nicholas Fish. It was nearly impossible to push closer given the throng, but at the toll of the clock bell, my husband's voice boomed out to ask who had convened the assembly. And that's when I first realized that Alexander hadn't so much as come to give a speech as to stop one. The gathering was for the apparent purpose of condemning the Jay Treaty, and my husband wasn't about to let it happen. "By what right does Livingston speak before me?" Almost as a rebuke, a quick, spontaneous vote determined that Livingston should speak first. But I stood agape as the rest of the crowd began to heckle. There, on the same hallowed ground where we'd once gathered to watch George Washington take his solemn oath of office, erstwhile respectable members of the business community shouted down the hapless Mr. Livingston, who, now red-faced, suggested a new meeting place where he could be heard. "Come, then, all foes of this cowardly treaty, away to Trinity Church." It seemed to me a very wise idea to break up what was swiftly becoming a mob, and I myself searched for some avenue of retreat, prodding my boy up onto the sidewalk in the shade of a buttonwood tree. All the while, my husband was shouting, "There is the necessity of a full discussion before citizens should make up their minds about this treaty." As the former Secretary of the Treasury, he was used to being obeyed. But this time, he was treated to a chorus of hoots and hisses. My husband's Federalists had shouted down Livingston, but now the Republicans, slowly but surely coalescing into a party of their own thanks to this treaty, returned the favor, insensible to my husband's demand to be heard. My son was appalled. "The rascals!" A gentleman in riding boots clapped Philip on the back, perhaps recognizing him as his father's son. Meanwhile, to my right, a bearded man in a beaver cap stooped to pull a loose cobble from the street. "Not again," I thought, prodding Philip toward the fence encircling the nearest yard. I'd been witness to too much disorder in my life not to recognize the danger. "We're going." I'd learned, after hard experience, to head for the edges, moving diagonally against the crowd. But I didn't get very far before the man with the cobblestone pulled his arm back and launched it. After that was pandemonium. "Anglo man! Corrupt Tory!" they shouted at my husband. Alexander shouted back, with pugnacious bombast, calling them wicked Jacobins. "Liberté, égalité, fraternité, say the French you admire. But what patriot could ally with those who executed the kinswomen of our own imprisoned General Lafayette?" To those words he was greeted with a hailstorm of bricks and stones, and I watched in horror as my husband staggered, fell, and disappeared into the crowd. I couldn't see him. I couldn't see anything over the blur of heads and shoulders. Philip broke away from me, rushing to his father's defense, elbowing his way into a knot of red-faced, meat-fisted men. "Philip!" I cried, trying to stop him, pushing forward past a brine-scented sailor and shoving a carpenter with sawdust on his apron. "Philip!" I couldn't have been more than 20 feet from the furious men, close enough to see Alexander pop up out of the sea of people, holding his head with one hand even as he spat contemptuous laughter.
"Well, if you use such knockabout arguments, I must retire."
Almost comically, my husband bowed and ducked away while the crowd broke apart. Some following the Livingstons to Trinity Church, some marching to the Battery, where they promised to burn the treaty and presumably another effigy of Jay. "Dear God," I said, reaching my husband's side, not knowing whether I should tend his head or give it another thump. "What in the name of prudence could you—"
"It only grazed me,"
my husband said, wiping blood away with his now torn sleeve. Meanwhile, my son shouted after the retreating assailants.
"No doubt you want to knock out my father's brains. It's the only way you blockheads could ever win an argument with him."
"Philip!" Having barked his name in a fashion so like my mother that I was secretly appalled, I then rounded on my husband, hissing, "Fine things you teach your son." Hamilton had no reply to that. Fetching his now dusty black hat from the ground and straightening his coat, he made ready to walk us home, a number of his friends following us down the block, making me feel less that he was the head of a political party and more that he led a street gang. More and more, I wondered if there was much difference between the two. We'd only gone a little way before coming upon some lawyers in an altercation on Wall Street.
"Gentlemen,"
Alexander said, stepping between them,
"why don't we resolve this matter between us at France's over some glasses of brandy?"
Now this was more in keeping with the conduct I expected, but Alexander said,
"Philip, I bid you escort your mother home."
As I was in high dudgeon with both of them, I exclaimed, "By no means. Stay with your father and make no more mischief." "Either of you," my eyes said. And with that, I returned home, grateful that my husband had escaped his latest brush with the mob with no more than a scrape on the head. That evening, he said he counted it a price worth paying for having disrupted the protest. But 4 days later, I was to learn just how high a price he'd been willing to pay. "Kitty," I said, startled to find my one-time companion upon my doorstep, wearing a broad-brimmed black hat and clutching a black lace parasol. We'd not spoken a word in the 6 years since the inaugural ball, and the feud between the Livingston family and mine had only worsened since then. Still, I found myself glad to see her, especially since I knew she'd recently been widowed. "Please, come in." She gave a delicate shake of her head. "I should I would prefer if we spoke in your garden." This was becoming curiouser by the moment. Nodding, I led her to my herb garden. "I was so sorry to learn of your husband's passing." She self-consciously smoothed the bodice of her widow's weeds. "Thank you. Amongst many other sorrows, I'm afraid widowhood has deprived me of fashion. Do you find me much changed?" "You look just the same," I said, though black did not flatter her and her skin no longer glowed. "I didn't realize you'd returned to New York. Are you visiting?" "I'm here to stay. I'm to be married again in the coming year to my cousin, John Livingston." "Another Livingston, of course." "I congratulate you." "Thank you," she said brusquely. "But I've come on a matter of more interest to you, namely, to speak about the man you married. You see, I'm of the opinion that Hamilton is trying to get himself killed." I'd stooped to pluck some flowers for the dinner table, but now stood up abruptly. "Kitty, just because a man expresses an opinion, even an unpopular one, doesn't justify your family's faction stoning him in the street." Kitty's lips thinned. "I'm not speaking of the mayhem at Federal Hall. It's what happened afterward that has forced me to deliver a warning. Your husband is embroiled in an affair of honor. 2, actually." Affairs of honor. That meant my husband had either challenged or been challenged to a duel. 2 of them, if Kitty was to be believed. But I stiffened because experience had taught me not to believe anything from the unholy Jefferson-Livingston-Clinton alliance. With who? With my cousin, for one. I know you may not be disposed to believe me, but I heard it from your own husband's mouth when we crossed paths outside his law office. Now I definitely didn't believe her. My husband told you he was going to duel with a Livingston? I asked dubiously. Men didn't tell women such things. It wasn't gentlemanly. It would cause alarm in a man's family, and that family might persuade a man to forego pistols, thereby risking his honor. Hamilton pretended to let it slip, Kitty said with a fleeting smirk. I still remember perfectly well what he's like when he wants something. And in this case, he wanted me to warn my cousin's wife that he'd shoot her husband dead unless she put a stop to it. Kitty's smirk now became more than fleeting, so I thought to myself, turnabout is fair play, which is why I'm warning you. I sobered as my doubts were swiftly replaced with the cool chill of dread. Fair play? Dueling is not a game, Kitty. Tell that to your husband, Kitty replied, because after leaving Federal Hall on Saturday, he not only embroiled himself in 2 affairs of honor in the space of an hour, he'd also thrown up his arms and declared himself ready to fight my family's whole detestable faction one by one. The heat of shame it brought to my cheeks to imagine my husband stooping to the level of a street brawler, he who'd been George Washington's Secretary of the Treasury. But of course, now he was not. And maybe he didn't know what he was anymore, if not that. Are you mad? I asked Alexander. I had accosted him in the carriage house, where the heat gave rise to the scent of horse. And though my husband preferred that we have the conversation inside, I didn't want to give him time to formulate a jury argument. Aren't you the same man who toiled to make this country a nation of laws? Yet you retort to threats of duels and fisticuffs. And in front of Philip, it's barbarism. He gave a little sigh. It won't come to a duel. Remembering that Angelica's husband had been all but exiled from England for having nearly killed a man in a duel, I asked, How can you be certain? Because I've been involved in affairs of honor several times before without a shot ever being fired. This staggering bit of news I'd scarcely digested before he continued. I managed them to my satisfaction, and my opponents withdraw, which is why I tipped my hand to Kitty. So you did tell her. Given the color that darkened his cheeks, this embarrassed him, but not enough. What an incurable schemer. I expected Kitty to warn the womenfolk of her family, who would, in turn, exert pressure upon Livingston to come to terms with me. I never predicted she'd take license to alarm you. Well, as always, you are too clever by half. Eliza, this is the way of honor with gentlemen. If it's honor that you value, then perhaps you ought to guard the esteem your country still has for you by not offering to brawl in the streets like a madman. I am not mad. No, I asked, thinking his behavior erratic. To prove it, I held up 3 different scribblings I'd found on his desk. What do I see here? An essay in defense of the Jay Treaty that you wrote for the papers under one pen name. A second written under a different name in which you anonymously praise yourself for writing the first, and then a raving third pretending to add to the imaginary choir. It's madness. I am not mad, he repeated, kicking at a bit of straw on the floor. Then what in blazes is wrong with you? Because issuing the challenges, threatening fistfights, breaking up protests, and throwing yourself into Gazette debates with such duplicity, all of this seems as if you're half out of your mind. I am out of my mind, he suddenly shouted, and then he pressed his fist to his mouth, his eyes going shockingly glassy. I lost a child, Eliza,
he choked out. "I lost a child, too." He threw down the leather satchel he carried with him nearly everywhere and sank down onto a bale of hay. He stayed there, silent, as I nearly quaked at the revelation. He'd lost a child. Of course he had. But consumed in a mother's grief, I'd thought only of the fact that I had lost a child. "I will hold you together," he'd promised in the darkest hour. He'd done that with tenderness, patience, and devotion. But he'd suppressed his own grief so long that now he was the one flying to pieces. And I'd neither seen the cracks forming nor done anything to heal them. "Oh, Alexander," I said, going to his side and realizing he always kept something of himself hidden from everyone. Even in the grips of yellow fever, thinking he was soon to die, he'd been unable to reveal himself completely. He was not the sort of man to accept pity, not the sort of man to give himself over to a woman. But I wrapped my arms around him anyway. "Let me hold you together now. Let us both hold each other together from now on." Alexander took a great shuddering breath. "What would you have me do? I should let them call me a coward. Let them accuse me there in the street of treason, of stealing from the treasury with the connivance of Britain. Is that what you want me to do?" "I want you to remember that you're a father, and that you promised never to leave me alone or desperate again." He was quiet a long time, but then he nodded. "And a promise must never be broken." In the end, one man was persuaded to deny casting aspersions on my husband's manhood. The other was persuaded to issue a lukewarm apology. My husband was persuaded to say that he was satisfied. And I was persuaded I would never again hear another word about duels. Chapter 27. October 1795, New York City. The scrap of paper in my husband's coat pocket smelled of French lavender, and upon it, in a very fine feminine hand, was written a street address. Just days ago, Alexander warned that Maria Reynolds had returned to New York. He didn't want me to be dismayed if our paths should cross. But now I was left to wonder how he knew of her return, and if this was her address. I should ask him, I thought. Or perhaps I should throw this scrap of paper in the fire. To investigate would be beneath my dignity. I shouldn't elevate my suspicions by crossing town to learn who resided at this address. But in the end, that's just what I did, because I couldn't live with myself if I was again a trusting fool. Dressed in my finest gown, I climbed the crumbling steps, took hold of the knocker, and rapped firmly on the door, bracing for the pain. If this was the residence of my husband's mistress, I didn't know what I'd say or do. I only knew that I must know. The door opened, and the sight of him, the shock of it, nearly stopped my heart. It wasn't my husband, but a stranger, and yet I knew that face. The length of it, the nobility of his form, that ridiculous martial pose. "Bonjour," he said, as ruddy autumn leaves swirled at my feet. "You're here to see Monsieur La Colombe." Under no circumstances would I pay call to a gentleman's home by myself, in the middle of the day, as if in assignation. So I ignored his question in favor of my own. "Who might you be?" Perhaps it was the directness of my scrutiny that made the youth's eyes dart away. I could see now that he was a boy, perhaps 16, 17, no more than that. "A servant?" he said. What a dreadful liar! Because his voice convinced me that my eyes were not playing me false, that I knew who this was. "I am Mrs. Alexander Hamilton," I said at once. Upon hearing my name, the panicked boy motioned me swiftly into the house, Venez vite! Come in, s'il vous plaît. Only when the door closed did he give a courtly bow with a flourish that again reminded me of his father. Pardon, madame. Forgive the ruse. My name is George Washington Louis Gilbert du Motier, I finished for him, sudden affection gripping me. Yes, I knew your father, and you will have trouble convincing anyone that you're a servant, for you are every inch Lafayette's son. His smile filled with pride, but also confusion. Colonel Hamilton sent you? No, I'm afraid our meeting is quite a surprise to me, and a relief as well. For the secret my husband was keeping, I realized now, had nothing to do with that woman. How have you come to be in New York? My mother sent me. She was spared from the guillotine thanks to Ambassador Monroe. President Washington had sent Monroe to be our minister to France, and my husband insisted he was bungling the job. But James Monroe had accomplished this, for which I was deeply grateful. Is she here? Is your mother free? The boy shook his head. Maman insisted upon joining my father in his prison cell to shame his captors or share his fate. But she made me go, Georges said, eyes welling with guilt-ridden tears. I did not want to leave them behind, but she said I could save their lives. I am to go for help, to the American president himself. I nodded quickly. We must get you to Philadelphia. Colonel Hamilton says it is not yet possible. Not yet possible? I couldn't imagine what intrigue my husband was about, or why Lafayette's son was posing as a servant. But my heart broke at the boy's obvious terror. Then you must come home with me. Young George shook his head. It is not safe. I didn't care. I'd protested my husband threatening to brawl in the streets over a matter of a treaty, but if risks must be taken, then they must be taken for the son of a man we both loved. I insist, I said, pained to see how thin Georges was, and appalled at the shabby brown coat in which he'd been clothed. I'd have to find him new breeches and an embroidered coat, something fitting. I'll make you a fine meal. Though hunger lurked in his eyes, he fretted. But my tutor and our host, they're both welcome, I said. With that, I took Georges home straight away in my carriage, though the boy insisted upon using the servants' door in the back. He feared he was being hunted, that there were spies in the city, that the Jacobins and their supporters were here in New York. Would such men kidnap young Lafayette and return him to bloody France? Almost assuredly, my husband said when he returned home to find Georges already fast friends with our Philip. The two youths ate heaps of cold mutton and buttered bread while falling into easy conversation at the table. They made a handsome pair, Lafayette's red-headed son and Hamilton's brown-haired boy. After supper, Georges complimented Anna on her songs, saying she might one day sing at the opera house in Paris. And my delighted girl blushed with pleasure from head to toe. Why can't young Lafayette see the president? I whispered as we watched from across the hall. My husband grimaced. Because the French ambassador is refusing to attend Washington's levees on account of the presence of exiles like Noailles. Jefferson tried to argue that these are public functions and anyone is welcome, but the new French government won't listen even to him. If the ambassador sees Lafayette's son in Washington's presence, they might demand we return the boy to France. Those murderous animals can't have him, I hissed. That was something over which I would be prepared to stand and fight. And Alexander rubbed at the small of my back to calm me. They may argue the president is violating our neutrality by harboring the son of a French traitor. Lafayette is no traitor. Alexander hushed me. Believe me, my love, it afflicts me with as much indignation as you, which is why I've been acting the part of a secret go-between. The president wants to embrace young Lafayette, but cannot take the lad in. Not yet. Then we must.
Unexpectedly, my husband wandered away from me, down into the kitchen. I found him with both hands upon the butcher block, his head hung low. "Alexander, if the President cannot shelter Lafayette's son for fear of offending the French, we can, we should, we must. And when I think of how you must have felt when you were his age, coming to this city alone." Alexander sighed, staring up at me. "Here you are, ready to open your arms to another desperate child for my sake. And this after I've done so much injury to your faith in me that you'd cross town with a scrap of paper to verify my fidelity." So he knew what I'd done, why I'd gone to an unknown address. And I was filled with shame, wondering what sort of weapon infidelity was, that it should repeatedly cut both its perpetrator and its victim, long after they'd forgiven one another. "I am sorry." With generosity, he waved away my apology. "You're merely testing the ground with your foot to make sure it's solid." He left unspoken the question, "But will you ever be sure of me?" No wonder marriage required a vow before God and witnesses. It was no easy thing, and yet the struggles somehow made me cherish it more, made me cherish him more, made me cherish, too, that we could offer a home to Lafayette's son. And not only for my husband's sake. If the worst should ever come to pass in our country, I might be forced to send my own children across the sea to safety. I saw in Georges both the untrusting boy my husband had been, and my own son, if the Jacobins had their way. And it made me feel like the protective lioness I'd vowed to be. I didn't know Lafayette's wife, but we were both married to revolutionaries, and we were both mothers. So I was determined to take care of her hunted son no matter what. "The President will not stand for re-election," Alexander announced as he guided me into his law office. We were supposed to be on the way to a dinner party to be held in the home of his new law partner, Nathaniel Pendleton, and we were both dressed very grandly for the occasion, but he'd insisted we needed to stop to retrieve some papers. My stomach dropped. Not at the news, for I think I remain one of 2 people in the entire nation who was not surprised, the other being Martha Washington. No. My foreboding stemmed from knowing that Washington's presence at the helm of the government was what allowed Alexander to retire. After 6 long months, we'd finally sent Georges off with our love and best wishes to be received by President Washington. The boy was so studious, helpful, and sensible that it left us both a little bereft to part with him. But I'd also been hopeful that it was the last political crisis in which we'd be embroiled. Now I feared to be embroiled in another. Absent-mindedly shoving teetering stacks of books and papers out of his way, Alexander was despondent. "President Washington says he can no longer endure to be devoured in the prints by a set of infamous scribblers." "Who can blame him?" I asked, taking note that one whole shelf of the wall-length bookcase behind Alexander had been devoted to storing the latest gazettes. No one wanted to serve any more. Not when, under our new government, any man, whether a gentleman or a scoundrel, could say whatever he pleased and print whatever libels he wished without consequence. And the ignorant populace, spewing tobacco juice as they ranted, took full advantage, as if the notion that all men were created equal somehow meant that one need not aspire to knowledge and ability, all distinctions of class, breeding, or merit discarded, all notions of civility deserted. Months ago, the President had persuaded James McHenry, Hamilton's old friend and fellow aide-de-camp, to serve as Secretary of War. And Mac couldn't find it within himself to disappoint his old general. But 6 of the most talented men in America had turned down the post of Secretary of State, simply because the irrational calumny heaped upon the heads of public officials was so calculated and unrelenting as to put a man and his family in fear for their lives. The distrust and hatred of anyone who attempted to govern for the benefit of society could drive lesser men than my husband to their knees. And it had once driven my husband there, too. "Who will replace President Washington?" I asked as I took one of the facing seats, more than a little wary that my husband might feel compelled to put himself forward. I'd sipped from the cup of glory and found the taste bitter, so I was grateful when he answered, "By seniority, John Adams is the heir apparent. But lacking Washington's majesty, popularity, and wartime experience, Adams is no fit replacement. Personally, I have always thought his temper too high and unhinged. Still, all reservations must give way to the great object of keeping Jefferson from the presidency." The Virginian had bided his time in retirement and become the leader of a genuine political party. They called themselves Republicans, a name that offensively implied the present government was comprised of monarchists. But we still called them Jacobins, since they seemed to have so much in common with the terrorists who controlled France. They could not be allowed to come to power here. Still, I nearly shook with relief that my husband wouldn't be the man to oppose them. "Let it be John Adams, then," I said. Alexander puffed out a snort of disgust, so I continued. "Washington's retirement is the most eloquent answer any man could ever give to those who paint him a monarchist. Someone else must now take the helm. Alexander, if you have faith in a republic where no man is king, then let it be tried." Alexander took very little on faith, certainly not this republic. He'd never liked the ugly, misshapen compromise that had come out of the Constitutional Convention, but no man had fought harder to bring forth a government from that parchment. And perhaps no man knew better how difficult it was to bring such a government into being, or how easily it could all collapse. Sullenly, he said, "In any case, there is no persuading Washington against it. He's always been slow to take his ground, but once decided he cannot be shaken, and he's determined to leave the presidency." I reached across his desk to him. "Then you mustn't make it any more difficult for him by standing as an obstacle. Besides, John Adams was instrumental in bringing about our independence, and has been the vice president all these years. That's experience no one else has. He isn't Washington, but no one is, and that doesn't mean he can't succeed." Alexander sighed and wound his fingers with mine. "Were you always such a wise woman?" I sputtered, "Certainly not. I've had to become wiser to better fulfill the peculiar duties associated with being the wife of Alexander Hamilton." A spark of familiar mischief worked its way into his visage. "Very well, wife of Alexander Hamilton." He tugged me around to him. "I shall now call upon you to perform one of those peculiar duties." Scandalized, I gasped. "Not in your office." "Oh, but I insist." He stood and put me into his chair. I burned with curiosity, having no earthly idea what he might intend. Then my cheeks burned hotter when he withdrew some papers from the secret compartment of his desk and confided an entirely innocent purpose. "The president has asked me to help draft a farewell address." "Is there no one else capable?" I asked, wondering if Alexander might ever be left to enjoy retirement. "Madison made an attempt," he replied, unable to utter the name of his old friend without scorn. "He is, after all, the one who drafted Washington's inaugural, but as this is Washington's last address, the president won't allow the Republicans to put their stamp on it." And Madison was a founding member of the new party that stood opposed to the Federalists in all things. Our one-time friend Monroe, too. Both of them Jefferson's protégés. All of them now aligned in favor of a weak federal government and stronger states' rights. the very things against which we'd fought for the past 15 years. So I understood then. The president's very last address was a sacred duty. My husband explained, "The president has asked me to take his own sentiments and ideas and remove any egotism or partisan sentiments liable to bring criticism. To put it all in a plain, simple style." Alexander threw the papers onto the desk. "You see my difficulty." I chuckled because I did. I could think of no man less suited than my husband to write in a plain, simple style, without partisan warmth or egotism. Alexander brought the thunder of rhetorical cannons, not the soft refrains of conciliatory prose. But since he couldn't refuse, I tried to bolster his spirits. "You wrote for Washington as his aide-de-camp. Surely you remember how, and if you don't, consider it a stretch of your talents. You say Jemmy Madison drafted the inaugural. Well, if he had the first words, I know you'll want to have the last." He laughed. "You saucy wench. This brings me to your part." Alexander leaned forward so that his hands were on both arms of the chair, seductively caging me in. "My dear Eliza, you must be what Moliere's nurse was to him." "Who?" I asked, a little wary that this might turn into another story of some ancient. Instead, he said, "Never mind. The point is that I must test my words against your good sense." My mouth went dry, for I didn't know whether to be flattered or terrified. Both, I decided, given what he was asking. "You cannot mean this seriously." "I trust no one else. I trust your understanding of people, your goodness and impartial heart." "My heart is not even slightly impartial," I said. That made him smile. "But you're fair-minded. How often have you argued with me over the malice I've ascribed to others when simpler explanations would do? I need you to argue with me now." He was serious. "Have you forgotten we are on our way to Pendleton's dinner party?" "I've forgotten it entirely," he said, rising up again to find a pen. "I'll send a clerk to Francis Tavern for victuals to sustain us, and we'll stay here until the candles burn out." There was a hint of familiar conspiratorial excitement in his voice now, but I reminded him with a great deal of hauteur, "As delightful as that sounds, I am in a rare state." My gauzy evening gown might have been thought scandalous in any other era, but it was the age of undress. The fashion was now all empire waistlines and sheer fabrics à la grecque, which would have left me feeling naked without gloves and shawl. "I am dressed to be seen in society, sir." With the tip of his quill pen, he flicked my flimsy shawl to the floor. "And now you are not." He gave his most irresistible smile. "Your country needs you. I need you. You are my good genius of that kind which the ancient philosophers called a familiar." His eyebrows nearly waggled. "And you know that I am glad to be in every way as familiar as possible with you." Smitten by his flirtation, I gave a helpless shrug. "Oh, well, for the country, then." I forgot about the dinner party. I forgot everything but the familiar thrill of matching minds with the man I married. "Not that line," I remember telling him. "That business about the ignorance of facts and malicious falsehoods will be taken harshly." "That's the president's line, not mine," Alexander protested. "Nevertheless, it portrays him as a partisan in the mud," I argued. And our debate went well into the night. In truth, it went on for days, as Alexander worked on the address, scribbling words and crossing them out. Eventually, he removed the line to which I objected, that and many others, taking into consideration my suggestions, leaving me awed with the magnitude of the masterpiece. I knew, even then, that the farewell address was a moving and worthy tribute to the United States and its people, a plea for unity, a statement of purpose and guidance for the nation George Washington helped bring into being. And because of Alexander Hamilton, I had the great and everlasting fortune to be a part of its shaping. Chapter 28. May the present coolness between France and America produce, like the quarrels of lovers, a renewal of love. Chancellor Livingston. May 1797, New York City. I was happy. I somehow forgot that. In the blazing trail of my husband's wake, it has been easier to remember the hard times, the wars and the riots, the illnesses and exhaustion, the arguments and betrayals, the things people call history. But happiness grew in the cracks between great events. I was happy in the little things, in falling asleep beside my husband each night and waking up in his arms every morning, in walking my boys to the ferry to attend their school on Staten Island, in listening to Alexander and Anna sing duets at the piano, in the sermons at Trinity Church, where we rented a pew, and in the company of my sister Angelica, returned after more than 7.5 years of separation. Finally, it seemed I had everything I wanted. "Angelica!" I called, tearful with joy, waving over the workday crowd bustling along Broadway in front of her new townhouse. Upon seeing me, my sister abandoned her baggage, retinue, and children to rush into my arms. Such was the force of our embrace that her dazzling diamond earrings caught in my dark hair, and we were briefly entangled, laughing and crying at the same time. "Just look at you!" Angelica exclaimed, laying both hands atop my pregnant belly. "Have you grown fat with too fond a taste for marzipan, or has my brute of a brother begotten another baby upon you?" "Brute, am I?" Alexander asked, archly, swooping forward in elegant top hat. Angelica nearly wilted at the sight of him. "Oh, my amiable!" she cried, throwing her perfumed arms around my husband's neck. "You know I jest. But oh, how naughty you two have been." "Very naughty," I replied, for my sister always brought out my saucy side. "We do love to overindulge in marzipan." We were caught up in a gale of laughter when my sister's brood gathered around us, and I gasped at the sight of her eldest son. How in the world had the little boy who spent that frigid winter with us in Morristown grown up to be an outrageously handsome young Englishman? "Aunt Eliza, I presume?" he said, with a charming Eton-educated accent. "Oh, my darling nephew," I said, tugging my own boy close. "Meet your cousin, Philip Hamilton." Both Philips grinned, mischief in their eyes, as if already wondering which one might best the other in charming the young ladies of New York. "My friends call me Flip," my nephew said, "so it shan't be difficult to distinguish." Our reunion was so deliriously pleasurable that, as we stepped inside Church's grand new house, I couldn't seem to stop weeping, a thing I blamed upon pregnancy, but it had more to do, I think, with my most cherished dream to have my sister near. And for that, I had Mr. Church to thank. To please his wife, he'd retired from public service in London and moved their entire family to New York, where they planned to stay. "Church has changed," my sister confided later, while our combined family of hooligans ran through the wide halls of her nearly empty house, and her new lady's maid, a slave named Sarah, unpacked her trunks. "For the better." "Truly?" Angelica sighed with apparent contentment as we toured her new home. "By some miracle, we've found our way back to love. Isn't marriage funny that way?" Then she laughed. "Not that you know anything but the delight of marriage, of course. Not you and Hamilton, but for the rest of us." It made me queasy to realize that I knew of all my sister's marital troubles, and yet she knew nothing of mine. It hadn't been safe to confide it in a letter, but to keep it from her now felt almost like a betrayal of the bond we shared. On the other hand, to tell her would seem a betrayal of the man I loved. And what did it matter, now that it was all in the past? "A fountain!" Angelica cried as we walked out into her new garden. "You and Hamilton know me so well. You couldn't have chosen a better house for me, forgive me, Eliza," she said with a smile, observing me. I'd written her long ago about my decision to go by the new nickname, but we'd been so long separated that this was the first time she'd seen me in person since I'd made the change. "Old habits." "You may call me whatever you like as long as you are here," I said. "I am here, and now that we are such close neighbors, I foresee you and I spending much time here together, presuming—" When she trailed off, I prompted, "Presuming." She looked to the sky. "Presuming, of course, that the Jacobins don't burn it all down." A wreath of smoky haze had enveloped the city for months, the remainder of a series of devastating fires that had been set in protest of the election of John Adams to the presidency. Not even the fact that Jefferson, having received the second most number of votes in the election, was now vice president, seemed to stem the tide of discontent. The culprit had never been caught, but the stench of the ashes remained. And like everyone else, Angelica had a definite opinion about who was to blame. "How could you let Hamilton quit the government when the spirit of Jacobinism threatens the political and moral world with a complete overthrow? He's needed there more than ever." It had been the loss of our baby that convinced him to leave government, which she knew from my letters. Still, I felt the need to say, "He said the change was necessary and agreeable." Angelica sighed. "The country has lost one of her best friends, and you, my dear Eliza, are the only person to whom this change can be either necessary or agreeable. Yes, I am decidedly inclined to believe that it was your influence." So what if it was? Angelica had charmed all of Europe and understood more about politics and philosophy than I did. But she didn't understand all that had happened here, in our marriage and our country. I loved my sister, but I was no longer the young girl who deferred to her every opinion, especially since she in church still kept slaves, whilst my husband was finally free to devote more time to abolishing slavery. No one's done more for this government than Alexander Hamilton, and he's done enough. She blinked, then finally nodded. "Of course." Wanting to smooth things over, I smiled. "Besides, as we now both benefit from his increased attention, you'll soon see it's altogether agreeable." She laughed. "That so good a wife, so tender a mother should be so bad a patriot is wonderful." So bad a patriot. Her tone was teasing, but she'd somehow hit upon a guilty nerve. Was I so selfish for wanting my husband to belong more to me than to an ungrateful public? Was it wrong to enjoy the fruits of all our labor, the domestic pleasures of picnics with our children, and long walks together on kissing bridges, and dinner at our own table without expecting a horde of guests? Perhaps sensing my inner turmoil, my sister sat at the edge of her fountain to say, "I suppose it's for the better. Now that Papa is back in the Senate, he wouldn't like to be outshone by his son-in-law." We both smiled, knowing how much pleasure it gave Papa to have been re-elected nearly unanimously. He'd bided his time, and Burr, sensing the change of political fortune on the wind, had resigned his seat rather than lose it. My family counted that a good thing, but I remembered what Burr had said at Vauxhall Gardens. "Retirement is very fashionable these days amongst men who wish to be president." Angelica went on. "Besides, it's better that you have Hamilton to look over you in your condition." I half wished to remind her that our own mother had children well into her 40s, and I was only 39. But my sister had centered directly on another of my most keen anxieties, as was her way. I feared miscarrying another child, and I said so. "This time you'll have me here with you, my dearest," she promised. "I shall watch over you with such overbearing insistence, you'll think I've turned into Mama." Like a sentinel who'd forgotten his duty, I startled awake. Round with a child that often awakened me in the night by kicking in eagerness to be out into the world, I was now prone to nap in the heat of the day, this time in a rocking chair on my porch while shucking peas, lulled to sleep by the sound of Anna practicing at the piano, while Fanny sketched with charcoal beside me. But now everything was silent, but for the buzzing of a few lazy bees, and Fanny was nowhere to be seen. Only my husband, who stood staring not 3 feet away, his brow furrowed, his hands deep in his pockets. Disoriented, I squinted against the blazing sun, then pushed myself up, but Alexander stopped me. "No, my darling, don't get up. I didn't mean to wake you." Still, a mother can never be comforted by quiet. Noisy little ones were much less likely to be up to mischief. But the children—
"They're at your sister's house for the night. I had Philip take them."
The flatness of his voice told me something was amiss. My husband could, in a courtroom, exhibit 100 different expressions from anger to sympathy to joy. His blank, haggard expression made me go hollow inside, even before he said, "There is something I must tell you, my angel." My mouth went instantly dry, for I remembered the last time he said, "There is something I must tell you, my angel," and I was sure that he remembered it too.
I am usually a man who knows the right thing to do. But today, he sighed, I am at a loss. I thought to shield you from this, but I don't wish for you to be taken unawares, especially not in your condition.
"Tell me." I stiffened, wondering traitorously if he was going to confess another mistress. I hated myself for that.
You know of the newspaper man, James Callender.
I nodded, because that vile Jacobin scandal-monger had been the source of too many libels to count.
He's published a pamphlet dredging up the old accusations of my supposed corruption at the Treasury.
I blew out a cautious breath. A thing for which you've been exonerated at least 3 times over by my count.
He is also exposing my connection to Mrs. Reynolds.
Connection. The euphemism was a blow. And just like that, the fragile foundation I'd rebuilt myself upon began to fracture. I could almost hear the crack. I'd thought this all done and buried. Now someone had resurrected it. Resurrected her. Maria. I'd always worried that the secret might come out, that Aaron Burr might blurt it drunkenly at a dinner party, that the harlot herself might whisper it on the pillow of whatever man she was bedding now. But I'd imagined only whispers, never that anyone would be depraved enough to print it. What does the newspaper man know? What could he know, after all?
Everything,
Alexander replied quietly.
Callender has copies of letters exchanged between us.
Letters? I'd somehow never understood that my husband had done more than go to bed with this woman. He wrote to her. Were they love letters? Letters like the ones he'd written to me when we were courting? I didn't ask. Truthfully, in that moment, I didn't want to know the answer. What I wanted, most of all, in the face of this humiliation, was to hold on to calm dignity. She sold her correspondence, I guessed.
Alexander shook his head. No, these are the letters I provided to James Monroe. He's leaked them.
Monroe? My first thought was that I must have misheard. Of all the friends with whom we'd parted for political reasons, Monroe was the most upright and honorable. He was a gentleman. I could scarcely credit that he would trade in such filth. My second thought was that, years ago, he'd promised to protect my honor. And my third was that it wasn't even possible, because Monroe had been serving as our minister to France. He isn't even in the country.
The president revoked his credentials and recalled him. He's just returned to our shores, and no doubt straightaway conspired with Jefferson's loathsome faction. He's given the newspapers every scrap of evidence he promised to keep confidential.
I could make no sense of this. But Monroe gave me his word of honor to keep quiet about this affair. At this, my husband glanced at me, then again, plainly startled.
You discussed it with him?
Under my husband's stunned scrutiny, I reminded him exactly how such conversation came about. Yes, on the night the investigators came to the house. Alexander's jaw clenched, though he knew what it had cost me that night, bleeding with near-fatal humiliation.
Well, I regret to report that you prevailed upon his friendship in vain.
I still didn't want to believe this of Monroe. I rebelled against believing it. I was no longer naive about the sins men were capable of, even men I'd loved. But there seemed some part of the story untold. I'd taken solace in the idea that there ought to be no reason for anyone to attack us if only Hamilton stayed out of the public eye, if he stayed out of politics. Why now? I asked. Monroe had kept the secret 4 years. With you in retirement, what possible advantage?
I don't know,
my husband said, hanging his head, the weight of his guilt forcing the slump of his shoulders.
Revenge, maybe. It was upon my advice that the president recalled Monroe from France.
At hearing this, I was overcome with the urge to reach for the bowl of shucked peas and throw it. Into the yard, at the house, maybe even at my husband. I didn't know which. I'd never guessed, not even once, that the wreck of Monroe's diplomatic career was my husband's doing. And as I struggled to calm myself, Alexander took my hand.
I promise you, my darling, I wasn't the only one urging the president to revoke Monroe's credentials. Our foreign policy must be spoken in one voice. Monroe in France and Jay in England were at cross purposes overseas. I gave the president my best advice.
Reeling, I yanked my hand away. He met my eyes beseechingly.
Eliza, I didn't think it right to risk the good of the country, all for fear of a secret any man held over me. I didn't want to think that Monroe, who'd been both a friend to me and a fellow soldier, would prove to be both a man mistaken in his political beliefs and also without honor as a gentleman.
As I listened, his voice softened.
Would you have me done differently?
I paused to think about it, but I was not, in the end, so bad a patriot. No, you did precisely as you should have. There was a moment of grace between us that I could admit this. I think he felt it too. What will we do now? Bringing my fingertips to his lips, he said,
I fear I must confess my wrongdoing.
And as panic tightened my throat, he explained why. Callender claimed that my husband invented an imaginary infidelity to cover up his real crime of having enriched himself at the taxpayer's expense. As if we'd been at all enriched. How often had I accepted gifts from my parents to put food on our table? How many years had I borrowed and bartered and scrimped to make ends meet? My husband had left the service of our country poorer than when he entered it, deeply indebted to my brother-in-law and without any real property of his own. But as I wrestled with my anger at the injustice of this accusation, I also realized the perversity of the situation. You can't defend yourself against charges of corruption without confessing the affair. Worse, he couldn't defend himself without convincing the public of the affair.
I've no choice but to expose everything.
But I saw a way out of the corner he'd been backed into. If Monroe will explain to the public that he investigated the matter long ago and believed your innocence, surely that will put an end to it.
He won't,
Alexander replied. He might, if you asked him.
Not after our quarrel this morning.
I startled. You've seen Monroe? There, in the stifling heat, Alexander bit out a laugh.
By happenstance, he's here in New York visiting his wife's relatives. I deduced his part in this conspiracy and confronted him.
And? I asked. Alexander's gaze darkened, as if in stormy remembrance.
And some words were said that ought never be said amongst gentlemen. If it hadn't been for church breaking us apart, we'd have come to blows then and there.
My baby kicked inside me, as if to express its own dismay at this revelation. Church had been there. My brother-in-law knew everything then. Maybe Angelica did too. And soon, so would the whole country know about my husband's infidelity. Though I had little idea of the extent of it, I realized that my marriage was to be sported with, that I was soon to be a laughingstock, my children subject to mockery, that our enemies were going to destroy all the happiness we'd fought so hard to find, the happiness that we'd earned, unless I did something about it. It wasn't a far walk to Monroe's lodgings on Wall Street, where I handed a Negro slave my calling card and was shown into a gilded parlor to wait. The hour was late for a visit, but none of the usual rules of propriety seemed to matter to anyone else, so why should they matter to me? I hadn't told my husband of my intention, for fear he might attempt to prevent me, and he wasn't entitled to. I'd taken no part in the decisions that brought us to this place, but I wanted some choice in what happened now. I didn't ask permission, I just went. And waited. It had been 4 years since I'd last seen James Monroe, but when, at length, the Virginian strode into the parlor, he was as tall and strapping as ever. Though he eschewed pantaloons in favor of old-fashioned knee breeches and stockings, he'd acquired a new elegance to his gait in Paris. In truth, I might have been intimidated by the personage he presented if I didn't still remember him as a blushing, stammering boy of a soldier with a dimple on his chin just like mine. Monroe cleared his throat and drawled, "I would delight in your company, Mrs. Hamilton, under other circumstances. However, as your husband has sent you, and my wife is with her family, I cannot invite you to stay." "Hamilton didn't send me," I said, unfastening the bow of my bonnet and laying it upon the chair beside me to signal that I had no intention of leaving. "Though I've been made aware of your quarrel."
"Quarrel?" Monroe snorted. "Your husband launched into a lengthy diatribe filled with accusations."
"I'm not here to accuse you." I looked directly into the gray eyes of the Southern gentleman, who had, in a dark time, once been my only confidant, and felt as vulnerable to him now as I did then. 4 years ago, I didn't doubt your word when you swore you'd spare me humiliation. I don't doubt it now. Tell me that you didn't give the Reynolds letters to the newspaper men, and I will believe you." Monroe's shoulders rounded. My faith in him plainly pierced his puffed-up sense of outrage. He seemed relieved that I pledged to trust him, but his encounter with Alexander had left him still in an icy-cold fury.
"Of course I didn't give the letters to the newspapers," Monroe finally said. "When I was sent to France, I entrusted my official documents to a friend in Virginia under seal. I've only just returned to the country and had no idea of their publication."
I believed him. Truly I did. Then the blame must go to your friend in Virginia, who could be none other than Thomas Jefferson. But Monroe set me onto my heels by saying,
I presume John Beckley published the papers in question.
Beckley was a name I knew only slightly. A one-time indentured servant who had, through the grace of his populist political leanings, risen to be a clerk in the House of Representatives. How should a mere clerk come to have possession of these papers? Monroe could no longer hold my gaze.
Because I commissioned him to copy them, never suspecting he'd make a set of his own to do mischief with.
A crimson flush swept over Monroe as he admitted to me, however obliquely, that the situation was at least partly his fault. And all at once I felt a cold fury of my own. Mr. Monroe, for what purpose would you have a clerk copy papers that you swore on your honor to keep confidential? I should not have said the word honor, not to a Virginian.
It was your husband who demanded copies.
Then, perhaps in the horror of having shouted at a lady, Monroe went silent. Perfectly silent. While I marveled at the folly of my husband, who had, like the lawyer he was, apparently asked for copies of the most damning evidence against him. Oh, Alexander. When Monroe finally broke his silence, he seethed.
Did Hamilton think I would stoop to set my own hand to the wretched task of copying his lengthy treasons against you?
His gray eyes caught mine again with a meaningful stare that recalled the moment, years ago, when he pressed my hand to his heart.
And if you think me capable, then you've never understood my attachment to you.
Once such words might have touched me, but now my chest heaved with indignation. Mr. Monroe, how can you claim any manner of attachment when I entrusted to you my fragile happiness, only to find it carelessly disregarded so as to save you a cramp in the wrist and— I cut myself off, remembering my purpose. It was not to antagonize James Monroe. It was to enlist his aid. I was becoming too much like Alexander, infected by his short temper. I struggled to regain my composure. With a deep, calming breath, I started again. Mr. Monroe, the scurrilous newspapermen will say what they will. The whispers I shall have to bear. But when you investigated my husband for corruption, you were convinced of his innocence. Were you not? Monroe nodded, though I sensed reluctance.
Your husband's explanation of how he was extorted removed our suspicions of his being connected with Mr. Reynolds in speculation.
Relieved, I smiled at him. If you will only say as much, if you will give a sworn statement for the public, then you will relieve my husband of the necessity of a defense, the extreme delicacy of which will be very disagreeable to me. Monroe turned, strode a few paces, then returned, his voice gentler, a little warmer.
Trust that I regret the publication of these papers, but trust, too, that dragging me into it will draw more public attention to it and make it a matter of even greater consequence. It will not help.
An easy thing for him to say, I thought. Still, we should like the option. And as you've been the inadvertent cause of this business, it's incumbent upon you as a man of honor and sensibility to come forward in a manner that would shield me. I didn't hesitate to appeal to his honor now. But again, I shouldn't have, because his eyes flew wide.
I am the cause of this business. Oh, no, madam. It was the scoundrel to whom you pledged your troth who exposed you to this, not me.
Scoundrel. A word that betrayed utter contempt. The sort of word that could start a duel. The word was nearly a slap to my cheek. And perhaps I needed a good slap to bring me to my senses. Are you enjoying having me at your mercy? A damsel in distress? I asked. Do you wish for me to beg? Monroe pinched at the bridge of his nose. Good God. I could never enjoy causing you distress. But if I'm a casualty of your partisan revenge, it doesn't trouble you.
That's not the way of it. In truth, I have no desire to persecute your husband, though he justly merits it."
"Does he?" I asked, bristling. The offense Alexander committed was against me. What right did Monroe have to judge him? He's innocent of the charges that Mr. Jefferson's faction lay at his feet.
Not according to the latest tale told by Mr. Reynolds.
A flash of rage burned through me at the implication that my husband's word should weigh no more than that of a low-bred villain who played the pimp for his own wife. That my brilliant husband stood upon the same footing as this insignificant little fraud. A champion of equality might see it that way. But that wasn't why Monroe put my husband into the same category. It was because Monroe considered himself a member of a club to which a bastard-born foreigner might never truly be admitted, no matter his merits and talent. James Monroe was born on the right side of the blanket, with a speck of dirt in Virginia to call his own, and he thought that made him better. My husband is not capable of corruption. Monroe stared, as if he couldn't quite believe a woman would challenge him this way.
"I presume you didn't know he was capable of adultery either. I wish the public might behold in Hamilton that immaculate purity to which he pretends. But, my lady, we both know he pretends. And even if I were tempted by your friendship to say otherwise, I have other friends to whom I am obligated."
"Other friends? Mr. Jefferson, I presume." He didn't answer, and he didn't have to. For partisan politics had become so strident and divisive that even someone as honorable as James Monroe refused to do what was right because it would cost him politically. He didn't want to offend Jefferson. He couldn't afford to offend Jefferson. The thought of such craven calculation made me angry enough to spit, and perhaps a little petty, too. "Do you know, Mr. Monroe, that I've always dismissed the gossip that you were in Jefferson's thrall? I was foolish enough to defend you when Federalist ladies said it's to Jefferson that you owe the whole of your advancement, and that you and Madison vie for his approval like royal courtiers."
Monroe stiffened. "I'm afraid the hour grows late and our interview must come to an end."
I was not finished. "I refuse to believe that while my husband suffered yellow fever, you sat at a table and toasted to my husband's speedy demise."
"I did not join in that toast,"
Monroe snapped. My heart sank, because I'd never truly believed the toast took place at all. Now, at his admission, the flame of rage scorched my cheeks, and where I would normally restrain myself, my voice boomed low like a cannon. "It seems I have been very mistaken about you, or you have changed very much, because the James Monroe I thought I knew, the hero of Trenton, was not the sort to sit back in cowardice and allow such a toast to be made in his presence." He flinched, but I could draw no satisfaction from it, because I knew that accusing him of cowardice blew to bits whatever remained of our friendship, though clearly there was nothing to salvage. Monroe was a Virginian before he was an American. Maybe he was even a Jacobin before he was a Virginian. And I believed that, like the rest of Jefferson's detestable faction, if it ever came to a guillotine blade above my neck, Monroe would let it fall. What else could I think now? Which made him an enemy. My husband's enemy, my enemy, an enemy of the country that once called him a hero. And realizing it, I could no longer bear the sight of him or his dimpled chin. Refusing assistance, I wordlessly snatched my bonnet and pushed myself up to go. I was halfway to the door when he said, "Betsy, please, stop." I did not stop. I did not even look back. "I am Mrs. Hamilton. I leave you to your conscience, sir, if you can find it." Chapter 29. The public has long known you as an eminent and able statesman.
They will be highly gratified in seeing you exhibited in the novel character of a lover. James Callender, in an open letter to Hamilton. July 1797, New York City. Anger had somehow given me a vim and vigor no pregnant woman in her 9th month ought to feel. "Church?" I said with a nod as I came upon him sitting at his breakfast table when I arrived to collect my children. My brother-in-law pinched the bridge of his nose, as if staving off a hangover from a late-night card game. He jolted at the sight of me, and though he was never a man for endearments, he cried with cheer that rang falsely in my ears. "Eliza, my dear, I hope you're feeling well." I gave what I'm sure was a brittle smile. "I'm feeling as well as can be expected." "Good, good," Church said, his gaze falling almost involuntarily to where, amidst polished silver trays, a bowl of sugar, and discarded floral teacups, a newspaper lay open. "You mustn't let the opposition distress you, not in your condition." I suppose he meant well. After all, men could work themselves up into killing rages, but women must never be distressed. But if he thought our political parties were merely in opposition, trading places like the Tories and the Whigs in England, he was blind. The men opposed to my husband are nothing but a knot of scoundrels. Their words make not the slightest impression upon me. I snatched up the paper and pressed it into his hand. "And this is fit for nothing but use in the privy." Church barked with laughter as I went in search of my sister, bracing myself against her pity, or some inevitable story about licentious Englishmen or permissive French marriages that she might offer to comfort me. Like her husband, Angelica was not an early riser. She was still in some elegant state of undress, a white gossamer chemise, a dark braid of hair over one shoulder, when I found her in the carefully sculpted English garden snipping roses so viciously that leaves dropped like rain. "Were you never going to confide in me about Hamilton's harlot?" she asked. I'd braced myself against her pity. I had not anticipated wounded feelings. I suppose I should have, not only because Angelica tended to put herself at the center of things, but also because I had wronged her after a fashion. "I didn't dare confide it in a letter," I said, and that was true, for letters could be intercepted. I'd been desperate for my sister's comfort 4 years ago, but by the time she'd returned, I hadn't any desire whatsoever to reopen the wound. And yet, there was another guilty truth. My sister had bared her soul to me about her troubled marriage, but I hadn't wanted to reveal myself. She'd trusted me with her vulnerability, but I'd kept mine hidden. Perhaps I'd taken some satisfaction in thinking that though my sister was wealthier, more formally educated, and more beautiful by far, my marriage was happier. I'd finally bested her in something. I hated to think this about myself, but I couldn't entirely deny it. Still, in the end, I'd chosen loyalty to my husband over loyalty to my sister, and that she would simply have to understand. Perhaps she did, because Angelica put her hand atop mine. "My poor sweet Eliza, all husbands stray." A little dazed, I nodded as she uttered the words I'd imagined her saying all those years ago. "I know how tender your heart is, and how easily wounded you are, but I don't believe I am easily wounded." That was a different sister, she remembered. I'd changed, and I wanted her to know it. So I told her the rest. "Oh, to confront Monroe!" She put down her shears and the basket of roses and drew me down onto a marbled bench. "I would applaud if I didn't know this will come to no good. That half-wit fancies himself to be a useful acolyte in Vice President Jefferson's destructive ambitions." Her habitual contempt for Monroe didn't surprise me, but her contempt for the Vice President caught me by surprise. "I thought you counted Mr. Jefferson your friend."
Semper fidelis, Eliza. I am a Schuyler, too. I will always take my family's part over that of even the most charming friend. If Mr. Jefferson wished to stay in my good graces, then he ought not to have set his partisan lackeys against your husband. Now it's war." I laughed, a little darkly, but for once she was the one in earnest. "My dear, it is war. Other women have suffered the pain of infidelity, but you're suffering the penalty of being the wife to the greatest man of his generation, and perhaps the greatest of our age. You'd never have suffered this if you hadn't married so close to the sun. But then you would have missed the pride, the pleasure, the nameless satisfactions." I knew how much my sister admired Hamilton, how the two of them shared the same interests and more traits of character than a casual observer might expect. I'd predicted she'd take his part, and I thought I might bristle when she did, but in the balance of things she was quite right. She took my hand. "Let the children stay with me a while longer. You should go home to Papa, away from the heat of this city, away from the malice of society. Trust me, you don't want to be here while tongues wag in every coffee house, people tittering behind the pages of their gazettes as you pass by." As the days passed, the thought of escape became ever more tempting, especially when Hamilton rode off to Philadelphia to chase down Monroe, all to no avail. My husband felt forced now to make a public confession, and therefore wished for me to have our baby in Albany. "It's for the better," Alexander said, "as I imagine that you cannot much like the sight of me at present." I settled beside him on a trunk he kept at the foot of the bed. "You imagine wrong. After all, it seemed as if some different man had broken my heart. And in any case, that heart was 4 years mended. Alexander and I had each grown together into new people, better people. Though I would never reconcile myself to the cause of the change, I couldn't be sorry for it. We'd made of our marriage vows a more sacred thing than when we first spoke them. And this child in my womb, who would join us in only a few weeks, was the living proof of that. Though Angelica thinks it would be easier for me to explain to Papa." At the mention of my father, Alexander actually shuddered. "How glad General Schuyler will be for setting aside his reservations in giving his daughter in marriage to a man of low birth." I wanted to reassure him that my father would forgive him, but I couldn't be sure of that. What I said instead was, "Perhaps we mustn't explain anything to Papa, or to anyone. Your accusers are not entitled to a reply." Hamilton nodded, folding his hands together. "And yet the country deserves to know its system is not a corrupt scheme to line my pockets. Otherwise these Jacobins will dismantle it, and the American experiment will fail." He'd convinced himself this was one more sacrifice he must make for his country. But I thought, give the mob this drop of blood, and it will only whet their appetite. Before I could say as much, he added, "If I don't answer these charges of corruption, they'll take my name. I cannot save my private reputation, and perhaps I don't deserve to, but at least my public honor may be preserved, which is all I have to give our children. Our children ought to always be able to hold their heads high with pride." "And they shall," I said, though I fretted at the chime of the clock that announced Philip was quite late in coming home from an outing with his friends. "Whether or not you dignify this with a response." My husband rubbed at his cheek, which was darkened by a shadow of stubble. Circles darkened his eyes, too. "I would like to believe that. But I remember what happened when my mother was accused in court of whoring, and she did not see fit to dignify it with a response." All at once the specter of a woman long dead rose between us again. His mother had condemned her children to a life of illegitimacy by letting the accusation pass. Perhaps that is why Hamilton never, ever let anything pass. and knowing this, I would not ask him to. He caught my fingers between his and sighed.
The rest of the children can stay here with their governess, but let Philip take you to the pastures, for your and his sake. He's almost a man grown now. His friends will have heard the gossip. I do not wish for him to feel compelled to defend me, or maybe I cannot bear to face his disappointment.
Downstairs, we heard the door open and close, then footsteps trudging up the stairs that could only belong to a troubled boy. Perhaps my husband was right, but I worry to leave you now, Alexander, especially now. My husband took a breath, then another.
Eliza, if you stand beside me, the public will eviscerate you. With such men as those hounding me, nothing is sacred, even the peace of an unoffending and amiable wife. They will hurt you because of their fury against me.
He took my face in his hands and stroked my cheeks tenderly.
No man who loves his wife could wish this upon her. No loving father could wish his child born into such circumstances. I realize that I have forfeited my right to command you as a husband, but I command you in love to go, to take care of yourself, to keep up your spirits, and to remember always that my happiness is inseparable from yours.
Stand by him and die, renounce him and live. Once, I wondered what I would have done if I'd been caught in such a conundrum. I did not face death, of course, but the choice before me seemed strangely similar, and the answer no clearer or easier now. August, 1797, Albany. The river washed over my bare feet with a pleasant coolness, my petticoats bunched up at my knees. Seated on the dock next to Papa, who held a fishing pole in his hand and wore a broad straw hat upon his head, I squinted into the bright sun and imagined I was a girl again. Perhaps my father was imagining it too, because puffing his pipe, he put a worm onto the hook for me, as if I didn't remember how to do it. A week before, Hamilton had seen me and Philip off at the sloop, simultaneously solicitous and morose. And Angelica dashed off a note that same night to tell me that my dejected husband had gone to her house thereafter and stayed well into the night, unable to speak of anything but me. Meanwhile, we all tried to speak of anything but him. On the deck of the sloop, my 15-year-old son treated me as if I were made of glass. Philip had become a man already, I'd realized with a motherly pang. He took his quick wit and devilish smile from his father, but the rest of him was all Schuyler, tall, dark, and loyal. Having been commanded by his father to watch over me in my delicate condition, my son carried my bags, fetched lemonade, and played games of backgammon with me in our berth at night. My family was even more solicitous in Albany. Mama had everything ready for me. Sweet herbs for my pains, pastries for my cravings, and the Bible from which she read to me. Peggy came to help me birth the babe, and told my son what great things were expected of him at Columbia College, where he was soon to enroll. Papa tried to distract me with talk of canal projects and the Indians. Even Prince, now a bit bent with age, said to my son in a whisper meant for me to hear, "Master Philip, of all these Schuyler daughters I helped bring up in this house, your mamma was the one who gave me the fewest white hairs." Philip always cringed to be called master, as it did not rest easy with him that his otherwise heroic grandfather still kept a few plantation slaves in his service. And so he took the extra pillows from Prince's arms and said, "Well, my mother wouldn't want to give you any more white hairs climbing those stairs, so let me get her settled." On the night that my labor pains began, my father finally raised the subject. Bending to kiss me, he whispered into my hair, "My dear beloved child,
Rest easy in knowing that no one of merit believes this filth in the newspapers."
I dreaded to tell him the truth. And weeks after birthing a wondrously healthy little boy named William, I still did not know how. Finally, sitting beside Papa on the ferry dock with fishing poles, I blurted, "I've forgiven Hamilton." My father bit the clay pipe between his teeth, his lips thinning as understanding dawned that Alexander was guilty. At the prospect of my father learning the truth, my husband had shuddered. The censure of the country he believed he could withstand. My father's judgment was another matter altogether. And I began to fear it too, because for a few moments the only sounds were the rush of the water, the cry of a peregrine falcon hunting overhead.
"Elizabeth," Papa finally said, "when you were born, I was an officer in the King's Army, a young soldier of 23. I knew next to nothing about little girls, less of nursing or lullabies or medicines. That was your mamma's domain."
I smiled a little to think he'd ever felt ill-equipped. But my father didn't smile. Instead, he shook his head.
"I knew only that as a father it was my duty to protect you, with sword or musket or my own life if it should come to it. And this I have tried to do. When I gave you to Hamilton, I thought I had secured for you a life of security, love, and happiness. I chose a man I believed would defend you and your heart, as I have always tried to do."
His mouth tightened, ruefully.
"I did not choose your sister's husbands, but I chose Hamilton."
And he blamed himself for it. "You didn't choose him, Papa," I said quite firmly. "You only approved him. The choice was mine. A choice I make anew every day, a choice I do not regret, no matter how unpleasant our enemies intend to make it for me." My father, whose hair had gone white and wiry, whose strong arms had withered and whose health had never been good, suffered from painful gout in his legs. I knew he was suffering now, as he took off his boots, lowered his feet into the water next to mine, and stared at the churning river.
"Do you know what you're facing with that choice?"
After years in public life, I had some idea. "Yes, Papa. I'm not a child anymore."
"You are my child," he said quietly. "Always."
The sentiment set off an ache in my chest. For as a mother myself, I understood the depth of his meaning. I felt it for my own children. No matter how tall Philip grew, I would always see him in my mind's eye as the laughing little piglet with chubby legs. It took Papa a few moments, but when he looked up again, he said,
"Do you recall that when you, Angelica, and Peggy were small, toddling about in pink ribbons, I went to London for a year on business?"
"I recall something of it," I said, for at 5 years old, dolls from England seemed almost as marvelous as welcoming home the tall and fierce warrior of a red-coated father I scarcely knew.
"While I was gone," my father continued, "I asked my commander, Colonel Bradstreet, to watch over my family. At my request, he helped your mother build our new mansion here. And I returned home to find all of you living together here with Colonel Bradstreet, with whom your mother had formed an uncommon friendship in my absence."
An uncommon friendship. I remembered. Colonel Bradstreet was so fond of Mamma that when he died, he left property to her. And all my life, I'd thought nothing of it until this excruciating moment. In shock, I whispered, "Surely you're not intimating—"
"I am intimating nothing but that the friendship was a subject of speculation."
My father's jaw hitched, and my belly roiled at the thought that he might have known the pain of adultery. Yet everything I knew of my parents forced my mind to rebel. Mamma would never. With more calmness than he perhaps felt, Papa puffed at his pipe.
There was gossip.
That I did not remember. That I'd never known. I was too young to have realized it. And I wondered if Angelica, who was older, had been more aware, and if it accounted for her sometimes troubled relationship with our mother. Surely Mama denied any impropriety. A small, bittersweet smile tugged at his lips.
I did not ask her.
Indignation positively burned in my breast. Why ever not? Papa's fingers drummed lightly upon his knee, as if he were counting.
If she were guilty, she might confess. And how should a gentleman respond? If I ran Bradstreet through with my sword, it would have gained me nothing but a momentary pang of satisfaction and a dead friend. It would not forestall the gossip of cuckoldry, nor the destruction of your mother's fine name. It would have followed you, my dear children, and made you unhappy all your lives.
As the gossip about Hamilton would now follow my children all their lives. To his litany of horrific consequences, my father added,
And if your mamma was innocent, as she surely was, then to insult her with an accusation would make me the vilest of knaves. I should consider myself condemned to hell fires if I treated your mother with such rank suspicion. A woman who entrusted herself to me, risked her very life to bring my children into the world. A woman who defended my lands, served as wise steward over my household, and blessed my life with her wisdom, friendship, affection, and love. Such ingratitude would damn me in the eyes of myself and my God.
So he would not ask, I thought. He would never ask. My father, like the mathematician he was, had added it all up. The sums of love and happiness and disappointments in a marriage, and come to the conclusion that it didn't matter, just as Maria Reynolds did not matter, regardless of what the papers said, regardless of what anyone said.
What I decided to do,
Papa explained,
was to name my first son, born after there could be any question of his parentage, John Bradstreet Schuyler.
In defiance, I realized. My father had mustered the strength to defend his marriage with a thumb in the eye of anyone who would question it, just as I would have to do now. And he was asking me if I had the stomach for it.
In the matter of Hamilton, Papa concluded, your family's view of this unfortunate episode will be guided by your calculation, Elizabeth, and only yours.
I'd always admired his ability to swallow bitter injustices for the greater good. But how could I follow his example? Whatever I'd told myself in coming here, I knew the real reason Hamilton had sent me to my father.
Eliza, if you stand beside me, the public will eviscerate you.
Stand by him or renounce him. Hamilton wanted me to have that choice. But I'd already made it. And taking a deep breath, I determined to begin defending my own marriage right here in this moment. Then forgive him, Papa, as I have done, truly. The Bible tells us no man is without sin, no man is righteous, not even one. My father nodded. Then not another word was said about it. My family never behaved in word or deed with anything but devoted affection to my husband. And because of it, and because I was my father's daughter, I found within myself the strength to face the storm. Chapter 30.
Art thou a wife? See him, whom thou hast chosen for the partner of this life, lolling in the lap of a harlot.
The Aurora, a Jeffersonian newspaper. August, 1797, New York City. How could he confess in such humiliating detail? Angelica had come to my house, clutching my husband's pamphlet with white knuckles, demanding we go out and buy up all the copies. 50 of the best pens in America could not have done more to put him in infamy. You know why he did it, I said, not wishing to go over it even once more. Ever since I'd confronted Monroe, I'd understood with a cutting clarity that Alexander would be forced to prove the affair to clear his name of worse charges. And like a papist penitent, he'd done just that, donning a veritable hair shirt of irrefutable evidence and frank revelations, each more torturous than the next. My only regret was in refusing my husband's offer to review his confession before he'd published it. It had been the one time I'd had no interest in bearing witness to the inner workings of his mind, when I'd been too heartsick to persuade him to moderate his tone. And the result? The Reynolds pamphlet ran more than 90 pages, cataloging every possible aspect of the affair, as if he thought he could drown his opponents in words and wash himself clean. Hamilton's pamphlet reads like one of Peggy's tawdry novels, Angelica groaned, as if she herself were the wronged wife instead of me. Why, the letters his harlot sent him, children spell better. What could he have seen in her? His mother, I thought. It always came back to her, but I dared not say it, and I dared not fall back into the trap of dissecting the affair. Wine? I asked instead, taking a bottle from an exquisite silver cooler. It was unlike me to drink in the middle of the day, but I took comfort where I could, not only in the chilled wine against the August heat, but also in that the cooler was a gift from George Washington that had recently come with a note I treasured. A token of my sincere regard and friendship. I pray you to present my best wishes, in which Mrs. Washington joins me, to Mrs. Hamilton, and that you would be persuaded with every sentiment of the highest regard. I remain your sincere friend. If the Washingtons stood with us in solidarity, how could I waver? My sister took the proffered glass of wine and gulped it. One word from you, and Hamilton is ruined forever. I hope he knows it. She'd been his defender at first, but since reading his confession, she'd become mine. And I suppose that I needed one when the newspaper's poisoned ink against him turned on me, too. I'd never been singled out for such public opprobrium before. Never bad to loathe the man I loved or be considered complicit in his sins. The insults from jeering Republicans didn't wound me overmuch. I dismissed the lot of them as a knot of conspiring, godless scoundrels. Like my husband, I was even coming to take some perverse pride in being the object of their rancor and venom. But the cruelty of our fellow Federalist friends did cut me. It was confided to me that our new president's lady, Abigail Adams, crowed to her friends that she'd always known my husband to be a lascivious debauchee, in whose wicked eyes she saw the very devil, as if I should have seen it too, and made a better choice in husband. Society ladies I'd entertained on countless occasions crossed the street to avoid brushing skirts with me, lest scandal be contagious. For I was a wife who'd failed to inspire fidelity. And yet, my fidelity to him was now also to be counted against my virtue. I could neither leave my husband nor love him without offending somebody. As the wronged wife, there was nothing whatsoever I could do now that might be counted appropriate, except perhaps to lay down and die of shame. And I was not about to give anyone that satisfaction. I wasn't sure you'd come back to me, Hamilton admitted that night, rocking his infant son against his shoulder and eyeing the 2 empty wine bottles on our table with a furrowed brow. Unless, I asked, covering a hiccup. Unless you've returned to hire a divorce attorney. His eyes crinkled at the corners, as if he'd said it in dark jest, but there was an edge of fear to it. He watched me carefully for an answer even as he continued. As it happens, I'm acquainted with the best in the city if you should need a recommendation. Though I was a little tipsy and unsteady on my feet, I stood to embrace him. "I'm with you, Alexander." And I was. For even though the world didn't wish for us to put our troubles behind us, we'd done it. We'd survived, and we'd become stronger for it. Alexander swallowed, then, with our little William between us, pressed his forehead to mine. "You are infinitely dear to me, Eliza, and I am more in debt to you than I can ever pay. Please believe that I know you deserve everything from me, and my future life will be devoted to your happiness. I only wish I could stay." He was obliged to argue a federal case in Connecticut, one of the many cases he took on to make a fine future for our children and build the house he promised. Still, he worried, because our oldest boy, Philip, had taken ill on the boat as we'd sailed back from Albany. A summer cold, we thought. Nothing serious. But days after my husband went off to Connecticut, as Philip tossed and turned feverish in his bed, the physician pronounced the dread verdict: typhus. Typhus could leave our boy deaf or addled, or it could kill him.
"Mrs. Hamilton, you must prepare for the worst,"
the doctor said, his coat thrown over the chair by the bed where my son burned with fever.
"Your husband must be sent for."
"Send a courier by express," I whispered. Then I sent the rest of the children and my servants away, lest the illness spread. Angelica insisted on staying with me, so it was me, my sister, and the doctor left to care for Philip, as he slipped into a state of delirium, his pulse fading by the moment. I took Philip's face in my hands and told him a truth that mothers ought never utter, that he would always be my firstborn and first in my heart. Because Philip was too weak to move on his own, the three of us plunged him into a hot bath of Peruvian bark and rum. When he roused, I spooned wine whey into his mouth while his Aunt Angelica covered him in dry blankets. But the nightmare continued as we waited for my husband's return, listening with anxiety for every chime of the clock. At length, my sister said, "Eliza, let me sit with him while he sleeps. You should rest so his mother can be with him when he awakens." I started to my room, stumbling away in a delirium of my own. "Don't take him, God," I prayed that night, and again the next morning. Not Philip, who'd brought joy to us since the day he was born. Not the boy who'd been my companion during those lonely early years when his father was seldom home. Not my Philip. The best of me and Alexander combined. Our best and brightest hope. I'd just finished uttering this morning prayer when boots thundered up the stairs, the door shaking at the noise of it.
"Eliza!"
I found Alexander in the hall, his hair plastered to his head in sweaty ringlets, his legs spattered in mud, eyes wild.
"Is he—"
"Awake," Angelica said from the doorway. "And it's no wonder with all the racket." We rushed into our son's room to find him revived, sensible as to where he was and who we were, and we knelt beside his bed and thanked God for his deliverance. Later, while Alexander cooled his forehead with a cloth, I thought nothing else matters but this. Let the newspapers say what they would. Let every woman in the country giggle behind their hands and whisper behind my back. Our family mattered more. Our family meant everything. And so long as we were together, I could bear anything.
Hamilton is fallen for the present. But even if he fornicates with every female in New York and Philadelphia, he will rise again.
David Cobb to Henry Knox. Winter, 1797, New York City. "We'll never see her again, will we?" my daughter rasped, as we watched the snow-covered carriage roll away from the front of our house, a tearful Fanny pressing her hand to the frosted window in farewell. "Of course we will. I said, fighting back my own tears for my daughter's sake. Fanny may not have been her sister by blood, but Anna had never known another, and the loss seemed to break her. She alternated between inconsolable sobs and dazed stupors, and it was all I could do to comfort her about something that broke a piece of me, too. Because Fanny's relations no longer saw fit to let her stay with us. Her married older sister wanted to take Fanny into her household. A respectable household, I was brusquely informed. Thus, we were forced to surrender the girl we'd loved as our own since the age of 2. We'd packed 12-year-old Fanny's trunks with new petticoats and pearled combs and every sort of frippery a girl should need. Alexander had vowed to the girl that she was always welcome back. We were all heartbroken at the loss. And to comfort my 12-year-old daughter, I said, "It's no different than when your Aunt Angelica went to live in London for a while. Fanny will come back one day, and you'll have each other's company again." But Anna could not be comforted. She'd always been a sensitive child, but lively and clever, eager to show off her accomplishments in dancing, music, and French. Now she withdrew to her room, complaining of illness. And I wondered if the danger to my children was never to end. The physicians could find nothing whatsoever wrong with her, but she would eat next to nothing but little bits of bread. Sometimes, even then, she left the crumbs upon her window-sill for the birds. Like her father, she took loss hard, and my heart ached for her. I knew what it was to love a sister, how tight that bond could be, how difficult it was to understand one's place in the world without it. In Anna's tenderness, the way only feeding these little birds could lift her spirits, I thought I recognized in her my own calling. Thus, one Sunday morning, I said, "Get dressed for church services, darling. Afterward, we're going to help some children as needy as our dear Fanny once was." Thereupon, we threw ourselves into a cause to which I was happy to lend my name, tainted though it was. The Society for the Relief of Poor Widows with Small Children, founded by the devout Scotswoman Widow Graham, supported at least 100 destitute widows in the city. Together with Anna, I spent afternoons assembling baskets of food and clothing for the needy in hopes of saving them from the poorhouse. I'd always felt best when I was busy. Besides, the unfortunate situations of these widowed women reminded me that my troubles were comparatively few. How fortunate I was. How the Lord had made me rich in every way that mattered. I imagined that it made the same impression on Anna because, by summer, she was playing her piano again for our old friend James McHenry, the Secretary of War. He came to visit in a show of loyalty and support, reciting poetry and recalling old war stories well into the evening. "To Lafayette," McHenry said, raising his glass, "the luckiest frog alive." "To Lafayette," we said, because the Marquis was lucky, alive, and, after 5 years of imprisonment, free. Napoleon Bonaparte saw to Lafayette's release from prison, the only thing of merit, by my estimation, that tyrant ever did. And when we learned of Lafayette's release, Alexander wrote, "My friendship for you will survive all revolutions and all vicissitudes. The only thing in which our parties agree is to love you." After we drank, McHenry sat back and put his knife on the edge of his plate. "This veal is delicious, Mrs. Hamilton. Melts in the mouth like butter, it does. You serve as fine a meal as I remember from the old days." "You must be forgetting that dreadful wartime tripe stew." Mac patted a somewhat rounder belly than he'd had in those far-off days in winter quarters. "I was so hungry during the war, you could have baked me a sawdust cake and I'd have savored it. But this meal is exquisite. Have you a chef?" "Oh, no," I replied. "We've an Irish girl who scrubs the pots, but I do the cooking." McHenry seemed impressed. "Hamilton, my lucky friend.
Your wife is still as frugal and good a treasurer of your household as you were a treasurer for the country. Better, Hamilton said, smiling at me with warm affection. After all, no one has ever demanded an investigation into her account books. We laughed. Then Mac shook his head. I worried, all those years ago in Morristown. How the devil did a man like Hamilton see fit to marry such a saintly girl? Now I see, Mrs. Hamilton, that you were the only woman tireless enough to match him. Dear Mac. It was the 6th or 7th compliment he'd paid me that evening, and I was sure he did it out of a solicitousness of my feelings, to try to soothe the blows dealt by the newspapers. But he was also trying to soften the ground, because between the 2nd and 3rd courses, Mac revealed the true purpose of his visit: to recruit my husband back into the army. The French have gone too far this time, and it's likely to be war. Offended by America's proclamation of neutrality in the European War, the new French government had been attacking our ships and refused to speak to an American diplomatic delegation without a bribe. To make matters worse, a French ship plucked an American vessel right out of New York Harbor. The gall of it! Nay, the gall of it! Mac guffawed, finishing his 4th glass of Madeira. Not even Jefferson dares to defend the French for this. And we need you back in uniform, lad. How relieved I was when Alexander put his hand atop mine and said, without hesitation, I'm a private man now, and considering the circumstances of— Oh, damn the scandal sheets, Mac cried. I'd been certain that my husband was going to talk about the circumstances of our finances and growing family, but realizing that even our friends and champions were still thinking about our scandal made me rise abruptly. Dessert! By the time I returned with chocolate creams in fluted crystal glasses and a silver tray of caraway comfits, McHenry was still talking about the military. As you say, General Schuyler has not been well. Gates is a bitter old woman. Knox is too stout to ride a horse. And if you didn't know it already, let me be the first to tell you that the great man won't come out of retirement unless you do ham. Washington. Always George Washington was needed at the head of our armies. But even with my husband at his side, could the old venerable soldier truly mount up for war yet again? Mac eyed me frankly and turned the screws. I appeal to the inextinguishable love you bear your country. That you both bear your country. I dropped into a chair with a sigh, stabbing a long spoon into my chocolate cream and digging out a giant bite, because I knew where this would end. Hamilton could never refuse military glory or a genuine call to patriotism, and this was both. Darkly amused, but wanting to break things, I said, To think I once harbored such a fondness for you, McHenry. Both men slanted apologetic glances my way, then Alexander squinted. What rank would I be offered? Major General. McHenry reached for a few caraway comfits, but I snatched the tray away. Yes, I was quite fond of you, Mac. Now I shall go get that sawdust cake for you after all. Mac laughed, merriment in his eyes. But you were born to be a general's wife, my dear. Then to my husband he added, And you might wish to send a note of appreciation to President Adams. 'Twould be a good deal easier to make you inspector of the whole army, if he didn't hate you quite so much. Adams was an honest but irascible man, who paled in stature beside George Washington, which was why my husband had supported another candidate in the presidential election instead of John Adams. But Adams had a long memory, and in backing the wrong horse, Alexander had made another enemy. An enemy who'd now be his commander-in-chief. March 1799, New York City. You're a shameless woman, Eliza Hamilton. Standing beneath an umbrella in a drizzle of rain, Kitty Livingston tried to fend me off.
After she'd come to warn me about Alexander that time, we'd come to a sort of rapprochement, and since then, Kitty had been amongst the first New York ladies to receive me back into polite society, despite her family's political feud with mine. But now, caught in a spring shower that was getting her shoes wet outside the tontine, she wanted nothing more than to escape. I stood stubbornly in her path. "Surely you can spare more for a worthy cause, Kitty. Not so long ago you were a widow with a small child yourself." "I've already given you every coin in my handbag." I smiled sweetly, and I promised to record that in the charity's membership roll, which we'll publish as thanks and recognition. "As extortion," Kitty protested. "I'll be made to look like a miser compared to your sister." Kitty had the right of it. I'd learned from Hamilton after all. Long ago, he'd arranged the order of the states in voting for the ratification of the Constitution, playing one against the other. Well, the same principle applied to raising funds for the Society for the Relief of Poor Widows with Small Children. And Angelica was my Delaware, always first to ratify. Knowing just how large my sister's donation had been, Kitty's hands tightened on her purse strings. "You're a brigand." "I think of myself as a foot soldier for the Lord." She pursed her lips. "Well, I suppose that if General Hamilton gets the war against France he wants, we'll all have to adopt the martial spirit." General Hamilton. After 4 months, I was still adjusting to the idea, much less the unspoken but very real responsibilities of being a general's wife. My mother, Lucy Knox, Martha Washington. These were my examples. And with those excellent ladies in mind, I said, "We're already at war with France. An undeclared war, but a war nonetheless." Lacking any military experience of his own to draw upon, President Adams had called George Washington out of retirement. The old soldier, tired to his very bones, agreed to serve as a figurehead if Alexander was named his second-in-command, his Inspector General. And no one could deny Washington. The Republican newspapers screeched against Hamilton, the man who published a book to prove he was an adulterer. But such objections seemed stale if not quaint when weighed against the threat of Napoleon Bonaparte. Matrons might clutch their pearls, and the Jeffersonians might spit, but in the end the country still needed Alexander Hamilton. Which meant that we were, again, ascendant. Even the Livingstons knew it, which was why Kitty sighed with surrender, promising a large banknote for the charity. With that she took her leave, but not before muttering, "I still say you're a brigand." "Brigands resort to pistols." Aaron Burr doffed his cap as he splashed across the street to us. "Whereas you, Mrs. Hamilton, have somehow managed to loot the pockets of every New York notable with only the force of your will." New York was a much smaller place in those days, and we were always running into old friends and enemies on the street. Burr, in particular, was always out and about. He had never remarried after Theodosia's death, and more often than not he had a trollop on his arm, 2, if the mood struck him. He'd earned a reputation as a great seducer of women, and it was no wonder, since Burr still retained roguish good looks. So much so that even I could scarcely deny him a smile. Nor did I want to when he took money from his pocket and pressed it into my hand. "For your widows and small children." "How generous," I said, surprised. "On the condition that you don't record my name in your ledger." "It's a respectable charity, sir, and entirely without partisan bent." "Yes, I've heard all about your widows." By way of explanation, he added, "I spent a great deal of time lately on Slaughterhouse Street, raising mugs in the Bull's Head Tavern with the immigrants your husband's party is trying to chase out of the country." He was referring to the Alien and Sedition Acts, which authorized President Adams to deport any foreign-born resident deemed a danger to the peace. These were wartime measures. And given what I'd seen, riots, uprisings, and American cities nearly burned to the ground, regrettably necessary, I thought, even though I worried it set a dangerous precedent. But I said none of this to Aaron Burr. I merely adjusted my bonnet, upon which I proudly wore a black cockade that signaled my support of this Federalist administration. Burr must have seen that I was suppressing an argument, because he gave a wicked grin. I intend to make Hamilton regret these unconstitutional laws. It was Congress who passed these laws, and the President who signed them. My husband was merely the general who would defend the nation. But, affecting amusement, I said, "Unconstitutional? I don't remember your having championed that document when my husband was helping to write it." Burr laughed. "Touché. It's a miserable paper machine. I told your husband that, as the commander of an army, he owes it to the country to demolish it." I withheld my gasp. Because his expression was so droll, I couldn't decide if he was toying with me or suggesting the overthrow of the government. Exasperated, I shook my head. "I won't allow you to bait me further, sir, and I shall happily take your donation. But why should you desire to keep it a secret?" "Because I mean it for charity and not social advancement." Did Burr suspect me of using good works to erase the taint of scandal? It was perfectly in keeping with the way his mind worked, so I supposed I couldn't be angry about it. The truth was, despite Burr's capacity to scandalize, needle, or otherwise irritate me, I couldn't hate him. In truth, I even liked him. A little. As much as anyone could like a man whose sole fixed characteristic was that he had none. Perhaps it was because he'd kept his silence about my husband's adultery. "Even if you insult me, I'm not too proud to take your money on behalf of children who are grateful for every scrap of bread." "I mean no insult whatsoever, though if I did, I suppose I should fear being clasped in irons or sued into penury under the new Federalist reign of terror." At that, my jaw dropped. "It's your Republicans who aspire to guillotines. You might be glad of the new laws if you'd been persecuted so relentlessly by the newspaper as I—" "Say no more," Burr replied wryly, holding up a hand in surrender. "I've taken endless amusement watching the way you've spent the past year and a half hectoring the buttoned-up society ladies who had the temerity to shun you. I admire it. Hamilton has in you a very well-matched wife, as I intend to tell him at this evening's meeting of the Manumission Society." I softened to hear this reminder of his anti-slavery work, especially as our political parties seemed often now on the verge of civil war. Just last year, 2 congressmen had come to blows with cane and fire-iron tongs on the floor of the House of Representatives. It was heartening to remember that there were men like Burr in the opposing camp who could still find common cause on great moral issues. And it made me forgive his taunts, because it seemed he did in fact have some moral scruples. My husband seems quite hopeful that New York will soon eliminate the practice of slavery. Do you share his optimism?" Burr's smile was enigmatic. "I suspect it would go better to first eliminate slavery a little closer to home. At least, it would spare your husband some embarrassment." "We keep no slaves," I said, with perhaps more pride than I ought to have, given that more than half the members of the society did own slaves, including my father. "As will be discussed at tonight's meeting, your husband is the purchaser of record for a slave the Manumission Society is seeking to help gain her freedom." I shook my head dismissively. "I'm sure there's been some mistake. We have no slaves." "But your sister does," Burr replied. Ensconced amongst her perfumes and cosmetic pots in her toilette, Angelica admired her reflection in an ivory-handled mirror. "Did Kitty wave the white flag?" She promised a banknote, I replied, cooing a bit over my sister's 10-month-old baby in his ornate walnut bassinet, the child being ample proof that whatever had broken between my sister and her husband had indeed been mended. Angelica waved away a little yawn. I'd forgotten how exhausting a baby can be, even if you give them over to a nursemaid. As gently as one could possibly suggest such a thing, I ventured, perhaps if you hosted fewer parties. But Church lives for parties. He's rich and has no place in politics, so he has little to do and time hangs heavy on his hands. I couldn't imagine having little to do. Indolence wasn't in our Dutch blood, and I sensed Angelica was annoyed by it too, but I hadn't come to criticize either of them. I'd come to ask, nay, to demand, you must let Sarah go free. My sister startled. Sarah? Your lady's maid, I replied stiffly. I am informed today that Alexander purchased her for you. Oh, yes, Angelica said, as if only vaguely recalling it. When I knew we were returning to America, I asked Hamilton to ensure I'd have a servant when I disembarked the ship, and he did me that favor. My husband never purchased slaves for our household. Yet his entanglement with my slave-owning family had put him in difficult positions and pushed him to compromise his moral stance more than once. It did not sit well with me that he might have done this for me in order to make my sister more apt to stay in New York, which he knew would make me happy. You must emancipate her. She's gone to the Manumission Society for help. They mean to argue her cause publicly. A sense of indignation leaped to my sister's wounded expression at the idea she should be thought a bad mistress. Why should Sarah wish to leave me? I've never treated her harshly for even a moment, and to beg the Manumission Society's help? This is mortifying. Yes, I said, because slavery was mortifying. We'd grown up with Prince guarding our door, and Dinah cooking our meals, and Jenny fixing our hair. We'd told ourselves we loved Papa's servants as if they were family. And I might still argue that we did, but not with an eye to their humanity, with all the pain and possibility that entailed. Anger does not obliterate love, and love does not obliterate cruelty. Slavery was cruel, a sin against God and a betrayal of the principles of our revolution besides. And if we were ever to end it, the effort would have to begin with families like ours. When I said as much, Angelica sat back in her gilded armchair and closed her eyes. I suppose that if it were to be publicly known your husband purchased slaves, it would be another hypocrisy for the newspapers to complain about. More importantly, it would impede his efforts to abolish slavery in New York. Angelica finally lifted her long lashes to slant me a glance. I don't know how you stand it. How I stand what? Hamilton, she replied. His vanity, his outrageous zeal. He never stops. This from the same woman who complained her husband had nothing to do. Though she still treated Alexander with affection and remained politically loyal to him, she was much more apt now to take my side in any disagreement. She plainly believed that I'd been sent on another mission to protect my husband's reputation, and resented him for it. But Alexander hadn't sent me. My responsibility as the general's wife was not, I knew, just to the general. It was also to set a moral example for the country he meant to defend. And even if I had no standing to do that in the matter of adultery, slavery was a more guilty sin by far. I'm not asking you to emancipate Sarah for my husband, nor for me. I ask you to free her and all your slaves, because slavery violates the rights endowed to us by our Creator. I used Mr. Jefferson's words to make an impression. And at this little bit of manipulation, she apprehended me. Almost as if for the first time,
giving me the strangest feeling of a shift in our relationship, in which she'd always been hitherto of superior rank. I was sure that she would do as I asked, but she wasn't happy about it. "Why, Mrs. General Hamilton, they say two people married long enough to one another might slowly become more alike, but I never did predict it. You are becoming him." Chapter 31. Autumn, 1799. Harlem, New York. There was something mesmerizing about the dueling pistols, with their gleaming dark walnut stocks and the glint of the brass barrels and the hair trigger that an expert duelist could use to gain an advantage over his opponent. Perhaps the allure was in the fact that something so beautiful could be so deadly. "See how the hair trigger is disguised?" my brother-in-law asked, as he showed them to my admiring sons, who all strained to get a closer look. "Try for yourself." Grinning, 17-year-old Philip took the weapon into his hands, clearly fascinated despite having handled his father's own weapons many times before. "Did you have the hair trigger set in your duel, Uncle Church?" Church settled back onto a divan beside my sister in the cottage we'd all rented together in the wilds of Harlem so that Peggy, Angelica, and I could share the season. Now our children and husbands crowded the place, making the perfect audience for Church to brag about his exploits. "I wanted Aaron Burr to know that I could kill him without any advantage if I so chose," he said, coolly straightening his white lace cravat. "And perhaps I should have." Alexander cut in with a reproachful glance at his brother-in-law. My husband was, after all, no longer the same man who became embroiled in two affairs of honor in a single day. As a general, he'd been working to eradicate the antiquated practice from the ranks of the army. "I've been persuaded that dueling is a horrid custom, one the legislature must see fit to curb." I wish now he'd said so much more. For the memory of our son Philip holding that pistol, even all these decades later, retains the power to make me want to retch. Alexander held out his hand for the pistol and returned the pair to their portmanteau, though that didn't effect a change of subject, because the men in my family were in a belligerent humor about Burr. When it looked certain that we'd go to war with France, Burr had volunteered to help defend the harbor, despite his earlier support of the French Revolution. Burr had also abandoned his fellow Republicans to support the anti-slavery measure in New York's legislature. He'd even proposed a new project to bring clean water to the city so as to prevent yellow fever. Alexander had been thrilled to see Burr's political changes, and he'd championed them. But it had been a scheme. My harried husband, busy arranging for military supplies and organizing the army, had missed a few legal clauses belatedly added to the paperwork for the water utility. Clauses that enabled Burr to transform the supposedly charitable corporation he started with my husband's help into a bank. A Republican bank. Burr had used him. It had been a masterful and malevolent joke, sly and well executed at the very time my husband was occupied in everything from designing military uniforms from sash to buttonhole to recommending a military academy at West Point. Otherwise, Hamilton would never have been distracted enough to let Burr slip something past him. Seldom did anyone outsmart Alexander Hamilton. But Burr had done just that, in a most public and humiliating way. Alexander had privately fumed, but Church accused Burr of corruption, which brought about a duel between the men, where my brother-in-law proved himself such an expert marksman that he shot a button off Burr's coat, a feat that much impressed my sons, but not my sister. Hearing Church boast now about how he could have killed a man, Angelica set her cup down so hard that I feared it would crack, and strong black tea sloshed over both sides. For she, like the rest of us,
had learned of her husband's duel only after the fact, and the fright of having so nearly been made a widow in complete ignorance still set her nerves on edge. "What if you had killed him, Jack?" Angelica asked. No one in our family seemed poised to answer that question, least of all my unrepentant brother-in-law. And over our teacups, Peggy and I exchanged a look, both of us knowing from childhood experience not to tangle with Angelica when she was in this mood. But as my newborn daughter mewled like a kitten in her cradle, I was emboldened to remind everyone of our blessings. Let's just give thanks to God that no one was hurt, not to mention that we're all together to enjoy a respite in this beautiful countryside. A respite that would have been even more enjoyable if you'd named your new daughter Margaret, Peggy piped up, both changing the subject and professing jealousy that we'd named our first daughter after Angelica, but none after her. "I'm afraid I favor the name Elizabeth," Alexander replied with a wink. "But perhaps the next one." "The next one? And to think I once feared Betsy would be a spinster. You're like rabbits, you two," Peggy accused, quite heedless of the agonized cringes this elicited from my sons and the chorus of snickers from their cousins, especially Angelica's 21-year-old Flip and Peggy's 11-year-old Stephen, where they stood still admiring Church's pistols in the open portmanteau. Reaching to pat my husband's knee, I said, "Since the gentlemen of the family have been so fixated on guns, perhaps you might take the boys into the woods and bring us some ducks for supper." Alexander looked as if he wished to protest, but called for his new hunting dog, an over-eager spaniel that answered to the name of Old Peggy. That's when my Philip joked to his aunt, "You have a Hamiltonian namesake after all." Peggy gave an indignant sputter that sounded quite like the curly-haired mongrel, eliciting howls of laughter from all of us. "My nephew is a rogue," Peggy said, affectionately ruffling Philip's dark hair. "Be gone with you to fetch our supper." Then Alexander marched off into the forests of Harlem with a fowling piece in hand, my brothers-in-law and our boys all trooping behind. "Do you see how Church swaggers about like a daring boy of 18? Angelica hissed when they'd gone. To soothe her, I said, "You were once charmed by Church's daring." "That was before I loved him," Angelica replied, taking me quite by surprise. "When we eloped, that was just the seedling of love. It's taken years of careful tending, pruning, and cultivation to come to full flower. Though, if Church had gotten himself killed in a childish duel, I should doubt the whole enterprise of love altogether." Peggy dramatically rolled her eyes. "Oh, how would it have looked if he'd refused Burr's challenge? It's the way men defend their personal honor." Angelica seethed. "It's never personal with Burr. Tell her, Eliza." "It's true," I said, in the familiar role of mediator between them. As improbable as it sounded, Burr was, and had always been, wryly amused with life, taking it all for a game. "Burr only cares about his political reputation," Angelica said. "Now, thanks to my husband, that sly self-seeker can boast that he didn't flinch when a bullet came close enough to wing a button off his coat. He'll tell that story every chance he gets while campaigning for Jefferson in the upcoming presidential election. And mark me a fool if Burr doesn't win the vice presidency for himself." "Heaven forfend," I said, glad Alexander wasn't present to hear this prediction, for it would have sent him spiraling into a rage. What I wanted was to celebrate with my sisters that we were all together, the three of us, our children playing together outside, our husbands good friends, just as I'd once dreamed we'd be. So I did my best to soften Angelica's temper until the three of us were laughing together, as we did when we were girls. "I'll call her Lizbeth for short," I said to Peggy of the new daughter in my arms. "And I am sorry, Peggy. I wanted to call her Margaret, but my husband is still persuasive when he desires something." She snorted. Oh, and I'll bet he knows just how to persuade you, too. No doubt it involves his— Say no more, I said, laughing despite myself. There's an innocent babe here. Chuckling, Peggy smoothed her hand over Lisbeth's downy hair. Call her what you like. It's just good to see you happy again. I was happy, I realized. The advantage of the Reynolds scandal was that I no longer had anything to hide. I found satisfaction in my work and in Alexander's. For on the 4th of July, we'd toasted the state legislature's passage of a law establishing the gradual abolition of slavery, and shortly thereafter, Alexander had taken me to scout a property he meant to buy for our home, a high wooded place not far from the river. The country still feared an American war with France, with that tyrant, Napoleon Bonaparte. But with Washington and Hamilton at the head of our armies, we could be in no safer hands. Doctor, I die hard, but I am not afraid to go. George Washington. December 1799, New York City. George Washington's passing shook the very foundations of the country. Few men on earth had done more to earn eternal rest than the former president, but we were left like children frightened to face a world without him. Even Alexander, though he was loath to admit it. Nevertheless, like a grieving son, my husband went to Philadelphia to march in a somber funereal procession in honor of his fallen chief, wearing a black sash of mourning, leading a white riderless horse from Congress Hall, accompanied by a solitary drumbeat. But where were the rest of the country's supposedly great men? One would have searched the assembled crowd in vain for Jefferson, Madison, or Monroe, though I could well imagine the three Republicans clustered around a dinner table, wickedly toasting Washington's demise and the opportunity it now gave their party to rise to power. For my part, I was forced to steal away to the privacy of my room, so that the children would not see my tears fall as I remembered the first time that godlike man spoke my name in welcoming me to his military encampment. My heart bled for Martha. She must feel so alone now, I thought. Inconsolable. She'd had children from her first marriage, but none with Washington. And she'd had only 2 years with her husband after a lifetime of public service. Only 2 years to sit together upon their piazza overlooking the Potomac and dine together in the privacy of their rooms. And yet, even then, I knew Mount Vernon resembled a well-resorted tavern, with people stopping by for a glimpse of the former president and in expectation of Southern hospitality. A meal, a room for the night, a stable with feed for their horses, all at Washington's expense, of course. We consumed him, I thought, clutching the pendant I wore containing his hair. We might not have chopped off Washington's head and lapped up his blood from the paving stones as the French mobs did with their king, but we'd taken the best years of his life, his sweat, his toil, his wisdom, his vigor and energies. And what did we give him in return? For 8 years we called him president. Now we called him the father of the country. Who then was the heir? All eyes, it seemed, turned to an increasingly erratic President John Adams. But finding him wanting, some looked to Alexander Hamilton. And for the first time, I found myself almost grateful for the exposure of my husband's infidelity, because it meant that he hadn't the stature to run for the presidency. Not now, at least. We were stuck with President Adams. The alternative was unthinkable. The alternative was Jefferson. "Did you remember to deliver the parcel to Widow Rhinelander?" I asked Philip when he absconded with a piece of bread, trying to slip out the back door.
"I could scarcely forget with all your reminders."
My tall son leaned against the butcher-block table in the basement kitchen of our rented townhouse, affecting a manly devil-may-care pose, He was still dutiful about helping to deliver baskets to the needy, but having graduated from Columbia College, he would not be at my beck and call for long. He was grown now, and keen to prove it.
Fortunately, Mrs. Rhinelander has a very pretty girl living next door to her.
Naughty young man, I scolded. For he was entirely too much like his father had once been, irresistibly brilliant, shamelessly flirtatious, and outrageously handsome. I'd already had to warn him against making eyes at our pot-scrubbing girl. Now I snatched the butter before he absconded with it, too. Don't make me fear to send you on errands for the charity, lest you flirt with the ladies.
I wouldn't flirt with Widow Rhinelander.
Philip's mouth twisted into a feigned expression of horror, and he shuddered.
She reminds me of the Baron von Steuben, may he rest in peace. Besides, she says all her German gentlemen friends are voting Republican.
Of course they were. Which was why, for the coming elections, I found myself undertaking the most energetic role in the political wrangling that I could without forfeiting my dignity as a lady. While going door to door and church to church raising charitable donations, I'd made careful note of those with Federalist sympathies who might be approached for support. Every day that my husband, who should have been about the business of the military, rode hither and yon, haranguing passing crowds on street corners, attending committee meetings in various wards, and even enlisting our sons to stand watch at polling stations where we suspected election trickery, I pinned my black Federalist cockade to my hat and went out to praise the virtues of courage and perseverance in the Federalist cause. It was an unseemly business to electioneer in support of President Adams, but we'd been forced to it by Aaron Burr, who opened his house to offer refreshments and a mattress upon the floor to any grubby miscreant willing to campaign for a populist sweep of Jeffersonians into the government. And now Philip complained,
"It seems Colonel Burr sent someone to the neighborhood who spoke German, and he's drawing up lists of voters in all the immigrant precincts."
"For all the good it will do him," I said smugly. "To vote, immigrants must have resided here 14 years and owned substantial property." But having embarked upon the study of the law in his father's footsteps, Philip explained,
"Burr's found a legal loophole. He's going to have them pool the value of their property so they can qualify to vote."
Damn Aaron Burr. Was there no end to his schemes? Of course, it was just what Alexander would have done if he'd thought of it. My husband had, after all, filled the Federalist slate with booksellers, a grocer, a mason, precisely the sort of working people who ought to appeal to populists. And, as if in diabolical mockery, Burr filled the Republican slate with rich and venerable old Clintonites and Livingstons for the cachet of their family names. Despite what he'd said to me on the street that day, however, I didn't think Burr's tireless campaigning came from any principled stance. He simply wanted to be vice president. And perhaps that wouldn't be so terrible an ambition if he didn't want to serve under Jefferson, who would assuredly plunge us back into a world of chaos, starvation, and riots. "We'd better warn your father," I said, grabbing up the lunch basket I'd filled with fruit and pastries. I wouldn't open my home with mattresses on the floor for every mercenary willing to campaign under my husband's generalship, but I was determined to feed and encourage the troops. As I searched for Alexander and passed out my baked goods to my husband's loyalists on the streets, I heard the most outrageous talk amongst the milling crowds. Hollow, ignorant Republican slogans, curses and taunts at our party's volunteers, libelous rumors about President Adams. I felt a growing dread that if we lost this election, my future and that of my children would be thrown into a world characterized by such vitriol, all at the hands of Jefferson, an atheist in religion and a fanatic in politics.
"I would see half the earth desolated,"
Jefferson once said to me. That must not be allowed to happen. I finally found my husband outside a notorious boarding house on Greenwich Street, warning a discontented crowd of ruffians against a Jefferson presidency. "Alexander!" I called, attempting to push through them with my basket. But he didn't hear me, and they refused to hear him. Instead, the men shouted him down. "Thief! Rascal! Villain!" They cursed my husband, their general, a man still in uniform with a sword on his hip. Stunned, I took a step back and quite nearly bumped into the Quaker proprietress of the boarding house, waving her arms at my husband and shrieking, "If thee dies a natural death, Hamilton, I shall think there is no justice in heaven. I'll never support anything you're about. I tell all my boarders to vote with Burr." It wasn't the first time that proprietress had accosted him. She'd done it months before in a courtroom where Alexander had defended the man accused of murdering her cousin. The trial had created a sensation, especially when Alexander exposed the proprietress as running a bit of a bawdy house, so it didn't surprise me to hear the woman shriek and rave. Outraged, my husband tugged his military coat straight. "Here now!" The growing crowd drowned him out with a raucous cheer of support for the proprietress, one that made me anxious. "Alexander," I said, finally forcing my way through to him. "Oh, dear Eliza, it's too rowdy out here today for you." He took my basket and sheltered me away from the unruly mob with an arm around my shoulders. But frustration rolled off him. "Why does that lady not recall that Aaron Burr was the other defense attorney in that case? Why doesn't she blame him, too?" "Because Burr is slippery," I replied when we finally found a bit of privacy in the doorway to a millinery shop. "The sort of fellow off the surface of whom can slide almost any resentment." Whereas, when it came to Alexander, everything stuck. Perhaps that was because Burr's ancestry stretched back to Jonathan Edwards, one of the great New England theologians, whereas Hamilton was said to be a Creole bastard. Or perhaps it was because Burr never proclaimed any position on anything until he knew which way the wind was blowing, whereas Hamilton could never keep an opinion to himself. Late that night, sinking in exhausted despondency beside his father in the parlor, Philip groaned, "Our state election is over. They've swept the slate. It's all Republicans." New York would give 12 electoral college votes to Jefferson, enough, quite possibly, to tip the balance of the presidency. And it was all accomplished by the wily Aaron Burr, who had, in the late hours of the election, gotten every man who couldn't vote to bring out wagon loads of those who could, even carrying the infirm and sitting them down on chairs in the middle of the cobblestone street to wait their turn. We'd lost New York. My general had been out-generaled. I suppose it had always seemed impossible to me that Alexander could fail at anything he set his mind to, and so I sank down, too, numbly. But at the stroke of midnight, Alexander was already at his desk, drawing up new battle plans. Feverishly, he scratched out a letter to the governor, audaciously suggesting that presidential electors should be chosen by popular vote rather than by the incoming legislature. Such a measure would be seen as overturning the election, I warned, hoping to dissuade him from sending it, and would surely cause a civil war. "A civil war would be preferable to Jefferson," Philip said, perhaps remembering the sermon we'd heard at church, telling us that if Jefferson became president, we'd have to hide our Bibles. "In times like these, it will not do to be over-scrupulous," Alexander said, still writing. "It's easy to sacrifice the substantial interests of society by a strict adherence to ordinary rules. This is a matter of public safety." Remembering Jefferson's admiration for and encouragement of the Francophile mobs in Philadelphia, I agreed with him. That our fright drove us to consider radical and unsavory ideas in the few terrifying days after the election What some were already calling the Revolution of 1800, I don't deny. But our fever-induced proposals were never adopted, whereas the worst panic-struck ideas of President Adams were immediately put into action. Realizing he was likely to lose the election, the first thing Adams did was fire his entire cabinet, including the Secretary of War.
"But the president blames you more than anyone for his probable defeat, Ham,"
McHenry said, having come straight from Philadelphia to report the news. He glanced at me apologetically as he pushed away his dinner plate, having apparently lost his appetite.
"Adams thinks you brought about the loss of the election in New York intentionally."
The indignity of it, after all we'd done. My own appetite wavered. Mac added,
"Adams shouted that you've been trying to control the government while posing as a private man, that you're a man devoid of every moral principle, a bastard and a foreigner besides."
I flinched, because it was an insult designed to strike at my husband's weakest points, and an unworthy and unbecoming thing for the President of the United States to stoop to say besides. But worse, few men were more American than Alexander Hamilton, and yet the President proclaimed him a foreigner. The same President who had the power to deport foreigners he deemed dangerous to the peace. Alexander flung his napkin onto the table in disgust.
"Not only the worst constructions are put upon my conduct as a public man, but it seems my birth must still be the subject of the most humiliating criticism."
I put a hand on my husband's knee in comfort. His birth wasn't his fault, and yet no conduct of his could ever seem to change it. And even McHenry seemed sensible of the wound he'd opened.
"My dear Hamilton, with respect to the legitimacy of your birth, none of your friends would respect you less even if everything your enemies say on this head were true." "Well, that is kind, Mac," Hamilton allowed. "But my friends are precious few."
That was only partially true, I thought. Because even then, my husband still wore the aura of a victor. His star had dimmed, but still blazed. And I confused followers for friends. I know better now. But at the time, I merely smiled at McHenry in gratitude.
Mac gave a long sigh. "While I'm at it, you might as well know this, too. During his tirade against me, the president declared Mr. Jefferson an infinitely better man than you, one who, if president, would act wisely. He said he'd rather be vice president under Jefferson than indebted to you, a man who ruled George Washington and would rule still if he could."
I understood what this meant, and chills raised gooseflesh on my arms. John Adams is changing sides. He's going to abandon the Federalists.
McHenry nodded. "You're not the only one to think the president has cut a deal with Jefferson to save his own neck."
At that, Alexander abruptly rose from the table to pace behind the chairs and looked as if he wished to throw one of them out our bow window into the street below.
"The man is more mad than I ever thought him, which he just might force me to say."
I was inclined to agree. Adams was going to abandon us to the bloodthirsty clutches of the Republican mob, who blamed my husband for every unpopular act of his own administration. And for the first time since the days of the Revolution of 76, I began to consider that we might need to flee. McHenry did nothing to change my mind.
"Certainly the president spoke in ways to persuade me he's actually insane." "Very well, then."
Alexander drained his wine glass, as if for courage.
"Then Federalist electors must withdraw their support of Adams for president. If we must have an enemy at the head of the government, let it be one we can oppose and for whom we are not responsible, who will not involve our party in the disgrace of foolish and bad measures."
I dismissed this as merely hot talk. No one could prefer that Jacobin, Thomas Jefferson, even to an insane John Adams. And I said as much to my husband later that night, in the darkness of our bed. His exhausted sigh crossed the space between us.
Mayhaps it makes no matter who becomes president, because 4 years from now I don't expect to have a head still upon my shoulders, unless it is at the head of a victorious army.
December 1800, New York City. President Adams declared peace with France and dissolved the army. Too late to stave off his ignominious defeat at the polls. Nationwide, the presidential election was a tie. Not between Jefferson and Adams, whose erratic actions sealed his own fate, but a tie between Jefferson and Burr. The presidential candidate and the vice presidential candidate had, through a quirk of our system, received the same number of electoral votes. But the people plainly meant for Jefferson to be president, and wished that Burr would simply accept the vice presidency as intended. I hoped for something else altogether. Because popular reason doesn't always know how to act right, nor does it always act right when it knows. Fortunately, the choice would be thrown to the House of Representatives, where my husband's Federalists reigned. Alexander would choose our new president. And in this, I sensed our salvation. Nearly laughing at the absurdity of Burr as president, I nevertheless felt a glorious relief. Burr was a trickster and a maker of chaos, to be sure, but he was also a man we knew well. Burr might be a libertine, but he wasn't a chilly zealot like Jefferson, musing about the desolation of the earth in the pursuit of liberty. In Burr, I felt certain we were to be delivered from our worst Jacobin nightmare of Jefferson unleashing the French Revolution on our shores. So I was both stunned and dismayed to find myself in a heated argument about it when I passed by Alexander's study and overheard him telling our eldest son,
"Upon every virtuous and prudent calculation, Jefferson is to be preferred over Burr."
Philip and I both gasped at the same time. Jefferson? Alexander scarcely looked up from his writing table. Perhaps he dared not look at us, for fear he'd lose his nerve or his lunch. Rubbing at his kidney, which had troubled him recently with spasms, he said,
"There is no fair reason to suppose Jefferson capable of being corrupted, whereas Burr is bankrupt beyond redemption. His private character is not defended even by his most partial friends."
That Burr was corruptible, I had no doubt. Everyone knew he was in debt. "That only means he can be bought," I said, "and a man who can be bought can be bargained with." Now my husband did look at me, his eyes widening as if I'd sprouted 2 heads. I suppose he looked to me for moral direction only to find that I, too, had been compromised by this wicked world. "This is no time for saints, Alexander." He shook his head and gathered his papers.
"Nevertheless, Burr cannot be bargained with, because no agreement with him could ever be relied upon."
Shamelessly, I blocked his exit. "Even so, you cannot prefer a radical theorist like Jefferson to Burr, a mere opportunist."
"Is it a recommendation to have no theory?" Alexander asked. "Can a man be an able statesman who has none? I believe not. Burr is far more cunning than wise, far more dexterous than able. In my opinion, he is inferior in real ability to Jefferson."
"As if ability matters," I argued in frank disbelief. "As if these were ordinary times and not ones in which you tell me you stand to lose your head." It was exactly the wrong thing to say, and I realized it even before my husband stiffened. I shouldn't have appealed to his sense of self-preservation over the good of the nation. I was speaking, after all, to a man who'd been willing to fight and die for it. And I'd just questioned his willingness to do just that in the presence of our proud, patriotic son. Fortunately, and to my surprise, Philip was on my side.
"Father, the country won't survive Mr. Jefferson."
Alexander held up his hands to fend us both off.
I'm not an apologist for Jefferson. His politics are tinctured with fanaticism, and he's a contemptible hypocrite. But he's vain. He isn't zealot enough to do anything that will destroy his popularity or our Union. By contrast, Burr will disturb our institutions to secure permanent power and wealth. He's an American Catiline.
Catiline, another accursed old Roman who'd plotted to overthrow the Republic. I remembered perfectly well a time when Burr jested that the Constitution was nothing but a miserable paper machine. But I said, "You're allowing your resentments to get the better of your reason." After all, though Jefferson always seemed to loom large, he'd been gone from our daily lives a long time, whereas Alexander had more recently tangled with Burr, been embarrassed by Burr, and been bested by Burr. My husband was too proud now to let Burr win, but I was not that proud. Give Burr what he wants, and you might win him to the Federalist point of view.
A groundless hope, said my husband. No, Burr is one of the worst men in the community. Sanguine enough to hope everything, daring enough to try everything, and wicked enough to scruple nothing. From the elevation of this man, may heaven preserve us.
Philip and I remained in mutinous disagreement. In fact, the argument in our household went on almost as long as it did in Congress, through 35 rounds of ballots. And while Congress debated, so did we. Upon waking and sleeping, at breakfast and dinner, before church and after church, and never in my life did I see anyone hector Alexander more relentlessly or effectively than my son did that winter. While I sliced bread for the younger boys one morning after prayers, Philip argued, "By denying Jefferson the presidency and throwing support to Burr, we could split the Republican vote in the next election. The Federalists must support Burr." Alexander might have made it out the door if he could have resisted an argument, but of course he couldn't. Another father, perhaps any other father, might have resented Philip's arguments as the insolent yappings of a young pup. But Alexander was proud of our son's political passion and afforded him the same respect he'd give any other man in a political argument. That is to say, he went on at length, ruthlessly smashing every argument Philip made, as if they were no more than a swarm of buzzing gnats.
"There is no circumstance," Alexander concluded, "not in the entire course of our political affairs that has given me so much pain as the mere idea that Mr. Burr might be elevated to the presidency by the means of the Federalists. Jefferson is by far not so dangerous a man, and he has at least pretensions to character. Let the people have their choice."
With this, Alexander looked to me, as if to applaud the superior merit of his argument. But I thought Philip had the right of it. That's why I said, "We know Burr. He isn't the sort of cold-blooded man who would murder his political enemies." Oh, how it chills me now to remember the way Alexander replied,
"He is precisely that cold-blooded."
Part 4. The War for History. Chapter 32. Spring, 1801. Harlem. In a little rowboat upon the Hudson, the rising tide pushed us away from our old life toward the site of our new home, our place of respite, and of our exile. For Jefferson was the president, and there was nothing to do but survive the outcome. Alexander was never able to convince me, Philip, or his Federalist party that Jefferson was for the best, but he'd managed to convince a single elector from Delaware to switch his vote, and that had been enough. I could only hope his gamble paid off, especially since Martha Washington called Jefferson's election the greatest misfortune our nation has ever experienced. But since my husband had helped him win the election, we were cautiously optimistic that Jefferson would not seek reprisals against us,
for my husband's long and vociferous political opposition. "There it is," Alexander said as he rowed us to shore, his eyes shielded from the sun by a straw hat that looked nearly comical atop his general's head. He nodded at a bucolic spot on a forested hilltop. I looked up, a glint of sunlight off the dark green water momentarily blinding me. Then I saw it. Our new home upon this river along which I'd lived so much of my life. But unlike the pastures, or the little house at DePaster's Point, or our rented townhouses, this home was ours. 35 acres. Barns, sheds, stables, gardens, orchards, chicken houses, duck ponds, and all. The existing little farmhouse was to be replaced by a much grander mansion that my husband wished to call the Grange, after the lands of his supposed noble ancestor in Scotland. And Alexander was trying to turn a mind long attuned to the architecture of government to the simpler architecture of a house. "What say you about black marble for our fireplaces?" As we floated pleasantly along the muddy shoreline, alone together for the first time in a while, I smiled. "I say, marble will be beautiful but expensive." "I'll take on new clients," he replied. "Besides, your father is giving me timber. And what price is too great to pay for pure and unalloyed happiness with my excellent wife and sweet children?" I wasn't sure my husband could be happy away from the bustle of the city, where all the most important decisions were made. But now that Jefferson's Jacobins had come to power, and my husband had decided to start a newspaper to point out their follies, it behooved us to get some small distance away from the inevitable riots and enraged mobs. "I think I prefer white," I decided. "Italian marble. Roman, if you will." "Then you will have it." He laughed, leaning forward so that our knees touched inside the little dinghy. "For it has always been my creed that a lady's pleasure is of more importance than a gentleman's." And thereupon we lost an hour to conduct that surely scandalized the fishes. Having run our little boat aground, Alexander laced up his breeches. Where his hat went, we didn't know or care. "If this is how we're to spend our days in the country," he said, "I believe I shall quite enjoy the leisurely life of a gentleman farmer." Rearranging my petticoats, all soaked with river water at the hem, I blushed like a girl half my age. You won't think it so leisurely when you must plow a field or feed the animals and slaughter pigs for dinner. There are no patisseries or coffee-houses for miles. "Ah, my belle of the frontier," he teased. "I shall have to take instruction from you, for I am as unfit for my new role as a country farmer as Jefferson is to guide the helm of the United States." "Then perhaps you shouldn't have handed him the presidency," I wanted to say, but I was in far too good a humor to spoil the moment. So instead I said, "It's peaceful here. It will be good for the children, especially Anna." Our daughter never fully recovered from the loss of Fanny from our household. She'd seem better for a time, but lapse again into strange tempers. My husband tried to assure me this was quite normal for a girl of 16, and having been a girl of 16, I saw his point. "Perhaps here in the country she can have a pet." "What's wrong with our hunting dog?" Hamilton asked. "She's your dog." "Anna needs something pretty to cuddle. Perhaps a ginger tomcat," I said, playfully ruffling his hair, which was much less ginger now. "Mine did wonders for me." He gaped, as if both simultaneously offended that I should liken him to a pet, and also marveling that I could jest about such a thing. But we'd come far enough that I could. "I worry more for Philip," my husband said. "Philip?" Our eldest was the only one of our children I didn't worry about.
He'd grown from a sunny child into a charming young man of 19, who could talk his way out of nearly anything, just like his father.
If he wants a career in the law, he needs to more seriously apply himself to his studies, Alexander grumbled, like a curmudgeon, without the distractions of the city.
Without the young ladies of the city, I thought, and nearly laughed. But my husband added,
I don't entirely approve of his friends. I think they're gamblers and hooligans and mischief-makers.
At least they're not Republicans, I said. That broke the clouds over my husband's brow as he chuckled. In the days and weeks that followed Jefferson's inauguration, we settled into the farmhouse at the Grange, and Alexander did take more clients, which meant traveling, during the week, at least 3 hours a day to his office in Lower Manhattan. Then there were the trips to court in Poughkeepsie, and I was reminded of our early marriage, when he was so often gone with the city's gaggle of young lawyers, riding in stagecoaches with circuit judges. While packing his satchel for a journey upstate, he said,
Don't overtax yourself with the garden or with getting cedar shingles upon the ice house.
Grabbing up his hat, then remembering his coat, he added,
Leave to Philip what you cannot accomplish yourself.
Poor Philip. More comfortable in velvet coat, tailored trousers, and starched shirt collar turned up fashionably around his cravat than he was in a hunter's shirt and breeches, he preferred life in the city, studying his law books and debating politics with his friends in the taverns. But Philip understood how important it was that we embrace our new situation with good cheer, so he didn't balk at working on the farm with his younger brothers. I wished I could have said the same for Anna, who complained that the farmhouse was too dark, too crowded, and the night she heard the howl of a wolf, she whimpered with fright as if she were a much younger child. For a wolf to cause such fright. At her age, I was more terrified of Mohawk scalping parties. Her fears kept her inside, laboring beside me in the sooty old kitchen. At least until her father came into the kitchen, satchel in hand, making ready to kiss us goodbye. "Why must you always go away?" she cried, storming out of the room and up the stairs. The slam of her door shook the whole house. Kissing my cheek, Alexander sighed and spoke as if he'd read my mind.
"Don't worry. She'll adapt to the circumstances."
I wasn't so certain, but just then the welfare of another member of my family weighed on my mind. "Are you sure it isn't too much trouble to visit Peggy?" Though my younger sister insisted she was just tired, she'd been feeling poorly for months, so Alexander made a point of frequently dropping in at her manor north of Albany, where he attended to his cases at the court. He shook his head.
"Of course not. It's on the way, and I'll take her the basket of crabs the boys hauled out of the river."
I walked with my husband out onto the porch, where our eldest son had the little phaeton hitched to a horse. "Seeing you will cheer Peggy, I'm sure."
"Perhaps, then, I'll even roast the crabs for her, though, as a Creole, I've some sympathy for them."
Alexander hefted the crustaceans onto the bench seat, just as little William bolted out the door and leaped off the porch, shoeless and shirtless. As my husband swung our 4-year-old ruffian into his arms, I couldn't help but muse that Alexander being able to refer to himself as a Creole, the word for the mixed-race people who sometimes subsisted upon shellfish on the islands where he'd been raised, was what had persuaded me that my husband had somehow, finally, made peace with his dubious origins. And with our whole life now, for Alexander would never before have made such a jest. We'd both come quite a long way together indeed.
"Can I go with you, Papa?" William asked.
"Not this time, little man," Alexander said, pressing a big wet kiss to the boy's neck that made him giggle.
"But what if I bring something back for you?"
"A bow and arrows?" William asked, clambering down with a little war whoop. I shook my head in exasperation,
for our youngest son was endlessly fascinated by stories of the Indians and the frontier. I supposed it was the Schuyler in him. Chuckling, Alexander climbed into the phaeton and grasped the reins. "How about I surprise you?" Grinning at our son's excitement, I hugged him to me and waved in fond farewell. "Give my love to Peg, and tell her to write." Alas, I never received another letter from Peggy again. My dear Eliza, your sister took leave of her sufferings and friends, I trust, to find repose and happiness in a better country. I long to come home to console you and comfort you. Eliza Hamilton. The blow fell upon me like a hammer to an ox. How could Peggy, who lived so bold a life, have succumbed so suddenly to some ignominious and unnamed disease? Though I had 4 sisters, I'd come of age with only 2, Angelica and Peggy. From my earliest memory, I was the one in the middle. My older sister on one side, my younger sister on the other. Now Peggy was gone at just 42, and Angelica and I came all unmoored. On our knees in Trinity Church, we were bid by Bishop Moore to leave off our tears and remember the duty of Christian resignation. God had seen fit to take Peggy from us, calling her to a realm of bliss, and we must be happy for her. But Angelica and I indulged in our tears anyway, and we clung to each other even tighter when, not long after, Papa wrote that Mama, just a few months shy of her 70th birthday, had passed peacefully in her sleep. The woman who'd taught me about medicine and housekeeping and Dutch traditions, who'd helped birth my children. Gone. Poor Mama. It was almost more than Angelica and I could bear, losing them both in such quick succession, but the fire of it forged us even closer, and in the months that followed, Angelica and I became constant companions. She made the 3-hour-long round trip through woods and farmland to see me at the Grange, complaining only a little that I'd fled the city, and I returned her visits with bumpy carriage rides to her house downtown. On one such visit to Lower Manhattan, we were treated to a noisy 4th of July celebration, during which an insolent young pup named Captain George Eaker told the crowd that President Jefferson had rescued the Constitution from my husband, who would have used his army to overthrow it. Much accustomed to such rabble-rousing abuse, Alexander and I merely continued on to our own celebrations amongst the Society of the Cincinnati, of which my husband had become president. But Philip could scarcely contain himself. That night, after playing billiards on his Uncle Church's new game table, he exploded. "Do those mongrels realize my father gave Jefferson the presidency? They should be tarred and feathered for spreading such lies. Our son is apt to be a little intemperate," Alexander later complained. A complaint I took for the richest irony. There's no help for it, I'm afraid. From behind his new spectacles, my husband arched a brow. "Because I'm his father." "And because I'm his mother. His Schuyler blood will out." I remembered, after all, a time when I was just as angry on my own father's behalf, wishing to defend him against malicious lies and conspiracies. So, the next morning, I reassured Philip that patience was the best thing. Just as your grandpapa was eventually seen for the patriot he is, so will your father be appreciated and vindicated in the fullness of time. Then I forgot the matter entirely, because abuses and slanders had been too numerous in our lives to hold on to each one. Before the weather turned to winter, Angelica and I accepted an invitation to play a game of Pall Mall with Kitty Livingston upon her new husband's lawn. After vanquishing the other ladies with mallet and ball, not to mention haranguing them for donations, I retreated to a red velvet-covered divan in a corner where my sister and I could enjoy our tea with a little privacy.
Perhaps because the loss of Peggy and Mama still felt so recent to us, we commiserated over the trouble we'd given Mama, something we understood with greater clarity now that we both had grown children of our own. And we reminisced about how Peggy had somehow convinced General Burgoyne to make a present to her of his shiny shoe buckles, how she'd fended off a hatchet-wielding Tory, and how she'd run off to marry the man of her heart. Of course, that was no mark of distinction in our family. In fact, elopement was an epidemic in Papa's household. Our little sister Cornelia ran off with a beau a few years prior, and now our little Katie, the very baby sister Peggy had rescued from the tomahawk-wielding Loyalists, was threatening to do the same. "I've always set the trends," Angelica said, sniffling into her kerchief. "My dear Eliza, you were the only one unfashionable enough to do everything properly." "Poor Papa," I replied. "He has only one unmarried daughter left, and I predict she'll run off with her beau the first chance she gets." Balancing her teacup, Angelica whispered, "Poor us, if it's in Schuyler blood. Given her gaggle of suitors, Church is forced to keep his eye on our eldest daughter every moment. Meanwhile, I scowl disapprovingly at every penniless Jacobin who looks her way." "Are there any Federalist boys left?" I asked, for my husband's political party had crumbled in the wake of the election, and what they considered to be Alexander's unpardonable role in helping Jefferson win. "Or are only yours and mine still standing?" "Well, I dare say there will soon be more little Federalists. Given the scandalous behavior of the girls at the last dance I attended, there's not a young lady in New York who wouldn't run away with your Philip or mine." The realization that my son was old enough to marry, and to sire children, was still somehow astonishing. Almost as astonishing as hearing Angelica speak about anyone else's scandalous behavior. How did we become the disapproving matrons, clucking our tongues at the edges of a dance hall? "Advancing age," Angelica scowled. "It's an appalling condition." I smiled over the rim of my teacup. "I don't feel so very advanced in age." "Because you won a vicious game of Pall Mall? Well, you've always had remarkable stamina, but I'm soon to add another little one to the family," I said, splaying my fingers lightly over my bodice with excitement. "Another?" Angelica cried in equal parts delight and dismay. "It's the turn of the century. Have neither you nor Hamilton discovered French letters?" I smirked. "Well, you know how Hamilton distrusts all things French." My sister quite nearly howled. "You Jezebel!" "Oh, hush," I said, because I didn't want her lady friends to overhear. So I leaned forward to confide, "If it's a girl, we'll name her after Peggy." "Peggy," Angelica said, her eyes misting with emotion. "How lovely." Together we melted over that sweet notion, only to be interrupted by a commotion at the door. The wife of my husband's law partner, Mrs. Pendleton, had arrived, apparently uninvited, without a coat or hat. She appeared in some disarray, insisting that she must see Angelica straight away. As we rose to greet her, Mrs. Pendleton literally trembled. "Mrs. Church, there is some manner of pandemonium at your house. You had better come quick. A young man has been shot and carried there, and a doctor called for. I fear... My heart leaped to my throat, because I knew just what she feared, that my sister's boy had been shot. Angelica obviously feared it too, clutching at my hand and trying to remain upright. As Kitty swiftly gathered up our hats and handbags for us, I urged my sister to calm. I had, after all, treated many men in the war who survived gunshot wounds. Then I hurried my very pale and shaking sister to her house, where carriages blocked the drive. It seemed as if half the city's doctors crowded the entryway, with, to my surprise, my nephew apparently unharmed. Angelica flew to him, "Oh, you infernal boy. I feared you'd taken part in an affair of honor."
"No," Flip said, ashen as he looked my way. "It's my cousin."
In that moment, someone steadied me. I think it was my brother-in-law, murmuring some explanation. But the only thing I understood was that it wasn't my sister's boy who'd been shot. It was mine. How did I make my way to the gilded guest room in which my eldest son writhed? I don't recall. My only fixed memory is crashing through the door to find Philip, his pale neck spattered in a veil of his own vivid red blood. Alexander was already there, holding our son's shoulders as Philip convulsed with pain. Though my husband tried to warn me away with a shake of his head, I cried my son's name as I rushed to tend him, pressing frantic kisses upon his hand.
"Don't worry, Mother,"
Philip said, trying to muster a smile.
"It just hurts like the devil."
That attempt at levity cost him. His pulse raced, then ebbed beneath my lips. I hushed him, as the war nurse in me frantically searched for the wound. I pulled back bed covers to find the spot on his side where the doctors had already cut the clothing away. What I found nearly drove me to my knees. Dark blood, not bright red like the spatter on his face. Dark blood, not red, dark blood. An inky Madeira. The bullet had passed through his side and lodged itself in his opposite arm. It was the arm that bled red. But from the torso oozed the dark blood, which meant the bullet had passed through some vital organ. There was no help for it. I'd seen soldiers suffer such wounds, and I knew, with horrifying clarity, that my son was dying. Philip must have known it too, because he whispered,
"I need you to know I tried to escape the duel."
He followed this with a gasping breath.
"And when I couldn't, I determined to take no man's life, but merely offer my own in preservation of honor."
He grimaced again, writhing in pain, and Alexander shushed him with straining, halting words.
"Oh, my dear boy, save your strength. We could never doubt your honor."
I'd only heard that tone in my husband's voice one time before, when we lost our little baby, dead before she was born, which meant he, too, knew it was happening again. Now. Meanwhile, Philip was determined that we know he behaved bravely.
"I reserved my fire to throw in the air."
A duel. He'd fought a duel, and he'd thrown away his shot. It was all sinking in, and I didn't care. Dear God, I didn't care for anything but keeping him alive, and I hadn't the faintest notion how to do it. "Doctor," I cried, "he must have laudanum." Alexander reached to still me, and our fingers tangled, sticky with our son's warm blood, as he drew my attention to the bottle at the side of the bed. Philip had been dosed with it already. Any more, and perhaps we would hasten the end. I recoiled from the thought, though my desperate mind would later fasten upon the notion as some manner of mercy when our poor boy lay hour after hour, pale and languid, his rolling eyes darting forth through flashes of delirium. Caring naught for the blood, we climbed into bed with him, Alexander on one side, me on the other, and whispered tearful words of love and comfort as the darkness fell. "My sweet son," I said, in a voice I normally reserved for the littlest children. "You cannot remember the happiness you gave us when you were a baby, but oh, the joy we felt, just to hold you between us in bed, just like this." Philip pressed his head against mine, and in my mind's eye he was still the little jester who'd made us laugh, the brave 11-year-old who'd saved all my other children, the fiery 13-year-old who'd defended his father in the streets. And I wanted to know who did this to him. What fiendish murderer could have pointed a pistol at my beautiful, sweet boy? I had so many questions, but they would have to wait. For as Philip groaned in desperate pain, I realized my duty to him. I was his mother. I'd nourished him, baptized him, taught him, clothed him, and watched him grow into a man. And yet, he needed me still. Now, the most important, the most sacred thing that I could do for my son was deliver him from this world, just as I delivered him into it. "You mustn't be afraid," I whispered. "These pains will soon pass. They will pass, and you will find your rest with God." Alexander tried to swallow a moan, but couldn't hold it back. But Philip nodded, his blue-tinged lips trembling. "I have faith in the Lord, and my conscience is clean." He closed his eyes, already more gone from the world than still in it. So I met my husband's gaze across the expiring body of our son, and met eyes so full of agony that I had to look away. Before dawn, Philip roused himself. "What shall I tell Aunt Peggy when I see her in heaven? I think she'll be angry to see me so soon." Philip said this last part with a little laugh that brought a fresh cycle of convulsions. "Don't laugh, my sweet," I told him, choking back a sob as I pressed my nose into his hair and inhaled the scent of him. "Don't laugh if it hurts you." Alexander echoed me, his voice cracking. "You always laughed too much. Your only fault, my dear boy." Philip tried to turn his grimace into a grin. "Father, I shall debate you that laughter can be a fault." "And I shall let you win," Alexander said, his voice a raw scrape. "A first," my son whispered, closing his eyes with apparent relish. His breath rattled, then fell silent. Frightful, heartbreaking silence. That silence echoed through the room. I reeled from the bed, shaking my head, vehemently backing away in denial, nearly crashing into my sister's gilded chairs and mahogany tables. Half hysterical, half furious, I wanted to tear at my hair and beat my breasts and awaken myself from this cruel nightmare. But while I retreated, Alexander clutched our dead son, choking out, "Go, my boy. Go out of the reach of the seductions and calamities of a world full of folly, full of vice, full of danger." All my life, I'd taken comfort from religion, but these words offered me no solace, and from my mouth came the keening of a wounded animal, a ghastly howl of despair. My cheeks streaked with salty tears, the skirt of my delicate pink dress stained with acrid blood and dried sweat. I was overcome with a desire to smash everything in my path. Silver mirrors, blue china, crystal wine glasses. To sweep off the elegant tables all my sister's goblets, candlesticks, and trinkets that held no worth in a world without Philip. But I was stopped by the sight of Alexander, hovering, shattered, over the deathbed of our boy, and the absurd thought that I couldn't endure to see one more thing broken. And because my husband was shattered, I couldn't endure to see him. Angelica tended me that night. She took the pins from my hair. She undid the fastenings of my police coat, sliding the blood-stained embroidered cuffs off my arms. She stripped from me my stained pink dress. She bent down and removed my shoes and dosed me with the laudanum that was left. Where Hamilton slept that night I did not know, but my sister put me into her own bed, where the sweet, merciful oblivion of sleep overtook me. And from that dream state, where my son was still alive, I did not ever wish to wake. Chapter 33. "It was the will of heaven," said my well-meaning Christian lady friends. "Remember the duty of Christian resignation." It was God, they said, who took my child from me. But upon my aching knees in the pew in Trinity Church, clutching my Bible, I knew better. It was not God who took my son from me. It was a Jeffersonian. Captain George Eaker, the violent Jacobin we saw ranting against my husband on the 4th of July. Having come across the man at a playhouse, my son and a friend had confronted him. Captain Eaker had grabbed my son by the collar and called him a rascal. Rascal. A word which, when spoken by one gentleman to another, demanded bloodshed. "Eliza," Alexander now whispered, his hand upon my elbow, offering to help me rise. I startled to realize that we were alone in the church. How long I'd knelt in desperate prayer amidst wooden benches and the scent of incense, I didn't know. How long my husband had prayed beside me, I didn't know either. It seemed I didn't know anything. I'd been at the Grange while my son negotiated his affair of honor, blissfully unaware, but Alexander had been at his law office in the city. Still on my knees, I peered at him. "Did you know?" Hamilton swallowed and shook his head. He didn't need to be told what I was asking. Philip went to his uncle for advice. And for those pistols, I thought bitterly. Philip should have come to us. I'd made plain my Christian opposition to dueling. Every parson and priest in the country decried duels. Even Alexander had issued a memo to curb the practice when he was general of the army. But my son hadn't come to us. He'd gone to his rich, swaggering uncle with his shining dueling pistols and a reputation for deadly aim. No, 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 I screamed inside my head. Bad enough that my son had involved himself in a duel that took his life. So much worse that he'd been the one to make the unholy challenge. I didn't have to ask why. Church, our family expert on dueling, would have told my son that he couldn't let an insult stand. Church would have told him he hadn't any choice when it came to honor. But what the devil did John Barker Church know about honor? He'd been born with it. He had the luxury as a young man to cast off a name and put it back on again as the circumstances suited him. He'd never had to scrape and claw to prove his worth. Not like my husband, who took my hand in his trembling one and tearfully said, I learned of it only after Philip had issued the challenge. I gasped. Then he had known. He'd known before the deed had been done. With desolate eyes, Alexander continued. You must believe I tried to set him right. I told Philip it was ill-mannered to accost a man in the middle of a play and that he must apologize. I told him he wouldn't want this man's blood on his hands. I thought that would end the matter. I thought... My husband's head dropped. Next I heard, the apology hadn't been accepted and Philip was already rowing across the river to the dueling place. There was no time to do anything but race to find a doctor. His voice broke off then, as if he could say no more, and yet he did. Why couldn't I stop this from happening? I've stopped armies, but I couldn't stop a duel. My anger ebbed at the sight of his anguish. In its place, regret and pity rushed in for a father unable to save his son. My husband had led troops, advised a president, and built a nation, but he'd been powerless in that moment when it mattered most. And now, from that prodigious mind, always spinning with plans and schemes, came an eerie vacancy. From that eloquent mouth, always arguing, proposing, and teasing, came a humbled silence. From those tireless hands, constantly scribbling out letters and essays and proposals, came only stillness. And so, together, we were both vacant, silent, and still. Our boy was dead. Dead for his own hubris, having initiated both a confrontation and a duel. I thought we'd taught him better, and it poured more sorrow into the bitter cup from which I was now forced to drink. All I had for consolation was the knowledge that he'd stood brave on that field, and that he hadn't taken a life. Instead, he'd let a villain shoot him so he could keep his honor. Never did I see a man so completely overwhelmed with grief as Hamilton has been. Robert Troup. Winter, 1801, Albany. When is Philip coming home? The question came in the middle of the night, spoken by my 17-year-old daughter with a lantern in her hand. Disoriented and blinking against sleep, I was actually convinced for a moment that we'd come to the pastures ahead of my eldest son, that he'd caught the next sloop and would be with us by dawn. Then the crushing reality overtook me with all its accompanying heartbreak. We'd buried Philip in the yard of Trinity Church, where, in dropping a handful of dirt onto our son's casket in farewell, Hamilton faltered and was kept upright only by our friends. That was weeks ago. Since then, Papa had sent a coach to fetch us to Albany where he might care for us himself. In truth, I think it eased his own grief in the loss of Mama to tend us in our grief for Philip, a grief which Papa of course shared, and as a father who himself had survived several of his children, one which he understood. But even as Alexander and I struggled to pull ourselves from bed and force small morsels of food down our throats, Anna now seemed to be caught in some blissful waking dream in which she believed Philip was still very much alive. Throwing the blankets aside, Alexander rose from the bed to embrace her. "Philip has gone to heaven, my darling girl, a haven of eternal repose and felicity." Anna's expression crumpled. "No, he's only gone riding just this morning. I made a pie for his breakfast. Remember?" She didn't know where we were. She didn't know when we were. She didn't remember that Philip was dead. Truly, she didn't. So for the next hour, she sat on our bed and asked question after question about how Philip died, her grief as fresh and raw as if she was reliving the nightmare. And we lived it all again with her. Worrying for my health and that of our unborn baby, Alexander insisted I go back to sleep and led Anna out of the room. But I awakened to the sound of splashing water in the upstairs hall, my daughter singing with her Aunt Angelica. In coming with us to the pastures, my sister had left her own husband and children behind to offer comfort to mine. Now I found that Angelica had Anna in a copper tub and was brushing her hair as if she were still a very little girl. "You'll feel better soon, my darling, especially after a fresh, clean bath." "But when is Philip coming home?" Anna asked, and I put a hand to my mouth, grateful for my sister's help and wondering how many times I would have to remind my daughter that Philip was dead. Standing beside me, his face strongly stamped with grief, eyes downcast, as if staring into a bottomless pit of despair, my husband put a hand on my shoulder. "Let her believe whatever she must. Her mind has become disordered by the wound. We must let it heal." The disordering wasn't entirely new, or caused only by this wound. Now I saw Anna's distress when Fanny had been taken from us in a new light. The depth and intensity of my daughter's confusion was so much worse now than it was then, and in my grief and despair it was terrifying. But because I felt as if my own mind had become disordered by the wound of Philip's loss, I could scarcely gainsay my husband. None of us would. My father, my beloved, devoted, kind father, tread as if upon the shells of eggs trying to comfort us. and my siblings followed his example. Only Angelica, over a melancholy Christmas breakfast, was brave enough to venture, "Do you not think we should summon a physician for Anna?"
"I'll not have my daughter locked up in an asylum,"
Alexander interrupted. He said this quietly, but with such resounding authority, it stunned us all into silence. Plainly stung by his tone, if not the injustice of the accusation, Angelica sat up straighter. "Why, my dear brother, I'm only suggesting that a doctor examine her." Alexander didn't answer, and his silence on the matter scared me more, for he was rarely silent on anything, and it meant he was scared too. Instead, he cared for Anna with saintly fortitude, singing with her at the piano and taking her for walks to watch for the birds she loved so well. But she got no better, and I feared my husband took too much pleasure sharing that fantasy in which she dwelt, where Philip was alive, rather than the reality we faced together without him. At the turn of the new year, I found Alexander in my father's blue parlor, the very place we married, with the same snowy view of the river. That day I'd been so hopeful, but it all seemed hopeless now. "Are you certain we shouldn't send for the doctor?"
"They'll lock her away."
Hamilton folded his arms as he stared out at the frozen river. He seemed so very far from me, and his hair had turned snowy as if overnight. "We won't permit it," I reassured him, confused by what seemed an irrational response from an otherwise rational man. "We could choose a trusted doctor. Any you prefer. We could write to Dr. Stevens or Dr. Rush or—"
"They locked up my mother. I will never let it happen to Anna."
"They jailed your mother for adultery," I thought. Not a disordered mind. Why should he be so fearful? No one would do anything to Alexander Hamilton's daughter without his consent. He was no longer a helpless, penniless boy in the West Indies. He had commanded armies, a nation. He could protect his daughter. But perhaps he didn't believe it, because he hadn't been able to protect our son. And I didn't broach it again because I felt as if suspended on the thinnest ice, afraid to make the smallest misstep, lest we all should fall.
May the loss of one be compensated by another Philip. May his virtues emulate those which graced his brother, and may he be a comfort to his tender parents.
General Philip Schuyler to his daughter, Elizabeth Hamilton. June 1802. Harlem. Flowers again. Yellow daffodils, purple hyacinths, red tulips. Then pinkster azaleas when the weather turned warmer. In the days before and after little Phil's birth, my husband filled my room with a rainbow of blossoms. My new room, in the house he built for me at the Grange, with its delicate fanlight in the entryway, the extravagance of 8 fireplaces, and the mirrored doors of our octagonal dining room that could be thrown open to the parlor to form a rather grand ballroom. Though I couldn't imagine we might ever host a ball.
"We will, my angel,"
Alexander vowed, laying a bouquet of fiery lilies across the bed.
"That I promise, and a promise must never be broken."
He treated me now as if I were quite a fragile thing, as fragile as our newborn babe, as fragile as our poor unfortunate daughter, whose mind remained disordered. And oh, the money he spent trying to make us all happy again. He spared no expense in the marble Doric columns, verandas and bay windows, walnut side chairs, silver oil lamps, and gilded mirrors. Wages for Mr. and Mrs. Genty, the couple he hired to serve as our cook and housekeeper. Then there were books and smart suits for our boys, especially our auburn-haired Alex, who found himself now at 16 in the position of the eldest son with all its expectations. And there were little parakeets for Anna, who seemed to grow younger every day.
She only needs tenderness and attention," Alexander reassured me as we took a summer stroll together on the sylvan grounds. "She will recover in time."
"And if she does not?" I asked quietly.
For a long moment, he didn't respond. So long that I feared he might not at all. "Then we will care for her here at the Grange, where she cannot be exposed to the cruelty of onlookers."
I nodded, for it was the thing I loved best about the Grange. It was far from prying eyes. It was a refuge. If ever we might be healed of our loss, it would be here. And yet, our boys must have their schooling. But how will Alex and James and—
"I'll take them with me into the city during the week," Alexander said. "I'll stay with them while you and Anna and the littlest ones remain here, so that none of them will ever be without one parent or another."
It would be a terrible sacrifice to be apart from my husband half the week, but I, too, feared for any of them to be alone. Alexander was with the children every day, sometimes even leading them in prayer. He'd never expressed any liturgical curiosity, but now he sought out the friendship of Reverend Mason, the Federalist pastor of the Scotch Presbyterian Church near our rented house on Cedar Street. And my husband prayed, before sleep and upon rising, scribbling notes into the margins of the Bible. So I was not surprised to hear him say, "Someday I will build a chapel for the children, right here in our very own grove." For him to come more fully to God had always been my hope. But there seemed to me something sinister in it now, as if, despairing of this world, he pined for another. And I remembered another time when my husband had cared for me while hiding that he himself was falling to pieces. What I wanted now was for us to take care of one another. I didn't feel as if I could ever be compensated for the loss of my son. But with another babe at the breast, I felt powerfully reminded of the sacred obligations Alexander and I had undertaken in starting a family. Our children deserved from us a celebration of life. And so I said simply, "You must forgive yourself." My husband took a breath, as if my words had cut him, then glanced off at some fixed spot on the horizon. "Philip needed me, and yet I failed him as surely as my own father failed me." "No, you were his hero."
"A hero?" Alexander laughed bitterly, pressing his back against the trunk of a tree, lost in a hell of self-recrimination. "I once fancied myself powerful. What has become of my arrogance now? How humble, how helpless, how contemptible I am. A vile worm, a presumptuous fool to offend God, whose nod alone was sufficient to crush us into pieces."
So he believed Philip's death to be some manner of divine punishment. No man or woman is righteous, Alexander. Not even one. A merciful God forgives. He doesn't visit the sins of the father upon the son. Alexander straightened up from the tree and walked for the fence, as if he meant to escape me, his torment, or both.
"Our boy died defending my name."
Yes, he did. And I knew that at Philip's age, if I could have, I'd have done the same. I'd have dueled for my father's honor, too. Semper fidelis. It was in our Schuyler blood, and it was the first, most important lesson I ever taught him. You gave him a name worth defending, a name in which to take pride and solace and the shape of his character, I said, reaching for my husband. You gave him that. You gave him what you never had, and you gave me your name too. If Philip died for a name, it was for our name,
Eliza.
Alexander interrupted, as if to fend me off, one hand to his eyes to shield me from seeing the tears gathering there. But I would not be fended off. You were alone as a child, but Philip never was. Not a moment of his entire life did he feel abandoned or unloved. That's why he loved to laugh.
He died because of me.
He died because a Jacobin murdered him, I replied, with complete conviction. My son hadn't been the only one to quarrel with George Eaker, after all. One of Philip's friends had also been caught up in the same incident. Captain Eaker let that other boy, the son of nobody in particular, go unharmed. But he shot the son of Alexander Hamilton. He shot Philip dead. He would never face justice for it. In Jefferson's America, he'd be applauded. We had long feared the blade of a guillotine, but a bullet had done the job just as well. "I need you," I said, and Alexander came at once to my embrace. "Then you shall have me. Wife, children, and hobby are the only things upon which I permit my thoughts to run. Because I need you as well, my dear Eliza, more than you shall ever understand." We stood there, holding one another in love and mutual comfort until our hearts beat in time. And I wish I could say that was the end of it. That with those words, with that embrace, with that understanding, we healed each other's wounds. But any parent who has lost a child will tell you that grief is a monster less vanquished than held at bay. That like love, survival is a choice to be made anew every morning, and sometimes one must pretend at being healed just to get through the day. Alas, my husband was not a man who could comfortably pretend at anything. Chapter 34. The African Venus is said to officiate as housekeeper at Monticello. James Callender. September 1802, Harlem. "Have you seen this?" Angelica cried, bursting into our house with a stack of newspapers. I knew it must be important for her to have made the trip from the city, especially when she didn't bother to remove her coat or hat before racing into the parlor. My stomach nodded the moment she laid the papers before me, because they were copies of the Richmond Recorder, where that despicable scandal-monger, James Callender, plied his vicious trade. How many years had he hounded us? How cruelly he'd aimed his poisoned pen at my family in exposing the Reynolds affair. And even though Angelica's expression was peculiar, something between fury and glee, I told myself that I mustn't be surprised by the depths to which the paper might sink to hurt us now. But I was surprised. For the article was not aimed at us, but at Thomas Jefferson, the President of the United States, who, it breathlessly revealed to the world, had for many years kept an enslaved woman for his mistress. We'd known this, of course. Given my sister's intimacy with Jefferson, she was privy to a number of his secret liaisons, including one with this enslaved mulatto, Sally Hemings, and whispers said she was the half-sister of his dead wife besides. I took some petty satisfaction that Jefferson might suffer for this, but it was all very unseemly and uncomfortable to see anyone's intimate life splashed across the papers again. When I said as much, Angelica shook her head. "Keep reading. Where is Hamilton?" She went to the tall windows overlooking the veranda and squinted. "What the devil is he doing out there in the dirt?" "He was planting 13 sweet gum trees this morning, one for each of the original colonies. I'm not sure what he's doing now." "A garden is a very usual refuge of a disappointed politician," he explained a few minutes later when we went outside to show him the news. For Angelica had been right. There was something we didn't already know. That indecent creature, that reptile Callender, had been paid to destroy us. 13 years ago, Jefferson hired him to print seditious libels, I said, indignantly shaking the page before Alexander's eyes. I wasn't sure if we should frame it, set it afire, or bury it as fertilizer in the garden. But what I was sure of was that we'd been vindicated. All those years ago, Jefferson paid Callender to write that Washington was a traitor, a robber, and a perjurer. Paid him to print foul slanders against President Adams and against you." Dark eyes flashing, Angelica added, "And now that Jefferson is president and won't pay any more, the serpent turns and bites the hand that fed him." Alexander had always suspected as much, but now seemed taken aback by our vehemence and heaved a great sigh. "We live in a world full of evil." I blinked. That was all he had to say about it? The man who'd once designed governments had set his mind on our farm, deciding the ground of our orchard was too wet, that we must have grass, that we must plant watermelons, and that our cows must not be allowed to range. We'd kept our heads ducked since Jefferson took the presidency. And what had our reward been? A dead son. Our fears of guillotines in the street were not realized. My husband had perhaps been right to believe Jefferson a more cautious man than I had supposed. But if we were going to live in this country, if we were going to remain vulnerable to his rabid followers, then I did not think we should passively endure it. And truthfully, anger felt so much better than grief. Alexander, you gave Jefferson the presidency. You and that horrific clause in the Constitution that allows slaves to be counted as 3/5 of a person for purposes of representation. Jefferson would have never been elected otherwise, and now he disgraces the place he unjustly fills and produces immorality by his example. If this bit about the scandal monger is true, Jefferson must be abominably wicked and weak. I think you have a duty to the Constitution. Perhaps no man has sacrificed or done more for the present Constitution than myself, Alexander said, bracing his hands upon the shovel's pole. I've labored to prop the frail and worthless fabric in spite of all my predictions that it will fail. Yet I have the murmurs of its friends no less than the curses of its foes for reward. Every day proves to me more and more that this American world was not made for me. What can I do better than withdraw? I hated to see him in surrender. I'd married, after all, a soldier, a hero, not a sad, fatalistic man, but a fractious firebrand. And I wanted him back. I wanted the Alexander I'd always known and loved. Later, when my sister went inside to fetch us cider, I told him, "You must engage the world again." "I never stopped," he protested, reminding me of the near daily 18-mile round trips he made to his new office on Garden Street in town. "My practice of law remains a vigorous undertaking." But the cases he handled now were only of the mundane variety and of no great import, the kind that didn't tax his talents or set precedents. He had, of course, almost as if in a compulsion, never stopped writing essays, amongst them The Examination, which tore apart all President Jefferson's policies, and he had, at my repeated urging, finally assisted with the publication of a newly bound collection of the Federalist. But when our peg-legged friend, Mr. Morris, pleaded with Alexander to take a more active role, perhaps even to run for political office, my husband refused. And I'd been glad. But now I thought I'd been wrong. For all the years I'd complained of it, the squalid brawling of the public arena was part of Hamilton's makeup, like hair, teeth, or bones. So I said, "I think you should defend the Federalist newspaperman Jefferson is now trying to imprison under the sedition laws he claimed to hate. And Papa agrees." Out of a desire to shield my husband's vulnerabilities from other eyes, any other eyes, I'd waited for Angelica's departure to lobby for this idea, but I'd set my sister on him too if need be. Alexander laughed. "You want me to battle President Jefferson? In a courtroom?" I glared at him for laughing. Someone has to. When I was younger, I often asked why it couldn't be someone else. Why did it always have to be Alexander Hamilton to jump into the fray? And I'd complained, on more than one occasion, of his obsessive need to be at the center of history in the making, I resolved now to never complain of it again. At my insistence, Alexander relented and took the case against the newspaper man who'd been brave enough to reveal that Jefferson had paid James Callender to print slanders against all manner of public and private men. The case hinged on two constitutional issues: freedom of the press and trial by jury. Alexander also, to my chagrin, waived the fee. But I didn't mind so much when I saw our older boys gathered around their father as he explained his plan to establish a constitutional principle that truth must always be a defense against charges of slander and libel. And I could see that our boys all adored their father and wished to follow in his footsteps, especially when he confided in them his intention to subpoena President Jefferson himself and confront him with testimony by the infamous James Callender. But on the morning I lined up our boys outside the courtroom in their Sunday best to listen to their father argue the case, Alexander whispered with a colleague, then sat down hard on the steps where I knelt, tying Johnny's cravat, which he'd pulled loose again. "He's dead," Hamilton said, removing his top hat and holding it as if he'd never seen it before. "Who?" I asked, alarmed by my husband's sudden gray pallor. "Callender," he said. "Drowned, they say." Before Alexander could transport Callender to the courtroom to give testimony that would have harmed the president, the scoundrel was found dead, floating in the James River near Richmond. Some said a victim of his own drunken excesses. Others said he'd been murdered to keep him quiet. And it was as sobering a reminder of how deadly politics could be. Alexander wasn't permitted to subpoena the president, and he lost the trial. Regardless, my husband made an argument that moved men to tears, his voice thundering in the courtroom while he paced like the revolutionary lion he had once been, the spark of a young firebrand still flashing in his eyes and setting my heart aflame. Later, all the city's leaders praised it as one of his greatest speeches, perhaps his greatest. And I was so glad my boys were in attendance when Hamilton concluded his remarks by saying, "I never did think the truth was a crime. I'm glad the day has come in which it is to be decided, for my soul has ever abhorred the thought that a free man dare not speak the truth. And that," I thought with inordinate pride, "is Alexander Hamilton." That was who the history books should remember. Yet now I think, in the end, it wasn't my pride in him, or the trial, or his opposition to Jefferson's presidency that brought him back to himself. It was Aaron Burr. You have attributed to Burr the most atrocious and unprincipled of crimes. If he has not called upon you, he is either guilty or the most despicable bastard in the universe, so degraded as to permit even General Hamilton to slander him with impunity. James Cheatham, editor of The American Citizen. Burr was a man without a party. By contesting the tie election in 1800, he had gambled and lost. Jefferson despised him. He was vice president in name only. So, naturally, he was now running for governor of New York, and he was doing it against his fellow Republican, Morgan Lewis, the trial judge Alexander had argued before in the libel case, in a move that split that party in two. "Burr can't win," I said, nearly laughing at the preposterousness of it. Burr was universally detested as a lecher and an immoral cheat, even by those who'd voted for him. "Eliza," my husband said, with an impatient tone he used only when a law clerk was slow to understand him, "not a single Federalist has come forward to run against either of them." That was the state of our party's demoralization, given the mud that would inevitably be slung at anyone who dared to serve an ungrateful public. Perhaps democracy would always naturally devolve to a state when only a man like Burr, a greedy libertine without any care for what the world might say about him, would stand for election. For what gentleman could ever wish to expose his wife and children to the calumnies that had been visited upon us? "Do you mean to run for the governorship?" I asked, upon a hard swallow, bracing myself to support him wholeheartedly if he were to say yes. But Alexander barked a laugh. "And damn the state, if not the whole country, when I lose? No. You've seen how people greet me at polling stations." Reluctantly, I admitted, "You have perhaps a character too frank and independent for a democratic people, at least in the present climate." "Unfortunately, my angel, you have the right of it. But something must be done." He shook his head and thumped his hand on the table. In the days that followed, it became increasingly clear that Alexander was right. Something must be done. Because Burr wasn't merely running for governor. He was also encouraging a new movement in northern states angered by Jefferson's purchase of the Louisiana Territory. Northerners feared that the new lands would favor slavery, and their solution was secession. "Burr won't be satisfied until he breaks this union," Alexander raged inside the little room by the front door that he'd commandeered as his office and painted an incongruously cheerful shade of green. "How quickly people forget all that for which we fought." Even though I feared he'd disturb Anna where she sat peacefully stitching a pillow, or awaken the baby upstairs in the nursery, I was pleased to see that leonine spark return to his eye. It was as if he believed himself again, a winter soldier, fighting frightening odds in a war for the country itself. Which is why you must remind them by recruiting a Federalist to run against Burr. So we hosted a dinner party, a lavish one, where, having banished the children upstairs, we threw open the doors and hired musicians to play on the grounds. We accepted the compliments of everyone as they entered the front hall and saw the elegant painting of Washington and the bust of Alexander when he was Secretary of the Treasury, carved in the style of a Roman senator. I worked the men's wives, trying to detect if any of their husbands should be willing to stand as a candidate for governor. And Angelica, still beguiling in a gown of blue satin with a golden belt, embroidered in the pattern of a Greek key, tried to recruit promising men to the cause. Amidst the clink of glasses and forks upon my pink and yellow floral china plates, I overheard my husband say to his old faithful Federalist lieutenants, "For God's sake, cease these threats about a separation in the Union. It must hang together as long as it can be made to." If Burr got in, there'd be no more United States, he believed, just North and South, but still no Federalist would run, leaving Alexander with an unthinkable alternative. Once again, he'd have to champion a Republican. First Jefferson, now Morgan Lewis. Finally, he set his mind to do just that, and the campaign against Aaron Burr began in deadly earnest. Alexander made speeches against Burr, held forth at dinner parties, and used whatever sway he still possessed to argue against Burr's candidacy. As if, unable to save our son, Alexander became determined to at least save the Union. The newspapers joined in, accusing Burr of all manner of disgraceful debauchery, consorting with prostitutes and other men's wives, seducing fine ladies and enslaved women alike, fathering bastards, and even hosting a Negro ball to court the free black vote. Alexander was not responsible for the calumny thrown Burr's way, but many suspected him of it, and they were entertained. But the newspapers were in earnest with their blood sport. Our son Alex had seldom shown interest in politics. That had been his older brother's fiefdom. Alex was now nearing college graduation, and because he had a head for numbers like his grandfather, we wished to place him in a counting house to be a merchant. He already had an offer to work in Boston after his graduation, which pleased my mother's pride. But now his brow furrowed.
"The papers are trying to goad Father and Colonel Burr to fight."
I took the papers from him. "Worry not. Your father is too wise now to be lured into such a trap." May 1804, Harlem. Burr lost the governorship by a great majority, which gave my husband satisfaction. He'd worried that he was washed up, helpless, and without any influence in the country he helped found. This victory proved otherwise, for Hamilton's campaigning had ensured Burr's defeat. To celebrate, we took our children to the now raucous Pinkster Festival in the city, where we mingled amongst our black citizens with a measure of gratification that though more must be done to achieve the freedom of all, every child born in New York was now born free. We also hosted a dinner party for Jérôme Bonaparte, a 19-year-old naval officer of middling rank who currently stood in defiance of his conquering brother Napoleon. Against the wishes of the French dictator, Jérôme had married an American girl, Elizabeth Patterson, the Belle of Baltimore, as some called her. And presented with the opportunity to make mischief for the French tyrant by befriending his willful younger brother, Alexander was delighted, laughing and conversing in French, and telling stories of the Marquis de Lafayette that kept young Bonaparte rapt. Hamilton toasted old friends and new with a case of Papa's fine Madeira we'd had shipped from Albany for the occasion. And being the gracious and solicitous host who greeted every guest by name, he recalled with each one a fond memory of how they'd met or some battle they'd fought. Watching Alexander entertain, I took my first deep, easy breath in as long as I could remember. Was that happiness that had finally crept back after the losses of recent years? As the season turned and the weather warmed, I was struck by a new mildness in my dear Hamilton, and was sure that he felt it too. A peacefulness, even. Our victory over Burr had imparted to Alexander an eased mind and a lightened heart. Why, at the annual 4th of July celebration of the Society of the Cincinnati, my nearly 50-year-old husband led the men in singing old songs while standing atop a table. But spending time with other sons of the Revolution, recalling all that they'd sacrificed and all that we'd won, had always had a salutary effect upon him. Which was why, when he proposed that we host a lavish ball at the Grange and produced a guest list of over 70 people, I could only find myself delighted. "I promised you a ball, my darling girl," he said, "and a promise must never be broken." Excited by the prospect of such a grand affair, much grander than any entertainment we'd hosted before, I didn't mind the work involved, even with 2-year-old Phil, 4-year-old Lisbeth, and 6-year-old William underfoot. Happily, in that Anna was a help, directing them and making garlands of silk ribbon, rosebuds, marigolds, and daylilies snipped fresh from our gardens. Anna might not remember what year it was or which of her relations dwelt in this world or the next, but she was still my beloved daughter, and she had a sweet, attentive way with the little ones. Meanwhile, having taken their height from their grandfather, our tall Alex, James, and Johnny strung the garlands between the house and the trees, and carried chairs out of doors because their father wished this ball to be al fresco in the French fête champêtre style. The help of my darlings, and a French servant Angelica sent for the occasion, freed me to see to the menu with the assistance of our inestimable Mr. Genty, whose cooking using the produce of our garden always brought the highest praise. I anticipated raspberry tarts and fresh strawberry jam shortbread cookies, and the children wished to make their father a cherry pie, so I made sure Mr. Genty included it on the menu. My gown for the occasion was an oyster-colored silk satin, with an embroidered bodice and hem in a leaf design, and a beaded overskirt, an extravagant purchase Alexander insisted upon. How many years had passed since I last dressed in such finery? I couldn't recall. And examining myself in the mirror of my toilette, I found myself pleased. Bearing 8 children had not spoiled my figure entirely. At the age of 46, and having nursed 8 children, my breasts had lost their shape and my hips were wider than I would have liked. But my waist was still slender, and my hair was only a little silvered. If I were to have met the woman in the mirror as a stranger, I might think her dignified and handsome. As I gazed at my image, Alexander stole upon me to fasten my necklace. "Best of wives and best of women," he whispered, kissing my nape below the graying brown curls of my upswept hair. "As beautiful as the day we met. At a different ball, as I recall it." I turned in his arms and smoothed my hands over the lapels of his pinstriped silk taffeta dress coat. "And you, even more charming now, you were, after all, a little insufferable in those days." He laughed, leaning his forehead against mine. "How I love you and our precious children. Oh, to still have this tender affection between us after all these years." There was a serenity about him as he held out his arm. "Come, let us join the revelry." And what a gay revelry it was. The late-day air was perfect, warm without being hot, breezy and refreshing for strolls through our gardens. Wandering musicians delighted our guests, a special touch upon which Alexander had insisted. When the sun set, lanterns and flowers hung from the trees, creating a colorful, fragrant ballroom under the purple heavens. All New York's best society attended. John Trumbull, the silver-haired artist of the Revolution, who'd once painted a life-size portrait of Alexander that now hung in our hall, Nicholas Fish and Robert Troup, fellow Federalists with whom Alexander had served in the New York militia at the very beginnings of their careers, Nabby Adams Smith, daughter of President Adams and her husband, and even William Short, one-time secretary to Thomas Jefferson when he'd been the American minister to France, who had himself become a diplomat. We danced and imbibed until midnight, until Alexander and I were the only ones still dancing, and the children had fallen asleep on a blanket at the edge of the lantern's light. And the next morning we rode into town and attended services at Trinity Church, where we gave thanks for it all, our lives, our friends, our family, and the Union itself. That evening found us out of doors again, having a family picnic under the trees in the grove. Lying in the grass, surrounded by our children, my head against my husband's side, our fingers interlocked, we stared up at the heavens until the stars shone. I smiled at Alexander and thought, this is what peace truly feels like. To be at ease with the ones I loved, for once. We've earned this. We've fought and clawed and survived to have this. Drowsiness overtook me as Alexander told stories to our sons, who hung on their father's every word, about how the gods placed constellations amongst the stars to honor the service of legendary mortals. "What kind of honor is that?" Johnny asked, rapt despite the question. "Oh, a very great honor," Alexander said, ruffling the boy's hair. "For they are memorialized for all time, so that even here and now I can tell you their stories." And then he pressed a kiss to my temple and spoke of the heavens just for me. "Doubt thou the stars are fire," Alexander whispered Shakespeare against my hair. "Doubt that the sun doth move. Doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love." Chapter 35. July 11th, 1804, Harlem. "Mama, someone's at the door," Lisbeth said, dancing in front of it while William sat on the floor playing with a set of marbles. Yes, I'm coming, I said, giving my youngest daughter a smile. She looked so much like I imagined I must have at her age. Dark hair, dark eyes, and a smile that came to life any time we ventured outside into the gardens or the grove of trees. I pulled open the door to find a man standing hat in hand, his head bent. Yes. May I help you?
Mrs. Hamilton?
He asked, just barely meeting my eye.
Ma'am, I've been asked to send for you. There's been, well, you see, General Hamilton has need of you. He gestured to the horses behind him. I've brought a carriage.
Despite the growing warmth of the day, ice tingled down my spine. What's happened? I asked, keeping my voice even for the children. The man couldn't seem to meet my eyes.
The general isn't well. He has spasms.
His kidneys again? Just when I thought Alexander was over his old ailment.
I'll wait in the carriage,
he said, hurrying down the steps. In a matter of minutes, the 4 children and I were on our way. I took solace in knowing that the older boys had gone into the city with Alexander 2 mornings before when he'd departed on his weekly trip to his office. At 18 and 16, Alex and James could look after him until I arrived. The trip was faster than I expected, given that it was the middle of a fine Wednesday. That is, until we began to encounter small crowds of people on every street corner, a buzz over some news I couldn't make out. And then I was distracted from that oddity when the driver turned the wrong way. "Sir, driver, where are you taking us?"
"Mr. Bayard's house,"
the man called in reply. I didn't have time to process that before I heard my name. From the crowd. Again and again.
"Look, it's Mrs. General Hamilton, his poor wife."
A dark, hazy memory assaulted me. The crowds in front of Angelica's house when my son was shot dead. And my heart began to hammer. Then it all but stopped when the carriage slowed in the drive before Mr. Bayard's grand mansion on the river, where another crowd parted like the Red Sea as the driver guided us through. Wailing. The women were wailing, and gloom hung on every man's face. We'd barely come to a halt when I sprung from the carriage unassisted, my voice shaking with certain knowing dread. "Not well," I said to the driver when he offered his hand. "You said the general was not well." I saw the truth in his eyes before he spoke.
He asked me to give you hope."
Bile crawled up my throat as I remembered what Alexander once said to me.
"I thought you might take easier to a thing if it was gradually broken to you, my angel."
He was wrong then, and he was wrong now. Already moving toward the house, I rasped to Anna, "Stay here, all of you." Oh, merciful God. Why? "Alexander!" I cried, finding him amidst onlookers gathered round Mr. Bayard's grand bed. And when my husband's head turned to me, it nearly took me to my knees. I'd seen that look before. The gray pallor of blood loss, the waxy sheen of fever, the cloudy eyes of laudanum. The look of death.
"Eliza,"
Alexander wheezed.
"My angel."
Taking his hand, I nearly collapsed onto the edge of the bed. And that's when I saw the bloodied bandages around his waist. I knew the truth before it was even explained to me. He'd been shot. He'd been shot in a duel. Voices I could barely hear recounted how he'd met Aaron Burr across the Hudson upon the cliffs of Weehawken, New Jersey. How, like my son, Alexander had thrown away his fire. How his opponent had taken lethal aim anyway. "Will he live?" I asked the doctors, panic squeezing my throat and making it hard to choke out the words. 4 doctors huddled in the room. 2 Americans and 2 French surgeons I later learned were stationed on a frigate in the harbor who were much experienced with gunshot wounds. The French had been our saviors in the Revolution. Maybe their expertise could save us now. Can you save him? Please save him.
Mrs. General Hamilton.
One of the doctors finally stepped forward, wearing an expression of brutal sympathy, an expression mirrored on the other men's faces.
I'm afraid the bullet has fractured a rib and, I suspect, ruptured the general's liver. The bullet remains lodged in his spine.
I could hear no more. I couldn't see, couldn't think, couldn't speak. This couldn't be happening again. How could it possibly be happening again? Was I, like my eldest daughter, caught in some delusion, except in my waking dream everyone I loved was to be taken from me? Frantic with grief, I sobbed a desperate prayer to a God who had already required so many sacrifices from me. Not Alexander, too? Not my dear Hamilton? Though his weak pulse yet gave proof of life, I already sensed his withdrawal from me. And I felt his loss in my bones, in my flesh, as if the very heart of me was being violently rent asunder. It was an unbearable agony of spirit. One loss too many and far too soon. As I wept and bargained and prayed and raged, Alexander murmured, "Remember, my Eliza, you are a Christian." The first time he said it, pale and aware of his impending death, I believed he was offering me consolation, beseeching me to find comfort in my religion. Delirious with pain, he murmured it again as Angelica arrived, weeping her heart out as if joy no longer existed in the world and never could. And I couldn't decide if my sister's anguish halved or doubled mine. I fanned Alexander's feverish face and mopped his brow, and when his precious blood soaked through the bandages and the mattress to pool upon the floor beneath the bed, I begged Bishop Moore to consent to give my husband communion, despite the sin of the duel. When the bishop finally relented, Alexander declared, "I have no ill will against Colonel Burr. I forgive all that happened." I couldn't. I wouldn't. Not ever. But Alexander said again to me, "Remember, my Eliza, you are a Christian." I knew then that it was a plea not for my comfort, but for my forgiveness. And I nodded my head, eager to give him what he wanted and needed before the Lord took him and I could give him nothing else. But in that crucial moment I also turned and fled the room because I knew I'd told my dying husband a lie. After all, how can one forgive what one doesn't understand? How had I not known? How had I let this happen? Why hadn't I predicted that the long rivalry between my husband and Aaron Burr would come to this? After I composed myself, I returned to my husband's side. Then all we could do was wait and wonder if each labored breath would be the last. In the morning, though those blue eyes appeared clearer and tinged with violet in the light of dawn, my beloved lay nearly motionless. And so I did perhaps the hardest thing I'd ever before had to do as a mother. I gathered my darling babies around me and somehow uttered the words, "Your father is dying, my little loves, and we must now say farewell." It was a scene of shattered innocence and grief that I still cannot allow myself to recall too closely. The way those little faces crumpled, the disbelieving despair, the younger ones who cried because the older ones did, not because they understood what was happening, or ever really would. I'd lived 46 years, and I would never understand either. I led the children into the room and lined them up at the foot of the bed so that Alexander might be able to see them all. The fruit of our love. I lifted little Phil, too short to be seen, to give his father a kiss, and then we waited as Alexander gave each child a final look, as if committing them to memory. Suddenly, seeing them became too much, and my husband clenched his eyes shut and pressed his lips into a tight, trembling line. Over the protests of my oldest sons, my sister took them from the room, and I was grateful for it. I wanted to do something, but there was nothing to be done but wait, as a man who had always burned so hot grew ever colder. So I simply held Alexander's hand, determined to hold him through every agony until the last drop of blood. I held on to him with the full knowledge that after this day, I'd never get to do it again. The clock over the mantel ticked out a mournful cadence as the last of Alexander Hamilton's life bled away. Though he couldn't move and had trouble breathing, he retained his beautiful mind and his warrior's spirit until the very end. "If they break this union, they will break my heart," he said, eyes unfocused. Finally, the chimes on the clock struck twice. Alexander breathed no more, and the silence of his passing stole what was left of mine. For I knew that no breath I ever took again would be the same. Chapter 36. If it had been possible for me to have avoided the interview, my love for you and my precious children would have been alone a decisive motive. But it was not possible, without sacrifices which would have rendered me unworthy of your esteem. Alexander Hamilton to Eliza Hamilton. July 14th, 1804, New York City. They'd murdered him. First my son, then my husband. Because they thought they could get away with it. And I was sick to the depths of my soul. Sick and enraged. These furious thoughts echoed as church bells rang and flags lowered to half-mast, and somber crowds gathered all along New York's streets. And then a military procession wearing black armbands arrived to accompany my husband's body to the church, to take him away. "Come back to me," I silently pleaded, as I'd done all those times he'd ridden off to battle. But this time he would not return. It was not the custom for women to attend graveside services, and I couldn't have borne so many witnesses to my grief. So with my youngest children at my knees, and my sister Angelica's hand clasped tight in mine, all serving to hold me up, the pallbearers lifted the mahogany casket topped with my husband's hat and sword. 2 black servants in turbans followed with a dappled gray horse, bearing my husband's empty boots and spurs in the stirrups. Empty boots, empty saddle, empty hat, empty world. The sad staccato of drums brought a keening sound from my poor children, all of whom lurched for the casket, as if to tear it open and lay eyes upon their father one last time. But I had the absurd thought that the casket, too, was empty. That Alexander Hamilton wasn't there. Not in the mahogany coffin I chose for him, not in the empty hat and boots and bed he left behind, not in the city he loved. There was no part of him still here in this world, and I couldn't be where any part of him was now. Clutching the letter he left, which purported to explain everything but explained nothing, I could not shake from my mind his conviction that he must die this way or be rendered unworthy of my esteem. My God, had I driven him to this? He'd been content to putter about our flower garden, to learn about the fattening of our chickens, to go duck hunting with our boys. But I had not, like my mother before me, told him that all I needed for my happiness was his presence. Instead, I insisted he take up that court case, making himself a greater thorn in President Jefferson's side. And I'd gloried in seeing the leonine spark return to his eyes as he battled to keep Burr from the governorship. My God, I did drive him to it. Before we married, Alexander asked again and again if I could happily live with him were he to lay down his sword to plant turnips. I'd promised that I could. But when it came to it, I'd wanted my soldier. I wanted the glory of Alexander Hamilton. I'd encouraged him to fight. And now he was dead. How long had he known about the duel, and how many times must he have wished to broach it with me? Was he thinking it even as he planned the ball he promised? Had that been his final parting gift to me? Had he believed he'd return? Or had he longed to go to Philip? I'd thought he'd been happy, that we'd been happy, but again, I'd missed all the signs. And I let him face it alone. But I was not the only one to blame. 4 years earlier, Alexander had said he didn't expect to have a head still on his shoulders unless he was at the head of a victorious army. And in a way, he'd been right. Later, much later, I would succumb to anger at Alexander for taking part in an immoral ritual that had already robbed me of a son and now condemned the rest of our children to a life without their father's love. But then, consumed in grief, the only respite I allowed myself in self-recrimination was in blaming Aaron Burr. Our family now lay shattered by the man my husband always warned me was dangerous. Dangerous and despicable. While the papers speculated about which insult or offense had precipitated this final fatal confrontation, I knew the duel was merely the fruition of the conspiracy Alexander had long suspected. The same conspiracy that had dogged my husband's heels from the moment he rose to prominence in opposition to the Virginians. I knew, as deeply as I knew anything, that Burr would not, without encouragement or inducement from the Jacobins, have murdered my husband in cold blood. After all, Burr did nothing unless there was something in it for him. No, I was certain that he'd made me a widow to win back the good graces of Jefferson, a man who may not have brought the guillotine to our shores, but who had the uncanny good luck to have his most formidable enemies meet strange fatalities. It had been many years since I'd seen Jefferson last, but I could never recount him without a chill. Never forget the way he'd haunted my life, like a patient thief in the night, waiting to steal my happiness away. And now he and his minions had done it. The bullet that obliterated my world was an assassin's shot. Alexander had thrown away his fire, then stood there vulnerable and without defense. Burr had shot him anyway. And now that Alexander's lifeblood was drained away, spent in the service of an ungrateful nation, would that be enough for these hounds of hell? They won't be satisfied until there is nothing left of him, I thought. Until his memory is obliterated, and they have filled the giant empty void of his life and our nation with lies. But I wouldn't let them. That night I received mourners at the church home, where ambitious young Federalist politicians strode about with smartly upturned collars. Businessmen with pipes sent up a dizzying wreath of smoke, and ladies crowned in masses of coiffed curls bit their quivering lips while offering me words of comfort. All the while I nodded, forcing bland niceties. How kind of you to say. I appreciate hearing it. What a consolation it is to know he was so esteemed. Gracious God, my dear sister, Angelica said, weeping into her kerchief. Here I am coming all apart, while you bear this affliction with saint-like fortitude. Soldierly fortitude, I thought. Because there wasn't time for tears. I would shed them later. Right now, I didn't want to mourn my husband. I was no saint. I was Alexander's angel, and I wanted to avenge him. I remembered Captain Molly and 2 kettles together, 2 women forced to fight when their husbands could not. And I wanted to do the same. At some point, I looked up from a glass of lemonade that my sister had pressed into my hand to find Reverend Mason hovering over my chair. Hamilton was the greatest statesman in the Western world, perhaps the greatest man of the age. He has left none like him, no second, no third. And I was nodding, quietly simmering when he added, to shoot such a man in cold blood, the vice president's heart must be filled with cinders raked from the fires of hell. But is he to be prosecuted for it? I asked. Then I stood, abruptly, raising my voice to repeat the question. "Is Burr to be prosecuted for it?" The din of mournful conversation fell utterly silent. The whole of New York society turned to stare, and I met their gazes, each and every one. Then, in a clatter of coffee cups, the gentleman at a table beside me traded glances and made to rise, but I stopped them. "Please don't stand for me unless you will stand by General Hamilton in bringing his assassin to justice." A coroner's jury had been impaneled on the night of Alexander's death, but they were likely to dismiss it, as they did all affairs of honor, unless I did something about it. My sister's eyes flew wide at my impulsive declaration, but the blood in my veins flowed with pure rage, and I wasn't finished. "I've heard the country is covered in mourning. I can see for myself the city is awash in black armbands, and at the dock there was talk of burning down Burr's house." A hint of an approving murmur rumbled through the room at the threat of arson and mayhem, but that wasn't what I wanted. "My husband helped make this a country of laws. Will we permit the Vice President of the United States to stand above them?" "By God, the Vice President ought not to be above the law," said the editor of my husband's newspaper. "Witnesses must be summoned and examined." Someone added, "Can we learn if it's true that Colonel Burr has been practicing with pistols for 3 months past?" I winced, having not heard the rumor of Burr's practicing to kill my husband. Burr had shown no remorse, no regrets, no mercy, and no fear. But I'd seen enough moments of popular emotion in my time to know there would never be a better opportunity to clasp my husband's killer in irons than now. And I meant to see justice done. In the blur of days following my husband's burial, I donned a widow's armor of black taffeta and lace, startling the owners of every prominent household with a visit, descending upon them with my orphaned children in tow, their eyes still red from crying. It made me ashamed to exploit my children's grief, to expose Anna's derangement to outsiders, but we needed everyone to see the hapless state in which Burr left my family. For, now that the Goliath of federalism was slain, even Republicans found the decency to denounce Burr. And because I'd learned the importance, in politics, of reinforcing the beliefs of the voter, I confirmed suspicions. It was murder, I told anyone who would listen, stopping just short of suggesting that President Jefferson had ordered it. "Did you hear how Colonel Burr enjoyed such a hearty and cheerful breakfast that his dining companion couldn't believe he'd just shot a man?" This bit of callousness never failed to elicit a gasp. Nor did the revelation that just a month before the evil deed, Burr had shown up at our door at an obscenely early hour and begged my husband for financial assistance to cover his debts. Alexander provided it and more, raising $10,000 in cash for the man who met him at Weehawken bearing murderous intent. In days of old, Burr was the master electioneer, but now I could almost feel the tide turning when I carried my campaign against him to the lawyers, the judges, the bankers, and the captains of industry. No less the candle maker who lived but a few doors down from us, the baker at the corner, the carpenter, and the newspaper men. Burr would never shame or silence me while a breath remained in my body. I wanted his scalp. And perhaps he knew it, because less than a week after Alexander was buried, the Vice President of the United States fled the city under cover of darkness, like a criminal, like the base assassin he was. And I took some solace in having routed him. I'd forced him to retreat, but it wasn't enough. Oh, not nearly enough. I wouldn't be satisfied until I forced him off the continent, if not this plane of existence. Then came the verdict of the coroner's jury. Alexander Burr, Esquire, Vice President of the United States, is guilty of the murder of Alexander Hamilton. There it was, in black and white. And when I showed my sister the verdict printed in the paper, I said, If he ever dares step foot in New York again, he'll be brought to formal trial. Angelica warned, "Please don't set your heart on this. Burr is a clever devil. He'll argue that New York doesn't have jurisdiction because the duel was fought in New Jersey. Well, then I must see that he's indicted in New Jersey, too. The first step is to gather the evidence." That's what I imagined Hamilton saying. I could still hear the echo of his voice, instructing Philip on the finer points of the law. How I wished I'd listened more carefully. Burr was already trying to defend himself with the lie that my husband had fired at him and that he'd merely fired back in self-defense. But Mr. Pendleton had acted as my husband's second in the duel and said otherwise. Moreover, Alexander left a letter for me expressing his intention to throw away his shot. There were likely other letters expressing the same, and I wanted them as proof. Which was why I went with my sister to Alexander's law office the next morning. Upon entering the chamber, I braced myself for the familiarity of it. The sight of his leather-bound law books kept in neat rows upon the shelf from floor to ceiling. The burgundy carpet, a little worn in the path he used to pace while working out his arguments. The sunlight falling upon a desk where his quill pen would never scratch again. Instead, I came upon clerks packing his things into boxes, and the esteemed executors of Alexander's will, Mr. Church, Mr. Pendleton, and Mr. Fish, hovering over his belongings like vultures over carrion, thumbing through his papers, bundles opened upon every surface. For a moment, it felt as if I couldn't get enough air. "What are you doing?" I finally demanded, my voice trembling with anger. Someone tried to greet me in polite acknowledgement, but I was too blinded with rage to see who. All I wanted to do was scream, "Get your hands off his things! Get out! Get out!" Alexander's leather chair was askew. Someone had been sitting where my husband used to sit. They'd even smoked here, for a faint trace of tobacco hung in the air. Yet the greatest indignity was to see that the compartments in my husband's carved desk had been unlocked, and my nostrils flared as I demanded to know, "Has someone taken papers from here?" The men stopped what they were doing but didn't answer, only stared uncomfortably, and I might have shouted at them if Angelica hadn't stepped forward. "Will you gentlemen please excuse us? Mrs. General Hamilton should like some privacy." The men withdrew and closed the door behind them. All but for my brother-in-law, who'd been packing one of the boxes and now seemed puzzled by my reaction. As soon as we were alone, I rounded on him. "Where are the papers from Alexander's desk?" "Here, somewhere, I'm quite certain." Church motioned to the crates and poured himself a glass of port, though it was mid-morning. As an executor of my husband's will, he now held trust over my inheritance, whatever it might be. And he said, "I'm sure it's all in these boxes excepting a few documents pertaining to existing legal matters and party business." My husband's law partner would need to take on Alexander's clients, and, perhaps, matters of import to the Federalist Party. But none of this changed what felt to me a shocking violation. How dare any of you take Alexander's words from me without so much as a "by your leave"? Church leaned against the desk. "Well, legally—" "Jack," my sister snapped, gripping his arm to keep him from saying more. I knew he was going to explain that executors had the right to take and sell anything valuable for the payment of debts, my husband's words being the most valuable things of all. I knew and didn't care. Struggling for a calming breath, I said, "Sell the chair, the desk, the lamps, the carpets, even the books. But you must promise me that no one shall ever touch my husband's papers but me. Never again without my permission. I should like this expressly understood." I'd never been the sort of woman to issue commands, not even with my children, and Church looked as taken aback as an Englishman would ever allow himself to be. "Now, Eliza,"
Please be reasonable.
I'm being perfectly reasonable. Alexander's last will says that his things are to be disposed of at such time and in such manner as his survivor sees fit. And I am the survivor and heir.
No one disputes that,
Church replied with a long-suffering sigh. Then please tell Mr. Pendleton that I must have an inventory of every scrap of paper that was taken. Every scrap.
If you insist,
Church said. I do. With that, I sat in the leather chair, put my trembling hands atop the desk, and took a moment to compose myself. My sister pulled up a seat beside me and slipped her hand into mine. It's only that such things must be broached softly with Mr. Pendleton. He is a man it wouldn't do to alienate at this moment. I knew she was right, not because Pendleton was an executor, but because he was our only friendly witness to the duel. The only man who could establish that my husband was murdered in cold blood. Because Burr's witness, William Van Ness, was telling a different story. That Alexander had fiddled with his glasses, sighted the pistol, and fired first at Burr, not in the air as he truly had. I hated hearing these details, dreaming of them, fearing that our children would hear them one day too. But they were important to know and to refute, in order to protect my husband's reputation. Then please broach it softly with him. In the meantime, I'll take Hamilton's papers with me to the Grange. Church scowled.
Surely you realize you cannot return to the Grange.
I realized no such thing. Why not?
You have limited means without Hamilton's income. It's impossible for you to be at the Grange without horses, which you can ill afford. Besides, their expense would pay for your house rent here in town. In fact, the Grange might be let.
I blinked. Having never considered the possibility of renting the house my husband had been so proud to build for us. Imagining strangers there was too much on top of everything else. But now I realized that the decision wasn't mine. It was yet another thing the executors might decide for me. Women had never been granted the right to vote in New York. We couldn't hold office and were barred from certain occupations. Our ability to manage property and legal matters was circumscribed. So I should have expected that my fate might be entrusted to my brother-in-law. Certainly, John Barker Church had always been indulgent with Angelica. She was as free as any woman I knew under laws that still made a husband his wife's master. But I hadn't married him, and chafed at the idea Alexander should have left me even remotely under his power. Church, the man whose accursed pistols had killed both my son and my husband. My sister must have sensed my fury and resentment, because she gave her husband a sharp glance. We didn't think you'd wish to take the boys out of school in the city, Eliza. You can, of course, leave them with us if you prefer to live at the Grange. It was a generous offer. But Alexander and I had determined that our children should never be without at least one parent's care. And did I not owe it to the memory of my beloved husband to keep his children together? Church cleared his throat.
You might as well know. Hamilton painted a rather more rosy picture of the value of his assets than warranted.
I flinched, half in disbelief. My husband was the architect of this nation's economy. You cannot expect me to believe he was careful with the nation's money, but not his own, Angelica replied, and given her expression, I realized that my sister wished to tell me this even less than I wanted to hear it. I don't understand, I said, wanting to see the proof for myself. Church cleared his throat again.
I estimate the debt to be somewhere in the nature of $50,000.
It was so staggering a sum, I lost all power of speech. Even if Hamilton had lived, it would have taken years of hard work and frugality to ever repay it.
You needn't be frightened,
Church quickly added, affecting a smile that attempted reassurance and warmth.
Your father and I will see to your day-to-day needs, of course, and if need be, the Grange can eventually be sold."
Now it felt as if the world fell out beneath me completely. A cry of anguish escaped me before Church hastened to say,
"But you won't lose it. After the auction, you'll be able to buy the Grange back at half its price."
I took in a ragged breath, torn between gratitude and confusion about the house. "You're suggesting some financial trick. Perhaps something that might lose me every last penny." "It's a political trick," my sister explained. "It seems there are people for whom your husband's indebtedness is more embarrassing than it could ever be for you." It took me a moment to guess her meaning. Then I understood. Federalists. It would hurt the party at the ballot box if it were to be publicly known that Alexander Hamilton, their founder, the man of American financial wizardry, had died in debt. We'd already lost one presidential election to Thomas Jefferson. The party couldn't risk losing another. So the Federalists would pay a great deal to keep Alexander Hamilton's children from being turned out of house and home. And I found that more reassuring than I ought to have. They intend to make me a loan.
"A gift, actually," Church explained. "A number of prominent men will establish a trust fund on condition of secrecy. It is to be kept even from the children."
I didn't like secrets. I'd been hurt by secrets. But I had no interest whatsoever in giving the public another excuse to dishonor my husband's memory. So Alexander's indebtedness was a secret I could easily keep. My uneasiness came in the realization of how dependent I was now upon the mercies of others. My brother-in-law, the executors, the Federalists, and even my sons. "You look dashing," I said, helping my 18-year-old Alex tie his cravat and turn up the corners of his starched white collar. "Your father would be so proud of you today." Alex forced a smile past the grief for his father that cast its shadow over this occasion.
"Dashing, but not a dandy?"
he asked, buttoning his neatly tailored blue coat, but eyeing the plainer black one hanging on his wardrobe. "No, my sweet boy, not a dandy." Like me, Alex was born unburdened with the expectations of an eldest, but never pampered like the youngest. Whereas our Philip had been darkly handsome and rakish, young Alex was fair and freckled and gallant. And because he didn't have his father here to take pride in him on this day, I must lavish praise upon him for the both of us. To think, Alexander Hamilton's namesake is graduating from Columbia College. Despite all your father's many accomplishments, even he didn't do that.
"Only because of the Revolution,"
Alex replied, then took a deep breath, as if he needed to steel himself against the world as bravely as his father had done before him.
"And he was given an honorary degree later, wasn't he?"
I smiled softly, realizing how aware Alex was of the shoes he'd have to fill. He was now responsible for the support and care of 6 siblings and a broken-hearted mother. His father's will had bade him to consider it his responsibility. Worse, I now had the unhappy duty of adding to his burdens. "Alex, I cannot allow you to go to Boston to take a position in the counting house as we'd planned." My son blanched.
"But I've already agreed. Uncle Church and Mr. Pendleton say that I cannot now decline."
"I know," I replied, trying not to show how it vexed me that gentlemen all seemed to view me as an enfeebled creature, too broken by grief to know what was best for my own children. "But my wish is for you to stay in New York." Alex furrowed his ginger brow.
"You worry I'll fritter away my evenings."
A faint note of hurt underscored his words, as if he thought himself accused of gambling, drinking, or carousing.
"Or that I might neglect church and not know right from wrong."
"No," I reassured him. "You're a good boy." But Philip had been a good boy, too. I wasn't worried about the evil that my son might get himself into in Boston. I worried about the evil lying in wait for a son of Alexander Hamilton, especially one who shared his name. Every day Alex was out of my sight, I'd live in fear of him being lured into a duel or simply murdered somewhere far from his relations or anyone who could help him. Perhaps he, too, would be found floating face down in a river like James Callender. Of course, I could say none of this to my son without provoking some show of Hamiltonian bravado, so I only said, "I'm a sorrowing mother overwhelmed with the responsibility of caring for all your brothers and sisters. I can't manage without you." It wasn't fair what I was asking him. A young man on the cusp of making his own future. Hadn't we fought to ensure that young men like Alex could choose for themselves how and where they lived, worked, and made a name? And yet he swallowed down his objections, even if with trepidation. "Am I to farm at the Grange?" I smiled softly, knowing that none of Hamilton's bookish boys were suited to working the soil. Nor were there resources at the Grange that might make us a profit. "We'll take a house in the city so you can study the law," I said. "A house big enough for all your brothers and sisters, and for Anna to have her privacy, and large enough to store all your father's papers, perhaps with a library that a writer might visit." Alex squinted. "A writer?" "I want to hire a biographer," I explained. They'd murdered my husband. They'd taken him from me. But I still had his words, and they were my solace. Hamilton could still speak to me through those pages. His love letters, his ideas, his essays. Thousands of pages. They could kill him, but they couldn't silence him. Not if his story was told. Not if his work was preserved. And I resolved to collect the pieces of the legacy Alexander left behind. For just as Captain Molly had taken her fallen husband's place at his cannon, I would take my husband's place fighting for his country. And this, Alexander's life, his death, and everything he stood for, had now become my battle. Chapter 37. I pray God that something may remain for the maintenance of my dear wife and children, but should it be on the contrary, probably her own patrimonial resources will preserve her from indigence. Alexander Hamilton in his last will. August 1804. Albany. "Let me take you home," Angelica had urged when New York indicted Burr for murder. "Papa has been frantic to embrace and comfort you. He's too old and sick to leave the house now, but I fear he'll attempt it anyway if you don't fly to his arms, and it may kill him." I'd won the first battle in my war against Burr, so I went. Because I was a dutiful daughter, because I needed my father as much as he needed me, and because my sister convinced me it might do Anna some good. Together, the three of us arrived at the pastures, and my heart beat faster. And only belatedly did I realize why. Alexander and I married in this house. Philip had been born here. We'd started our life and our family here. And perhaps some part of me hoped to be reunited with him here too. I longed to hear his laugh float down from the upstairs salon where he'd studied for the law and planned our future. But of course now our dreams and plans were nothing more than the dust that had collected on every surface. Prince would never have allowed the dust in his day, I thought, running a finger over the sideboard beneath Mamma's portrait. Who would have thrown a fit to find dirt in her house? Prince had died the previous summer and been buried on the plot of Schuyler land where slaves were laid to rest, next to Jenny and Dinah, who had perished without having experienced the freedom she had once tried to seize for herself. Jenny, Dinah, Prince, Mama, Peggy, Philip, Alexander. All ghosts, and the house was like a tomb. A lonely clock ticked in the deserted blue parlor. A faded green velvet chair propped open the door to Papa's vacant study, a study we'd once made available to Aaron Burr. And it made me remember that, right from the first moment, Burr had wanted something from my family. He'd borrowed my father's books for his own advancement. In repayment, he'd told me of my husband's victory of Yorktown, and I think he was jealous even then. Burr was always clever, but what did he accomplish? He never penned any great treatises, never signed his name to our founding documents, never wrote a book that I knew of. Even the bank he created was birthed of trickery. He was never more than a crooked gun. But Jefferson had aimed him against us, and he struck true. Bitterly I climbed the stairs as the memories washed over me, my fingers tracing the hatchet mark in the banister. Then I found myself standing outside the room where Alexander and I first made love. Empty study, empty parlor, empty bed. It took me a moment to compose myself. Then I knocked upon my father's bedroom door, where he was confined by his illness. "Is that you, my pretty pet?" Papa called. My youngest sister, Katie, was the pet, which had not stopped her from running off, in what was now fine Schuyler tradition, to marry her forbidden beau, so I replied, "No, Papa, it's your obedient daughter." At the sight of me, my father's eyes teared over, and then so did mine. He reached out his hands, and I went to him, where his badly damaged legs, cut and drained of gouty matter, were propped upon pillows. Age had rendered my father smaller than I remembered. He'd let himself grow frail, stubbornly resisting the doctor's orders and taking little in the way of food. Fortunately, as we exchanged greetings, it was clear his heart was unchanged. "I don't know, my dearly beloved child, in what condition Hamilton left you as to pecuniary resources, but I still have the power, attention, and determination to render you and my dear grandchildren perfectly comfortable." I kissed him tearfully. "Thank you, Papa." He pressed the point. "My fixed determination is to pass the rest of the days my Creator has allotted me in promoting your happiness. So name a wish to me." Perhaps he thought I'd ask for money or land, but I knew my wish. "I must have Alexander's letters." Papa nodded. "When your mother passed, I found comfort in her letters, but I promised her that I'd burn them to preserve her privacy, and so I did." I was glad Alexander had never asked such a thing of me, because I could still hear his voice when I read his letters. Every word was both a balm and a wound that bled anew. But that wasn't why I wanted them. When I explained myself, Papa's puzzled expression melted to concern. "Eliza, remember that we owe duties to the living and a humble resignation to the divine. A mind so pious as yours, so deeply impressed with the duties of a mother, will feel the force of my remarks." I did feel the force of his remarks, but I was in no way resigned. It couldn't be God's will that my husband's life and his life work came to nothing. I wouldn't let it. And so, the rest of that summer, while Vice President Burr fled from city to city like the villain he was, I tended to my father, who had to be carried to the dining table in the morning and back up to bed at night. Then each evening, I sat in his study sorting through sheaves of papers. When the leaves turned, Papa was feeling stronger and able to walk about the house, so it was time to return to Manhattan. Burr had been indicted in New Jersey as well as New York, each jurisdiction vying for the honor of hanging him. His property had been seized and was to be auctioned, and this I wanted to see with my own eyes. On the day we were to depart, Papa said, "In your new house, you must render yourself perfectly comfortable,
and call on me, my beloved child, without hesitation. I will send you butter and pig's feet sauce and truffles. Whatever you desire."
He'd scarcely finished speaking when my eldest daughter burst into the dining room. "Philip is gone," Anna cried. My heart leaped to my throat at seeing her in such distress, tears in her eyes, her hair wild. I folded her into my embrace, wondering if we were to go again through her fresh grief, or if she'd finally come back to herself. Wrapping my arms around her sturdy shoulders, I said, "My dear child, you know, Philip—"
Anna pushed me violently away.
"You always take his side!"
"Anna!" my father barked. Her grandfather's authority broke through to her, forcing her to hang her head as she wept.
"But Philip promised we'd go swimming before we left on the sloop. Now he's gone ahead of us. He broke his promise, and Papa says a promise must never be broken."
It was all too much. For a moment, I felt myself spiraling down into weariness and despair. How long would my poor daughter live in a state of madness? And would she drag me there with her? Bringing my hands to my face as I considered what to say, my sister swept in with her satchel. "It isn't Philip's fault," Angelica snapped. Since learning of my daughter's troubles, Angelica had made it her business to study every book she could find on derangements of the mind. And there were not many, for in those days they were obscure and could only be had from Europe. She'd never approved of Alexander's notion that we should go along with Anna's delusions, but now she did just that. "It's much too cold to swim, and I told him to get the horses and go ahead of us, so we can get an early start on our day." I nodded gratefully as she insisted my daughter wipe her tears. "If you want to be angry with someone, be angry with me. Now, kiss your grandpapa farewell." My daughter obeyed and let her aunt usher her out. Then, wearily, I stood at the window, staring out at a world in autumn decay. "Papa, I don't know how to be both mother and father to my orphaned children." "You will not do it alone," Papa said. "Your sister is devoted to you, and our children will have me too. Yes, my beloved, I say our children, for may it please the Almighty to let me remain in life. You and they will have my constant love and tenderness." Deeply touched, I blinked away tears.
"Oh, Papa."
"You must promise to let your family be of aid and comfort to you now, Elizabeth."
I nodded, pressing away the tears with my fingertips. "And you must promise to do as the doctor bids you."
"I am much recovered," Papa said, rising from the table on his own efforts to prove it. "Indeed, I am not without hopes of being able to visit you in the winter, if there should be sledding."
I planted a kiss upon my father's cheek, by his hairline, right where I used to kiss him when I was a small child returning from the wilds before he would haul me up into his arms. "Well, if you cannot come to us, we'll return for the holiday." But my father didn't live to see another Christmas. January 1805, New York City. "I'm giving you part of my inheritance," Angelica was saying while I pored over bills for meat, flour, and candles, "and I don't want an argument." Papa's death had been a cruel blow for both of us, but for me, one more catastrophe in a parade of them. All my life I'd taken strength from knowing I might always seek refuge in my father's strong and loving arms, in Philip Schuyler's home, power, name, and wealth. Now my father, my first hero, the first man I ever loved, was gone from this world. And there seemed no refuge for me anywhere, except perhaps in my older sister, upon whose generosity I'd unquestionably presumed too much. She'd already made it her habit to stop by each week with parcels of clothes, food, and other necessities, much as I'd once done for impoverished widows, and I felt humbled. I cannot accept your offer, Angelica. You're entitled to your share of Papa's— What am I going to do with little patches of dirt in the wilderness? She asked. For our father's wealth had been tied up in land that he'd divided amongst all his children, and little else in the end. We knew Papa's wish was to emulate George Washington, who had ordered the emancipation of his slaves upon Martha's death. And so, though my father had not provided for it specifically in his will, we had directed the executors to release Papa's few remaining slaves from bondage. And seeing that finally accomplished was more valuable to me than any inheritance. As I swallowed with bittersweet emotion at the thought, Angelica coughed on the smoky haze of my parlor. The townhouse young Alex had procured for us was a bargain, but every sort of thing was wrong with it, from leaky roof to a neglected chimney flue. Take what I'm offering, my dear Eliza, if only to rent a better house. Besides, I want you to have something you own outright, something Hamilton's creditors can have no claim upon, even if you only sell it off parcel by parcel to pay a biographer. She knew the trouble I'd had in engaging a writer, and not only because of the disapproval of the executors, who didn't seem to realize that no greater investment could be made than in memorializing Hamilton. My husband's name and reputation were the only patrimony he'd left my children, and it would determine their future prospects. Even if a biography hadn't been a mission of love, it was a mission of survival. The work could be sold for a profit if written seriously by a man of letters. But the first writer I tried to engage had, upon one glance at the thousands of pages Alexander left behind, virtually fled, quitting the project before it was begun. You know, the writer said the strangest thing to me. He actually mused out loud that there was more money to be had in refusing to write a biography of Hamilton. It had seemed too odd a thing to mention before. I thought perhaps he meant only that he could find better-paying work. But it nagged at me. Angelica narrowed her eyes. You think someone is trying to thwart you? I should like to think it sounds preposterous, I replied, but having been the wife of a man so often conspired against, how could I dismiss it? It's been half a year since Alexander's death, and what has Jefferson said about it? Nothing. Silence, which is just what he wants. An eternal silence from Alexander Hamilton. Even knowing all we now knew of Jefferson's duplicitous nature, Angelica didn't seem quite convinced that the President of the United States would stoop to conspire against the widow of his dead nemesis. But she allowed, "There are plenty of others who have cause to worry about what might be revealed in your husband's papers." That much was true. Alexander had tangled with nearly every powerful man in the country. What my overly frank husband might have written about any of them, or what they might have confided to him in a letter, meant that his entire record of correspondence had the potential to ruin political careers. Not that this would stop me. Then the writer must not only be a man of letters, I began, but an incorruptible— A scream cut off my words. In a household of children, I expected a degree of disorder, but what we heard was a shriek of pure terror, and then it went chillingly silent. I bolted from the parlor, Angelica close on my heels. We raced upstairs, cries and pleadings reaching us before we'd made it to the nursery. But inside, I found myself momentarily confused. My 5-year-old Lisbeth sat in a ball on the floor, her head buried in her knees, sobs making her little shoulders heave. Meanwhile, my eldest daughter knelt on a tiny bed, tightly holding a pillow flat to the coverlet. And in trying to make sense of the commotion, I planted my hands on my hips. What in heaven's name? A child's desperate, choking gasp stole my words, my breath, what was left of my heart as I realized what was happening. Tiny feet kicked out from under the sprawl of Anna's skirt. A terrifying understanding dawned. and I lunged for her. It was all I could do to wrestle Anna off the bed, off my 3-year-old boy whose raw, desperate gasp for air sounded like sandpaper rasping across a rough plank of wood. I had Anna by the arms, but at 20 years old she was strong and in a state of raving frenzy, screaming and fighting. It was left to my sister to comfort my poor red-faced little Phil. Meanwhile, Anna flailed at me, so strong in her fury it was as if a demon possessed her. I struggled to reason with her, much less defend myself from her blows as she dragged me to the floor. "Anna, please! You'll hurt yourself, my love! Please!" "Je ne vous connais pas!" Anna spat at me. My sister helped me pin her namesake's shoulders to the floor while I held her wrists down. Sympathy carved a frown into Angelica's reddening face as Anna struggled. "She said she doesn't know you." And in that devastating moment, I finally faced the reality that my beautiful daughter was lost. To me, to herself, to time itself. The loss had been a steady one, like a tree losing its fall foliage one fiery leaf at a time, so that you didn't notice the falling away until the tree was nearly and suddenly bare. When the fight bled out of Anna and her muscles went lax, she curled against my sister's knees and sobbed. "He's an impostor, Aunt Angelica," Anna wailed between hitching breaths. "If he goes away, the real Philip can come home." "If who goes away?" Angelica asked, rubbing my daughter's back. "Little Phil," Anna cried. "He stole my brother's name and his place in our family, and the real Philip wants to come home to us." I cupped my hand to my mouth, believing it entirely possible that I might be ill. I hadn't ever thought Anna could be a danger to the other children. I'd even relied upon her to look after them. But now my beautiful, talented daughter had tried to suffocate her youngest brother, to bring back her oldest. Dear God, no more. It was true that I'd had a double share of good fortune and blessings in my life. But had that happiness not yet been repaid many times over in grief? When I recounted all the losses, my sister, my son, my mother, my husband, my father, I wanted to scream at God that my ledger must now be balanced. Seeing me near to breaking, Angelica nodded to the door. "Go, take the little ones." Dragging myself off the floor, I was a disheveled wreck, bruised, tendrils of hair askew, a tear in my sleeve. I righted myself and ushered little Phil and Lisbeth into the hall, grateful beyond measure that the rest of the boys were at school. "Are you hurt?" I asked my little boy. "No, Mama," he said, being brave despite his quivering lower lip. I pulled him into my arms and held him tight against me in gratitude, then reached for Lisbeth and cuddled her, too. "This can't go on," Angelica said later. After she'd finally calmed Anna, who'd fallen into a troubled sleep, my sister had locked the door to her room. But when she put the door key beside me where I stood, staring out at a bleak winter world, I shuddered, hearing my husband's voice. "They will lock her away." Angelica's hand rested upon my shoulder. "You've done all you could for as long as you could, Eliza. My niece needs more care than any one person is capable of giving." But years of charitable visits to hospitals and almshouses had left me with a horrifying knowledge of the conditions. "I cannot tolerate the thought of Anna." I shook my head and searched for another answer, another way. What kind of mother cast out her own daughter? "They locked my mother up. I will never let it happen to Anna." "I know what you're thinking," my sister said, taking my hand. But I didn't think she did. Alexander's voice didn't echo for her as it did now for me. "But you aren't here, Alexander," I thought. "You aren't here to take care of her or any of us. You aren't here or anywhere I can find you." Angelica cleared her throat. Private asylums can provide the appropriate environment. She'll be offered exercise, work, education, religious instruction. I nodded, having read the work of Dr. Rush and others emphasizing humane treatment to those with disordered minds instead of restraint, exorcism, and punishment. How had it come to this? With a shiver, I admitted, she could have killed little Phil today. Yes, and she might succeed next time. Next time. As much as I wanted to deny it, I knew there would be a next time. But she wasn't aware. She didn't know. It's not her fault. I managed, a knot in my throat. She was always such a sweet girl before. You remember, don't you? I remember, Angelica said. And of course it's not her fault. It's not yours either. Even if you kept watch over her every moment of every day, you couldn't make her better, and your other children would suffer from your inattention, to say nothing of the burden on young Alex. My eldest surviving son had taken up the practice of law to help support the family and felt the burden keenly. To add another worry upon his still slender shoulders, you must make the only choice a loving mother can, my sister concluded. I swallowed hard. How do I... Angelica pulled me into her embrace before I could sob. Let me make the arrangements. And she did. It was snowing when the doctor arrived a few mornings later to take my daughter to what Angelica assured me was a reputable private asylum about 10 miles away, with bucolic views of forests, fields, and the East River. My sister had even arranged for Anna to have a new piano there, for Anna still played, singing the same songs, and only the songs she'd sung before Philip died. To my surprise, Anna was amenable to going, assuming the doctor was a coachman meant to take her to visit her grandfather, as she'd done so many times before. I gathered my coat to join them, but the doctor held up his hand. Madam, we find it less disturbing to the patients to avoid upsetting parting scenes with the family. I froze at the threshold and gazed out at the carriage where my daughter already waited. Oh, I said hollowly. You can visit, he reassured me, when she's settled. Certainly you'll want to visit. Yes, I said, as soon as possible. The doctor smiled and doffed his cap. Meanwhile, I looked past him to my beautiful Anna, who would continue to age but never grow old. My eyes saw her alive, but my heart felt like I was losing another child. I was losing another child, and heartbroken against relentless losses, I just stood there, numb against the cold, watching until I could no longer see my daughter's retreating carriage. March 1805, New York City. They wept for Aaron Burr. The story made all the papers. Far from shunning a man indicted for murder in 2 states, Jefferson invited Burr to dine at the president's mansion. But then, perhaps sensing that Burr could be of no further use to him in his second term, Jefferson replaced him as vice president. Thus, in Burr's farewell address on the floor of the Senate chamber, he stood in front of God and country and dared to speak of law and order and liberty, and the need of the Senate to protect the Constitution from the silent arts of corruption and the sacrilegious hands of the demagogue. And on their feet and applauding, the members of that body wept for the man who murdered my husband. Of course, afterward, Burr suffered almost instantaneous political exile. I have ever thought that was too kind a fate by far. But he was now on the run, and that would have to satisfy me. For I had more pressing matters to attend, namely, my conscience. Since giving over my eldest daughter to a doctor's care, I couldn't shake the guilt, which was why, in what I think now was partly a desperate act of penance for having sent Anna away, I turned my attention back to the Society for the Protection of Poor Widows with Small Children. Still working with Widow Graham, her daughter, Mrs. Joanna Bethune, and several other pious ladies, I rededicated myself to raising funds, reviewing eligibility requirements, and visiting the homes of candidates for our assistance to determine whether they met the criteria, which sometimes meant taking the ferry across the East River to Blackwell's Island, location of one of the city's most notorious almshouses. From the outside, the almshouse was a series of sagging, decrepit gray blocks surrounded by mud, filth, and excrement. Despite its location on an island, the air was stagnant and thick, unhealthful and miasmic. Inside was worse. The halls reeked of every manner of bodily function, and the few little ones with energy enough to spy on me around door frames were so malnourished as to be frightening in their appearance. "Pardon me," I said to the clerk, sitting with boots propped upon the desk and a hat resting over his eyes. Lazily, he moved the hat, and his dark gaze caught up to the basket of victuals I carried. A sneer settled upon his bearded face. "God save me from do-gooders," he murmured. I paid him no mind. "I'm here to see Widow Donahue." He made no move to render assistance, but I was not easily put off. "Would you be so kind as to let her know that Mrs. General Hamilton is here to see her?" Suddenly, the man righted his chair and stood. "Mrs. General Hamilton," he nodded. "Yes, ma'am, right away. And please use the administrator's office. He's out just now." "Thank you, good sir." I smiled, for it was easier to forgive the man's rudeness when his respect for my husband was so apparent. The Hamilton name still held power in New York, and I wasn't afraid to use it in the service of protecting children, mine and those of the city Alexander helped build. "Mrs. Hamilton?" came a woman's voice from the doorway, a babe on her hip, and a wisp of a girl clinging to her dirty, threadbare skirts. For a moment, I saw not the orphaned girls, but my own little Phil and Lisbeth, who were not much older, and I yearned to set them all at ease. "Thank you for meeting with me. Please sit." Smiling, I opened my basket and laid out a few pastries I'd baked. Hunger etched the faces of the precious little girls. I gave them a nod and watched in satisfaction as they ate their fill. "Now, Mrs. Donahue, if we might begin our interview, may I ask how old you are?" 20, she answered. 20. Just Anna's age. Anna could have been married. Anna could have had children of her own. It didn't take long to determine that Mrs. Donahue met the society's criteria. She had a home, such as it was. She was mother of children under the age of 10. She had no income, didn't beg or sell liquor, and appeared to be of good moral character. The assistance we could offer would help in her daily struggle for survival, exposed to the contaminating influence of the impious, immoral, indolent, and criminal. And she was grateful. But still she asked, What will happen to my children, Mrs. Hamilton, if I should die?" I had no good answer. Our charity was founded to benefit widows. Nothing in our charter allowed for us to help orphans. And it seemed to me quite an oversight. Upon taking my leave of the almshouse, I glanced at the clerk's open ledger, listing children that had been admitted to this place, and copied it into my notebook. Bridget Fogarty, age 2 weeks, died of congestion of the brain. Catherine Connor, age 6 months, died of marasmus. Albert Smith, age 3 weeks, died of diarrhea. Charles May, age 6 weeks, died of syphilis. On and on it went. Children dead of overcrowding and disease and sheer misery. Were my own children so different from these little lost souls? What should happen to them if I should fall ill and die? Though Angelica promised she'd always care for my children as if they were her own, and I believed her, I feared for my little ones to be left alone in this world to fend for themselves, as their father had been forced to do. No child should have to suffer what he did, certainly not his own children. Left to the influence of unscrupulous persons, left with scars and taint, and viewing themselves as having to claw up from a pit of mud. No one, not my children or anyone's children, ought to suffer this. Not in a country like ours with so many resources. In a civilized world, there should be some system to prevent it. And though I'd never had my husband's genius for organizing military, financial, and political matters, I had ambitions for my own civic creations. Which was why, at the Society's annual meeting the following spring, I insisted, "We must do more." I'd come to value my friendship with the serious-minded and zealously devout Mrs. Bethune, so I was delighted when she agreed. What these children need is shelter, a refuge, an asylum of their own. "I've long believed it," Widow Graham said, wearing a plain black frock and white cap upon her thinning gray hair. "A place where they can receive religious instruction, moral example, and be trained up to be useful and productive." As second directress of the Society, I sat at the head of the table next to our venerable founder and her daughter. Placing my hand upon the table as if a Bible sat thereon, I added my voice to the cause. So the Orphan Asylum Society was born, because some life must grow up from amongst all this death and sacrifice, and I was done with losing things. Chapter 38. August 1807, New York City. "Wonderful work you ladies are doing," Pendleton said as I gave him and a small group of benefactors a tour of the new orphanage. "Just wonderful work. You must be quite proud of what you've accomplished." "It's God's work indeed," Reverend Mason added. I beamed at their praise, for I was proud. We'd purchased a 2-story frame house on Raisin Street in Greenwich Village for the children, and even though it had 16 beds, we'd been flooded with applications in heartbreaking numbers, over 200 in all. In every story, in every name, I saw Alexander. We would need another facility to help them all. It wasn't enough, but it was progress. And as I showed the group one of the bedrooms with its small beds all in a neat row, I said, "It's a start." But there was a cause more dear to my heart that I was even more eager to see underway. 3 years had passed since my husband's death, and not a word of his biography had yet been written. Partly due to my difficulty finding someone to write it, and partly due to the disorder in which my husband's papers were left. At least this was the excuse given by Pendleton, who still held back certain documents from me, claiming they had to do with ongoing legal matters. And now, whenever I found myself in the presence of the thin-lipped, barrel-chested jurist who'd been my husband's law partner, I was plagued by conflicting emotions. Pendleton had stood by his testimony that my husband threw away his fire. Pendleton had also loaned us money and taught my newly graduated son James the practice of law. I was certainly grateful to him. But I felt resentment, too, for I could never see the man without wondering, you were his second, his law partner, and his friend. Why didn't you stop him from taking part in a duel? It wasn't a fair question. Perhaps nothing but a bullet could have stopped Alexander Hamilton. But he ought to be remembered, which was the point I hoped to make when I gifted Pendleton with a ring I'd made with a clipping of Alexander's hair, set beneath glass. He still wore it in friendship, something I admired as everyone offered their congratulations at the end of the tour. I stopped Reverend Mason and Pendleton before they too departed, and took the opportunity to remind them. Every day, every hour, every moment that passes without my dear Hamilton's story being told is another memory lost to history. Pendleton gave a regretful smile, while pretending not to glance impatiently at his gold pocket watch. Perhaps there is an advantage in waiting, for the Federalists shall soon sweep back into office. We are the party of Washington, and our success shall make the people remember that. I bit my tongue, for if the Federalists were the party of Washington, they were even more the party of Hamilton. But it would do my cause here today no good to push the matter. Thankfully, the Reverend did it for me. The General's biography will take some years to prepare, and not a moment ought to be wasted. He smiled at the younger man, which is why I've agreed to write it, with Mrs. Hamilton's permission and encouragement. Isn't that wonderful? I asked, smiling at the revelation of my achievement. I'd finally secured a scholar to write Hamilton's biography. He was not only a man of letters, but an incorruptible man of God. When I made requests to borrow or look at letters my husband sent other men in government, my requests were often ignored, but they were unlikely to ignore a man of the cloth. And that suspicion was borne out when Pendleton cleared his throat and said, "Indeed. Well, you're welcome to anything at the office, Reverend." "The only impediment now is resources," I said, first meeting Madison's eager gaze, then Pendleton's recalcitrant one. "For there will be expenses. We might have to travel. To Mount Vernon, certainly, to transcribe letters Alexander once sent to Washington. To get the money, I could sell off some of the land Papa left to me. But this country owed a great debt to my husband that hadn't been paid. Other war widows received a pension, but I had none. In a fit of high-mindedness, Alexander had renounced the benefits he was due as an officer in the war. Now that the Republicans insisted upon destroying the country's commerce with their idiotic trade embargo, breaking up my husband's national bank and emptying the treasury, they at least ought to be made to pay for it. But I couldn't lobby for the pension while Jefferson was still president. I was told that upon a pedestal in the entryway of Monticello, Jefferson kept a bust of my husband across from a bust of himself, and quipped to guests that he and my husband were opposed in death as in life. That icy hypocrite wouldn't just thwart me but laugh in my face as he did it. In a very genteel Southern fashion, I'm sure, just as he was likely doing to Aaron Burr, whose downfall that summer became something of a spectacle in which I must admit to taking pleasure. For Burr had finally been arrested, though not, as one might have imagined, for the murder of my husband. Instead, Burr had been apprehended in Alabama on charges of plotting to annex, possibly by military force, Spanish territory in Louisiana and Mexico to establish an independent republic. Treason. I didn't find it difficult to believe that, denied acceptance, power, and influence in our country, Burr had resolved to create a new one. Just as Alexander warned, Burr was willing to dismantle the union for which we'd all sacrificed, and I hoped to see him hang for it. It had taken years to see some manner of justice brought to bear upon Aaron Burr. It might take years for Mason to complete my husband's biography, or for me to ever have the opportunity to collect his pension. But I knew how to use patience as a political weapon, and I could bide my time. March 1810, Baltimore, Maryland. "Are you certain you know what you're about?" McHenry asked, seated in the closed coach beside me as it jerked and jostled along the country roads. Mac had long since retired from politics to his Maryland estate, which he named Fayetteville, after our old French friend. Mac had also long since gone from stout to portly, and his health was not good. He devoted his time entirely to domestic pursuits, his wife, their delightful children, and writing a novel. Or at least he had been thus engaged until the former president, John Adams, published a series of letters in the paper purporting to tell the real history of his administration, the failure of which he laid squarely at the doorstep of my dear Hamilton, with McHenry in a conspiring role. That put Mac in a fighting mood, so much so that he agreed to accompany me and my eldest son, Alex, to the nation's capital, where I intended to petition my government for redress. Now that I had a biographer, I wanted my husband's pension. Finally, there would be recognition for Alexander's accomplishments. Still, Mac couldn't seem to stop warning me against it. Not even after Alex, serving as our driver, had taken the reins and got us under way. Inside the carriage, I told Mac, "Washington City can't be that frightening a place." He snorted.
"Last I spent time there, it was a swampy, malarious wilderness, and you'll find a friendly face even more rare than an honest man."
"But Jefferson is gone," I said, because that was the important thing. After 8 years as Commander-in-Chief, our third president bowed to the tradition set by George Washington and withdrew to his mountaintop plantation of Monticello. Hopefully for good. But McHenry wasn't nearly as relieved.
"You remember that the Federalists still lost the election."
My husband's party did more than lose. We'd been obliterated. Still, I waved his concern away. Nevertheless, Jefferson is gone and the new president is a different man.
"You think so? These Virginians are all the same."
"Washington was a Virginian," I reminded him. "Besides, I know James Madison." Of course, I'd also known Benedict Arnold, Aaron Burr, Thomas Jefferson, and James Monroe, and at some point, I'd believed the best of each of them. There was no reason to believe Madison was different. It was more of a feeling, some instinct that I derived from the fact that Madison had, after all these years, remained publicly coy on the authorship of the individual Federalist essays, tentatively honoring the pledge we'd made decades before. Then, too, there was the letter. I'd found it in one of the locked cupboards of my husband's desk at the Grange. The last letter Madison ever wrote to him, 3 years before Alexander died. Short and businesslike, about some matter of state, Madison had closed the letter with this line, "I have the honor to remain, sir, your obedient servant." That was not the standard closing. The word remain leaped out to me, as if Madison had meant it in wistful recollection of friendship lost. Alexander must have thought so too, for him to have kept it locked away, separate from his other papers. It wasn't much to cling to, I admit, but it gave me hope. Mac was decidedly less sanguine.
"I don't think you know what you're up against, Mrs. Hamilton."
"I doubt any of us did when we joined the Revolution," I countered, for sometimes it seemed as if it was one long war we were still fighting, and I couldn't help but remember when we were young and hopeful members of General Washington's military family. Alexander Hamilton, John Laurens, Tench Tillman, Mrs. Washington. All of them gone now. Only a few of us still surviving. And I wondered if Mac was thinking of them too, because he grew wistful, adjusting himself in his seat with the use of his cane.
"I know my pangs must be a wee drop in the ocean of your tears, but to this day, whenever the post comes, I somehow always think I'll find a letter from Hamilton."
I smiled softly, as it consoled me to hear it somehow. Alas, we must content ourselves with the letters he sent in life. And I feel as if it has become the whole of my existence to hunt them down.
"It must be wearying,"
Mac said, and I didn't think he meant only the hunt for Alexander's papers. Like my husband, James McHenry had dedicated the better part of his life to public service and been vilified for it. Maybe that's why he took my hand into his and clasped it tight. "Especially as you have suffered so many losses, Eliza." Though my eyes misted at his sympathy, I swallowed back my grief lest it consume me. "I do not forget that others have suffered too. I was so sorry to hear of your daughter's passing." Max shook his head but squeezed my hand tighter. "An ailment of the lungs it was. Nothing I could do for her. And your eldest daughter?" he inquired delicately, for he was privy to Anna's troubles. "Have they found a cure for her?" "No," I said, my heart bleeding even as I resigned myself to it. "We still visit Anna, but she no longer recognizes us. She's trapped in the past, but at least she's happy there." "That is a consolation," he agreed, gazing at me with sympathy. And then we both managed a bittersweet smile. "Do you ever—" He broke off, then forced himself to start again. "You're still very handsome, you know. Bright and lively as ever." I flushed to receive such a compliment in my 52nd year. But Mac's purpose was not to flatter. "In my younger days, I argued the equality of the sexes," he said. "But the world is more difficult for women now, I think. Have you never considered marrying again? Some quiet, lazy man of inherited wealth who knows nothing of politics or war? Or a fat, funny fellow to talk nothing to you but business and bagatelles?" I laughed. Of course I laughed. But I realized there was a serious question beneath the jest. Mac was the only person ever to dare ask, and maybe the only person who could ask. He'd been witness to our courtship, attended our wedding. He knew how much I loved Alexander and only wanted happiness for me. And having contributed to the secret trust fund that had enabled the survival of my family, he understood, too, all the ways in which a new husband might secure for me an easier existence. But I remembered what I said to Alexander when he professed jealousy, that I should wear a pendant with Washington's name near my heart. Near to my heart, but not inside it. For there is room there for no man but you. That was still true. And in answer to Mac's question, I didn't hesitate. With a shake of my head, I said, "No, I could never consent to remarry. There could never be another man for me." How could there be? I hadn't married a man. I'd married a mythic hero who'd driven a carriage of the sun across the sky. No other husband could ever measure up, and it would be cruel to make any man try. "I understand," Mac replied with a sympathetic sigh. "I only hope to divert you from tilting at windmills." "You think I'm a fool, a romantic Don Quixote tilting at windmills." I smiled to hear the echo of my husband's words. Well, since Hamilton cannot tilt any longer, those of us who loved him must do it for him. "Then this is just the place to do it," Max said as we crossed a bridge over the eastern branch of the Potomac. "Welcome to Washington, Mrs. Hamilton." Our nation's capital was not yet a city, at least not to my eyes. It was little more than a loose collection of urban landmarks laid upon a rural landscape, with wide, muddy lanes, a jarringly humble place for the seat of a federal government. Nothing so grand as Philadelphia or New York or even Baltimore. And only 2 sections of the proposed congressional building were complete. There was no dome as you'd see today. And yet, I couldn't help but wonder what Alexander would have thought of this place. Would my husband have seen the potential in the half-finished buildings and the architecture that recalled the ancients he loved so well? Or would he think it a clumsy, monstrous effort built upon the backs of the Negro slaves we saw in wretched circumstances upon every street corner? Given that Jefferson had ruled over the city for 8 long years, it didn't surprise me to find no monuments, statues, or even placards honoring my husband. But I searched in vain for even the equestrian statue that was supposed to have been erected in honor of George Washington. Not enough funds for it, I was told by a passer-by. And I was to hear that refrain again at least 100 more times as we paid call upon legislators one by one, asking them to take up the cause of reinstating my husband's benefits. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Hamilton, there aren't enough funds for it." Perhaps that was true, since the most rabid Republicans always denied the reality that a government requires tax money to accomplish anything. And yet they'd found the funds to refurbish and decorate the president's mansion. I believed it wasn't the expense that prevented them from granting my husband's benefits. It was the resistance of enemies who insisted, even now, that Alexander had never truly been American. "The Republicans won't give an inch," Mac admitted after having spoken to a few friends on my behalf. "They might make an exception for another hero of the Revolution. They'd feel a pang of sympathy in their hearts. But not Hamilton." Not Hamilton. Not the so-called arch-intriguer, grand master of mischief and evil genius of America who had dared to forge a strong central government at the expense of the states. "Thank you, Mac," I said, trying to remain serene while sipping at my tea in the quiet of the boarding-house parlor where we sat together. Unfortunately, I'm long accustomed to the hostility of these Jacobins, or Democratic Republicans, whatever they're calling themselves now. Even New York has become infested with them. And they were so afraid my husband's ideas might flourish that they were willing to deny me my widow's pension. I didn't know whether to be disgusted or pleased that even in his grave, my dear Hamilton remained, in the minds of many, a dangerous man. So I was surprised when Mac murmured, "It's actually the Federalists that are your trouble." Startled, I set down my teacup before I dropped it. "The Federalists?" Mac rubbed his sore knee, seemingly unable to meet my eyes. "There are those who still blame Hamilton for our party's collapse. We've lost 3 presidential elections in a row." And how, precisely, could that be my husband's fault? Even his reach does not extend beyond the grave. "It does," Mac explained. "They blame Hamilton for revealing that John Adams is a bit of a madman. They think he cost us the presidency. Then he gave it to Jefferson. Nearly all of the party leaders fear that so long as the Federalists are associated with your husband, we can never win another election, so they won't take up your cause. They'd rather be the party of George Washington, and they fear you're going to spoil it for them." I took up my teacup again, with disdain. "By reminding the world that Hamilton existed." He shook his head. "The rumor in Federalist circles is that you're trying to revive your husband's legacy at Washington's expense." That was preposterous and deeply offensive. A malicious lie. How could I do such a thing, even if it were my aim? "It's said that you intend to claim in your husband's forthcoming biography that Hamilton wrote Washington's farewell address." He did write it. With the president's notes, of course. How could that possibly put Washington in a bad light? You were an aide-de-camp, too. Did the letters you wrote for the man take away from his greatness? Mac raised his hands. "It's not me you have to convince." I knew that. Mac had not only scoured his attic for Hamilton's papers, but ridden, or at least rolled into battle with me here in Washington City. And yet, we had not found even one congressman in either party brave enough to bring my cause to the floor. Having listened with seething disgust to all McHenry reported to us, my eldest son had heard enough. "Mother," Alex said, running a hand through his reddish hair,
We are not to have satisfaction here. Let's go home."
Perhaps he had the right of it. And yet I couldn't convince myself to surrender. The Republicans had killed Alexander Hamilton, and the Federalists wanted to bury him, and now it seemed I'd have to fight them all, like the politician my husband had helped me become. Well, if reviving Alexander Hamilton is bad for Federalists at the ballot box, perhaps I might find at least one Republican willing to help me. When I explained my plan, Mac laughed like a leprechaun.
"My dear lady, you combine the innocence of the dove with the wisdom of a serpent."
"You're certain?" my son asked, as if we were to enter a lion's den instead of the whitewashed neoclassical building with iconic pillars that was the president's mansion. I'd been so long in exile from public life that 3 inaugurations had taken place here without my having witnessed them, and the palms of my hands began to sweat. "You're Alexander Hamilton's wife," I reminded myself. I was the widow of the man who created this government. I wouldn't allow them to make me feel as if I didn't belong. So I girded my loins to sally forth like a vagabond knight-errant, trusting in Providence for my success. I'm certain. Together, Alex and I alighted the stairs amongst Republican ladies in fashionable high-waisted white gowns and well-dressed gentlemen with gold-buttoned tailcoats, diamond-encrusted watch fobs, and ivory-tipped walking sticks. Whereas I, the wife of the so-called High Pontiff of Federalism, wore only a simple black evening gown. And yet, my resentments at their hypocrisy softened the moment I set eyes upon Dolly Madison, not seated upon a dais where guests might deliberate over how deeply to bow, but in the midst of the sunny yellow damasked parlor, mingling with the crowd. I hadn't been intimate with Dolly in more than 15 years, but it still amused me to recall the day she confided that her passionate and honey-tongued beau was none other than James Madison. Now, in pearl necklace, earrings, and bracelets, with feather-plumed turban, she looked more like a queen than a Quaker. And she was almost pressed to death by people wanting a word with her. Dolly had been mid-conversation when our eyes met, and she broke into an astonished smile that somehow made me instantly glad I'd come. Abandoning her other guests, she rushed to me, taking both my gloved hands. "We're honored by your visit, Mrs. General Hamilton." At the sound of my name, all eyes swiveled to us under the brightly blazing bronze-argand lamps, and I lifted my chin. "Thank you for welcoming me to your levee, Lady Madison." I attempted a curtsy, but Dolly held fast to my hands, refusing to allow it. "We call them drawing rooms now," she corrected gently. "And Lady Madison, goodness, let there be no formality between friends." She said this, of course, to distinguish herself from Martha Washington and Abigail Adams, the supposedly monarchical Federalist ladies who preceded her. But she'd also called me a friend, putting so much emphasis on the word that no one could miss it. "Just who is this handsome young man?" Surprised at the warmth in her gaze, I nodded to Alex, who stood as stiffly at my side as a sentinel on parade. But before I could introduce my son, I caught sight of the president. Oh, how the man had aged. Poor Jemmy Madison had become a withered little apple-john, and cut a figure quite at odds with the supposed majesty of the presidency. But if I was startled by Madison's appearance, he seemed even more startled at my son's. Madison had, upon a single glance, abandoned all the important gentlemen in the room to stare at my fair and freckled son as if mesmerized by a face he hadn't seen in years. At the president's approach, I finally did curtsy. "Mr. President, I present my son, Alexander Hamilton, the younger." With an acknowledging nod, as if coming to his senses, Madison grabbed my son's hand and shook it vigorously.
"Well met, young Hamilton. I remember when you were only as high as your mother's knee, and look how you've grown. Tell me how you make your way in this world."
"In the law, sir," Alex replied. President Madison nodded.
"Of course, it would be the law, wouldn't it?"
Impudently, Alex said,
"I'm told it's my inheritance."
His only inheritance, he meant. But Madison seemed to miss the bitter implication. And to my surprise, the president's blue eyes crinkled as he smiled.
"Indeed, it is your inheritance, young man. I'm sure I don't need to tell you your father possessed intellectual powers of the first order, integrity, and honor in a captivating degree."
To hear this genuine praise for my husband from the lips of a rival was nothing short of astonishing, and the terror that had been coiled inside me in the 6 long years since my husband's death slowly unwound. James Madison will not murder my children. Of that I was sure, and a rush of hope warmed my breast. I hadn't made a mistake in coming here. James Madison was the one Republican I needed. "Sir," I said, drawing closer, "I've such fond memories of watching you work at my dining room table with my dear Hamilton, in Philadelphia, in New York."
"I recall those days very well, madam," the president replied. "And all you were obliged to put up with besides, with little children underfoot and our comings and goings at all hours."
We both smiled in remembrance, which emboldened me to mention the biography and ask if he had kept any of my husband's papers. "I realize it's a great deal of trouble."
"It is no trouble at all," said the president,
promising to deliver copies to me of my husband's notes. I'd not expected this easy agreement. In fact, I worried this would be a promise swiftly forgotten in the frenzy of business that occupied a president's mind. But I was encouraged when Madison put a hand on my son's shoulder and whispered into his ear. And Alex, my always earnest 23-year-old son, actually laughed for the first time in years. He blushed, too, to the tips of his freckled ears, as if the president had said something bawdy. And just like that, Jemmy Madison charmed another of my sons.
"Young Hamilton, if the ladies will excuse us, I should like to introduce you to some influential gentlemen."
Both the president's wife and I quickly nodded our assent. Then Dolly looped her arm through mine as we watched the men go. How like Hamilton he looks. I only smiled, suddenly too emotional to speak. And how swiftly they grow up. My little Payne is 18 now, no longer banging on copper pots, but causing trouble all the same at his boarding school. I laughed. With 5 sons and all the orphans now under my care, I'm well acquainted with such antics. Indeed, Dolly said, with a sigh that reminded me she'd never been able to give Madison the gift of a child after all. Then, as if to shake herself free of that disappointment, she said, "Let me show you the president's mansion." With that, Dolly led me into the Oval Room, where I expected to see French furniture, an homage to the Revolution the Jeffersonians so admired. Instead, I found the style very different. Greek, I guessed. Dolly's plume bobbed with her nod. Yes, because the Greeks were free. Every citizen thought himself an important part of the Republic. A sentiment that I would never argue against. Do you see those curtains? I nodded because I could scarcely fail to notice the vivid red velvet draperies that so dramatically gave the impression of blazing splendor. Dolly ran her fingertips over the soft fabric. I insisted on these, over every man's objections. I've become quite the libertine.
And I suppose I have you to thank for encouraging me to embrace my destiny as Mr. Madison's wife." She seemed much happier in her role as First Lady than any of her predecessors, and much happier, I knew, than I would have been in her place. So I didn't hesitate to tell her a story that was making the rounds. "Do you know what our Federalist candidate said when asked how he lost the election to your husband?" Dolly stiffened, as if expecting a partisan barb, but my story was a compliment. "He said, 'I was beaten by Mr. and Mrs. Madison. I might have had a better chance if I faced Mr. Madison alone.'" We laughed at that together, and we sat for quite a while reminiscing. There was once a time when Dolly was the needy widow and I'd helped her. Now I hoped she'd help me in return. I'd prepared an argument. Partisans would accuse me of greed, assuming that Alexander had stolen so much money from the Treasury that I must now be living in luxury. I couldn't admit my husband had died deeply in debt, and even if I did admit it, the most rabid Republicans might deny my request for a veteran's benefits out of spite. So I confided to Dolly only, "My farmland provides me no more than $750 a year, and though I have a roof over my children's head and food in their bellies, we're beholden to the generosity of others. In exchange for the service my husband provided this government, does it not seem just that his children are recompensed? Congress will take a hard line against you," Dolly said thoughtfully, as if the president had little influence with Congress. Perhaps he did not. Madison was not, like Jefferson, a tall and handsome politician of immense if wily charm, and he seemed already to be having trouble steering Congress. Madison was once my husband's most fierce opponent in the establishment of a national bank, but he'd since come to realize its necessity, yet partisans in Congress were determined to let it lapse. Perhaps it was ill-advised for me to ask the president to use his influence on a private matter when he was fighting larger battles. But he wouldn't have had to fight them if he hadn't thrown in with Jefferson in the first place. "I'm a widow of a war hero," I said stoutly, "and more than that. General Hamilton might have made a fortune in private life, but he gave his best energies to his country." And because I believed that Dolly, as a political wife, would understand, I added, "We both spent the better part of our lives in service to this nation. And what do I have to show for it?" The expression of the president's wife melted in unmistakable sympathy, but before she could reply, someone called to her. A jowled woman who mimicked Dolly's fashion sense, wearing a fur-lined cape and turban, charged our way. It was Margaret Bayard Smith, the not-so-secret author of her husband's influential Washington newspaper, the Daily National Intelligencer. "I shouldn't neglect her," Dolly said, but before Dolly took her leave, I whispered, "Is my cause hopeless?" "Not if you know the right ears to whisper into," she said, "and fortunately, I do." Then, excusing herself, she left my side. And I didn't blame her. I could easily imagine what mischief might be sown for the Madisons, and for myself, by a report that the wife of a Republican newspaperman had been snubbed in favor of Hamilton's widow. Relief stole over me, and hope, too, until I found myself staring across the room into the startled gray eyes of the man just recently appointed as Secretary of State, James Monroe. Haltingly, Monroe made his way through the press of bodies to stand before me. "Mrs. General Hamilton," he said, that infuriating dimple still upon the chin of his now thinner face, as he awaited acknowledgment at our unexpected reunion. But what could I possibly have to say to this man? A decade had passed since I'd left Monroe searching for his conscience, and as best as I could tell, he'd never found it. He'd lost it to ambition. Not hollow ambition like Burr's,
for that assassin never had a conscience to lose in the first place, but a weighty ambition that grew heavier in the shadow of his fellow Virginians, Washington, Jefferson, and Madison. James Monroe hungered for the presidency and became even more of an embittered partisan when Jefferson promoted Madison and not himself as heir apparent. "What did you expect from a man like Jefferson?" I wanted to say. "You gave your friendship and loyalty to a man who didn't cherish it. Not as I once cherished it." A thing I remembered with clarity when, as if unsteadied by my presence, Monroe dabbed sweat upon his upper lip with an embroidered kerchief. This kerchief was finer than the one he'd given me all those years ago. That one I'd kept as a talisman against insecurity and sadness when I first learned of my husband's infidelity. And even after Alexander and I reconciled, I'd kept Monroe's kerchief as a sentimental token of friendship. In truth, I'd quite forgotten it until this moment, because after our last confrontation over his role in the exposure of the Reynolds affair, I'd not wished to remember Monroe at all. But now, here he was, waiting for me to say something polite, such as, "Why, hello, Mr. Monroe, it's been too long. I hope your family is well." I told myself it wouldn't cost me very much to say it. In fact, it might help me. If James Monroe were to take up my banner, Congress might reinstate my husband's benefits. After all, Monroe was a veteran and a favorite son amongst the rank-and-file Republicans. They might listen to him more than the president. And after having broken his word of honor to me as a gentleman, didn't Monroe owe me a debt? Perhaps that's what I should say to him, I thought. But in the end, I was a Schuyler as much as I was a Hamilton. And though words had been my husband's weapon, silence had often been mine. So I said nothing at all to James Monroe. Instead, I gave him the cut direct and turned to find my son. "Alexander," I called, making rare use of his full name. "Yes, Mother," Alex asked, rushing to my side. I glanced back at Monroe and enjoyed the flinch of recognition that settled onto the Virginian's face at seeing my boy, as if seeing a ghost. "I think we've accomplished our purpose here," I said, letting Alex escort me away. And I vowed that I'd burn Monroe's forgotten kerchief upon our return home. It would take years before my husband's benefits were finally and quietly reinstated. But I knew, without question, who I had to thank for it. Madison had been our friend. Madison had been our partner. And Madison was good to his word about my husband's papers, too, sending copies for the biography. I had tilted at a windmill and won. Chapter 39. I would willingly risk my life, though not my character, to exalt my station. I wish there was a war. Alexander Hamilton. October 1810, New York City. My sons were all in rebellion. I returned from Washington City triumphantly, with arms full of notes and documents for the biography, only to learn that in defiance of my wishes, 22-year-old James had decided to marry his sweetheart. I suppose it was the Schuyler in him. It wasn't that I disapproved of his young lady. It was simply that, as a law clerk, James wasn't yet established in the legal practice he was pursuing. Fortunately, Mary was a sweet girl who claimed to relish the position of wife to an impoverished young man. And I saw the wisdom in my father's old admonition that it was sometimes best to frown, make them humble, and forgive. Besides, it wasn't only James who was in rebellion. At Christmas, Alex told me he would sail to Europe. "You needn't worry about the expense. My cousin Flip and I are going together, and Uncle Church has loaned us the money." Having denied my eldest surviving son the opportunity to make a merchant's career in Boston, I wouldn't now prevent him from exploring across the sea. For years, Alex had remained at my side, dutifully and uncomplainingly toiling in the law to support me and his siblings. No mother could ask more, and he'd earned a respite. But what he said next chilled me to the bone. "I'm going to volunteer with the Duke of Wellington to fight Napoleon Bonaparte on the peninsula." Alex wanted to go to war. For England. Horrified, I said, "You're an American." His spine stiffened. "I haven't forgotten. But when we were in Washington City, President Madison said I should take the opportunity to write to him. If I can report back to him on the goings-on in Europe—" "Alex," I said, more upset by the moment. He took my hand. "Mother, there's no way for a Hamilton to make his name in American politics. Business was foreclosed to me once I abandoned my position in Boston. That leaves only the battlefield. My father was a general. My grandfather was a general. Heroes, both of them, you've always told me. How can I want to be anything else?" How could he want to be anything else, indeed? Alex had the right to determine his own fate. His father had fought for that principle, and I would uphold it. So the following spring, I stood bravely next to Angelica at the docks as we tearfully saw our sons off to a war on foreign shores, grateful that they were at least together. Just as we'd always been. And a year later, Angelica and I were still together, worrying about our sons and taking coffee at the Tontine, as was our habit, while all the talk around us was of the war coming to our own shores. Because the British had never stopped visiting humiliations upon American ships, seizing them and impressing our soldiers, behaving as if we'd never won our War of Independence and were still merely a rebellious set of colonies. This was the chatter of passers-by that swirled around us while we warmed our hands against our coffee cups at the curbside table. My sister took hers with sugar and cream and always ordered a pastry that she never touched, saying she'd eaten too large a breakfast before offering it to me. "I'm not a starving urchin," I said, though those were indeed lean times. "If anything, you're the one growing too thin." There was a fragility to her delicate features that had never been there before. Worry over Flip, no doubt. Our fear for our boys was always present, even when we gave it no voice. Maybe especially then. "I don't want to grow as stout as Mama did," Angelica said, pushing the plate to me. "I intend to fight for my beauty to the bitter end." Surrendering, I savored a sweet morsel of the pastry. "I believe your vanity is overcoming good sense. You're the one to speak of good sense. You forget I have spies in your household." She did. My children told their beloved Aunt Angelica everything. And what do they report? That you're considering a foolhardy trip into the wilds of western New York to visit an Indian school. It wasn't just an Indian school, as she had good cause to know. It was the Hamilton Oneida Academy that my husband helped to found for the advancement of our Indian allies, the plight of whom was always dear to my heart. It's soon to be chartered as Hamilton College, and I don't see why I should not be present for its christening. "Because it's a ghastly journey," Angelica said with a sniff. "The only way my son could persuade me to visit western New York was to name a town after me. Before he left for England, Flip had done that, to the not-so-secret delight of his mother. Of course, your wanderlust is far less concerning than the other report I've received, that you spend hours upon your knees sorting through boxes of dusty papers like a madwoman." I gulped at my coffee and shrugged. "I'm looking for Alexander's draft of Washington's farewell address. It's as important a contribution as anything else he ever wrote, and if I can find his notes, I can prove it." "Maybe he didn't keep notes," Angelica said, "or perhaps he sent them to someone for safekeeping." "I think someone took them," I replied. But I couldn't stay to elaborate because a glance down at the timepiece suspended from my needlework chatelaine told me I ought to leave soon to interview a new teacher for the orphanage. My son Johnny was to escort me, and he was seldom late. But on that day, he sauntered to our table slowly and sat beside us with a certain gravity. At 19, Johnny was a gentle, bookish student of literature. Of all my sons, he was the last I might ever suspect would announce that he was to join the military. But he said, "As the son of Alexander Hamilton, I cannot shirk my duty." So it was that I lost my eldest sons all at once to the Hamiltonian desire to rise up on the tide of war. March, 1814, New York City. It was called the War of 1812, though most of the fighting took place after that year. They also called it the Second War for Independence, and a new generation of Hamiltons were fighting it. My battle-hardened Alex returned from Europe to serve as a captain in the U.S. infantry. James commanded a New York militia brigade. Johnny served as aide-de-camp to Major General William Henry Harrison, and 17-year-old William, a wild and lanky mischief-maker whose indifference to his studies and to wearing shoes would have snapped even his indulgent father's patience, now trained to be an officer at West Point. Angelica's son had returned to fight for America, too. "When our boys come for a visit, we'll have a veritable army at our table," she said. We'd just left Sunday service at Trinity Church to stroll, taking our exercise in the brisk air, and I remembered a long-ago night when I'd had another veritable army around a platter of steaming waffles at my table. Alexander, Monroe, and Aaron Burr. Which brought me to my purpose in haunting the occupant of a little office on Nassau Street. It had come to our attention that the tiny tin placard on the door reading Mr. A. Arnott, Esquire, was actually an assumed name for Burr, who'd returned to the city after a decade of exile. After so many years, the criminal charges against him had been dropped, and now it seemed the younger generation didn't remember him, or what he'd done. But I remembered. Burr might have chosen any other city in America, but he'd chosen to return to mine. So whenever I passed Burr's shabby little door and saw any person about to knock, I'd call, "Oh, is that your solicitor? You should know that he murdered my husband." Soon after I made a habit of this, Burr changed the placard on his door to Mr. Edwards, and I wondered what name I'd force him to adopt next. If I could take satisfaction in nothing else, I smiled to think I'd deprived him of a name, the thing my husband died for. "If it's your purpose to make him a miserable recluse," Angelica said as we walked, "I'm told you're succeeding." Burr's grandson had died of a childhood illness the previous year. Then his daughter was lost at sea. He was left alone, without family, severed from the human race. I wasn't monstrous enough to take joy in these tragedies. Some days I even wondered if these tragedies may have shaken loose some morsel of a soul, so that Burr now understood what he'd inflicted upon me. Other days I had the absurd thought he might open his office door as we passed and beg my forgiveness. But he never did. He was hiding from the world. He was hiding from me. On this day, I peered at the bare, snow-dusted window in search of a glimpse of that crooked man in the shadows. But while I was looking, I felt my sister grasp my arm. "Betsy," she whispered, and I turned to see her go pale as death. Then, before I could steady her, my sister's knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the icy street. "Angelica!" I cried, dropping to my knees beside her. As she sprawled, gasping and staring at the sky, I feared that she'd knocked her head or broken a bone. I called for help, and some part of me dreaded that Burr might emerge from his office to lend assistance. But it was actually the Reverend Mason who happened by and helped me convey Angelica back to the warmth of her own house. "All this for beauty?" I asked, furious when she confessed that she'd simply not eaten that day, hunger the probable reason for her swoon. "Anxiety of the war leaves me no appetite," she protested weakly. But 2 days later, in a state of delirium, her hair plastered with sweat to a ghostly white face, she whispered, "Don't tell Betsy." I'd come to tend her with a basket of tonics and herbs, but my brother-in-law, in shirt-sleeves and dishevelment, stood stone-faced in the entryway of her bedroom. "She's been unwell. She didn't wish for you to know." "Unwell? What can you mean?" "Cancerous tumors," Church replied stiffly. It was several agonizing moments before I could take a breath. "Where have the tumors arisen?" I finally had the clarity to ask. Sometimes tumors could be surgically removed. A painful and gruesome procedure, but one with a chance for survival. As if he knew what I was thinking, Church shook his head and rubbed his unshaven jaw. "They can't be cut away." Which meant Angelica was dying. My gaze flew past him to where my once vivacious sister lay withered and frail in her bed, moaning softly in pain. And I could do nothing to help her. I was again to lose someone I loved better than myself, and the crushing weight of our impending separation made me grasp at the doorframe for balance. Helplessly, I looked into the eyes of my brother-in-law. "How long has she been suffering?" "Quite some time." Quite some time. She'd been sick and fearful and hadn't told me. She'd told her husband, but not me, and I resented him, though I had no right. Why didn't she tell me? "She didn't wish you to see her this way, with her mind lost to the laudanum and—" "I don't care," I hissed. "You will not dare keep me away. You do not dare." He didn't, especially since Angelica was soon out of her bed, making little of her illness, putting off my tearful inquiries with teasing. But now that my eyes were open, I saw the laudanum glitter of her eyes, the exhaustion of her thinning body. She quipped that she would be dancing at a ball in no time. But that attack of weakness in the street had been some catalyst of a terrible kind, because she was soon bedridden, and I found it both a cruelty and a mercy that my irrepressible sister was not long bound in the struggle of dying. When she awakened one morning to find me at her bedside, she took my hand and kissed it. "My dear Eliza, it's only right that I die before you. I'm the oldest. I should have gone before Peggy. I should go before you. Besides, I am a sinner and you are a saint." "No, Angelica," I said, shaking my head in denial and anger at the Lord himself. My sister had been my touchstone, before and after my husband's death. In the worst days of my grief, I couldn't have remained standing without her steadfast support. And now the only pain worse than the knowledge she was to be taken from me was pity that she should suffer so much. But closing her eyes, Angelica said, "Envy me, my sweet sister, for a merciful God is taking me to see all our lost loved ones." Then her pain became too great to bear. We dosed her, and under the laudanum's spell, she spoke as if she were still a girl leading our troop of children in Albany. "Go Blues." Sometimes she imagined herself a young mother again, singing lullabies to her babies, or a high society lady in France, confiding gossip about nobles, long since beheaded. Other times she said strange and haunting words about things that never happened at all. But mostly, as she died, it was the same torturous refrain. "Don't tell Betsy, don't tell Betsy." Then, finally, frantically and heartbreakingly, Don't tell Betsy, Alexander. Never confess it. Not even if I am dead.
It was only the laudanum, I told myself in the days after Angelica's death. After all the other losses I'd suffered, I'd always found some way to get up, get dressed, feed the children, go to church, and work in the causes the Lord had pointed out to me as a sacred duty. But not this time. Even though it worried my children. My youngest daughter, 14-year-old Lisbeth, climbed into the bed next to me.
Mama, it's past noon,
she chided, trying to rouse me. I reached for her and tucked a braid of hair behind her ear, even though the sight of her struck me with an arrow of bittersweet pain. Lisbeth had my nut-brown complexion, Alexander's auburn hair, and her Aunt Angelica's features. I had the disturbing thought that she was a perfect amalgamation, as if she'd been born from the three of us. It was only the laudanum, I told myself again. People said strange things under its influence. Dying people said strange things without laudanum. One could scarcely be held to account for murmurs halfway between this life and the next. That I should fixate upon my sister's dying words with dark suspicion was surely some madness of grief. Yet I didn't cry for my beautiful, brilliant sister. I didn't cut clippings of Angelica's hair. I couldn't think what the point of it might be, what the point of anything was. Perhaps God knew, but I did not. All I felt was a slow, calm suffocation under the avalanche of relentless losses that started with my son and would not end until I, myself, found oblivion. Which was why I didn't wish to rise from the warm cocoon of my blankets. My heart felt in the throes of reverse metamorphosis, where the butterfly was to fold its wings and become the ugly, misshapen worm. Was this Christian resignation at last? With her head upon my pillow, Lisbeth murmured,
Aunt Angelica must be buried, but Uncle Church, well, he won't. He can't.
That's what finally roused me. The shocking discovery that my brother-in-law couldn't afford, or simply refused to pay for, a fitting sepulchre for Angelica in Trinity Churchyard. Though he'd wooed and won a patriot's daughter, made his fortune supplying an American army, and was the father of children in this country, Church intended to return to England. He said he couldn't endure the pain of living in a place where he'd be confronted with the memories of his beloved wife. And I believed him. For Church, too, had been at his wife's side when she whispered my husband's name. It was only the laudanum, I insisted, wondering where I'd find the strength and money to do for my sister what Church could not or would not. As it happened, it was Kitty Livingston, of all people, who offered to let my sister rest in the Livingston family vault, not far from where my husband and son were buried. After church services, and without looking at me, Kitty straightened her gloves and said, Your family may be Federalists, but I have, over a lifetime, grown accustomed to having the Schuyler sisters near me, and I'm too old and set in my ways now to wish for a change. Kitty was, as always, some strange combination of mean and magnanimous, an example of how virtue and vice could live inside a person side by side. She was a living embodiment of how I could still be surprised by people I'd known most of my life, or even from the moment I was born. After the funeral, my brother-in-law said, Take what you like of her belongings. He sat on a chest at the foot of Angelica's bed, a drunk, unkept stranger amidst her intimate things. A brush and a gilded mirror left casually upon the dressing table. Bottles of perfume and pots of cosmetics, ribbons and silk stockings, and ornaments that she'd treasured. Angelica had exquisite taste. Any item that belonged to her was likely to fetch a price, and my brother-in-law ought to have them valued. At the very least, he should save something sentimental for their children.
That he seemed not to have thought of it made me wish to take it all. Everything from portraits to pearls to the silver nutmeg grater my sister had purchased in London. I thought to keep my sister's elegant hats and dresses for Lisbeth, her leather-bound books, which spanned such a range of intellectual subjects from science to finance, knowing that my sons could benefit from them. Yet what I wanted most was a painted chest with a bronze latch where, for many years now, Angelica had kept her correspondence neatly folded and wrapped in white silk to keep the broken wax seals from sticking. I would be grateful to select a few things for my children, I said to Church, though I was wary that he might find my next request a terrible intrusion. But most of all, I'd like to look at her letters. He only gave a bleak shrug, the light gone from his once shining eyes. As I said, take whatever you like. It was only the laudanum. I wanted to shout at him. I wanted to scream it and shake him, or reach for his hands and reassure my brother-in-law that the people we loved would never have betrayed us, that to let memories of Angelica and Alexander be stained with suspicions was an evil, a sin. For almost 40 years, I'd called John Barker Church my brother, but there had always been a wall separating us. At first, only a little overgrown hedge of jealousy for having won my sister's love and attention and carrying her away. Then, upon learning of his secret identity and his marital troubles, I'd wondered about the character of such a man. But most of all, as I found him at the center of nearly every tragedy in my life, a fortification of resentment built between us, stone upon stone. And now there was no crossing that barrier, so I didn't offer him comfort or accept any. Instead, I opened the box. We think we know the people we love. We think that love gives us more than a glimpse into one another's souls. But the idea that human beings are knowable is one of the many lies we tell in the service of love. That's what I learned reading my sister's letters. For I hadn't appreciated that in her correspondence with princes, philosophers, and statesmen, that she commanded their respect, as well as their lustful fascination. And I hadn't known that in spite of countless letters from esteemed persons, including George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Charles James Fox, and Lafayette, only one bundle of letters did she keep separate. One bundle lay wrapped in a lace garter with a memorial ring enclosing a tiny braid of auburn hair I knew so well. Alexander's hair, Alexander's letters. And as for the garter, I recognized it, for my sister had worn it to Washington's inaugural ball. It was the garter that she said had slipped from her thigh while she was dancing, and my husband gallantly swept it from the floor to spare her embarrassment. Angelica had teased that she couldn't make him a knight of the garter in this new country of ours, where we didn't make such distinctions. And Kitty had confronted me in the middle of the ball, insisting that Peggy had said, "He'd be a knight of your bedchamber if he could." Peggy denied it. But was it not precisely the sort of thing that Peggy would have blurted out? More importantly, Angelica had kept the garter, wrapped closely around treasured letters. And what to make of the ring? I hadn't given it to her. Had she made it herself as a memorial after his death, or as a token of remembrance during his life? I dreaded to find the answer. Knowing for quite some time of her impending death, surely she would have burned any letters that might have led to painful revelations. But perhaps the reckless girl who'd crept out of our father's house to run off with a beau, not caring whether it might cost Papa sleep, his rank, or even the war, was too selfish to burn what she treasured, no matter the pain it might cause. Stop this, I told myself, thumbing through the pages. The flirtation between my sister and my husband had been a private jest among the three of us. I'd encouraged it. I'd read my husband's letters to Angelica before he sent them. I'd watched him write them. At least once he'd asked me to deliver a letter to her personally so that his waggery wouldn't cause eyebrows to lift amongst those who didn't share our little joke. And when Angelica's letters arrived in the post, we read them together. There could be nothing secret or untoward in any of them, I reassured myself. But now, to my dismay, I found that I hadn't seen all the letters. Once, when his hands were cramped writing the Federalist, Alexander somehow had found the time to write a letter to Angelica that taunted her flirtatiously about the misplacement of a comma. I seldom write to a lady without fancying the relation of lover and mistress, he began, adding in closing that I sent my love. But never had I set eyes on this letter. Surely I would have remembered.
There is no proof of my affection which I would not willingly give you, he wrote my sister a few months before he took Mrs. Reynolds to our bed. And another later that year, while he was still bedding that harlot. You hurt my Republican nerves, Angelica, by your intimacy with princes, while I can only console myself by thinking of you.
Each letter brought new pain, and I held my breath upon opening every one.
Your sister consents to everything, except that I should love you as well as herself, and this you are too reasonable to expect.
My husband wrote. But I hadn't consented to this. What had Alexander been capable of? This man I'd loved and honored? He was capable of betraying our marriage bed. And I knew, from the stories Angelica told me of her time in Europe, that my sister might have been capable of betraying her husband, too. Perhaps even with Jefferson, no less. And another thing I knew, had always known, was that at the heart of my husband's infidelity with Mrs. Reynolds was the base motive of revenge. If Alexander could be jealous of my sister's intimacy with princes, I could well imagine his feelings upon knowing that Jefferson may have been smitten with her. Was my sister's favor another battleground over which the two men fought? It was only the laudanum, I told myself, now desperate to believe it. But my heart was in shadow and could not see light. Angelica herself once wrote me, "You know I love your husband very much, and if you were as generous as the old Romans, you would lend him to me a little while." Could she have helped herself to him and kept it secret? My sister was good at schemes and secrets. And of course, my husband had kept secrets the entirety of our marriage, even and perhaps especially in the last days of his life. At some point or another, both of them hid from me the most vital things, as if I were a child. And perhaps I had been. Even Monroe had an inkling of something untoward between my sister and my husband early in our marriage. Was it any wonder that he could believe my husband guilty of any sort of corruption thereafter? I remembered now that the very first time my husband was ever accused of adultery in print was that same spring that Angelica came to New York without her husband, when I'd pushed them together, insisting that Alexander squire her about the city to mend her broken heart. I'd allowed my sister to play hostess to Alexander and his gentleman friends and been grateful for it. I'd allowed my sister to take my place. Sweet, stupid Eliza, still the fool, always the fool. And now I was left to wonder, who were Alexander and Angelica? Who were they really? Chapter 40. June 1814. Harlem.
How will you get on here by yourself, Mother?
William asked while I unlatched the shutters to let fresh air into the long-neglected house at the Grange. On leave from the academy at West Point, my nearly 17-year-old son had worked himself into a lather, carting chairs and lamps and personal items into the house. But now, red-faced and dripping with sweat, William looked ready to pack it all back into a wagon if I should change my mind. None of my sons approved of my decision to move to the home we once more owned, away from the city, our friends, and my work at the orphanage. Yet in the aftermath of my sister's death, I welcomed the isolation of the country, where no one would see the darkness that had crept into my heart. "I won't be alone," I reassured William. "I'll have Lisbeth and little Phil. And there's no reason to waste money paying rent in town." That much was true. Having only the youngest 2 children in my care now, I could undertake their education myself and hire back Mr. and Mrs. Genty to help me keep up the place. Because at least this house was mine, even if the man who built it was not. Who was Alexander Hamilton? A traitor or a patriot? A visionary or a fool? A gentleman or a fraud? That's what I wanted to know, and now it kept me awake all night, reading the mountain of letters, pacing in fits and starts. Like Hamilton. Though my project was at once humbler and more ambitious than a pamphlet or a treatise or a book defending a new form of government. Mine was simply to learn the truth. And there was more to read now than ever, because I'd never stopped collecting my husband's writings. For the biography and for myself, I needed them. And in the 10 years since he'd died, I'd hunted down thousands of letters, pamphlets, and reports from everyone and everywhere, political essays and financial treatises, and of course account books, in which I now found that in the year Angelica came to New York without her husband, Hamilton paid her expenses. Not just those I'd known about, for which Church was to have reimbursed him, but unspecified expenses too, as if Angelica had simply presented him with receipts for her shopping trips. He'd also rented rooms for her, in addition to her house. What rooms? Where were they, and why had she needed other rooms when she had that luxurious townhouse? I couldn't fathom it. And then, in the very next entry in the ledger, I found that Hamilton had purchased himself a closed coach. Ugly images rose to my mind. I'd never been to Europe, where it was common for noblemen to keep mistresses, but I could guess how a gentleman might plan clandestine meetings. Secret rooms reached by a closed coach with curtains drawn. A beautiful woman inside, whispering in French to a man hungry for her appreciation. I remembered precisely how Hamilton was that year as Secretary of the Treasury. He'd likened himself to a veritable prime minister with all the powers and privileges. He'd believed himself in command of a whole nation, so why should he be denied the caresses of any willing woman? But that was before the yellow fever, I told myself, trying desperately to salvage anything from our life together. Alexander was changed after the fever, a different husband, a better man. And Angelica, when she moved back to America, was a changed woman. The most reliable, generous, and loyal sister that any person could have. Because they were guilty, the devil inside me whispered. And they lied to you. They lied to you all your life and all of theirs, to their very last breaths. Blinking back acid tears, I realized these poisonous doubts could put the lie to my whole life. Yes, I had evidence, but it didn't prove the case. Where but in death itself might I ever confront either my husband or my sister and have an answer? I needed to stop this mad inquiry. Like my father before me, I needed to exert the self-discipline Hamilton lacked, the ability to let a thing alone when pursuing it could end in despair. But in the end, and perhaps inevitably, I'd become more like Hamilton than Papa. For I carried Angelica's box of letters and my inquiry up to the attic, where, assailed by a cloud of dust motes that floated in the light of my lamp, I made of the private space a makeshift office for my investigation. There, amidst crates of papers in the stifling heat, I sat hour after hour, hunched over yellowed pages, sneering at Angelica's coquettish missives, taking satisfaction that at least Hamilton hadn't bundled her letters in a sentimental ribbon. Perhaps he hadn't loved her, but had he loved me? Had either of them ever loved me? Or had Alexander and Angelica clung to each other in the fevered sweat of love-making, laughing at me all the while? When there was nothing left to read, I spied the engraved wooden strong-box with leather buckles where Alexander kept his old military uniforms and ornamental swords. His glory, I thought with a contemptuous snort. And all at once, I wondered if that was where I'd find the definitive evidence I was seeking. Perhaps my husband kept some treasured token of his love affair with Angelica, just as she'd kept that garter. Perhaps I'd find a matching ring with a clipping of her hair, and then all my doubts would vanish. Knowing he was to duel, Alexander would have hidden anything incriminating, or entrusted it to someone to destroy if he died. Hamilton was too smart for me. Too smart for everyone except Burr. Nevertheless, I unfastened the latch and was struck by the arresting sight of the blue and buff military coat Alexander wore the first day I met him. The wool rougher than I remembered when I first touched him, when we first kissed. And the pain, oh, the pain of remembering that now with jaded eyes sliced into me like the bayonet beside the uniform. Like a wounded soldier, bleeding my heart out, I searched every item in the trunk until it was empty, running my hands over the velvet lining to find the false bottom I somehow expected. And that's where I found it. A bundle of letters and a dark braid of hair. My hands shook as I unfolded the pages, finding neither the scent of my sister's perfume nor the feminine scrawl of her hand, but instead the shock of a firm masculine signature. John Laurens. A man I'd never met, whose death dealt to Alexander his worst wound of the war. Here were the letters between them. Not only the ones Laurens wrote, but also copies of what my husband wrote to Laurens as well. That both sides of the correspondence were so carefully preserved spoke volumes of its importance to my husband. And now I read them with near incredulity. Cold in my professions, warm in my friendships, I wish, my dear Laurens, it might be in my power by action rather than words to convince you that I love you. It was, in those days, the style for men to speak of love to one another. But it was not a style Alexander embraced in his letters. Not to any man I knew, save perhaps Lafayette. And yet, these were different. Ardent. Complete with a lewd suggestion that John Laurens had intimate knowledge of Alexander's body. Letters that indicated a liaison between Washington's young officers for which they might both have been shot. And, quite beyond the capacity to be scandalized by anything now, I nearly laughed at my mind's sudden opening to things that ought to have been perfectly obvious before. My husband had loved this man. Clutching a lock of dark hair that was not, after all, my sister's, I remembered Alexander's unnatural grief for Laurens. My husband's attachment to the Baron, whose handsome young male companions Theodosia Burr had once identified as sodomites. Perhaps my husband had been one of them, adopting the vice because it was forbidden. Forbidden like another man's wife. Forbidden like his wife's sister. If Hamilton could commit those sins, why not this one? Why not sate his lust with another soldier while the winter was cold and the war was harsh? Then, in a letter Alexander had written only months before we met, I found this. Such a wife as I want must be young, handsome, I lay most stress upon a good shape, sensible, a little learning will do, well-bred,
chaste and tender. I am an enthusiast in my notions of fidelity and fondness. But as to fortune, the larger stock of that, the better, as money is an essential ingredient to happiness in this world.
Well, then,
even sinners needed money, didn't they?
And hadn't he found just what he wanted in me?
I met his cold list of qualifications precisely. It hollowed out my heart to know it, made of my soul a barren land. Surrounded by the detritus of my husband's life, I didn't think there were any new ways in which his letters could hurt me. But then they did. "Next fall completes my doom," Hamilton wrote to Lawrence before our wedding. "I give up my liberty to Miss Schuyler. She is a good-hearted girl who I am sure will never play the termagant. Though not a genius, she has good sense enough to be agreeable, and though not a beauty, she has fine black eyes." A good-hearted girl, not a genius, not a beauty. Not enough. He wrote these things to John Laurens while whispering against my lips that I had bewitched him, while writing me sonnets, while buying me wedding gifts with John Laurens's money. In spite of Schuyler's black eyes, I still have a part for the public and another for you, so your impatience to have me married is misplaced. A strange cure, by the way, as if after matrimony I was to be less devoted than I am now. The page slipped from my hand. Our courtship had been merely another scheme. Lies, lies, schemes, and lies. When we danced together at that first winter's ball in Morristown, I'd been wary of Hamilton because he reminded me of the watery nix of Dutch legend, luring maidens to dangerous depths. And now, at long last, I was drowning. Wrenching my wedding ring off my finger, I threw it into the trunk with the rest of Alexander's deceit, thinking to send all of it to the bottom of the river. Because, my God, this was to lose him again. A second kind of widowhood, one that obliterated the first. For I could have no hope of meeting with Alexander in heaven now. He was more likely to be found in hell. And I hoped he burned there. For he never loved me. He was never mine. He made vows before an altar and played the part to the last. But Alexander Hamilton was as false a villain as his enemies claimed he was. He had cheated me of my whole life and got away with it. Cheated. That was how I felt, surveying all that remained of my husband's legacy. What was his legacy? Not the eternal bonds of love, not the earthly but enduring stone of monuments, only paper. A worthless constitution that the Republicans shredded with each successive administration, a few books filled with words he probably never meant in earnest. Just crates and crates of paper. And I wanted to set fire to it all. I awakened to the whisper of papers falling like dead leaves upon a forest floor. And as I blinked against the bleary haze of shadow and cracks of sunlight, I couldn't fathom where I was. The attic. I'd somehow fallen asleep there in the heat, exhausted by an agony of the soul. And now I saw my son's bare feet upon the wood planks, loose pages strewn by his toes. For one absurd moment in the delirium, I thought to scold William, as I'd done when he was a child, for walking about like a barefooted street urchin instead of a young gentleman. But then I saw the lace garter clutched in his hand. William was reading my sister's letters, and I didn't think the burning flush upon his cheek was exertion or summer heat. "I came up because I worried for you, but I didn't want to wake you when I found you asleep. You haven't slept much lately." My heart jolted, and I shoved myself up. It was all I could do to resist pulling the paper and lace from his hands. But in doing so, I'd only expose myself, expose everything. He couldn't possibly attach any meaning to that garter, which had slipped off my sister's thigh long before he was born. But, oh dear Lord, how much had he read?
I'm sorry to have worried you, I managed, struggling for breath in the now hellish heat of the attic. Perspiration pooled at my nape, and my black frock clung to my back. William quietly nodded, but his expression was bleak and his eyes were a storm.
My father wrote these letters to Aunt Angelica.
Those were the words he spoke, but not what he truly meant to ask. And I could almost see it. Almost see William standing at the precipice of a suspicion that would shatter everything he believed about his father and about himself. And what mother, especially one clinging to that same edge by her fingertips, could allow her child to fall? Forcing a smile, I said, "Oh, yes, your father and Aunt Angelica were very good friends. It's such a comfort to me to read their letters and remember it." My son, the one born while his father confessed adultery to the world, swallowed hard. He scrutinized my face, and then his gaze fell to my hand.
"You're not wearing your ring."
As my mind raced, I thought I might be sick. Burr once said I wasn't an actress of any talent. It was my sister who could bury her misery and heartbreak beneath pleasantries and a fan of playing cards in her hand. But now I called upon whatever powers of deception I'd ever learned from her to say, "The heat has swollen my fingers." I kissed my boy's cheek. "Or perhaps I've been eating too much. Speaking of, shall we go down and fix some breakfast?"
"You haven't eaten anything," William said. "Not more than a nibble for days."
What a Hamilton he was. A dogged interrogator assembling proofs and challenging my testimony. But I determined then and there that he'd never find me out. "Well, that explains why I'm so famished," I said, feigning a lightness of spirit I didn't feel and might never feel again. "And thirsty. Will you fetch me a glass of switchel?" He nodded, slowly relinquishing to me the letters and his aunt's garter. And I believed he was tricked by the mask I presented. I realized later that I was wrong. But I didn't know that then. I only knew it was a mask I was determined to wear from that day forth, because I couldn't deprive my children of their cherished memories of their father. Not after I'd nursed them all on a reverence for Alexander that neared worship. I'd hoped that lionizing their father would compensate my children for the absence of his guidance, protection, and comfort. That it would somehow make up for the suffering he'd exposed them to, for the debts he'd left, and for the scandal he'd saddled us all with. Was it comedy or tragedy that after all my husband had done to defend his name, there was not a corner of the country where Hamilton did not conjure up salacious gossip of harlots and infidelity? No place the name Hamilton did not rouse animosity amongst those who held political power. My sons had, each of them, felt compelled to become soldiers to prove themselves loyal, useful, and worthy of the country they'd been bequeathed. And given those circumstances, no mother who loved her children could ever wish to infect them with the contagion of doubt that now malingered inside my breast about what kind of man their father had been. They knew him as the mythic hero who'd driven a carriage of the sun across the sky. They didn't need to know he'd crashed it into my world, leaving me in fiery ruin. So there was no one with whom I could share my bitter cup of poison. I would simply have to swallow the injustice down and lie about the taste until it killed me, or until the shame of it burned me alive.
I shall never forget the destructive majesty of the flames.
Harry Smith on the burning of Washington. The nation was on fire, and part of me wanted to watch it burn, to bear witness to the end, just as I'd borne witness to its beginnings. Everything to which I had devoted my life in flames. In our capital, British soldiers had put a torch to the Naval Yard, the Congressional Library, and burned the President's mansion right down to Dolly Madison's bright red curtains. Our president was a fugitive in his own country, having been forced to flee his supper,
his wife at least prescient enough to steal away with famous portraits and national treasures before it all went up in smoke. These blundering Republicans have led our country defenseless and naked into this lake of blood, Alex shouted, thumping one fist on the window frame while his other hand gripped the sword swaying at his hip. And I was pained by how much like his father he looked in uniform. My soldier sons had stopped at the Grange on their way to take up defense of New York Harbor, 2 of them seated by the open windows in the parlor, all of us sweltering in the heat. As if the flames engulfing Washington City reached us here, too, even where I sat with my embroidery upon one of the old faded chairs. "If President Madison loses this war, we lose the country," James said, and I bit back a bitter laugh. Hamilton had warned that the country needed a standing army and had been vilified for it, even by Madison. Now the fate of the nation was left largely to a gutted navy and militias who had, under the direction of Secretary Monroe, already run from the fight. "So they've finally done it," I said, startling my sons with my venomous tone as I stabbed my needle into the cloth. "The Republicans have finally wrecked it all." The federal city that Hamilton had negotiated to bring into existence was now burned to the ground. It was quite possibly the end of the Republic, the end of our American experiment, the end of the United States of America. What had been the point of any of it, I wondered? The Revolution, the Federalist, the Constitution, the Farewell Address, the bank charters, the legal precedents. All Hamilton's accomplishments worthless and dismantled and soon to be forgotten. Perhaps I should, with diabolical glee, burn his papers to save the King of England the trouble. Except those weren't only Alexander Hamilton's accomplishments. Other people had sacrificed to see those things brought about. They were our accomplishments, too. Perhaps alarmed at the bleakness of my words, Alex folded his arms over his uniformed chest, a uniform his father had designed with my help, and said, "The war isn't over yet, Mother." But it is for me, I thought, because as everything turned to ashes in my mouth, I was too tired to fight anymore. Tired of fighting Jefferson and Burr and Monroe, fighting the Republicans and the Federalists, fighting grief and loneliness and bitterness and the British besides. Fortunately, a new generation took up the call in defense of their country. While my old friend Mac lay paralyzed upon a sick bed from which he would never rise again, the soldiers at his Fort McHenry fended off a stunning bombardment of rockets and mortar shells in Baltimore Harbor, giving the British just enough time to reconsider whether subduing America was really worth the fight. And so, the 3-year-long War of 1812 ended in a stalemate that allowed Republicans to pretend to have achieved something other than bankrupting the nation and destroying the Federalist Party. Though perhaps it could be more properly said that my husband's Federalist Party killed itself as ingloriously as its founder had. My husband had thrown away his life, whether he'd intended to or not, a question that kept me up many nights. And his party dashed itself to pieces with a failed and potentially treasonous attempt at secession in the midst of a war. "If they break this union, they will break my heart," Alexander had said upon his deathbed. But I couldn't seem to care because when he broke our union, he'd broken my heart too. He'd promised that he was mine forever, that he'd never leave me alone or desperate. But then he'd rowed across the Hudson River at dawn to meet an empty vessel of a man who wasn't worth his spit, let alone his life. He'd gone knowing he might never return. He'd planned it, and he'd kept it from me. How could I ever forgive him? All that mattered now was that my sons had survived the ordeal of their own honorable battles in the War of 1812. And so did the country, though I might be excused if in the 10 years that followed, I scarcely recognized the nation as my own.
We were all Republicans now, like it or not. No one disagreed or dared to. Our new Virginian president, James Monroe, a recent convert to the Hamiltonian idea that we needed a strong regular army even in peacetime, declared it the era of good feelings. He'd actually run unopposed for the presidency, for there were no more political parties and we were not to have partisanship in the nation. We were to live in a perpetual state of patriotic oneness. It was, after all, a decade of deceit. Republicans pretended there was nothing whatsoever hypocritical about their newfound embrace of a national bank and federal institutions. Never mind that they'd destroyed my family for championing those very things. A retired Thomas Jefferson was now the so-called Sage of Monticello, the prophet of democracy, while to hear people tell it, George Washington had been a mere general in the cause. And Alexander Hamilton had never existed at all. A whole generation of Americans came of age without hearing my husband's name, unless it was in diminishment or a curse. And I could scarcely blame them. Hamilton was safely dead and forgotten. We survivors of the founding of the country all let him be forgotten. Even me. Chapter 41. September 1824, New York City. "Mama, we have a visitor," Lisbeth whispered loudly from outside my office door at the orphanage. I peered up from the account books I kept as the society's first directress, my hand crimped around a quill after hours of recording and resolving the entries. At nearly 25, Lisbeth had declared herself a spinster, quite contentedly on the shelf, which was why she often assisted my work at the orphanage's Bank Street headquarters, where there were now beds for 200 of the city's neediest children. Lisbeth reminded me of myself when I was about her age, convinced that I, too, would be a spinster. But more than me, she still resembled a more subtle Angelica, except for her unadorned hair and the spectacles she wore upon her nose whenever it was buried in a book, which was often. Lisbeth was a serious and sensible young woman, without girlish caprice, so I couldn't fathom her excitement as she hovered in the doorway, positively vibrating with giddiness. "What visitor?" I asked, not remembering any appointments. "See for yourself," Lisbeth said, stepping aside to reveal two distinguished-looking gentlemen. One a middle-aged Frenchman, the other the last living general of the Revolutionary War. I rushed to my feet, and the familiar sight of him filled my eyes with tears. Though I'd never seen the Marquis de Lafayette out of uniform before, he was instantly recognizable to me as a hero of a bygone age, and as my friend. Stouter than I remembered, and bent with age and whatever torments he'd suffered all those years he was held in a dungeon during the French Revolution, but still the slope of that forehead and that patrician nose were unmistakable. "Madame Hamilton," Lafayette said, making a formal bow with cane and top hat in hand. "General Lafayette," I whispered, rounding the desk. And that's when I realized the taller man at his side was his son. "Georges?" Georges smiled and stepped forward swiftly to kiss my cheeks. "Oh, it fills my heart to see you again. I've never forgotten what you did for me all those years ago when I was in hiding." He ducked his chin, as if he couldn't say more without being unmanned. On instinct, my hands went to his cheeks as if he were still a boy. But in truth, his hair was shot through with silver, and I couldn't help but think that my Philip would have been about his age now if he'd lived. Perhaps Lafayette was thinking this too, because the general spoke to me in consolation for my losses, and I returned mine for his. And finally remembering the rest of my manners, I presented my Lisbeth, who tittered like such a flibbertigibbet, One might think she'd never met a general before. But of course, Lafayette was no mere general. The entire country was poised to give him a hero's welcome with toasts and spectacles in honor of the forthcoming 50th anniversary of the Revolution. It was said that in all America there wasn't a heart that didn't beat with joy and gratitude at the sound of Lafayette's name. My heart certainly did. Already the city of New York had greeted him with booming cannons due a conquering hero, which was quite possibly why Lisbeth nearly swooned when Lafayette kissed her hand. "Mademoiselle Hamilton," he said to my daughter, his world-weary, haggard eyes crinkling at the corners with his smile, "you must not be shy. Your father was more than friend to me. He was a brother. We were both very young when our friendship formed in days of peril and glory, but it suffered no diminution from time. So you must think of yourself as family to me." The enormity of this statement, if only for what it meant to Lisbeth, melted my heart. "And you, madame," he said, turning to me, "you are my sister, and were before you ever met your husband, oui?" It was a touching sentiment, one that recalled to me long ago days in Albany. And though I had brothers of my own, by blood and marriage, I couldn't help but return it. I remember and feel the same. So it shamed me when he nodded and said, "I worried for your health when I did not see you at the welcoming parade. Georges told me no esteemed woman of sense would jostle with a New York crowd in this heat. Mon Dieu, this heat." Lafayette dabbed at the sweat on his forehead. "But I could not be satisfied of your well-being until I set eyes upon you myself. As I wished to learn more about your charity work, I tracked you down here." I flushed at the shabby state of my crowded little office, with its decades-old desk and sagging bookshelves, but even more so because I hadn't been invited to the official celebrations by the Republicans, who now held power in government. Given how shamelessly they claimed the mantle of patriotism all for themselves, my presence would have been an inconvenient reminder to everyone of my husband. Or perhaps they'd simply forgotten me as they'd forgotten him. But Lafayette hadn't forgotten, and I feared I'd given offense. But before I could offer words that might make up for my absence, Lafayette shook his head. "I hope you do not think to apologize, especially since I wish to impose upon you for something," he said, a sly twinkle in his eye. "By all means," I said, gesturing at the chair. "Shall we sit?" I was pained to see him leaning so heavily on his cane as he lowered himself into the rickety seat. "Lisbeth, perhaps our guests would enjoy some lemonade?" The men exclaimed their thanks, stirring my daughter from where she still stood, riveted at the door. "Oh, right away." "I'll help you," Georges said, like the good, dutiful boy he'd always been. "What can I do for you?" I asked Lafayette, aware of the flurry of people suddenly finding reason to pass my office door. The matron of the orphanage, checking the lock on the kitchen larder, our cook grabbing a broom from the hall closet, a little girl not at school because she was sick, peeking down from the stairs. Lafayette winked at the child, and she scampered away with a delighted giggle. "I am called to America by President Monroe to witness the immense improvements and the prosperity of these happy United States, so I can report back to the world that they reflect the light of a far superior political civilization." Though almost everyone who met Monroe in his younger days had dismissed him for a lack-wit, I'd been right about him in at least one respect. There was always more to James Monroe than met the eye. And he'd proven as president to be more of a master of national propaganda than any of his predecessors. He'd somehow persuaded the nation that the War of 1812 had been a glorious victory instead of a humiliating stalemate. And now, to drum up support for his new doctrine of superiority in the hemisphere, He presented himself as the last founder of our country. If he could somehow wrap himself in Lafayette's glory and portray Southern slave owners as virtuous guardians of liberty, so much the better. But our French hero still maintained an independent mind. I wish to see more than what is on my official itinerary here in New York. I should like you to reveal to me the true United States. What must I see? Me? I was most assuredly not part of Monroe's plans for this visit, the realization of which made me instantly intrigued. Indeed, for while I feel an inexpressible delight in the progress of everything that is noble-minded, honorable, and useful throughout the United States, I will not look away from the flaws, and in particular, the status of the Negro raises a sigh or a blush according to the company. The measure of a country is, for me, not to be found in prosperity, but in a virtuous resistance to oppression. Even as President Monroe's guest, I will not miss an occasion to raise the question of slavery and defend the rights of all men, which is why I presume upon you. My heart beat in sudden excitement that there remained amongst us a patriot willing to stand against Virginian hypocrisy. I will do whatever is in my power if you should name it. Lafayette smiled. I wish to know more about your work here and at the Free School for Young Africans that your husband and the Manumission Society founded for poor children of former slaves. In fact, I would like to tour both with you as my guide. My work. During the War of 1812, I'd been too tired to fight for the country anymore. I'd decided that I'd fight only for my children, and for the hundreds of orphans who depended on me. For whatever I had or had not been to Alexander Hamilton, my Maker had pointed out a duty to me and given me the ability and inclination to perform it. My husband had a gift for government, but I had a gift for charity, a talent for it, if there be such a thing. I'd already helped to found a society to care for widows, an orphanage to shelter children, and a school to provide guidance and learning. There was not an aspect of the management for any of these endeavors with which I was not intimately acquainted. I laid cornerstones, raised money, rented property, made visits to the needy, nursed the sick, procured coal, food, shoes, and Bibles. I kept account books, wrote charters, and lobbied legislatures. How gratifying that Lafayette should appreciate all that and treat me as a person of moral consequence. A warmth stole through me at the flattering notion that he felt I could guide him in seeing the true America. But for the recognition of my calling, I felt more honored than I could ever remember being. More energized, too, as if remembering myself after a long slumber. Marquis, may I present to you our instructors and students? I said, introducing him to the gathered ladies and rows of smiling public school children at the African Free School, all wearing Lafayette badges made of satin ribbon, each straining to catch a glimpse of the great man. Our tour of the orphanage had been short, but had allowed me to send someone ahead to prepare the school administrators for this little assembly. And that someone was Mrs. Fanny Anthill Tappan, my adoptive daughter, now returned to New York all grown and happy with a husband and children of her own. For years now, it had been a balm to have Fanny in my busy life again, and her eagerness to assist in my charitable work filled me with pride. Bracing upon his cane, Lafayette kissed both of Fanny's cheeks in the French style. Then he walked the length of the gathering, greeting every child. "What a bright, industrious group of pupils," he said. The original free school for Africans was only one room and could admit only 40 students, I explained as we toured the new buildings, in which were educated more than 700 of the best and brightest. The English headmaster finds these black children every bit as capable as white children.
Lafayette didn't seem surprised. I regret that my own efforts to emancipate slaves in the French colonies was forestalled. He trailed off there, his mind seeming to retreat to a dark place, and I worried it was the darkness of his old prison cell. To draw him back, I said, "There's still more to be done, but our state legislature passed a law of gradual emancipation, and complete abolition is nearly accomplished. It cannot happen soon enough." Though I'd long been a convert to the cause of abolition, I hadn't spoken before in public against the national cancer, and Lafayette's presence encouraged me. No longer needing to measure my words for fear of how they might affect my husband's political career, I felt a freedom to say exactly how disillusioned I was. In the South, the vile institution of slavery spreads like a contagion. Such is inevitable when the country has been run these past 20 years by presidents and congresses elected by the counting of slaves as 3/5 of a person for the purpose of representation, while not otherwise counting them as a person at all. The South doubly reaps the benefits of slavery at the expense of fairness, morality, and liberty. Lafayette turned an appraising smile on me. "I hear something of the passion of Hamilton in your speech, madame?" He'd infused my cheeks as I struggled with the complicated emotions dredged up by the comparison, but fortunately, a gaggle of awed children swarmed the general, distracting him from my reaction to words which were, at once, the highest praise and a painful reminder. Finally, Lafayette escorted me outside and turned to me with fondness. "You do good work here, Elizabeth. You will perhaps finish what we started." I tilted my head. "What we started?" "The revolution. It is unfinished. Maybe liberty must always be fought for. And you have kept fighting when others laid down their swords in defeat, or exhaustion, or corruption." "I'm afraid you misjudge me," I said, feeling an ache of shame in my breast. "I stopped fighting long ago." Lafayette gestured at the school behind us. "Then what is this school? What is your orphanage? These things seek to expand the promise of America, to give opportunity to all as free citizens." Tears pricked at the corners of my eyes as my ache of shame melted into recognition. I'd not thought of my work as more than charity, but it always had been. Whatever I told myself, I never stopped trying to finish what we started when we were all so young and idealistic about what this nation could be. "Would that my friend was here to help you," Lafayette sighed. "Will you take me to see him? I wish with your blessing to lay a wreath upon Hamilton's grave, but there is no ceremony planned for it." Of course no ceremony had been planned. For years now, even I had shied away from the monument in Trinity Churchyard where my husband was buried. I made any number of excuses for my reticence. The distressing reminder of my losses, the spectacle of people looking at me when I knelt beside the stone, the fact that I'd suffered for a public life and didn't wish my most private grief to be exposed. All these things were true, of course. But the real reason I didn't go was because both Angelica and Alexander were buried there. For 10 years, I'd hid the festering wounds of my suspicions from everyone, in every way I could. My greatest failing in that endeavor had been with William, who was, I'd learned, never fooled by my facade. He'd seen his father's letters to my sister, and worse, he'd seen me laid low. It had changed something in him to have the heroic image of his father shattered, and we'd lost him over it. He'd withdrawn from West Point and gone west, as far as he could go from civilization, all because I couldn't leave a matter alone. So I didn't intend to reopen it now. "You have my blessing to go to the grave, of course, General, but I've already taken too much of your time. Your public is waiting." "Let them wait," Lafayette said, offering me his arm. "Hamilton is more important."
Having no way to refuse him without exposing myself, I took his arm. But anxiety seized me as we made the short carriage ride to Trinity Churchyard. "For your itinerary," I said, hoping to distract myself from the clawing dread, "there are other benevolent societies you might visit, almshouses, and the great hospital, too. You might take in the Trumbull painting at the Academy of Arts, and I've no doubt the Society of the Cincinnati would host you for—" "Dear sister, is it so strange that I wish to visit graves?" "Oh, no, of course not," I said, swallowing down the nerves that had me rambling. Lafayette's shrewd gaze told me he sensed something amiss, and I was relieved he didn't press the point. "As a young man, I would have thought so. But then I did not expect to live this long." "Considering the way you've habitually thrown yourself into danger for the cause of liberty, it is rather a miracle that you're still alive." "You are not the first person to say so." He chuckled, but then his smile faded. "Is it too painful for you to visit Hamilton's graveside?" "No." I folded my gloved hands in my lap. Then, unable to withstand his scrutiny, I finally admitted, "Yes, it is painful, but a duty too long neglected." "I understand," Lafayette said with a sympathetic nod. He couldn't possibly understand, but I smiled politely. "After all these years, I go too little to visit where my Adrienne sleeps her final sleep." I realized almost with a start that he'd been a widower nearly as long as I'd been a widow. "Is your wife buried far from where you now reside?" Lafayette nodded, his eyes going to the window. "She wanted to be buried with her family. A mass grave in Paris where, after being guillotined for the misfortune of noble blood and a relation to me, the bodies of her loved ones were dumped. It is sometimes too difficult for me to go where I must bear the weight of it upon my shoulders. Instead, I made a shrine of Adrienne's room, still as she left it, and where it seems I am less separated from her than anywhere else." This sentiment was familiar to me, having myself sought in vain for the essence of Alexander in this world. And I was moved by the raw pain in his voice for a loss experienced nearly 20 years before. Unfortunately, his embarrassment at having betrayed that pain was obvious, and he pleaded, "S'il vous plaît, pardonnez-moi. It is only that I wished many times to show my wife this country, and now here I am without her, welcomed in a manner that exceeds the power to express what I feel. Thus I cannot resist an opportunity to confide my anguish to a friend who can understand." I could understand. I once pored over my husband's letters every night, trying to recall the inflections of his voice, and every morning gazed upon his portraits and bust, trying to remember the lines of his face. "General, you must never ask forgiveness for confiding in me. I know this same unhappiness well." He let out a breath of relief. "It was worse in the beginning. Having married so young, I was so much accustomed to all that she was to me that I did not distinguish her from my own existence. I knew that I loved her and needed her, but it was only in losing her that I finally see the wreck of me that remains. Now I am not unsatisfied with my excellent children of friends, but I recognize the impossibility of lifting the weight of this pain, this irreparable loss." "Yes," I whispered, because emotion rose like a knot in my throat as he eloquently echoed my own feelings. My whole life had been fused with my sister and my husband, and having lost them both to death and betrayal, I also lost myself. I put my hand upon Lafayette's and whispered, "You must believe that your loving wife wouldn't wish you to carry this weight." Though Lafayette didn't look at me, the corner of his lips hinted at a smile. "No, she would not. My sweet companion was a forgiving woman and an angel who,
for 34 years, blessed my life." It was the word angel, spoken so reverently, that triggered a memory of Alexander whispering it against my hair, my ear, my neck. And my mind threw up a now familiar defense against these memories whenever they assaulted me. It was all a lie. You never knew him. You never knew him at all. Perhaps that was why I murmured with something akin to envy, "You may at least take consolation that after so many years of happy marriage, you achieved perfect knowledge of one another." At this, Lafayette roared with sudden laughter. "Perfect knowledge, mon Dieu! My wife kept secrets to the very end. Do not ask me to reveal them, but they confound me to this day, just like a woman." I blinked, thinking that it wasn't only women who could keep confounding secrets. And it occurred to me like a bolt from the blue that I was sitting next to the only man alive who might know the answers to any of the questions that burned through the fabric of my very soul. Lafayette would understand. That's what Alexander had said to me upon the death of John Lawrence. The only words he would say, in fact. The thought that the general might have been aware of the true nature of my husband's relationship with Lawrence made heat sear its way from the tips of my ears to my toes, leaving me in unbearable mortification. "Are you unwell, madame?" For a moment, I couldn't answer, for fear of what I might say, what I might ask, what accusations I might make. None of it matters, I told myself. There was no longer any possible reason to care. The opposite of love, I thought, was not hatred, but indifference. And for my own survival, I'd made my heart indifferent to Alexander Hamilton. There was nothing but humiliation to be gained by asking questions. Nothing to be gained by caring at all. "It's only the heat," I said by way of excuse, schooling my features into politeness as the soaring steeple of Trinity Church came into view. Alexander Hamilton, the patriot of incorruptible integrity, the soldier of approved valor, the statesman of consummate wisdom whose talents and virtues will be admired by grateful posterity long after this marble will have mouldered into dust. The last line inscribed on the headstone had been comforting when we buried Alexander here, but I no longer believed it. Lafayette, however, was deeply affected. With a quivering lower lip, the old general gently rested his gnarled hand atop the white stone and spoke to my dead husband. "At last, here I am. It is Lafayette, your old and constant friend. It is my hope that wherever you are now, you will remind me to our brother soldiers who have not forgotten their long-absent comrade, and to my ancient friends all gathered about you." As it happened, it didn't matter how firmly I had resolved to feel nothing. It simply wasn't possible to stand at my husband's grave and give dry-eyed witness to this sad reunion. My own lip quivered when Lafayette placed the wreath against the stone and bowed his head in silent and tearful communion. He passed a long time like that, quiet and stooped. And I found that my heart was not made of stone after all. For Lafayette's emotion stirred something in me that I simply couldn't contain. And when he raised up again, he noticed. "You will want a moment alone with him?" "No, I will wait by the gate," Lafayette said, withdrawing. "I understand." He didn't. He couldn't. Because I didn't understand it myself. Now left alone at my husband's graveside, I hugged myself tightly, trying to make sense of it. Aware that for the first time in a very long time, no one was watching me. The way the graveyard was situated, people passed gaily on the street just beyond the iron rail, laughing and going about their business, without any sense of respect for the gravity of the place. And maybe I shouldn't respect it either. Integrity,
I scoffed at the engraving. Was there integrity in deceiving me, Alexander? Because I didn't sense any part of him still in this world, it seemed silly to continue. But then it had been so many years since I'd spoken to my husband that I couldn't resist imagining what he would hear. Valor, I admit you had in stupid quantity. But wisdom? I spent our whole marriage keeping you from foolhardiness. And if you'd told me... I blinked back a rush of bitter tears. If you'd told me what you meant to do that morning at Weehawken, I would have stopped you. You'd be alive, and I more the fool, but... My eyes fell upon the spot where our sweet, innocent Philip was buried in the earth, and I brought my fist to my mouth to stifle my words. For I'd protected the rest of my children from this anger I felt for their father. And now, absurdly, I worried about speaking these truths in front of Philip. I knelt at my son's grave and pressed my hand to the cool grass. "You're with him, aren't you?" I whispered, realizing that if Philip was united with the Lord, then none of this would be any secret to him. Even so, I couldn't bring myself to utter the venom at the tip of my tongue, especially not the two words that would have hurt Alexander the most. "You bastard." That's what I wanted to say. What you did to us, what you did to your children, what you did to yourself. For a moment, I felt as if I hated Hamilton as much as I'd ever loved him. That's when I began to laugh. A sputtering hiccup of a laugh, because no one, nowhere, had ever been able to make themselves indifferent to Alexander Hamilton. My husband was loved and hated, but never a subject of dispassion, not even in death. And certainly I could never be indifferent to him, no matter how I'd deceived myself to the contrary. I'd never know if he went to Weehawken with the hope of losing his life, if he'd bedded my sister, or 1,000 harlots for that matter, instead of just the Reynolds woman. These were mysteries for which I'd never have answers. And yet, coming here after all this time put me in a near state of self-destructive madness to know the truth. It must have been madness. For I've no other explanation for the way I rose up again, suddenly, and charged after Lafayette. On the path by my sister's tomb, the old general turned, his eyes widening as I marched toward him with purpose and fury. "Did they laugh at me?" Stopping amidst stone angels and sepulchres, Lafayette tilted his head in confusion. "Madame?" "Lawrence and Hamilton," I said, firing the names like bullets. "Did they laugh as Alexander drew up his list of qualifications for a wife, and then celebrate how easily simple, stupid, saintly Betsy Schuyler was wooed and won for her father's fortune?" Lafayette seemed as startled by the question as I was to have allowed it past my lips. "The sun has addled your senses, madame. Let me get you from the heat." But when he reached for me, I retreated. "I am not addled, only insulted by the man I married." "Insulted?" Lafayette softened his voice, as if gentling an unruly horse. "My memory for those years is very keen. I can say with conviction that never in my presence did any man disparage you, nor would I have allowed it then or now. My dear lady, only a derangement of grief could lead you to think the husband who loved—" "John Lawrence," I said, thinking that perhaps I was deranged, for no woman of sound mind would admit this. Alexander loved John Lawrence. There, I said it. And now it hovered between us like a cannonball just before impact. I didn't know whether to be horrified or gratified to see a flicker of recognition in Lafayette's eyes. I thought he'd pretend at ignorance or deny it, but instead he shrugged. "I think so. But what of it?" "What of it?" I was, after all, not speaking of mere fraternity between brother soldiers. And yet I believed that Lafayette knew that perfectly well when he said, "C'est la guerre. That is war." Only a Frenchman would dismiss it with the permissiveness of a libertine. But this Frenchman defied kings and emperors in the pursuit of principle. He was known throughout the world as a deeply honorable man, and his words carried a tone that said such a relationship was less shameful than to question it, which shocked me into silence. "Madame," he said more gently, "you are the mother of Hamilton's children, his wife, and his beloved companion of more than 20 years. Why should you be troubled by an attachment formed before you met?" Did he think my resentments were petty jealousy? Like a new bride enraged to discover her husband had once danced with a pretty girl at a ball. I, too, had formed attachments before I met Alexander Hamilton. But I did not feel guilty or disloyal for them, nor did I wish Lafayette to think me petty. "I'm troubled because I wasn't beloved. I've read the old letters, and they've poisoned everything. A good-hearted girl, not a genius, not a beauty." I could recite them line for line, but I told Lafayette only as much as I could bear, feeling diminished with every word I repeated. When I was finished, Lafayette rubbed at his face. "It is regrettable. What haunted people we are, you and I." I stood, trembling, aghast at my indiscretion in matters that I feared must have seemed to him quite trivial. And now there was nothing to do but pray his pressing engagements would soon force a merciful end to our conversation. But Lafayette led me to a bench by the church doors and settled into it, as if he meant to stay with me a while. He patted the bench. "Please, we are both of an age now when we must sit." Suddenly tired and unimaginably weary, I sank beside him in silent mortification. Meanwhile, he cast a serene gaze across the cemetery. "We are also of an age when we live in the past. We speak to old ghosts more real for us than the strangers of this new age who pass us on the street, yes? We try in vain to crawl into letters and memories for the comfort of those who cannot talk to us any longer." Renewed shame washed over me. "I shouldn't have troubled you." "We have a saying in France," he interrupted. "L'habit ne fait pas le moine. The robe does not make the monk. Do you understand?" "No," I said, still trembling with humiliation. "It means that the way things are clothed is not always as they are. Are you so modest, madame, that it has never occurred to you that the letters Hamilton wrote you were the sincere ones?" I took a deep breath as I digested his implication, that Alexander had deceived Laurens, not me. Lafayette cleared his throat and rested his top hat on his knee. "If this has not occurred to you before, I can only think it is because of a delicate subject yet to be mentioned. Bah, what we do to women." I brought my hands to my face, with fear of what he might say next. "My friend has left you haunted by some notion that he did not love you. And to see you in this state, I am now haunted by the idea I may have given my wife the same doubts. A husband at 16? What did I know? But there were other women even when I was old enough to appreciate what I had in a wife." "Oh, no," I said, wanting him to stop talking. I willed him to stop talking. But Lafayette was never a man easily silenced. "In America, a mistress is scandal. In France, expected. In my mind, having nothing to do with my love for my wife, I am certain it was the same for my friend." I gasped softly, my stomach clenching at the realization he was defending my husband. And all I could hear was my sister's words, "All husbands stray." The memory made me so angry I snapped, "I am long acquainted with these justifications." "You mistake my purpose. I only mean to say that though a man might cause misfortune and pain to his loved ones, he can still love them. I spent 5 years in a dungeon.
convinced I would die there, and yet I did not actually know what it was to be unhappy until I lost my wife. That is how completely I loved her. My friend Hamilton loved you the same way.
You cannot know that.
How can I not know how he felt about you after 1,000 intimate conversations? Lafayette shifted toward me. I am grateful to speak for a man who spoke for me when I was imprisoned and could not speak for myself. But what I say only echoes the voice inside you that already knows from a lifetime of kisses and tender proofs that Hamilton belonged to you. Hear me when I say there was never a person, not a soldier, coquette, or femme fatale, that he ever spoke of with such devotion or besotted passion as he spoke of you to me.
Oh, how dangerous were his words. Believing them would only lead to disappointment. No man could have been devoted to and besotted by me and taken my sister as a mistress. Except, perhaps, for one man, said that accursed inner voice that Lafayette had summoned. Needy, insecure Alexander Hamilton, who could never forgo an impulse or resist the affections he'd been starved of as a child. And while these thoughts battered me, Lafayette took the liberty of resting his aged hand upon mine.
Maybe it is impossible to forgive. This I understand. But I beg of you, remember that our dear Hamilton was not a man to govern his emotions. It was not in his nature. If ever you felt his love, it was real. Because to pretend at hate or friendship or love is possible for some men, but not for Hamilton. For him, impossible.
This I couldn't deny. And Lafayette was, I realized, still a resourceful general. He'd somehow stolen inside my inner fortifications and brought them down. And now my defenses were left in smoldering ruins, leaving me only to retreat. You are too loyal a friend.
I take this for a compliment, madame.
Sniffing and remembering a long-ago conversation with Hamilton, I shook my head. I'm not sure that I meant it as one.
Yet I take it anyway,
Lafayette replied.
Did I not sometimes find myself being angry with Hamilton, making within my heart a ridiculous fight between love and anger, and wishing for him to behave more sensibly? Oui, he was no perfect man, but he was a great one. It is only plain justice that his wife should remember him better. And his country, too.
Chapter 42. Lafayette was the guest of the nation, and despite my repeated demurs, he was determined to win me to his side. The general's campaign began the next morning when Georges delivered to us a handwritten invitation to attend the grand festival at the castle garden, along with a gift of a book by Fanny Wright, an advocate for women's rights and abolitionist school reformer who was traveling in Lafayette's entourage. Clasping the book and the invitation with equal delight, Lisbeth cried, "Can we go, Mamma?" I didn't relish the inevitable crowds, but it wouldn't do for me to be seen holding myself aloof from a celebration of Lafayette to which he'd specifically invited me. Besides, I wanted to make my daughter smile. But when I told her we could go, her smile fell away. "Oh, but I have nothing to wear." My Lisbeth, who'd never come out properly into society, possessed a wardrobe that consisted entirely of drab workaday calicos and one fancier brocaded gown for church. Her whole life, my Lisbeth had patiently forborne the money spent to educate her brothers and the attention paid to her troubled sister. She wasn't the oldest or the youngest, and therefore had often been lost in the shuffle. But she was the daughter I'd always wished for, and she deserved a ball gown. It was far too late to employ a seamstress. There wasn't a tailor or sewing girl in the city not feverishly engaged in last-minute alterations for the forthcoming ball. But inside a very old and neglected trunk, I found a beguiling gown made of blue satin with a golden belt, embroidered in the pattern of a Greek key. "It was your Aunt Angelica's," I said, unwrapping it. It was the gown my sister had worn to our dinner party at the Grange not long before Hamilton's death, and it was now 2 decades out of style. I'd saved it, even when I'd wanted to burn every token of every person who ever hurt me, because when I'd burned Monroe's kerchief, it had seemed almost to do him too much honor. Nevertheless, I expected that the sight of the dress would pain me deeply, as all reminders of my sister now did. But when my daughter pulled the gown against herself and twirled, a different emotion rose in my breast. For the dress flattered Lisbeth to the point of transformation, revealing the natural beauty she usually hid behind seriousness and spectacles. Instead of pain, I felt nothing but my daughter's joy. And that now seemed to be a wonderful gift, one my sister had made possible. "Oh, but the beadwork and embroidery," Lisbeth suddenly fretted. "It's too much for a dedicated spinster. Too much for me, by far." "It's exactly right," I said, taking up my needle. It had been years since I'd dedicated much time to my sewing, and doing it now in the service of my daughter's happiness seemed the best cause. "We shall make it a perfect fit." And when that was accomplished, I retrieved for Lisbeth an ancient pair of blue paste earbobs to match. Earbobs that made me remember that whatever Angelica had done or been, she'd also been my touchstone, always finding small ways to support and embolden me, as I now wished to support and embolden my daughter. As for me, my own formal attire was greatly simplified by virtue of widowhood. I owned one black gown proper for such an occasion, scented by the cedar chips with which it had been stored. Thus, donning a bonnet and the pearl-encrusted pendant in which Washington's hair was enclosed, I braced myself to return to society. We went by carriage to the battery from whence my husband first stole British cannons and made his reputation at the start of the Revolution. The bridge to the castle garden was covered with rich carpets from one end to the other. In the middle of the bridge arose a pyramid 65 feet high, lit with colored lamps and surmounted by a brilliant star in the center, which blazed the name Lafayette. And then we stepped into the magnificent entryway to find a vast amphitheater inside the circle of the old fort, containing at least 1,000 torches and nearly 6,000 persons. An eager crowd jostled Lisbeth and I beneath an arch formed of the flags of all nations, surmounted by a colossal statue of Washington. I expected always to encounter the father of the nation at any celebration, but I didn't expect to find a richly decorated marquee ornamented upon a platform with a bust of my husband and 2 pieces of cannon taken at Yorktown. "It's Papa!" Lisbeth cried with a breath of astonishment, as if she'd never expected or dared to hope to see her father honored outside of our intimate circle of family and friends. And my heart ceased to see her hands go to her mouth, as if to contain her surprise and joy. Had Lafayette arranged for this display? And was it meant for the crowd, or for me? He was not a perfect man, but he was a great one. It is only plain justice that his wife should remember him better, and his country, too. I was still not convinced by Lafayette's argument, even as a murmur rushed through the crowd around us. "It's Mrs. General Hamilton!" The whispers rose like the murmur of the sea, and Lisbeth clutched my hand. "Everyone's staring." They were, and I met their gazes, each and every one. And what I saw reflected back at me, after so many years out of the public eye, was a pleasant surprise, admiration, curiosity, and without question, respect. In that moment, a curly-haired officer in uniform and sash bumped into us so hard that Lisbeth would have fallen if he hadn't caught her by the waist.
"Oh, dear, I am so very sorry," he said, looking not a bit sorry.
Forgoing all protocol that might have required a gentleman should be introduced, he presented himself as one Lieutenant Sidney Holly. We returned the introduction, forced as we were to it, and the young man's cheeks reddened.
"Hamilton?"
With wide eyes, he glanced at the bust, then back at us, seeming so discomforted that I thought he must be a rabid Republican, but then he said,
"I dare say I wouldn't have employment without your father's innovations, Miss Hamilton. I work as a customs inspector."
"Is that so?" my daughter said, smiling shyly. Awkwardness hung between them, and he finally gave a little bow.
"If you'll excuse me," he said, apologizing again and again.
"That poor man," Lisbeth said once he'd gone. "There's no cause for him to be so embarrassed for an accident." "That was no accident," I said, explaining what she'd have known if she'd attended as many balls as I had. "Bumping into a young lady is an old trick employed by young men lacking the means of obtaining a proper introduction. He's embarrassed because, upon hearing your father's name, he realized he blundered quite above his station." "Truly?" Lisbeth said, her eyes widening in apparent delight at his impudence. She turned to smile much less shyly in the direction of the man's retreat. Just then, Lafayette appeared to the tune of "See the Conquering Hero Comes." We found our seats, and the cloths that surrounded and enclosed the hall rose like a curtain at the theater to reveal the pure and brilliant moon shining on the harbor, upon which steamboats were plying in every direction. Several times that magical evening, dances were attempted, but every time Lafayette approached them, the dancers broke off and came to group themselves around him. Young ladies swooned when he kissed their hands upon introduction, and he obliged them all, except for one girl, who presented a gloved hand which he refused.
"Your pretty glove is stamped with my face, mademoiselle, and I am not so egotistical that I can kiss myself."
When the laughter died down, mothers presented their children, and asking his blessing, feeble old men reanimated in talking to him of the numerous battles in which they'd been engaged with him for the sake of liberty. Free black men reminded him of his philanthropic efforts to place them in the rank, which horrid prejudices still denied them, and young men whose hard and blackened hands announced their laborious occupations stopped before him and said, "We also belong to the 10 millions who are indebted to you for liberty and happiness." Despite all the Republicans had done to ruin the country, I couldn't help but be a little stirred by the plain evidence of how many of my fellow Americans now thrived. Before long, Georges made his way through the throngs of well-wishers, sharing with him their admiration for his father to seek us out. "We wish to know if you and your mother will be pleased to share the berth across from our own Miss Hamilton." "A berth?" Lisbeth asked, her nose pink from just a few sips of champagne. "On the steamboat," Georges said, tilting his head. "We depart just after midnight." Lisbeth pulled her shawl around her in bewilderment. "Where to?" Now Georges was equally bewildered.
"My father says you're to accompany us on our journey up the river."
At this, my daughter gasped with delight, as of course Lafayette knew she would. What a wily man. Annoyed that the Frenchman should still be so sly as to wield my daughter's excitement against me, I said, "I fear your father has misunderstood, Georges. We cannot join you." Lisbeth had perhaps sipped more champagne than I realized, because she put a hand to her hip and demanded to know, why not? Why not, indeed? At the age of 67, I didn't go anywhere after midnight, much less on a journey up the Hudson. But before I could say as much,
The old hero stole upon us and laughed. She asks, why not? Spoken like a Lafayette. Come with me, ladies, at least as far as West Point.
General, I began, aware of what felt like 6,000 pairs of eyes now fixed upon us. We are honored by your invitation and generous attention, but the hour grows so late. We accept, Lisbeth interrupted me with extraordinary impertinence. Gladly. Lisbeth, I hissed. Something had come over my daughter. I didn't know if it was the ball gown, the idea of further conversation with her curly-haired beau, or seeing the bust of her father. Whatever the cause, Lisbeth grabbed my hand. Wouldn't my father go with Lafayette, and since he cannot, shouldn't we? Of course her father would go. Alexander, the hero of Yorktown, would have every right in justice to ride in glory beside Lafayette. To deny it would be to deny his children the recognition and honor they craved all their lives. The cruelty of the world had denied them this. How could I deny it to them, too?
Ah, I see I have it wrong, Lafayette said with a mischievous wink. She is a Hamilton through and through. Outflanked by the pair of them, I threw up my hands.
But we have nothing packed.
Lafayette made an elaborate twirling gesture with his hand. And what of it? When we were young, you climbed into a sleigh with only a satchel and drove off with me into the wilderness.
This memory was a warm and delightful one. It was also a story my daughter didn't know. As Lafayette told it, he made me remember the young and adventurous woman I used to be. And quite unexpectedly, I yearned for her.
So I beg you, Lafayette said, come with me tonight.
Despite his words, Lafayette was not begging. He was issuing a command. And though I had defied victorious generals before, I didn't have the heart to resist or resent him for it. Especially when Lisbeth looked happier than I'd ever before seen her, and multitudes clamored for the opportunity to take my place. Drunk on champagne and celebration, the whole city wished to climb aboard Lafayette's steamship and chug away with him. And so, quite irregularly and recklessly, that is exactly what we did. That night, a great number of prominent citizens, unwilling to part with Lafayette, crowded onto the ship deck with us until the captain was forced to refuse even one more. Then, to a setting moon, we lost sight of the castle garden amidst the noisy cadence of the steam machinery, struggling against the waves and current of the river that tied me to my past. Though the steamboat contained more than 80 beds, the crowd had not been foreseen, and the greater part of the men slept upon the deck. Nevertheless, I don't believe any of us slept much, because every few minutes cannons announced our passage by some village. So at sunrise, I abandoned my berth and went above deck to enjoy the view of the majestic banks of the Hudson. I was at Lafayette's side when a group of old Revolutionary soldiers gathered at the rail, sharing stories from their service.
There I wept for an enemy,
Lafayette said, pointing to the spot where he'd sat in court-martial over the British spymaster, Major Andre, and seen him hanged. And I knew, should we keep chugging north, we'd pass Sugarloaf Mountain and the house on the shoreline from whence Benedict Arnold fled to the British Army, my husband in desperate pursuit. I heard the word traitor murmured by more than one man, and I nearly murmured it myself, remembering that I was with Arnold when I met Lafayette, though I hadn't thought of that day in years. Now those harrowing times of the war came back to me. Names of towns and soldiers and battlefields in this valley stirred memories for me, too. Fort Ticonderoga, the loss of which cost my father his command. Saratoga, where Burgoyne burned our home to the ground before being forced to surrender. Albany, where Loyalists broke into my father's home and nearly chopped us with a hatchet. New Windsor, where Alexander and I first lived as newlyweds, and where I learned the story of Captain Molly. I had not, like Captain Molly, taken up arms or shed blood in the cause. But I'd stitched up and cared for those who did. I'd traveled with Washington's army and shared some of its privations, and I imagined myself in fraternity with these brother soldiers, looking out upon the country we'd brought into being. And to my astonishment, I felt as if I belonged with them on this journey after all. As if to banish any doubt, Lafayette said, "When I first came to this valley, I found the high mountains, with their thick forests and naked rocks all along this river, so imposing. It was difficult not to share the superstitious terror of the Indians, unless, of course, one has a Schuyler at his side, as I did then, and now." I warmed at his praise and the way it earned me the deference of our fellows. And as the sun glinted off the river that day, dazzling my eyes with its brilliance, I realized how the country had grown past the wilderness of my youth under the rule of the British Crown. Everywhere I looked, new towns and modern wharves grew up, all peopled by 2 generations who'd come of age thinking of themselves as Americans. And despite my anger and disappointments, my heart swelled with pride and love of country. Could I truly still feel such a thing? In seeking his oblivion, my husband had wrapped himself in his patriotism, thereby diminishing mine. Then Jefferson, Burr, Madison, and Monroe had buried my family, captured my government, and claimed its flag. But it didn't belong to any of them more than it belonged to me, and I should never have allowed them to steal it away. For they might be fathers of this unruly and flawed nation, but surely, then, I'd been one of its mothers. As if sensing some change in me, Lafayette leaned in and pointed to the aft railing. "Shall I stand in Hamilton's place and take up my ancient sword in defense of your daughter's virtue?" I turned and frowned to see Lisbeth in the crowd, flirting with Lieutenant Hawley from the night before. That impudent young man nearly toppled her into a tray of champagne at the ball just to secure an introduction. Lafayette chuckled. "And yet, she is taken with him. It seems your daughter is very much like you." A fool for a man in uniform? Yes, I suppose so. "I was going to say, a woman with a forgiving heart." I stared at the presumption of his implication, and he actually laughed. "Forgive my friend, Hamilton," Lafayette said, as if he'd sensed the softening in me toward the man without whom I suppose I could never have become what I was. "You see how, everywhere I go, people press gifts into my hands? Weapons, jewelry, Indian artifacts, things of great value to them. So why not give me this gift of forgiving Hamilton?" I peered around us, but no one paid any mind to our intimate exchange. "You take advantage, General." He shrugged, incorrigible. "I cannot help myself, madame. After spending so many years in a prison, my mind becomes sharp to the things that truly matter in this world." And Hamilton mattered. We didn't have time to say more when another round of cannons fired as the steamboat docked for a day of ceremonies at West Point, where I would be Lafayette's honored guest. Below, crowds shouted, "Long live liberty! Long live Lafayette! Honor to Lafayette! Honor to him who fought and shed his blood for the peace and happiness we enjoy." With a wave, Lafayette shouted back, "Honor to Hamilton, too!" I put a hand upon his arm to stop him, but he only patted it. "You should be honored, as should you. Travel with me, madame. I like seeing this country with you, and I am to go west." West. Even at my age, I was still unexpectedly tantalized by the idea. As tantalized as the first time Lafayette asked me to go off with him into the wilds. And he must have sensed it, because he pressed his advantage. I will pass through the Oneida homeland. Together, we can call upon some of our old comrades. We shall visit Grasshopper and Two Kettles together. I was taken by surprise that he did not know, that no one had told him, that he would not find many Oneida left in the world. Grasshopper had passed away long ago. Two Kettles together only recently. And the Oneida Nation had dwindled. Despite all they'd done for the nation during the Revolution and federal treasuries recognizing their service, the state government had all but defrauded the people of the Standing Stone of their lands. So I explained as gently as I could, very few Oneida still reside amongst us. Like the rest of the Iroquois, they've been forced to migrate. Lafayette's usually sunny expression fell into such grave disappointment that I felt ashamed. Perhaps he was remembering how our time with the Oneidas changed the course of the war. Perhaps he was remembering his own role in helping to negotiate the Treaty of Fort Stanwix that secured the Oneida their lands. Whatever the thoughts in his mind, I knew he was one of the few persons present who cared about the fate of our allied Indians, and even those who'd been our enemies. "Then it is good we go west," Lafayette finally said. "Perhaps we will see the Oneida there. We may travel as far as the wilds of Illinois." Two Kettles Together's son is in the Illinois Territory, I said, musing on the idea. And so is my son, William. I smiled at the notion of adventure and of seeing William again, because I realized that I was not only capable of the trip, but also interested, for the first time in so long. But I'd come far enough. Far enough, at least, to recover, as the French would say, my joie de vivre. And I had Lafayette to thank for it all. Just as at the start of the Revolution, this Frenchman was the lucky talisman who opened the way to a better future. As much as I desired it, I didn't need to see the wilds of the country to find my place in it. I already knew. I had my work to think of, and a city full of orphaned children who needed me. "Bah," he said, seeing that my mind was set. "While I am gone, at least agree you will think on all I've said. Hamilton's story should be remembered. It should be told, and it should be written." "A biography has been tried," I admitted, remembering how I was hampered before by Federalists and Republicans alike. How Reverend Mason's efforts ultimately came to nothing. But too many of Alexander's letters are scattered, and too many people do not want his story told. Lafayette's eyes narrowed a moment. "His foes oppose you?" I chuckled a little bitterly. With respect to his papers, it's his friends who have created the greatest obstacle. A few years earlier, just before he died, Nathaniel Pendleton confessed to stealing my husband's drafts of the farewell address and conspiring with fellow Federalists to keep the papers in trust and under seal, which was simply gracious language for keeping them from me. But I'd learned of this at the depths of my fury at Hamilton and done nothing about it. Now, in defense of myself, I said, "I am refused even simple requests to see his papers." "I think that I will not be refused. After all, you are the only person with the temerity to rebuff the guest of the nation." I laughed, but also felt an ember of hope. "I don't rebuff you, General. It's only that I don't wish to give false hopes." "I have been reproached all my life for giving in too much to my hopeful disposition, but one would never try anything extraordinary if one despaired of success." "No, I suppose they wouldn't," I murmured, his words working their way into my heart. "Then, my dear Mrs. Hamilton," he said, leaning close, "no longer despair." Chapter 43. Spring, 1825. Harlem. The windowless attic didn't make for a majestic courtroom. The only light to be had was from lanterns I hung from the wooden rafters. The only witnesses, the spiders. Perhaps that was best, since pushing through the cobwebs of this place and my memories, I alone would play judge and jury. And as for Hamilton, well, he would represent himself. He'd been a magnificent lawyer in life, but in death, the words he wrote would have to stand for him without addition or deletion or the animation of his voice or expression. And in seating myself before a trunk of letters, the personal ones, the painful ones, I prepared to review the evidence again. In the interest of justice, I told myself, nothing more. Because Lafayette was right. Alexander Hamilton deserved to be better remembered by his country. His story deserved to be written. But neither would happen unless I became his champion again. And I didn't know if he deserved that from me. Thus, I examined the first charge against him. Did my husband take my sister for his lover? I'd so often heard him argue in court that I could well imagine what he'd say. It hasn't been proven. What was the evidence, after all? There was no direct admission of guilt by either of them, not in life nor in death. The most damning thing in the end hadn't been the letters or tokens or gossip or befuddled utterances under the influence of laudanum. The most damning thing had been my husband's accounting book, which proved he paid Angelica's expenses and rented for her a mysterious apartment. And yet, if I took that for proof of an affair, must I not also note that except for that one visit, nothing like it ever appeared in his books before or after? If there had been an affair, if... Hamilton's voice echoed in my mind with pointed reminder. Yes, well, if my husband took my sister for a lover, the intimacy was most likely confined to that one visit when Angelica was estranged from church, when Hamilton was drunk on power, drunk enough to fall into bed with Maria Reynolds and pay a blackmailer besides. When he'd confessed that, I hadn't asked him if there were other women. And yet you said you forgave me everything. Hamilton's voice echoed again, and I glared at a dark corner of the attic where I could almost see him pacing, formulating his arguments. I had said that, hadn't I? It was just like him to remember a finer point. When, thinking we were dying of yellow fever, I might have insisted that he confess all his sins. But I hadn't demanded an accounting of his infidelities or vices, nor a listing of the things he said he'd done to imperil his soul. I'd merely accepted him, the whole of him, and forgiven. As if the yellow fever had burned us both clean of all our sins. Perhaps that's what he believed. What good would it have done, then, to confess something that would have destroyed my relationship with my sister, the strength of which was sometimes the only thing that kept me alive? And what if they were innocent? I slammed the account book shut and put it back into the trunk as the notion sent a trickle of sweat down my spine. I remembered my father once saying how vile a knave he would have considered himself if he were to have accused my mother and been wrong. It was entirely possible that Angelica's last words were only confused mutterings mixed with her determination in hiding her illness from me. Not an affair. Entirely possible that my sister kept tokens of a beloved brother-in-law, just as I'd kept tokens of beloved friends. What if I'd allowed my own heart to blacken against a loving sister and an innocent husband who had already been so unfairly slandered by others? I'd forgive you anything, so long as you loved me, Hamilton had once said to me. I did love him, for all the good it had done me. Maybe I'd even loved him enough to forgive the unforgivable. because my sister was right to say that love was a thing beyond reason, even if it were a crime. Before we met, Hamilton loved a man named John Laurens. But that was not the crime with which I charged him. Instead, I asked, did Hamilton love me? In the heat of our courtship, when I suggested eloping, Hamilton claimed to worry he'd be thought a self-seeking, fortune-hunting seducer, angling for advantage. Was that really what he was in the end? I remembered with a start that the girl I was then had decided to love him, even if he were all those things, and that it was Hamilton who insisted it must all be done right. Hamilton who risked losing the fortune he told John Laurens he was after, the fortune I represented, if that was his aim. I pulled from the trunk the bundle of letters more yellowed and faded with age than the first time I had read them more than 10 years earlier. Touching that dark lock of hair belonging to the South Carolinian gentleman who'd haunted my life seemed to unlatch my sanity a bit. Or perhaps it was merely the heat rising to the attic and addling my senses. Whatever the cause, the next words I spoke aloud. Well, Mr. Hamilton, your friend Lafayette has offered you a defense. Let us see what you have to say for yourself. Straightening my spine and taking a deep, bracing breath, I unfolded the pages. I'd committed the painful words to memory, but was determined to give them a just reading. Next fall completes my doom. I give up my liberty to Miss Schuyler. She is a good-hearted girl who, I am sure, will never play the termagant. Though not a genius, she has good sense enough to be agreeable, and though not a beauty, she has fine black eyes, is rather handsome, and has every other requisite of the exterior to make a lover happy. That was as far as my heart had been able to see through my tears when I first read this letter. But now I noticed the next line. And believe me, I am a lover in earnest. I noticed the date on this letter and the ones before it, too. How curious that Hamilton should have waited 4 months to tell his friend that he was to marry, as if jilting a sweetheart. One didn't, after all, praise a new lover to the one being replaced. One deprecated, made light of the new infatuation. And Laurens begged my husband not to withdraw from him the consolation of his letters. Perhaps he understood it was an ending. How to balance this against all the letters Hamilton sent me? Since I didn't have a scale, I read them again. All of them. Even the one I tore to bits 10 years before in rage and anger and grief. I'd ripped apart the sonnet he wrote me in Morristown, Hamilton's first declaration of love. I'd torn it up, but, tellingly, I suppose, I'd kept the pieces. Now, with a needle and thread, I sewed the fragile words back together, and with each stitch, I felt closer and closer to binding the wound. My eyes swam with tears as I read the reassembled lines. Before no mortal ever knew a love like mine so tender, true. Did you mean it, Alexander? I asked myself as I pierced the final scrap of paper with the needle's tip. Did you truly love? Dear God, the indignity of being interrogated after death. Whatever else might come of this trial, I decided that I would never leave my own letters behind to be cross-examined and vivisected, like the corpses in the bloody doctor's riot so many years ago, like Alexander's motives, investigated by several inquests in the whole country, and by me. Which brought me to the third charge. The one I scarcely allowed myself to acknowledge. Was the duel with Burr a fight for the nation? A vainglorious exercise in futility, or something worse? One last suicidal chariot ride across the sky? I'd read the witness accounts. I knew both men. I'd even seen Burr recently, 2 years ago when, by happenstance, he slunk onto a ferry just as I was getting off, and the anxious crowd parted so we were face to face, leaving me to stare into those eyes in search of the truth. But seeing only the pathetic emptiness of his soul, I'd left Burr with a withering glare and without answers. For there was nothing Burr could say to right one single wrong between us. So maybe I could never know what Alexander intended that day at Weehawken. Because the people we love are not entirely knowable, even to themselves. But we love them anyway. The only other choice is to live without love, alone. What, then, is the verdict? The spiders seemed to ask, as if they were weaving a web of memories around me. Studying the patchwork sonnet now repaired in my lap and my wedding ring beside it, I didn't know what the verdict was. A judge and jury must deliberate after all, so I adjourned the court. And the place I deliberated was in my garden, where I gathered the last blooms of purple hyacinths. But a verdict was finally forced upon me by a calling card, and by James Monroe. Chapter 44. Monroe is standing in my parlor at the Grange, and everything, my whole life it seems, comes full circle. I should have expected it. Monroe is, after all, not so much a visitor as a closing argument. I find that the lapse of time brings its softening influences, Monroe is saying, in that deceptively sweet Southern accent. Now we are both nearing the grave, when past differences can be forgiven and forgotten. Forgiven and forgotten, he says. And my eyes drift to the dappled light of the entryway, where a bust of my husband has sat for more than 20 years. I've put Hamilton on trial, and now, here in the flesh, stands one of my husband's many enemies and accusers. I remember a time, Mrs. Hamilton, when we counted one another as friends. Monroe continues wistfully, as if he is remembering. And of course I am remembering too. Remembering with a bittersweet pang how we met, the friendship we shared in war, in peace, over games of backgammon and sightseeing in Philadelphia with our young families while building a new world. But I remember also that James Monroe was a man who gave me his word of honor and broke it. A man who hurt me and exposed me to humiliation. He isn't the only person I've cared about who betrayed me. There have been so many others. But he's the only one I can face now. And so I do, using my silence as a weapon, forcing him to continue speaking until he finds the words that might reach me. Because as I once said to Monroe, life, like backgammon, is a game of perseverance in which you're forced to choose the best move, even if it is only a choice between evils. I face such a choice now. Despite our differences, I've tried to look after your sons, Monroe says. Alex, he means. He named my son a U.S. attorney and a land commissioner, and I ought to be grateful. My sons are grateful. James especially has found a way to ingratiate himself with the Republicans. All James had to do was say that his father's policies were wrong and pretend it was the Jeffersonians instead of the Hamiltonians who brought this government into being. Perhaps I could pretend too. Accepting this lie and making amends would raise the stature of our family. Perhaps I would even be considered a stateswoman for reconciling with Monroe. After all, they say that in the end, John Adams and Thomas Jefferson made friends again. And that was after having savaged one another in a presidential election. So, in truth, there is no good reason to hold myself aloof from Monroe anymore. Not when the man has come to my house, hat in hand. And I soften a little, remembering a time when Monroe offered me comfort and compassion when I desperately needed both. I remember, too, what he said in defense of himself when I blamed him for exposing me to the Reynolds scandal. It was the scoundrel to whom you pledged your troth who exposed you to this,
not me. That is the plain truth at the bottom of it. I know this now better than I knew it then. But when offering comfort, he also said, "You are a kind, lovely, and charming woman, and you deserve much better than—" I cut him off then, because he was going to say that I deserved better than Alexander Hamilton. Monroe was going to say that I ought to have married someone like him, a gentleman of honor born on the right side of the blanket. Monroe thought he was the better man. No doubt he thinks it still. That is why he's standing here now in my parlor, offering what might pass to the uninitiated political novice as an olive branch. He's still trying to prove that he's the better man. But he's not offered an apology, and he owes one. Not just to me, but to the country. This is, after all, a man who was president of a nation he never wished to come into being. Monroe had opposed the Constitution, and he'd helped Jefferson oppose damned near everything else: the debt, the bank, the Jay Treaty, and a standing army that would have prevented the nation's capital from being burned to the ground. In short, James Monroe set himself against nearly every good measure bound to bring about the more perfect union of which he was now considered a founder. That he was a true hero in the Revolutionary War, I will never deny. That he finally came round to seeing good sense in some matters, I will grant. I can even give grudging admiration for his political genius in wrapping himself in the flag in an attempt to prevent the nation's disunion. But James Monroe is not now and never was the better man. None of them were. Not Jefferson, not Adams, not Burr, not Madison, not Monroe. And for him to speak of our differences as if, instead of taking opposite sides in great moral questions, we'd all merely quarreled about how many lumps of sugar to take in tea. Oh, no. If Alexander had lived, he'd have never let that stand. He'd have challenged Monroe just as he challenged me, and everyone else every day of his life. And I am a better person for it. I live in a better world because of Alexander Hamilton. And so do we all. It's the promise he fulfilled while other men took credit for it. Men like Monroe. I see all of them in Monroe's gray eyes. Jefferson, Burr, Adams. Every man who spread lies about us or tried to climb up a bloody ladder of political power, the rungs of which were made from my family's bones. Which is why I won't surrender. They cannot have my country. They cannot have my flag, and they cannot have my dear Hamilton. He was mine, even if he was not only mine. Just like the country and the flag. They don't belong to anyone else to define as they please without my say. Neither does Hamilton. I will not politely agree to lies about my husband's legacy and call it history. A marriage is like a union of states, requiring countless dinner-table bargains to hold it together. There may be irreconcilable differences brewing below the surface that can come to open rupture, and there is, in a marriage as in a nation, a certain amount of storytelling we do to make it understood. Even if those stories we tell to make our marriage or country work don't paint the whole picture, they're still true. But to leave Alexander Hamilton out of the painting entirely is a lie. I know the truth, which is why I realize now, or perhaps I've known it all along and been too proud to admit it, that whatever secrets my husband kept were born from fear of losing me. He loved me. Doubt thou the stars are fire, doubt that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love. A verdict, at last, and I am, at long last, ready to deliver it. Mr. Monroe, I finally say, my voice clear, cold, and resolved, my spine straight as an Indian arrow. If you've come to tell me you repent,
that you're sorry, very sorry for the misrepresentations and slanders you circulated against my dear husband. If you've come to say this, I understand. But otherwise, no lapse of time, no nearness to the grave makes any difference. Monroe blinks, plainly stunned, but I rejoice at the truth of my words. No lapse of time, no nearness to the grave or distance from it makes any difference. For I find inside myself love where I'd not expected it to be, both for a flawed nation and a flawed man. Love, a thing so powerful it can overcome the divide of time and death. It's still there inside me, like an eternal flame, though the light it casts is different now. As Monroe strides out of the room without another word, much less an apology, I realize I've been asking the wrong question and examining the wrong evidence. I've asked myself who Alexander Hamilton was. I ought to have asked who I am. And now I know. I am a Schuyler, semper fidelis, always faithful, always loyal, and I will never again let my dear Hamilton be forgotten. Epilogue. March 1837, on the Ohio River. Hamilton always did have to have the last word, and so it seems do I. For the past decade, I've fought to make sure my husband isn't written out of the history of the country he helped found. I've fought and won. In the end, I filed a lawsuit to retrieve the papers Nathaniel Pendleton stole from me and the Federalists tried to keep from ever seeing the light of day. Drafts of President Washington's farewell address in Alexander's hand that proved his authorship. And seeing those old scribblings, the notes we made together, I was overcome with emotions. For that address defined what this nation is, has been, and what it shall ever be. It also defined us, Alexander and me, sitting together, matching wits as partners and patriots and parents, seeking to build a better future for our children and their children too. I'm gratified now that I've finally held Alexander's biography in my own hands. The first volume, anyway. Written by my son Johnny. The whole work will be long, wordy, thorough, and in multiple parts. Just as it should be. Having shouldered the great weight of it for more than 3 decades, I feel as though I can finally take a deep breath. And now, like more and more of my countrymen, I am westward bound. I may not have a long time remaining, but I resolve to see as much of this country as I can, and set one last matter to right. With both triumph and trepidation, I travel with Lisbeth and her husband, Sidney Augustus Hawley, the curly-haired customs inspector she met at Lafayette's ball. He's not a man of great means, but their happiness together is evident, which is why I gave my blessing. And they both wish to accompany me partly out of curiosity and desire for adventure, and partly because my children feel the need to chaperone me at 80 years old, as if I haven't outlived nearly everyone I once knew, including my enemies. Monroe passed away only a few years after our final reckoning. A heart ailment, they say. Destitute and alone, Aaron Burr died with a grimace. His death mask is kept as an object of amusement in a museum that brags of the busts, casts, and skulls, human and animal, of some of the most distinguished men that ever lived, along with those of pirates, robbers, and murderers. I know the category to which Burr belongs. Yes, I have outlived them all. Even Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, the Jacobin and the madman, who saw fit to die on the very same day,
and upon the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence at that. In his eulogy for them, Daniel Webster said that no two men had given a more lasting direction to our country. Webster was then and remains now quite simply wrong. I give credit to Jefferson for the power of his declaration. Even I can grant him that. And there's an argument to be made that we'd never have declared our independence at all without Adams. But otherwise, the two men who most shaped America did not die together on the 50th anniversary of that heralded declaration. One died nearly 33 years ago, and the other survived until just recently. Alexander Hamilton and James Madison. Those two men made America. I learned of Jemmy's recent passing with a bolt of unexpected grief. Now, remembering how warmly he and Dolly received me at the White House, I feel the keenest sympathy for her loss. I wonder if I shall ever see her again to convey such sentiments in person. I'd like to. But there's a more important reunion I must bring about. I must see my son. I must have William home again from the wilds of America, where he fled in the wake of my suspicions about his father. I've made peace with Alexander. More importantly, I've made peace with myself. And I believe that all my husband's sacrifices and contributions, all our sacrifices and contributions, outweigh our personal private failings. I need William to see that too. Thus, at the first signs of spring, Lisbeth, her husband, and I set off on a 4-day stagecoach trip from New York to Pittsburgh, then down the wide Ohio. Weeks we steam along that waterway, and it seems only right that, despite how far William wandered, I am still able to reach him by river as if, all this time, we've been connected by the thread of life stitching through this great land. The farther west we go, towns give way to villages, which give way to mere wharfs. And I'm struck by the spirit of the American people, by the bravery and ingenuity of those intrepid enough to build new homes and communities. I can't help but wonder what my husband, who once crossed an ocean to find a new land of opportunity, would think of these new lands. He will never know this America, but I am grateful that I can. Though my gratitude is bittersweet, because these lands and others like them all over our country's western frontier are not settled without a price, and that great cost is borne by the Indians. With the support of Southerners who want ever more land for cotton and slavery, our government keeps pushing the Indians farther west. Proof that the great project of securing human rights through our revolution remains unfinished. Upon the steamboat, the great wheel creates a constant hum and vibration to which my body becomes accustomed as the weeks pass. We steam through Cincinnati and Louisville before finally reaching the Mississippi in late May. From there, we steam northward until we pass the quite considerable city at St. Louis, which boasts of over 10,000 inhabitants. Finally, the Mississippi carries us to Galena, Illinois, the largest steamboat hub in the north. And William is there waiting. I barely recognize him, not simply because 20 years have passed since I've seen him last, but also because he's embraced the look of a frontiersman. He wears the coarsest of trousers and a plain, threadbare shirt, clean but well used. Upon his head sits a slouched hat. Only his boots and his shave appear new, the latter of which is confirmed when a few of his fellows tease him about the disappearance of his beard. "Hello, Mother," he says stiffly, helping me down off of the gangway. "Oh, my dear William, you look—" I shake my head, overcome at the sight of him. Despite the rough edges, he's the spitting image of his father, and every bit as handsome.
But I don't say any of that. Well, it just does my heart so good to see you. We embrace, but it ends too soon, and then he greets the Hollies, offers me his arm, and guides us to a wagon hitched with 2 black horses. It's an hour's ride to William's home in the neighboring Wisconsin territory. I should like for my town to someday be known as Wiota, he says, casting me an appraising look, but most insist on calling it Hamilton's Diggings. I smile with delight. Hamilton's Diggings? How grand. Perhaps I can now claim to have a town, too. He peers at me quizzically, and I remind him of a story he no doubt heard and forgot long ago. When you were small, your cousin Flip named a town upon the Genesee River for your Aunt Angelica. I've traveled 1,000 miles to see my son, but in so easily mentioning my sister's name, I realize how far I've truly come. Lisbeth excitedly calls out, "Oh, how exciting! Do we have a river, too, then?" Something close to a grin stirs upon William's face as he glances back at his sister. "We do. The Pecatonica." I try these Indian words out on my tongue, liking the feel of their newness there. And in William I can't help but see another similarity with his father. He's yet another Hamilton creating a new country. But I don't tell him that either. How extraordinary, I say instead, surveying the lush greenery covering the mostly flat lands, where blue-purple flowers dot the wild grasses as far as the eye can see. "I wouldn't have encouraged you to come here, Mother," he says, adjusting his hold on the reins. "This isn't New York. Everything is raw. Though my mine has been in operation for nearly 10 years, I only surveyed the town last year, and it is just 8 buildings. We're at the frontier." Fortunately, I remember what it's like to live on the frontier, I say, tightly gripping the rail along the bench seat's edge. For the transporting of lead from the mines has rendered the roads nearly impassable. I fear the wheels will not withstand the harsh impacts. But William navigates the hazards with competence and obvious experience. Then he waves a hand at the land ahead of us. "My partners and I claimed over 1,000 acres out here. My furnace was the first in the eastern part of the county. Now miners come in droves to try to make their fortunes." A few buildings come into view, rough-hewn and strewn along a river strong enough to operate a grist mill and a sawmill. The village possesses a grocery and a general store, and we pass a small schoolhouse just beyond. In the distance appears the remains of an old fort surrounded by pickets and ditch. William tells me it's called Fort Hamilton, and that gives me pleasure. "Welcome to Hamilton's Diggings," he says, calling the team to a halt in front of 2 sturdy log cabins, and watching me for a reaction. I make sure not to give him one, even as I wonder how he can possibly live in this place. For his cabin has no glass upon the window openings, and the door stands partly ajar. He jumps down from the wagon, then comes round to assist me. Entering the little hovel, I find naught but a rude bedstead with some dingy quilts and buffalo robes, an oaken table, a pair of wooden stools, and a few shelves of books. All is as tidy as can be, with the wind blowing through the windows and door, which has only a string latch upon it. I step closer to the books, smiling to find the works of Voltaire in French. At 40, William has never married. This cabin makes it clear that he has no intention of doing so. And I worry that he's going to spend the rest of his life alone. "Come home with me," I want to say. "We'll make things right." But when I turn, I find my son observing us taking in his space, and I can't say a word. His smile is slow in coming, as if he thinks I won't approve of his living conditions, and perhaps I don't. But finally his grin is there, illuminated by blue eyes so like Alexander's. But otherwise, he's different from Alexander in every way, as if by design. And that brings me to why I've come. I give Lisbeth a look that fortunately she understands. "Let's go explore the fort," she says to her husband. And when they depart, I turn to my son. "I wish to say something, William, and I need you to hear me." There's a hesitancy in his gaze when he nods, as if he's been anticipating this. "I know what you suspect about your father disappoints you, but he wasn't a perfect man. Mother, please," I say, needing him to hear me. "The truth is, William, no union is perfect. We stumble, we fall, we hurt the ones we love." I think back on Lafayette's wisdom and draw strength from it. But the measure of a man, of a life, of a union of man and wife, or even country, is not in the falling. It's in the rising back up again to repair what's broken, to put right what's wrong. Your father and I did that. We always did that. He never stopped trying until the day he died. And neither will I. William's gaze is uncertain, and then he blinks and looks away. Swallowing hard, he says, "I'm glad you were able to find your peace with him." When he looks back at me, his blue eyes are blazing with that achingly familiar illusion of violet. But I've been shaken in my conviction of who I thought he was, or hoped he was. And there's no way to repair that for me. No way to make it right between a father and a son. Not with him gone. The pain in his expression threatens to break my heart, because I've felt that pain. I've worked the same equation. I've tried the same case. But unlike my son, I've been able to reach a conclusion, and I share this with him now. "Oh, William," I say, taking his hand. "No man should be judged only for his best act or his worst, by only his greatness or his flaws. And no woman either, I think. For if my sister did betray me, did it obliterate all the ways in which she'd been my first and most constant friend? No, it did not. And I swallow as the thought heals another broken piece inside me. It seems, to me," I continue, "that the only just way to judge a person is by the sum of their deeds, good and bad. And in the balance, your father did far more good than harm. That's all any of us can aim to do with our lives." William's throat bobs. "I was so small when he died that I can't remember him well. And yet I miss him," he says, as if both admissions pain him. Reaching up, I take his face into my trembling hand, the same hand upon which I wear a gold wedding ring inscribed with my name and Alexander's, a ring that I will never again remove. I miss him too. You must know, William, he loved you, and love is a kind of faith, a blessing to everyone it touches. Your father earned my love 1,000 times over, and I earned his in return. So I ask you to find peace with your father." William looks at me for a long moment, and finally his expression goes soft. "My love for you allows me to do no other than accede to your wishes, Mother." Then come home with me, I think. But I decide to savor this victory and put that battle off for later, when I know him a little better. Because the years have made him a stranger, I devote every moment of the time I have in getting to know my son. He brims with passion as he shows me his smelting furnace and explains the process of removing impurities from the crude lead dug from the ground. As he discusses his work, I hear the echo of Alexander's zeal in discussing policy and politics.
And like his father, William has found success. Everywhere we go, the people all know William. Wisconsin's Hamilton, they call him, and respect what he's built and the man he's become. And despite my reason for coming here, I do too. When William mentions a place he describes as the great natural wonder of the North, the Falls of St. Anthony, I naturally insist on seeing it. Getting to the falls requires a steamboat ride and an 8-mile climb on horseback over winding trails. And I feel like the girl I once was, exploring the beauty of nature. I hear the falls before I see them. God in heaven, the sight is majestic. Multiple falls curve and twist, the surging streams descending from 40 or 50 feet onto water and rock below. Spray rises up in great clouds that tickle my face in the breeze, filling me with a newfound vigor. William calls over the roar of the water. The Dakota call the Mississippi Hahawakpa, or River of the Falls. They believe spirits live beneath them. I can understand the belief, for seeing such miraculous evidence of God's power imbues me with the feeling of being in the presence of something sacred. I am still moved when later that afternoon we return to Fort Snelling to find Colonel Campbell and his officers waiting at the entrance in full dress uniforms. For me, as if I was now the guest of the nation. The colonel offers me his arm and conducts me inside the four-sided fort, where a very fine band plays and an armchair waits upon a carpet. He bids me sit, and then, when the music stops, he speaks to his assembled troops. We have with us today Mrs. General Hamilton, wife of the hero of Yorktown. A cheer rises up from the soldiers, and then, with weapons upon their shoulders, the troops march in formation, demonstrating a series of maneuvers. The display goes on for some time, and when it ends, I rise shakily to my feet, too moved to speak. For most of these men hadn't even been born while Alexander Hamilton still lived, yet have honored me this way. And in front of Alexander's son, who most needed to see it. When September brings cooler air and fields covered in lavender aster, my visit with dear William is near its end. Winter will soon choke the rivers with ice, making travel impossible. I have to go home. I've intended all along to ask William to come, but now I realize that I can't. I can't ask him to come home with me because William is home. I see that now. It would be wrong to deny him his place here, where new possibility hangs in the air. And yet, the realization is bittersweet, because I know I shall never return. I shall never see him again. And I think he knows it too. Mother, he says gravely, planting a kiss atop my head, I shall always be at your side, even as I make my own path here. His voice is tight with emotion, and all I can do is clutch at his strong, calloused hands. He's happy here. And how can I want anything more for my children than to have the liberty to pursue their happiness? It's what their father lived and died for, and it is enough. This aged petitioner, now numbering nearly 80 years, the widow of Alexander Hamilton and the daughter of Philip Schuyler, still cherishing an ardent attachment for the husband of her youth, wishes, before she too passes away, to see his publications spread before the American people. Hamilton must be classed among the men who have best known the vital principles and the fundamental conditions of a government. There is not in the Constitution of the United States an element to which Hamilton has not powerfully contributed. Congressional Report of the Committee of the Library on Elizabeth Hamilton's Petition. Washington City, July 4th, 1848. Do you think they've patched up their quarrel? I ask Mrs. Madison, who sits beside me in a carriage as it slowly rolls through streets lined with thousands of onlookers waving American flags. We're riding together to the ceremony celebrating both the 4th of July and the laying of the cornerstone to the new monument to the memory of George Washington. We're accorded positions of prominence in the celebration because we're the only remaining icons of the founding age, the only dignitaries left who personally knew the father of his country. Dolly and I are both turned out as elegantly as two aged widows can be. Me in my fanciest bonnet, the former First Lady in a silk taffeta gown, black like my own. I live in Washington City now. So does Dolly, and she's still keen for gossip, leaning close enough that the white feather in her turban tickles my cheek. Has who patched up which quarrel? Why, our husbands in heaven, of course, I reply. She laughs and grasps my hand. Oh, my friend, I'm sure they have. Dolly pauses a moment before adding, Mr. Madison never forgot that the Constitution owed much of its existence to yours, and he once confided in me that no one but Hamilton could match him, nor force him to work so hard to make an argument. It's my belief that our husbands had no peers, even amongst the other great men of their time. The truth of the sentiment lodges a knot of emotion in my throat. Indeed, it is their friendship that has brought us and our country to this day. For though the idea to build a monument to Washington was as old as the nation, and attempts to raise sufficient funds for the cause were nearly 2 decades old, it was not until the society behind the monument's erection invited us to take up the mantle of memory that those efforts finally bore fruit. Working alongside Dolly, I organized dinners, teas, fairs, and every manner of entertainment. Adopting the same martial spirit that I'd once used to raise funds for widows, I'd cajoled contributions from passers-by and merchants on my daily 2-mile walk about the city. And at my annual New Year's Day open house, now one of the most anticipated and attended gaieties of the holiday season in Washington, I even required a donation to drink wine from the silver cooler General Washington gifted to us, raising a not insignificant sum for the honor. I've used my newfound celebrity as a relic of the Revolution to achieve a different end, too. Over teas with Washington's ladies, and in salons in my parlor, and even at a dinner with President and Mrs. Polk at the White House, I won support for a petition I submitted to Congress requesting that its library purchase my husband's papers and take over the task of preserving his legacy. I won from them, too, the long-overdue acknowledgement that my husband was amongst this nation's fathers. I hope this victory means Alexander will be remembered when I am gone. And so it is that we, all of us, have arrived at this great moment. Cannon fire echoes against the bright blue sky, part of a series of salutes that has been ringing out all morning, and church bells chime from every quarter of the city. Amidst what appear to be tens of thousands of spectators, carriages deliver to the designated site representatives of America, from the president and cabinet to military units decorated in their proud, bright uniforms, to fire companies and civic organizations with their colorful banners, to delegations of Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, and other tribes, wearing silver medals depicting Washington. So as to command a view of all the public buildings, the monument is to be built upon a hill overlooking both the Potomac River and the White House. But all I can see, all I can hear, is the great crowd of my fellow countrymen, singing, clapping, and chanting Washington's name as our carriage comes to a halt. Dolly is assisted down first by some notable, and then an exceedingly tall gentleman in a top hat comes forth to escort me toward the striped awning where we are meant to sit. He holds out his hand, and I grasp it, peering into dark, intelligent eyes. "Thank you, Congressman Lincoln," I say. "It is my honor, Mrs. General Hamilton," he replies. We make a comical sight walking together, as I've become so bent in my old age that he's forced to stoop to speak to me. "I wished to mention, madam, that in recently rereading The Federalist, I am struck again, as one cannot help but be, by your late husband's devotion to the national good, though I fear that he possessed a prescience which too few of our contemporaries share." "Oh?" I ask, wishing to make him elaborate. And he does, intoning Alexander's words. "If these states should either be wholly disunited or only united in partial confederacies, the subdivisions into which they might be thrown would have frequent and violent contest with each other," I finish, for I know the words by heart. Federalist number 6. A smile brightens Lincoln's rugged countenance. "Indeed, and every man who loves liberty ought to cherish in his heart a due attachment to the Union of America." "That was Mr. Madison," I say, unable to suppress a smirk. "Federalist number 41. But I'll give you another chance. What do you say of Federalist number 9? "Are you testing me, Mrs. Hamilton?" he asks with a twinkle in his eye. "I am," I admit. "A firm union will be of the utmost importance to the peace and liberty of the states," he quotes, then leans in closer. Have I passed? I cannot help but laugh. "You have, Congressman." He helps me toward my seat, located in the shade near the podium. As I sit, he bows, then turns to take his leave. "Mr. Lincoln." He raises a craggy eyebrow. "Yes, madam." Because I know Lincoln to believe that the institution of slavery is founded on both injustice and bad policy, I'm emboldened to say, "The true test is making certain that those who died in this country's service have not died in vain, in furthering the unfinished work our founders so nobly advanced." He bows again. "I couldn't have said it better myself." Finally, the assembly settles and the crowd hushes for the oration commemorating George Washington. Eyeing the block of marble that will one day form the base of a giant obelisk monument, and grasping the pendant of his hair I still wear around my neck, I remember all we owe this great man. But Washington isn't the only patriot to whom a debt is owed. And some of them may never have a grand marble monument, no matter how much they deserve one. I'll make my peace with that, knowing that Alexander's accomplishments are inextricably entwined with Washington's. A monument to George Washington, I tell myself, is a monument to Alexander, too. And even to my father, in a way. Both of them, I know, would be glad of this day. Perhaps the speaker knows it, too, because he asks, "Which of us does not realize that unseen witnesses are around us? Think ye that the patriot soldiers or statesmen who stood around Washington in war and peace are absent from a scene like this? Adams and Jefferson, by whose lives and deaths this day has been doubly hallowed. Hamilton and Madison are present, visibly present, in the venerated persons of those nearest and dearest to them in life," he says, pausing to turn and point at Dolly and me, bidding us to stand. We do, hands clasped, and the crowd's applause vibrates under my feet. I lift my eyes heavenward into the bright July sky, wondering if the orator speaks truly. "Are you here, Alexander?" As if in answer at that very moment, the speaker recites a portion of the farewell address, calling out over the crowd, "Properly estimate the immense value of your national union to your happiness and to your political safety and prosperity, watching for its preservation with jealous anxiety, discountenancing any who suggest it can be abandoned, and indignantly frowning upon every attempt to alienate any portion of the country from the rest. Washington's words, but Alexander's too, even a few of mine. From the corner of my eye, I see Congressman Lincoln lean forward, listening intently, and warmth steals over me to realize that even beyond the grave, Alexander Hamilton still speaks to his country and his countrymen, that he'll continue to speak to generation after generation of Americans, that he's speaking to me even now as the sunlight plays warm over my cheeks. And I nearly laugh for the unexpected joy of our reunion. For nearly 50 years I've searched for my husband. At the pastures, on the river, at his grave site, and in the empty rooms of the house we built together. In portraits and busts, and the faces of his children. In letters, pamphlets, account books, newspaper clippings, and treatises. I've searched for Alexander, despairing that there was no part of him still in this world, and that I couldn't be where any part of him is now. But Alexander is here, as warm and alive as the day we renewed our marriage and made love in the sun. He's inside me and all around me in the country that was created in his image, for there's not one person in the crowd who would be here without him. This city, this government, this nation would not exist without his efforts. Washington might be first in the hearts of his countrymen, but this is Alexander Hamilton's country. A stone monument can crumble. All eventually do. But Alexander built a monument for himself of ideas and ideals, weaving himself into the fabric of the nation such that not a thread can be pulled without destroying the whole. Oh, there are those who tried, and I supposed they might keep on trying. But as the speaker says, we've put the great American-built locomotive Liberty on its course, and now people the world over examine the model of this mighty engine and copy its construction and imitate its machinery. Alexander is everywhere people are heard calling their rulers to account. Alexander is everywhere the cry is raised for the right to vote, trial by jury, freedom of the press, written constitutions, representative systems, and republican forms. Which means I've been looking for my husband all along in the wrong place. Alexander once wrote, "The sacred rights of mankind are not to be rummaged for among old parchments or musty records. They are written as with a sunbeam in the whole volume of human nature by the hand of the divinity itself, and can never be erased or obscured by mortal power. And neither can Alexander Hamilton be." So, as the Marine Corps Band plays the Star-Spangled Banner, accompanied by the voices of 20,000 of my countrymen, I raise up my voice too. For my perilous fight is nearly over. I believe that all we worked for and built, the benign influence of good laws under a free government, will continue on as our happy reward forever, never perishing from this earth, even as I marvel that our starry banner of red, white, and blue still waves. Note from the authors. Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton's extraordinary life spanned nearly a century. She strived, struggled, and survived the first turbulent years of our nation's founding as the wronged wife at the center of America's first sex scandal. But she was much more than that. Coming of age in the relative frontier of upstate New York, Eliza, who apparently went by the name Betsy, at least in her early years, was the daughter of one of early America's most prominent men and ablest generals. As such, she had a front-row seat to the American Revolution. Descended from a line of physically strong and relatively independent New Netherlander matriarchs, Eliza was as well equipped to entertain famous statesmen at her father's table as she was to traverse the wilderness to attend Indian conventions at her father's side.
Eliza saw the chaos of war, the destruction of her family's country home, her father's loss of command, and the growing pains of a new nation. She also became the wife of Alexander Hamilton, one of America's most brilliant soldiers and political minds. Whether as a participant in Hamilton's astonishing career, helping him with his writings and publications, or as a victim of his ambitions and as an activist in her own right, she demonstrated an admirable strength of character that made her a wonderful heroine for a novel. And yet, very little primary source material exists about her, much less in her own hand. Most of what is gleaned about her is extrapolated from what we know about the men in her life. The internal struggles she must have faced in the aftermath of betrayal and tragedy remain frustratingly out of reach for historians who, without all the pieces to put together a portrait of her emotional life, have not tried to paint much of a portrait at all, especially for the 50 years of her life after Alexander died. In fact, at the time of this writing, we are unaware of a single biography written about Eliza Hamilton. Even Ron Chernow's definitive biography of Alexander pays Eliza relatively little attention, and does not always delve enough into her life to offer, in our view, the most considered interpretations of her character, motivations, and contributions. But, thankfully, fiction can go where historians rightly fear to tread. And as novelists, we were honored to look at the historical pieces of the puzzle and imagine the rich inner life that the historical fragments leave unspoken. We attempted to craft plausible answers to questions about Eliza's reaction to her husband's adultery, how she balanced her deep religious faith with disillusionment and worldly practicality, and how she might have come to terms with both the man and the country that she sacrificed for and which sometimes disappointed her. We're now happy to explain our approach, as well as the choices we made and the creative liberties we took. As with most works of historical fiction, the most outlandish bits are the true ones. The court-martials, battles, duels, and mutinies all happened. The scandals, riots, plagues, and mental illnesses, too. During her extraordinary life, Eliza Hamilton was a belle of both revolutionary balls and military camps. She did know the doomed British spy master John Andre, and Hamilton's letters indicate that Eliza may have argued on his behalf. Washington is thought by some scholars to have been unusually tolerant, by the standards of the day, regarding the sexuality of his soldiers. And the Baron von Steuben was almost certainly homosexual. Eliza's uncle really was Washington's physician and a pioneer in the eradication of smallpox. Her mother and her aunt were known for helping at a makeshift hospital. According to the New York State Museum, Mama Schuyler did have an extraordinarily close relationship with her husband's commanding officer that might have troubled a husband less secure in the sanctity of his marriage. Meanwhile, a less secure Eliza Hamilton may well have put together the fact that Alexander Hamilton's entanglement with James Reynolds began long before he took Mrs. Reynolds to bed. Eliza did indeed assist her husband in his political endeavors. Some of his writings, including his economic treatise to Robert Morris, are in her handwriting. The historical Eliza helped to establish 2 orphanages, was a tireless activist in the name of charity, and made an arduous trip to the wilds of Wisconsin while in her 80s. The Hamiltons did shelter Lafayette's son, as well as the orphaned Fanny Antill. Though we had to guess at the real reason behind Fanny's departure from the Hamiltons' home around the time of the Reynolds scandal, as well as whether Fanny's later charitable work would have brought her back into Eliza's life. We certainly hope it did. Much of Alexander's dialogue comes from his letters, though we often had to shorten and modernize his famously long and complicated style for readability. And though most of Eliza's letters don't survive, we used them where we could, and the dialogue in her confrontation with Monroe comes from a family description of the event. But in the interest of conciseness,
We have omitted, condensed, glossed over, or hand-waved 1,000 other historical details. Alexander lived only half as long as other founding fathers, and yet he managed to experience seemingly 10 times as much. We could not enumerate his many accomplishments within the confines of this novel, and because this was Eliza's story, not his, we did not attempt to. Instead, we've conflated or simplified events for maximum dramatic punch, and the astute reader might notice subtle changes in the timeline. Where a shift in the chronology didn't fundamentally change the choices faced by the people involved, we erred on the side of brevity. For example, Catherine Van Rensselaer Schuyler and her daughter Margarita Peggy Schuyler Van Rensselaer did both die in the month of March, but 2 years apart. This was a dark period in Eliza's life that included the deaths of Peggy, 1801, Philip, 1801, Mama, 1803, Alexander, 1804, and Papa, 1804. In consideration of Eliza and Alexander's arc during this troubled time, we moved Mama's death in order to highlight the couple's historical struggle to emerge from their grief in the period before Alexander's death. To give the reader a front-row seat, we've sparingly placed our protagonist and other characters where they might not have been. One example is the Loyalist attack on Schuyler Mansion, and the chop of the wooden banister, for which there is a vivid and detailed account by a family member, but the veracity of its particulars is questionable. Another example is Evacuation Day, where the Hamiltons' arrival in New York was close enough that we wished to portray it. No one seems to know why Hamilton was not present at Washington's subsequent farewell in Fraunces Tavern, so we had to come up with a reason. Our focus, as biographical historical novelists, of course, is on character. And that is where we were forced to do the most speculation. For example, historical paintings give proof that Eliza Hamilton was a petite and attractive woman. In fact, Talleyrand thought Eliza's beauty was underappreciated. Eliza's admirer, Tench Tillman, not only praised her as the finest-tempered girl in the world, but also portrayed her athleticism in his diary. Even well into her old age, we are told, Eliza insisted on taking very long walks, traversing fields and climbing over fences. As for her personality, her contemporaries describe her as impulsive and vivacious. She herself copied out a prayer to envision herself as an instrument of God's will, and within the realm of what was appropriate for women at the time, she was a relentless crusader, having, as one friend claimed, a rare sense of justice. These were all important details that we took into account in crafting Eliza's persona. But our approach to biographical historical fiction has always been to find the character-defining moment in a person's life and build a story around it. For Hamilton-centric historians, the defining moment of Eliza's life seems to be that she stood by her man and forgave her husband's infidelity. For us, her character-defining moment was the dramatic, documented encounter she had with an aging James Monroe. Just as in the novel, in the twilight of his life, the real President James Monroe wished to reconcile. But an uncompromising and stalwart Eliza wouldn't have it. What she wanted was an apology, which Monroe would not give. Again, what strikes Hamilton-centric historians about the much ballyhooed meeting was Eliza's loyalty to her husband. But what struck us about this visit was that Monroe made it at all. What would compel the so-called last founding father to seek out Eliza Hamilton? Though Monroe made it a principle of politics to engender his era of good feelings, by the time he paid call to Eliza, he'd retired from the presidency and politics. Nor does Monroe appear to have been motivated by guilt, because he didn't offer an apology when Eliza all but demanded one. So why go to the trouble? Especially since this inconvenient visitation almost assuredly took place at Eliza's home in New York, and not Washington, D.C., as is often posited. Eliza didn't move to Washington until the 1840s, at least a decade after Monroe's death. The answer doesn't seem to have been Monroe's nostalgia for his old friendship with Alexander Hamilton. In the sparse sketch of their encounter from Allen McLean Hamilton, Monroe doesn't even mention his old friend and comrade-at-arms. Instead, the former president framed the speech he made to Eliza in terms of how long it had been since they met, and that their past differences could be forgiven and forgotten. This raised tantalizing questions. Just how long had it been since James Monroe met Eliza Hamilton? What was the nature of their meeting? What sort of relationship did they share that might motivate such an unprecedented visit and such a hostile reception? And what sort of power did she hold as a historical figure in her own right that he would prize a reconciliation with her? It's most probable that Eliza met James Monroe when he came to New York City to serve in Congress in 1785. Possibly sooner. But we ruled out a family account published in a missionary pamphlet that places Eliza Schuyler at Valley Forge, because if she'd met Monroe there, she'd have met Hamilton as well. Yet we noticed that after Monroe's heroics at Trenton, he became aide to Lord Stirling, who served in the Hudson Highlands during 1777. In that, we saw an opportunity. Because Lord Stirling tried to guide Lafayette successfully to Albany, where he conferred with Eliza's father, Philip Schuyler, we invented the notion that Lord Stirling sent Monroe to help, and that Monroe dined thereafter at Schuyler Mansion, where Eliza took a shine to him. Whether or not Eliza Hamilton would later have any cause to speak to Monroe, either on the night he came to Hamilton's house to investigate the Reynolds matter or shortly before the publication of the Reynolds pamphlet, is not known. And as for any romantic feelings between them, we only know that Monroe was coy and secretive about his fondness for Dutch girls, one of whom turned him down when he asked for her hand after the war because she was already pledged. And of course, though Eliza assuredly was acquainted with Elizabeth Courtwright before she married Monroe, the notion that Eliza introduced them is our fabrication. We have no historical evidence that Eliza was present with Lafayette at the Six Nations Convention at Johnstown, where the Oneida formally allied with the nascent United States. There is even some question as to whether or not Philip Schuyler personally attended that meeting. However, Eliza accompanied her father to at least one other Indian convention, and was adopted by the Iroquois, something important enough to her that she mentioned it to an interviewer near the end of her life. Moreover, an Iroquois assembly with Schuyler took place just prior to Lafayette's visit in the woods near Eliza's family home in November of 1777. So we rolled the experiences together so the reader might get a better view of the milieu in which Eliza became an adult, and so that we could demonstrate the Revolution's impact on Native Americans. We thought it was important to do this because the American Revolution is too often seen as a struggle between white marbled men in powdered wigs spouting fine sentiments about liberty. The truth was more complicated, and the participants far more diverse. The Iroquois nations were drawn into both sides of the conflict. So were black people, both free and enslaved. And because Eliza's father was a plantation-owning slaveholder, she had opportunities to witness and ultimately empathize with their struggles. Our readers might recall that in America's First Daughter, the story of Martha Patsy Jefferson Randolph, we had the unique opportunity to portray the enslaved families at Thomas Jefferson's Monticello, because quite a bit is known about the people who lived there. Unfortunately, not as much is known about the approximately 30 enslaved human beings on Philip Schuyler's property. Consequently, in this novel, we hesitated to put too many words into their mouths or feelings in their hearts, but tried to honor them by using some of their names and vocations.
We also confronted the probability that Eliza's entanglement with slavery did not end when she left her father's household. That Alexander Hamilton opposed slavery is absolutely true. So did Jefferson, though to a less efficacious degree. That did not stop either man from compromising his moral beliefs in pursuit of personal or political goals. In short, despite his anti-slavery stance, there is historical evidence that Alexander Hamilton did borrow, hire out, and possibly even own enslaved persons. Which is why we decided to employ the character of Jenny to demonstrate the ambiguities surrounding this particular question, and Eliza's evolution in thinking on the matter. Unfortunately, because little survives in Eliza's own hand, it's difficult to discern what her relationships were with enslaved persons. We know from one letter that she was distressed by one of her servants dying of yellow fever, and that she eventually spoke with contempt about the institution of slavery itself and its corrupting influence on the body politic. Eliza Hamilton's friends, relations, and acquaintances are a veritable who's who of American history, including many fascinating figures we didn't have room to introduce, such as Ben Franklin, the Vicomte de Noailles, the Marquis de Châteauneuf, Talleyrand, Martin Van Buren, James and Sarah Polk, and many more. She personally knew at least 12 of the first 16 presidents, and was present with Congressman Abraham Lincoln at the dedication of Washington's monument. The Revolution and the business of nation-building was, for Eliza Hamilton, a family affair. And Eliza was particularly close to her family. After the loss of Fort Ticonderoga, General Schuyler was certainly held in contempt and, according to contemporary Dr. James Thacher, accused of collecting a bribe from the British in silver bullets shot over the fort's wall. Even Schuyler's future son-in-law, a young Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Hamilton, once suspected him of treachery. But Schuyler's reputation in Albany was more secure than we have portrayed it. So much so that New Yorkers were trying to send him to Congress before he'd even been vindicated at court-martial. Our choice to have Eliza overwrought about her father's reputation lent a nice echo for the constant worries she'd be faced with when it came to her husband's reputation later in the book. Eliza would not have believed her father guilty of the crimes for which he stood accused, nor would she have likely believed him guilty of wrongs he did commit. And so we have portrayed Schuyler here through the lens of a loving daughter's eyes. Note that while Peggy probably did not elope, the fact that 3, if not 4, of his intelligent and headstrong daughters chose to do so, without real fear of consequence, speaks to him as a more indulgent father than his historical reputation for sternness might otherwise indicate. Certainly, Eliza Hamilton honored and relied upon her father as a protector and benefactor, and his death likely forced her to contend with the world as a more independent woman than she would have liked to have been. Eliza's relationship with the daughters of Governor William Livingston is documented, though it is possible, and maybe even likely, that Kitty Livingston sided with her brother-in-law John Jay in political matters. We used her as a stand-in for the political rupture between the Schuyler and Livingston families. We were particularly interested in the relationship she formed with the Burrs and Madisons. The Hamiltons and the Burrs socialized frequently together, and so we've posited a friendship between Eliza and Theodosia. We moved some of the discrimination Theodosia experienced as the wife of a British officer during the war to after the war as a demonstration of public prejudices. And because Theodosia was forward-thinking in matters of philosophy and women's rights, we attributed other liberal ideas to her as well. The partnership between Alexander Hamilton and James Madison was amongst the most fruitful in the history of government. That these two brilliant and hard-working founders could work together in such close harmony, so urgently and with such success, only to become political enemies, is a great American tragedy. But we were delighted to find some grace notes there. The respect with which Madison treated Hamilton's family, the assistance he lent them in gathering Hamilton's papers, and the friendship that his wife Dolly shared with Eliza even after both of their husbands were in the grave. Long before Dolly Payne Todd married James Madison, she and Eliza Hamilton were neighbors in Philadelphia in the early 1790s, living only a block apart on Walnut Street. Eliza most likely made the acquaintance of Dolly at one of Martha Washington's receptions, at which Eliza was a fixture and Dolly was a frequent guest. The willingness of these ladies to put aside partisanship so that they could work together raising funds for the Washington Monument and orphans suggested to us a long friendship, so we put one in the book. Another long and heartwarming real friendship existed between Eliza and Lafayette, with whom she exchanged letters long after Hamilton's death. Lafayette's triumphant visit to America in 1824 began in New York City on August 16th. He then returned to New York again in early September, and it was at this time he took Eliza Hamilton with him in his carriage to inspect West Point, expressing that Hamilton had been as a brother to him. It seems that she was amongst those who left the ball late and chugged off in a steamboat with him into the night. Lafayette returned again to New York at the end of September for another round of celebrations, but in our story we conflated all three visits for brevity and simplification. And we thought it extremely likely that Eliza Hamilton was amongst the escort of ladies associated with the Free School that Lafayette toured because Lafayette's secretary mentions, in the same breath, intimate details about the founding of Eliza's orphan asylum. When he was in America, Lafayette spent much time laying cornerstones and visiting memorials of his fallen revolutionary comrades. And we know he visited St. Paul's, the chapel near Trinity, because his secretary made special note of the Trinity graveyard. It's difficult to conceive of Lafayette visiting that graveyard without stopping to pay his respects to Hamilton. So we included a graveside scene and combined it with Eliza's emotional epiphanies. Additionally, there is some historical confusion over the burial place of Philip Hamilton, but we chose to accept the interpretation presented in the Book of Trinity Church History that says he is buried in the same plot as his father and mother. It's also unclear why Angelica Schuyler Church is buried in the Livingston vault. Angelica fostered with the Livingstons as a girl, and there may have been a closer familial connection there. But the ambiguity fit well into the narrative, and so we used it to our purposes. Another friend of Eliza's was James McHenry, who did, indeed, get pulled back into the political fray during the Madison administration, in part because of John Adams maligning him in the press, but also because his advice was sought with regard to the forthcoming War of 1812. McHenry escorting Eliza to Washington City, though plausible, is our invention, so that he could serve as a stand-in for the Federalists she lobbied at this time. Then there's the matter of Eliza's enemies. Her first meeting with Thomas Jefferson probably took place in New York, when Jefferson arrived to take up the mantle of Secretary of State, not in Philadelphia as we portrayed it, before he served as ambassador to France. But because Jefferson happened to be in Philadelphia with his daughter when the Hamiltons were there, we found it hard to resist giving the reader a glimpse of young Patsy Jefferson of America's first daughter. As for Aaron Burr, it isn't known if Eliza played a part in his exile from New York, but there is circumstantial evidence that she was lobbying New York society, with her grieving children in tow, only days after Hamilton's death. Eliza is known to have come face-to-face with him only once after the duel. The occurrence took place on a ferry, and thereafter the rumor went round that Eliza had screamed upon seeing Burr's face, and that Burr coldly went about eating his supper. In fact, Eliza only stared icily at Burr and retained her composure,
but she never corrected the record, presumably because the story made him look heartless and irredeemable. Saintly or not, Eliza Hamilton could hold a grudge. She could also hold her silence. For example, she left nothing behind to tell us how she felt upon learning of her husband's infidelity with Maria Reynolds. Historians have inferred, from the way her family wrote to her about the controversy surrounding the Reynolds pamphlet, by placing the blame upon envy and newspaper men, that Eliza tolerated her husband's adulteries, and that she was only distressed to see them exposed. But if that were the case, we think it unlikely Hamilton would have submitted to blackmail in the first place. We think it more probable that those family letters, and Hamilton's own restrained mention of his wife's likely feelings on the matter, are simply evidence of the fact that Eliza had already learned about the affair and forgiven it years before. Whilst he lived, Hamilton certainly exerted a measure of charm that allowed many people to forgive him many things. But what about after he died? Eliza left no indication of her reaction upon reading her husband's letters after he was shot, letters so compromising that her son even scrawled upon one that it should not be published. And amongst those letters are a correspondence with Angelica Church that is flirtatious at best and damning at worst. Though 18th century people wrote to one another in more flowery and effusive ways than we do now, the fact remains that Hamilton's letters to and mentions of his wife's other sisters do not share the same flirtatious tone. To complicate matters, of course, is the fact that Hamilton's own contemporaries appear to have believed that he was sleeping with his wife's sister, a relationship that would have been considered incestuous by the standards of the time. More tellingly, this was believed not only by his enemies, but by his friends. Hamilton's longtime friend, Robert Troup, believed it was a torrid affair, and though there is some confusion about the exact details regarding the incident with the garter, Eliza's sister once taunted Hamilton and Angelica about their flirtation in public. Although we're aware of no direct proof of a rift in the marriage of John Barker Church and Angelica Schuyler, there is circumstantial evidence that the marriage was troubled. To start with, Angelica's letters, flirting with other men, including Thomas Jefferson, implied that she didn't find her husband to be eloquent or interesting, that she was bored in Church's company and that perhaps he was bored in hers. Then there is the matter of Angelica's long visit to America without the company of her husband or children, during which Hamilton paid her expenses, some of which were to be reimbursed by her husband, others of which apparently were not. Ron Chernow, Hamilton's most celebrated biographer, seems to take the position that Hamilton and Angelica had perhaps an emotional, if not physical, affair. But like us, Chernow is befuddled by Eliza's reaction to the open flirtation of her husband and sister. Eliza, who enjoyed a very close and loving bond with her sisters, seems never to have objected to, and quite possibly even encouraged, the flirtation. Was it possible that Eliza knew her husband was having an affair with her sister and didn't mind? Or was it all just a very strange family joke? We cannot know. The only thing we can be sure of is that Eliza, like Hamilton's biographers, would have had to contend with these same letters after his death and make emotional sense of them, which is a process we dramatized for the purposes of this novel, with regards to both Angelica and a speculated relationship with John Laurens, the case for which is stronger than we presented in the story. For example, we held back a jocular letter from Hamilton to Laurens that seemed to invite his friend to watch him take his bride's virginity. Ultimately, we noticed a curious 10-year lull in the historical record when it came to Eliza Hamilton's otherwise tireless efforts to see her husband's legacy secured. Between the time of Angelica's death in 1814 and Lafayette's visit in 1824, There is a gap during which the family comes to learn that the Federalists are withholding Hamilton's drafts of Washington's farewell address from Eliza. And yet, she seems to do nothing about it. It's only after Lafayette's visit that Eliza returns to a frenzy of activity on behalf of her dead husband. We theorized that Eliza took these years to process any of the hurts and resentments she'd been suppressing as she reviewed Angelica and Hamilton's correspondence. This also served as a convenient fictional explanation for why one of Hamilton's sons, William, the one born during the Reynolds scandal, abruptly withdrew from West Point, left his family, and wandered to the far end of what was then the country's borders and beyond. Finally, there are the stories and rumors that we left out of the book. Some believe that Hamilton first met Eliza when he visited her father in Albany during the autumn of 1777. But scholars at Schuyler Mansion think it likely that Eliza was visiting the Livingstons at the time. Then there's the more famous story, depicted in a painting, about Catherine Schuyler burning her crops in Saratoga so the British couldn't get them. The story is both suspected to be apocryphal and did not center our heroine, so we left it out. Though we did draft a chapter portraying this scene, one of many that hit the chopping block and that readers can obtain by subscribing to our newsletter. We'd have loved to show Elizabeth Schuyler Hamilton at her husband's funeral, but Hamilton's biographer insists she was not there. We did not belabor the confusion surrounding the duels that took her husband and son. Whether Hamilton fired first, fired at Burr, threw away his shot, or fired as the result of an involuntary spasm or because of the hair triggers in the pistols, remains an unsolved mystery. The same goes for the duel fought by Philip Hamilton. We didn't feel that the debate over these details served the emotional needs of the story, and many other books have been dedicated to answering the questions already. In summary, there is no child or nation that is ever born without leaving scars. We have done our best to be forthright and fair about the injustices and hypocrisies of our founding fathers. We hope the balance struck is one that furthers understanding and creates more interest. For a more detailed explanation of our sources, choices, and changes, visit mydearhamilton.com.